The man in the wolfskin coat in front of me picked up a shovel from the corner of the wooden house, walked straight to the field, skillfully turned the soil, and then sowed the seeds. Afterwards, he returned to the cabin, took a bag of rice to the shed, poured it on the ground, and used it to feed the chickens and ducks. Meanwhile, other tribes were still struggling to hunt in the mountains and forests, only to become the dinner of wolves. The men, however, lit a bonfire early and began roasting a whole lamb, and held a bonfire party with a group of beautiful female cave women. The source of all this is Chenfong, a college student from the 21st century who loves wilderness survival. During a wilderness survival trip, he accidentally fell off a cliff and was transported to a planet that resembled a primitive era. The original owner of this body was the son of a tribal chief, only 14 years old. On this primitive planet, 14 years old is considered adulthood. To complete his coming-of-age ceremony, he had to hunt a wolf. This was a traditional test for adult men in the tribe, one that even the chief's son could not avoid. The original owner did not embarrass his father. After a day and a night of trekking across mountains, he finally found a lone wolf and engaged in a life-or-death struggle. After 300 rounds of fierce fighting, he finally succeeded in hunting down the wolf. However, due to exhaustion, the original owner also fainted the moment the wolf collapsed. At this critical moment, Chenfeng's soul merged with the original owner's. "My head hurts so much." Chenfong couldn't help but groan. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark cave where it was almost impossible to see his own hand in front of his face. Suddenly, many unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. A little boy swayed his body, pointed to the hole, and gestured incoherently, saying, "Outside." Chenfong remembered that the little boy's name was Shuofeng. He was only 8 years old, and he was the son of Shi Tu, the bravest hunter in the tribe. Chenfong stood up and followed Shuofeng, walking step by step towards the entrance of the cave that was shimmering with light. When he stepped out of the cave, he was finally able to see what the planet looked like. Before him stood a group of primitive people draped in animal skins. The men gripped stones tightly in their hands, while the women diligently polished stone tools to make them sharper. Shuofeng pulled Chenfeng's hand again, pointing to a man under a tree in the distance, gesturing for him to come over. Chenfong immediately recognized him from his memory. The man was his father, Dala, the only one in the tribe whose entire body was almost entirely covered in animal skins. Dala had various animal teeth hanging around his neck, wore wolf and rabbit skins, and sported a feathered headdress, exuding an imposing aura. Dala said in his native tongue, "Child, you are very brave." Although Chenfong could understand, he couldn't speak the local language fluently, so he could only nod slightly in response. Dala grasped Chenfeng's hand and said solemnly, "The tribe is now in your hands." He pointed to several primitive people beside him and continued, "They will all help you, so that the Xia tribe may live on forever." These words made Chenfong instantly understand what Dala meant. He looked down at Dala's pale, weak face, noticing that his chest was tightly wrapped in animal hide, already soaked in blood. Chenfong called out softly in broken local dialect, "Father!" Dara did not respond further, but turned to the two strongest warriors in the tribe and said, "From now on, you will listen to him." Then, Dara took off the necklace made of animal teeth from his neck and solemnly handed it to Chenfong. As he took the necklace, Dara slowly lowered her head, completely lifeless. Chenfong was still unsure why his adoptive father had suddenly passed away, but now was not the time to analyze the reasons. He needed to inherit the entire tribe. Although the tribe only has about 30 people, Dara's last wish alone is far from enough to ensure that he can successfully succeed to the position of chief. Without sufficient strength, it will be difficult to win the hearts and minds of the people. You need to fight the strongest member of the tribe. If you win, we will all listen to you from now on. It was Stone who spoke, the person Dara trusted most in his lifetime. Chenfong stood up and looked around. The crowd had already formed a circle, clearly waiting for the duel. Stone said, "The strongest person in the tribe is Dali. If you defeat him, you can become the leader." Chenfong was somewhat bewildered. Their leader had just passed away, and instead of mourning, they were only concerned about who would succeed him. Although he hadn't learned professional fighting techniques in his previous life and didn't know any deadly moves, he was still quite adept at fighting among his peers, and he had plenty of underhanded tricks up his sleeve. In the crowd, Dali walked to the center, pointed at Chenfong and said, "Defeat me." Although Chenfong was physically strong, compared to Dali, he was like a child fighting an adult. He quickly stepped back a few paces, putting distance between himself and Dali. Facing this behemoth, if he were to be grabbed or struck even once, he would likely be powerless to retaliate, Chenfong thought to himself. Dali didn't give him a chance to think and pounced on him. Damn it, aren't they going to call start? Chenfong cursed as he quickly dodged. The surrounding primitives couldn't understand his complaints at all, but instead shouted in unison. Roar! After missing his target, they charged again. Chenfeng's brain worked quickly, and he soon found a way to deal with them. The opponent had no skill whatsoever, relying solely on brute force to charge forward. Seeing Dali charging again, Chenfong nimbly dodged, circled behind him, and suddenly kicked Dali in the shin. Dali lost his balance instantly and fell heavily to the ground. The cheers paused for a few seconds, then erupted into even more enthusiastic shouts. Taking advantage of the situation, Chenfong clamped his legs around Dali's neck and locked his right arm with both hands, rendering him unable to move. He then used one hand to resort to a dirty trick, forcefully prying Dali's middle finger. Dali screamed in agony, struggling in vain, the excruciating pain preventing him from making any further moves. I give up! Dali cried out in agony. After Chenfong released his grip, Dali stood up, still clutching his injured finger. Despite losing, Dali showed no resentment. Perhaps this was the purity of primitive people. Although Shirtu had been instructed by Dala to support Chenfong, he still insisted that he accept the challenge. Chenfong knew perfectly well that succeeding to the throne based on a dying wish was completely different from winning people's hearts through strength. After this battle, he could be considered the rightful leader. Suddenly, Dali hoisted Chenfong onto his shoulder and shouted, Chief! The tribe members, including Shirtu, echoed in unison. Chief! This sudden title left Chenfong both amused and exasperated. He had become the leader the moment he arrived. However, he also understood that being the leader meant immense responsibility. The food, drink, and daily needs of over 30 people rested entirely on his shoulders. Aside from hunting, they had virtually no other source of income. After the cheers subsided, Shirtu arranged for 4 strong men to carry Dara's body, with Chenfong following closely behind. The group arrived at a plain, where Shirtu ordered his men to skin Dara. Chenfong remained silent, but Shirtu explained, Winter is approaching, and we need more animal hides. Chenfong wasn't particularly emotional. After all, he didn't have a deep relationship with Dara. But Shirtu's next words caused his mood to change drastically. Stone told him that when the original owner fell unconscious after completing the hunt, the smell of blood attracted a pack of wolves, and it was Dara who risked his life to save him. To drive away the wolves, Dara fought with them, was seriously injured, and eventually died from excessive blood loss. Chenfong watched as Dala's animal hides were being stripped off and shouted, Stop! Leave the hides behind! Stone urgently pleaded, Chief, without the hides, even more of our people will freeze to death. I'll figure something out, Chenfong replied firmly. Chenfong slowly walked to Dara's body and, together with the others, covered it completely with stones. After everything was over, Chenfong did not leave immediately. Instead, he said to the pile of stones, From now on, when people of the tribe die, they must kneel and kowtow 3 times. The stones seemed to understand, but not quite. Chenfong could tell at a glance that he did not truly grasp the meaning. Then, Chenfong knelt down first before the stone-built tomb of Dala and solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Shirtu and the others, though not understanding why, followed Chenfeng's example and kowtowed 3 times as well. Upon returning to the tribe, Chenfeng's first task was to conduct a detailed investigation into the tribe's population, food reserves, and manpower allocation. The entire tribe, including Chenfong, consisted of 35 people, 15 adult men, 12 women, and 8 children, 4 boys and 4 girls. Besides Chenfong, there were 14 other men capable of hunting. Chief, we need to hunt in more distant places. There's very little prey around here. Stone spoke first. How far could you go when you hunted before? Chenfong asked. A day round trip. Shirtu didn't know the exact distance, so he could only describe it in terms of time. In the memories Chenfong inherited, the daytime in this world was nearly 20 hours long, and the nighttime was about 10 hours. That is to say, there were about 30 hours in a day on this planet. At their pace, they could walk about 2 kilometers per hour. Excluding hunting time, it would take them about 8 hours to walk more than 10 kilometers before they could start hunting. After some thought, Chenfong decided to personally accompany the team on a hunting trip to verify his hypothesis. With enough food to last 2 days, Chenfong wasn't in a hurry to arrange a hunt. He knew that a suitable weapon was essential for a successful hunt. Looking at the rough stones in everyone's hands, Chenfong shook his head helplessly. "Go and call everyone here. I have something to say." The stones obeyed and went off. Chenfong tried his best to recall what he had learned in his previous life, hoping to create a more suitable weapon. Currently, the only tools that can be made from stone, besides stone axes, are simple devices similar to tripwires. However, these are not proper ancient tripwires, but rather crude versions made of stone. As for ropes, the tribespeople still know how to weave them. Chenfong subconsciously touched the tooth necklace around his neck, lost in thought. Soon after, a large group of people gathered at the cave entrance, including children. Chenfong spoke up. "If the tribe wants no one to die, to survive the winter, and to have enough food, it must hunt. And hunting requires better tools." Everyone understood this principle, but they didn't understand why Chenfong was explaining it so solemnly. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd, with whispers and murmurs rising and falling. Chenfong continued. "We need to improve our weapons." He then ordered. "Sure too, take some men to find tree trunks as thick as an arm, as well as materials similar to the stone you have." "Yes, Chief." Stone, though not understanding the specifics, complied. Chenfong then instructed. "Mo, take the women to weave the strongest rope possible. It must be sturdy." Mo was the oldest woman in the tribe. "Yes, Chief." After accepting the order, Mo led the women and children to search for materials. Chenfong stood up and went into the cave to check the tribe's reserves. Besides a few animal hides, there were also some animal bones. Chenfong stared at the bones, a new idea forming in his mind. If these bones were sharpened, they could also become weapons. He noticed that one of the animal hides was wrapped around something. Upon opening it, he discovered it was salt. "They actually know about salt?" Chenfong was quite shocked. At this moment, the little boy Chenfong walked up to him at some point, looked at him, and said, "This adds flavor to meat." "Do you know what this is?" Chenfong asked. "No, it has no name." Chenfong shook his head. "There are many in very faraway places." Chenfong was astonished. Salt was an essential commodity for human life. "How did you know?" he pressed. "It was brought by a nomadic tribe," Chenfong replied. Chenfong remembered that the nomadic tribe was a small group composed of several families, wandering around and bartering. They would visit the Xia tribe about once every 2 or 3 months. But Chenfong was unaware of the salt issue beforehand. His food had always been prepared by others. He estimated there were about 7 or 8 pounds of salt, enough to last for a while, and hoped the nomadic tribe would come again before winter. After sending the north wind away, Chenfong looked at himself, only covered by a piece of animal hide, and couldn't bear it any longer. He selected a suitable piece of animal hide, used animal bone as a needle, threaded a rope through the hide, and sewed himself a pair of boxer shorts. After putting them on, Chenfong was finally no longer naked. When he emerged from the cave, everyone had already prepared all the materials. Chenfong started by making a stone axe. He selected a tree branch, split a large enough slit at one end, embedded a polished stone inside, and then tied it securely with rope. "You all make your own weapons just like I did." Everyone nodded and followed suit. Chenfong provided guidance from time to time, as not everyone could learn it at a glance. For example, Dali was big and strong, but his comprehension was a bit poor, so Chenfong had to help him make it himself. "Dali, let me help you." "Thank you, Chief," Dali replied honestly. "Sigh. Heaven never molds people into perfect beings. They're either lacking intelligence or good health." Chenfong sighed, shaking his head. More than 3 hours later, Mo led a group of women into the cave to prepare lunch. The so-called cooking was simply dividing raw meat into small pieces and distributing them. Chenfong found it difficult to swallow the raw meat, so he called out to Mo. "Don't rush to divide it. Skewer the meat with small wooden sticks." "Yes, Chief." Mo did as instructed. In the tribe, women had almost no other role besides childbirth, so obedience was their instinct. Chenfong searched for flammable dry grass outside the cave and rolled it into a ball. Then, he tried to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Although he hadn't tried it before, he had seen it in videos. The tribespeople were completely bewildered and stood aside watching quietly. Chenfong tried 7 or 8 times without success, and the people around him gradually dispersed to continue with their own tasks. Mo and several women remained standing, awaiting his next instructions. More than an hour later, flames finally appeared. Mo and the others exclaimed in surprise, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. "It's heavenly fire!" Dolly exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone immediately crouched down, not daring to look up. Upon seeing this, Chenfong was taken aback at first, then realized they had seen fire before, but it was mostly caused by natural phenomena such as lightning strikes. He immediately shouted, "Get up!" Mo was the first to stand up, followed by the other women and children, and finally the adult men like Shirtu. Chenfong knew that explaining now would be pointless, so he took the meat from Mo's hands and began to roast it. A dozen minutes later, the aroma filled the air. He took a bite and handed it to Shirtu, saying, "Try it. Delicious!" Shirtu ate with relish. "Very good, from now on we'll roast all the meat." Chenfong nodded. Then he went back to the cave to get salt, sprinkled it on the meat in front of everyone, and continued to roast it slowly. Everyone followed suit. As Chenfong added firewood, he explained the techniques for starting a fire and preserving the embers to Mo. Mo listened attentively, completely absorbed, without a moment's distraction. The tribe has an astonishing appetite. Adult men can eat 3 to 5 pounds of meat, women about 3 pounds, and children about 1 pound. They only eat at noon and in the evening, and hardly eat at other times. After the meal, everyone continued polishing their stone axes. Chenfong tied a rope and 2 stones together, creating a tool that could be thrown to entangle the legs of prey. He named this new weapon Flying Stone. As dusk fell, the Xiao tribe members began packing up their belongings and gradually returned to their caves. Chenfong, leading Shirtu and Mo, approached the fire at the cave entrance and asked, "Do you know how to move the fire inside the cave?" Stone and Mo exchanged a glance, then shook their heads, indicating they wouldn't. Chenfong then picked up a burning piece of wood and led the way towards the cave. Stone and Mo followed suit, each taking a piece of wood and trailing behind. About 5 meters from the cave entrance, Chenfong put down the wood. Shirtu and Mo did the same, putting their wood together. "Fire goes out when it meets water, and it can't be sustained without enough wood," Chenfong patiently explained. After listening, the two looked at each other and nodded to indicate that they understood. "Chief, what should we do if the fire goes out?" Mo asked. "Just do as I just did," Chenfong replied. Actually, there are many ways to start a fire, but most are too complicated, and Chenfong was too lazy to teach them all. Everything he did wasn't entirely for the tribe. He mostly hoped to improve his own life. Lighting a fire served 2 purposes: to ward off the cold of the night and to avoid eating raw meat. As night fell, everyone gathered around to grill meat. Chenfong instructed them on how to grill the meat to make it more fragrant, while also teaching them some basic knowledge, such as numbers, and even simple Chinese. Although Chenfong speaks a broken local dialect, communication is basically not a problem, but he still prefers his mother tongue to Mandarin. "Stone, your name is too awful. From now on, your name is Chenshi. Chen is your surname. From now on, everyone in our tribe will have Chen added before their name, and the rest will be your given name," Chenfong said to Stone as he sat around the fire. "Yes, Chief," Chenshi replied excitedly. "Mo, from now on you will be called Chen Mo," Chenfong continued. "Yes, Chief," Chen Mo replied, his heart overflowing with emotion. In this tribe, women have a very low status and are sometimes even eaten. Being given a name by the chief means that she will no longer be treated as food. Following that, Chenfong named more than 30 people, both men and women. Chenfong did not want to completely change the tribe's customs and traditions. He only changed the parts he could not accept, and left the rest to them. That night, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. The women were responsible for guarding the fire to keep it from going out, while the men were able to get plenty of rest and prepare for the hunt the next day. Chenfong watched everyone sleeping together, often unable to distinguish who was whose woman or who was married to whom. He thought about many things, such as how to calculate time, how many hours are in a day, how many days are in a month, and how many months are in a year. Chenfong had to consider issues such as hygiene and food. The next morning, Chenfong slowly opened his eyes and found that he was the only one left in the cave. He walked out of the cave and saw that the women were already busy. Some were polishing stones, some were weaving ropes, some were taking care of children, and some were processing animal hides. The men had already prepared the stone axes and throwing stones that Chenfong had made, and were ready to set off. Seeing Chenfong approach, Chenshi immediately stepped forward and said, "Chief, everything is ready." Seeing them wielding stone axes and carrying throwing stones, Chenfong felt the entire team's morale rise to a new level. "Very good, let's go!" Chenfong picked up his own stone axe and throwing stone and followed behind the group. The group proceeded slowly, their expressions extremely vigilant. Danger lurked in the seemingly endless forest before them. "Pheasants ahead!" Chenshi suddenly warned. Everyone immediately stopped and remained silent, their hands unconsciously reaching for the throwing stones at their waists. Chenfong whispered a reminder. "Throw the stones one at a time, don't throw them all at once." "Yes, Chief!" The crowd nodded in response. Chenfong looked into the distance and saw that the pheasant was entirely black, weighed 40 or 50 pounds, and was about 1 meter tall. "Holy crap, is that a pheasant? It's so big!" Chenfong exclaimed in surprise. "Chief, these pheasants can grow up to 100 pounds, Chenshi explained. 100 Jean? Chenfong was even more surprised. As the two were talking, the pheasant had already been captured. The rope on the flying stone was entangled in its legs, rendering it unable to move. Dali stepped forward, raised his stone axe, and brought it down hard on the pheasant's head. "Chief, this kind of pheasant is very aggressive. It must be killed for safety," Chenshi added. "All right, let's start a fire right here and eat it now," Chenfong said with a smile. "Yes." Chenshi nodded in agreement, then arranged for the others to process the pheasant while he tried to start a fire. Chenshi found good materials: dried old wood that crumbled at the slightest touch, perfect for starting a fire. Chenfong, meanwhile, went to observe how they processed the pheasants. The 4 men surrounded the pheasant, using stone axes to butcher its carcass, discarding all the internal organs. Chenfong looked on with some regret, squatting down and saying, "The chicken heart and liver are all edible." He then picked up the chicken heart and liver from the ground. As for the other internal organs, Chenfong had to give up due to a lack of tools. Although the 4 were puzzled, they did not object. To them, eating or not eating made no difference. This time, Chenfong didn't have them cut the meat into small pieces. He had other plans. He found a lot of leaves nearby, wrapped the whole pheasant in them, and then sealed it with mud. He planned to make beggar's chicken. Although he didn't have all the ingredients, he felt it was better than just roasting it. Chenfong ordered his men to dig a pit big enough to hold the whole chicken, buried the pheasant inside, and then built a fire on top of it, continuously adding fuel to the fire. "Chief, is this edible?" Chunli asked. Dali had changed his name to Chunli. "You'll find out soon enough." Chenfong smiled mysteriously. In truth, he himself wasn't sure. He had only seen similar methods in videos. He also didn't know how long to cook it. Time slowly passed, and Chenfong hesitated, unsure if it was fully cooked. An hour later, urged by Chunli, Chenfong reluctantly decided to dig open the beggar's chicken. A rich aroma wafted out. "So fragrant!" everyone exclaimed in unison. Chenfong used his stone axe to clear away the outer layer of soil and leaves, releasing steam and revealing the pheasant meat. "Let's eat!" Chenfong shouted. At that moment, he knew he had succeeded. As for why he succeeded, perhaps it was just a coincidence, or perhaps it really only took an hour. No one acted rashly. They all waited for Chenfong to make the first move. He tore off a piece of meat and exclaimed, "It's so hot! Eat, eat!" Finally, everyone started eating, tearing off pieces of pheasant meat one after another. After eating about a pound, Chenfong set his sights on the chicken hearts and livers. These 2 pieces together weighed over 3 pounds, more than he could possibly finish. "Dali, come here!" Chenfong called out. "Chief, is something the matter?" Chunli replied, chewing on some meat. "These are both good things, let's split them in half," Chenfong said with a smile, dividing the food among himself. "Thank you, Chief." Chunli took the chicken heart and liver and ate them without hesitation. Seeing him eat, the others still hesitated, wondering if it was really safe to eat. Chinli chewed on the chicken heart and liver, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so delicious! It's even more fragrant than meat!" Chenfong wasn't sure at first, but he let Chinli try it. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, Chenfong also took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, that's the taste." Then he shared some with the others. Seeing Chinli eating so happily, the others didn't hesitate any longer and stuffed the chicken hearts and livers into their mouths, chewing them carefully. The 15 of them worked together and finished the pheasant clean. This meal was enough to keep them from feeling hungry for 10 hours. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from all around, and animals were quietly approaching. Chen Shi's expression instantly tensed, and he warily warned, "There are at least 5 of them, each weighing over 200 pounds. Everyone up the trees!" Chenfong ordered decisively. Hearing this, everyone quickly climbed the trees to take cover. About 10 minutes later, 7 black wild boars appeared at the spot where they had just been eating. "It's a hairy pig!" One of them couldn't help but whisper. "What kind of pig is a hairy pig?" Chenfong asked curiously. Chen Shi, who was climbing the same tree as Chenfong, quickly explained. "The hairy pigs are carnivorous, they don't eat grass. They can grow to a size where they can easily kill 3 adult men." Chenfong stared intently at the 7 pigs under the tree. The largest one was over 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, and weighed nearly 2,000 kilograms. Such behemoths were far beyond what they could handle. Moreover, there were 7 of them. Even the smallest one weighed over 200 kilograms. Noticing Chenfeng's slightly nervous expression, Chen Shi reassured him. "Chief, they won't find any food and will leave soon." Chenfong nodded slightly, signaling everyone to wait patiently. And so, they waited in the tree for over 2 hours. During this time, Chen Shi told Chenfong a great deal about the strange flora and fauna of this forest, especially which fruits and dried fruits were edible and which were not. "Where can I find that kind of animal with all white fur and horns?" Chenfong continued to ask. He guessed that the animal might be a sheep, and sheep are generally herd animals, so it's unlikely that there was only one. "Finding that kind will take several days," Chen Shi answered truthfully. At that moment, Chinli spoke up. "The pig's gone." "All right, let's go down." Chenfong immediately gave the order. After everyone landed, Chen Shi led them quickly away from their original position and headed towards the designated target area. Because they were delayed by the boar, more than an hour passed quickly. The group had to jog to keep going. Along the way, they occasionally encountered herbs and wild fruits that Chenfong recognized. Chenfong noted their locations, planning to collect them on the return journey. After running for about 5 hours, Chenfong estimated that they were advancing at a rate of about 5 kilometers per hour. "Chief, we have gone beyond our original hunting area," Chen Shi reminded them. "Have you been here before?" Chenfong asked. "Yes, we've been here. When there are no animals, we risk going even further," Chen Shi explained. "A little further away is the territory of other tribes." "Other tribes?" Chenfong had never heard of any other settled tribes besides nomadic tribes before, and a strong sense of curiosity immediately arose in his heart. "Yes, about 10 days' journey ahead, there's a place called the Mufeng tribe, where the population is much larger than ours," Chen Shi continued. Assuming a walking pace of 20 hours a day at 5 kilometers per hour, 10 days would equate to 1,000 kilometers. Chenfong smiled wryly upon hearing this. It was simply unbelievable that there was a tribe so far away. Chen Shi added, "There's another tribe 5 days' journey below our tribe." "Oh? Which tribe is that?" Chenfong pressed. "I'm not too sure, but the nomadic tribes mentioned it, that's what I heard from them," Chen Shi replied. "Never mind, let's not talk about it anymore, let's hurry up and find some prey," Chenfong said helplessly. The group then split into groups of 3 and dispersed to search for prey. Chenfong, Chen Shi, and a burly man named Chen Lang were in one group. Chen Lang's strength was comparable to Chen Li's. The 3 chose a direction and, after walking for only 10 minutes, successfully caught 3 wild rabbits, each weighing 50 or 60 pounds. "There are 2 more pheasants ahead," Chenfong warned. The 3 men approached stealthily. When the distance was reduced to 5 or 6 meters, they decisively threw stones, hitting 2 pheasants and rendering them immobile. Chen Lang then rushed forward and quickly finished them off. Just then, a scream suddenly came from not far away. "This is bad!" Chen Shi blurted out. Chen Lang, stay and guard the prey. Chen Shi and I will go check it out. Chenfong decisively made the arrangement. Yes, Chief! Chen Lang nodded in agreement. After running for more than 10 minutes, the two discovered that 7 or 8 people from the tribe were attacking a huge elk. On the ground, a tribesman lay motionless, his blood staining the ground red. This elk is just too big, Chenfong murmured in shock as he stared at the nearly 3-meter-long elk. This is how big an adult elk is, Chen Shi explained. The colossal creature before him made Chenfong feel even more acutely the harshness of this world. Chief, this deer suddenly rushed out and trampled Chenlu to death, Chenli reported. However, its hind legs have been trapped by our flying stones, so it can't move for the time being. Chenfong looked at the deer whose hind legs were entangled, knowing it could break free at any moment, and felt anxious. Chief, we can use a stone axe to cut off its hind legs, Chen Shi suggested. Yes, cut off its hind legs first, then try to cut off its front legs, and then we can drag it away. Chenfong nodded immediately. He arranged for Chen Shi and himself to attract the elk's attention from the front, and for Chenli to select 2 strong members to cut off the elk's hind legs at the same time. Yes, Chief! Chenli acted swiftly. Chenfong and Chen Shi, wielding tree branches, frantically waved them in front of the deer, while the others continuously attacked the deer's head with stones. The elk roared repeatedly, struggling desperately to stand up on its front legs. Taking advantage of its momentary lapse in attention, Chen Li and his men swung their stone axes and chopped at its hind legs. The elk cried out in pain, struggling frantically, trying to escape on its front legs. At this moment, Chenfong and Chen Shi exchanged a knowing glance, raised their stone axes, and fiercely chopped at the deer's foreleg. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the deer screamed in agony. Chenfong failed to break it due to insufficient strength, but Chen Shi successfully split the deer's foreleg bone. The giant deer was powerless to resist and collapsed to the ground, breathing rapidly. Attack its head! Chenfong ordered coldly. 7 or 8 men swung their stone axes and hacked at the deer's head. Minutes later, the deer's head was mangled and bloody, and it was completely dead. Chenfong examined the deer's carcass and estimated that it contained at least 3,000 pounds of flesh. Such weight would be virtually impossible to move by human power. His idea was to use logs to make a frame and carry the deer up it for transport. Everyone, find logs as thick as your arms, Chenfong immediately ordered. Fearing the smell of blood would attract wild beasts, Chenfong dared not delay. Chenli, go help the guards and bring the prey over. Yes, leader. Untie all the flying rocks and gather the ropes together, Chenfong continued to direct. Chen Shi organized the men to sort out the flying rocks and ropes. Half an hour later, the wooden ropes were ready and neatly arranged next to the deer carcass. Chenfong directed the group to tie the logs together, leaving 6 ropes at the other end for dragging. An hour later, the elk was successfully placed on the wooden frame, and the other prey were also placed on it. The group worked together to pull the raft, preparing to transport the game back. Chief, you're so clever! Chen Shi exclaimed sincerely. Chenfong smiled and said, If you use your brains, you could have figured it out too. Chen Lu's body was covered with stones, which served as his grave. Chen Shi led the group in kowtowing to Chen Lu in farewell, while Chenfong did not participate. As the leader, he believed that one should not kneel lightly, and everyone understood this. These primitive people did not grieve much about death. After all, someone could die every time they went hunting, and they had long been accustomed to it. The operation was divided into 2 groups of 6, led by Chenfong and Chen Shi respectively, each responsible for clearing obstacles ahead. Chenfong forbade the group from hunting any prey they encountered. As darkness fell, they dared not rest for a moment. This time, they hunted nearly 5,000 caddies of meat. No one dared to slack off. Everyone worked with all their might to drag the raft back to the tribe. Chief, I've never seen so much meat before. It'll be enough for us to eat for a long time, Chen Shi said excitedly. How do you usually store meat? Chenfong was particularly interested in this question. Although the weather was gradually turning colder, it was still far from the ideal temperature for storing meat. The deepest part of the cave is very cool. We usually keep them there, Chen Shi replied. This time there are too many. They simply cannot be preserved, Chenfong said calmly. There's probably no other way but to air dry it, he muttered to himself. They didn't return to the tribe until late at night. Many women and children stood waiting at the cave entrance. If Chenfong and the others did not return, these women and children would likely starve to death. Chenfong immediately ordered the women to dispose of the game carcasses and quickly move the meat into the cave, making sure it was not left until the next day. A few hundred meters from the cave was a river. After completing the processing work by the river, the men were responsible for carrying the meat back to the cave for storage. They worked until late at night, when the moon was high in the sky, before finally finishing everything. Everyone was so exhausted that they didn't even have the strength to eat, and they collapsed and fell asleep in the cave. The next day, Chenfong was the first to wake up and gathered everyone to assign tasks. He ordered Chenshi to lead 10 men to continue hunting. The other 3 stayed behind to help Chenfong build the stove for drying meat. The 3 who stayed were Chenli, Chenlang, and Chenyi, who were responsible for moving stones to build the stove, while the women were responsible for mixing weeds and soil as building materials. In just one morning, they had built a 2-meter-long stove. "Chief, what is this for? We can't eat it," Chenli asked, puzzled. "All you think about is eating. This is for storing dried meat so it won't rot," Chenfong explained. "I see, Chief, you're really clever." Chenli nodded in praise. "All right, hurry up and eat. We have a lot to do this afternoon," Chenfong said calmly. In the afternoon, Chenfong collected many leaves and laid them on a stone slab, then placed the meat on top, drying more than 200 catties at a time. Chenli and the others were responsible for finding wood to start a fire, while the women were responsible for maintaining it. While everyone was doing their jobs, Chenfong went to the river to bathe alone. He could no longer stand the smell on his body. The 4 children looked nervous when they saw Chenfong jump into the river. They were all afraid of water. "Chenjiala, come down, I'll teach you how to swim," Chenfong called out to one of the children. Chenjiala is the name given to him by Chenfong. His father's name is Chengtian. 7-year-old Chenjiala is quite brave and jumped into the river without hesitation, but Chenfong managed to pull him out of the water in time. "Don't move around, I'll teach you how to swim," Chenfong said, supporting him as he spoke. Chenjiala realized he wasn't sinking to the bottom, so he stopped being nervous and began practicing the doggy paddle as Chenfong instructed. The other 3 children, though not in the water, listened attentively to Chenfeng's explanation. A dozen minutes later, Chenjiala had mastered the swimming technique. Seeing how easy it was, the other 3 children jumped into the water and learned within minutes. "Were primitive people really this clever?" Chenfong couldn't help but exclaim. "In such a short time, all 4 children have learned to swim." He then noticed a large number of fish in the river, their bodies enormous, almost overflowing. After all, no one was fishing for them, and they were all afraid of the water. He casually picked one up and found it resembled a grass carp, weighing about 10 pounds. "Isn't this a natural source of protein?" Chenfong chuckled to himself. He carried the fish back to the stove, skewered it with a stick, and began to roast it. Everyone who saw the fish seemed terrified, as if facing some ferocious beast. "Chenemo, are fish really that scary?" Chenfong asked. "Chief, eating it will kill you," Chenemo said, pointing at the fish. "Fish have a lot of spines inside." Chenfong couldn't help but chuckle. "Just pick out the fish bones, right?" A dozen minutes later, the fish was grilled, and Chenfong taught Chenemo how to remove the bones and eat the fish in front of her. The 2 quickly finished the entire fish. Chenemo clearly enjoyed it immensely. It was her first time eating fish. "Is it edible?" Chenfong asked with a smile. "Yes, it is," Chenemo nodded earnestly. "Very good. Next, you will assign 5 women to teach you how to make fish traps," Chenfong said. Upon hearing that she could learn a new skill, Chenemo immediately turned to find people. Her thinking was simple. As long as she was smart enough and learned enough, she would definitely be valued in the future. As for Chenmo's origins, Chenfong wasn't quite sure, only knowing that she had been taken in and, judging from her appearance, that she was around 30 years old. The river was about 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep, and Chenfong began to consider whether to make fish traps or build a fishing pit that diverted the river's water. He returned to the riverbank and walked along it for a while, testing the water depth with a stick. After walking several hundred meters, he found a shallow area with water about a meter deep. Chenfong planned to block the river with logs, leaving finger-width gaps between each log to catch only the larger fish. Wooden logs were also inserted into the riverbed, leaving gaps about the thickness of a finger to ensure smooth water flow and to trap all the fish swimming upstream. To prevent the logs from being unable to withstand the impact of the fish, he planned to dig a large pit 3 meters away from the riverbed to guide the fish into it. Once the idea was finalized, Chenfong immediately communicated with Chenmo, who quickly understood. Chenfong stood by the river, occasionally directing the construction work. The project was completed in just 1 day. Chenfong wasn't in a hurry to fish. Instead, he found 4 children and began teaching them Chinese characters and numbers. 5 days passed in a flash. The dried meat wasn't fully processed yet, and Chinshi and the others brought back game every day, keeping the stove almost constantly running. Since acquiring stone axes and throwing stones, the group had a successful haul almost every time they went out, at the very least bringing back 2 or 3 animals. "Chief, the weather is getting colder and colder, and the animals are getting harder to hunt," Chenshi complained. "In that case, let's stop hunting. You all go and help deal with the fishing stakes," Chenfong replied. "Yes, Chief," Chenshi replied immediately. Of the remaining men, Chenfong planned to have them build another stove. He wanted to try firing pottery and prepare fish and chicken soup. Although he couldn't fire fine ceramics, he should be able to fire simple utensils for holding rice and boiling water without any problem. Chenfong told Chenli that he planned to build a larger stove. Chenli immediately prepared to start, but Chenfong stopped him. "Go find some stones and wood first. I still need to choose a suitable location." "Yes, Chief." Chenli nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Chenfong carefully examined the terrain within a 1-kilometer radius of the cave, discovering that the soil there had excellent cohesiveness, making it ideal for firing pottery. As for whether he would succeed, he planned to try a few more times before deciding. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chenfong stood quietly by the river, his gaze fixed on the fish that had been caught and were now being dried after simple processing. He felt incredibly content. Having enough food in his hands gave him peace of mind, and he no longer had to worry about food shortages. "Chief, we can harvest over 1,000 caddies of fish here every day, and our dried meat reserves have exceeded 10,000 caddies," Chenshi reported with a happy expression. Chenfong replied with a serious expression. "This is far from enough to support our entire tribe through the winter. You have almost finished dealing with things here. Next, go and look for some wild fruits and game in the surrounding area." The harvest seemed plentiful, but it was far from enough for the consumption of more than 30 people. This was the first time Chenfong had spent the winter with everyone, and he knew that the more prepared they were, the safer they would be for the winter. He then walked to the furnace built by Chenli and others, and looked at the finished pottery pieces in front of him. The success rate was still extremely low, with only 1 out of 10 pieces surviving. "How many days has it been?" Chenfong asked, frowning. 7 days, Chenli quickly replied. "Who has successfully fired them in these past few days?" he continued. "Chen Mao successfully fired several," Chenli said. "Bring him here," Chenfong ordered. A short while later, a boy of about 16 or 17 approached Chenfong and respectfully asked, "Chief, what are your orders?" Chenfong picked up a ceramic bowl and asked with a smile, "Did you make this?" "Yes, I really enjoy making these things," Chen Mao replied earnestly. "Why do you think you're the only one who succeeded?" Chenfong asked with interest. "At first, I was like everyone else, always burning the clay. After failing a few times, I discovered that if I pounded the clay several times before shaping and firing it, it wouldn't burn as easily," Chen Mao explained attentively. Upon hearing this, Chenfong quickly recalled relevant knowledge from the past. He knew clearly that soil that had been repeatedly pounded and compacted would be more compact and suitable for firing. He then imparted all his knowledge to Chen Mao, from the requirements for soil quality and the control of firing time to how to identify and select suitable clay materials, kaolin, pottery clay, and even porcelain stone. He explained everything to him without reservation. Chen Mao listened very attentively, asking questions from time to time, which Chenfong patiently answered one by one. "Chief, I want to make all kinds of objects in the future," Chen Mao said excitedly. "All right. From now on, the firing of ceramics will be your responsibility. You can choose a few people, they will be your men." Chenfong nodded with a smile. Chen Mao nodded solemnly and replied firmly, "Yes, leader." As soon as he left, Chinli approached him with an envious look and asked, "Chief, when can I lead a team?" "You." Chenfong looked at him and shook his head. "Your time hasn't come yet, but you'll have your chance in the future." Upon hearing, "There will be opportunities in the future," Chenli was immediately thrilled. For someone as simple-minded and physically strong as him, such hope was enough to make him happy. Meanwhile, Chenfeng's plan to popularize Chinese characters was also progressing steadily. The cave walls were covered with carvings of Chinese characters, numbers, and pinyin. Every evening, he would diligently teach the tribe members. The children learned the fastest, followed by the women, while the men clearly showed little interest in this new knowledge. Chenfong then emphasized that this was a unique culture for the tribe's future, and everyone must master it. Only then did they reluctantly begin to learn. Back in the cave, Chenfong saw the deer hide and tendons, and couldn't help but think of his next plan. He found Chenemo and said, "I want to make a garment out of the deer hide." Chenemo circled around him once, then nodded in agreement. "Sure, Chief, leave it to me." "Very good, then I'll leave it to you," Chenfong replied with a smile. After Chenemo left, Chenfong picked up the deer's sinew and began to study the making of bows and arrows with focused attention. The deer's sinew was about 3 meters long, enough to make 2 bows and arrows. However, the problem lay in the material for the bow. Bamboo was the ideal choice, but it was nowhere to be found nearby. However, there was no shortage of fish maw, as it was extracted from large yellow croakers. As for hickory wood, he had seen it in the forest during his first hunt, so it wasn't anything special. So, Chenfong, along with Dolly and Chenlang, headed to the forest. This time, he prepared several animal skin bags, intending to collect a large quantity of nuts. They arrived at their destination in less than 3 hours. Chenfong busied himself searching for hickory wood, while Chenli and Chenlang were responsible for collecting the nuts. More than an hour later, Chenfong found 3 walnut logs as thick as an arm, while Chenli and the other man collected 4 bags of nuts, totaling more than 10 kilograms. It was already late when the 3 returned to the tribe. Chenfong immediately began processing the deer tendons and walnut logs. Only the cow horns remained to be found. He spent half a month focusing on processing the materials. Once he found the ox horn, he could successfully make the bow and arrow. Without the right tools, every step requires a lot of time and repeated operations," Chenfong sighed. Just then, Chen Mao excitedly ran into the cave and shouted, Chief, it's done, it's done!" "Done what? Why are you shouting like that?" Chenfong looked at him in confusion. "The large bowl you mentioned, Chief, is finished," Chen Mao reported excitedly. "Oh? Take me to see it." Chenfong couldn't help but show his anticipation as well. Once the earthenware bowl was made, it could be used to make soup. How could he not be excited? The two approached the furnace, and Chenfong indeed saw a ceramic basin about 50 centimeters in diameter. He reached out and touched it. Although it wasn't smooth and delicate, it could still be considered a practical object. "You did a great job, keep it up," Chenfong said approvingly. He then taught Chen Mao the techniques for making teapots, teacups, and various jars and pots. Chen Mao nodded repeatedly. "I will make them one by one." "Chen Mao, the most important task now is to ensure that everyone in the tribe has a bowl and a basin," Chenfong instructed. "I understand, Chief. I will study other new items in my spare time," Chen Mao replied firmly. "All right, I'll leave this to you." Chenfong nodded in agreement. After getting the earthenware basin, Chenfong called Chen Mo over. "Go catch 2 fish and fill this earthenware basin with water." "Yes, Chief," Chen Mo replied readily. She had already completely trusted and obeyed Chen Feng's arrangements. Soon after, 2 women carried a ceramic basin to the drying oven, and Chenfong instructed them to place the basin on the oven. Chen Mo brought 2 cleaned fish and put them directly into the basin. Chenfong then picked some edible wild vegetables from nearby and added them in as well. "Add some salt," he said, throwing in all the seasonings he recognized. A dozen minutes later, the aroma of fish soup filled the air, attracting everyone around, adults and children alike, who gathered around. "With so many people, there's not even enough for 1 bite per person," Chenfong said helplessly, looking at the crowd. "Chief, is there something new to eat again?" Chen Shi asked curiously. "Yes. This fish soup is good for the body. It helps keep warm in winter," Chenfong said. After another 10 minutes or so, The fish soup was finally ready. Everyone served themselves a small bowl and tasted the long-awaited flavor of hot soup. "Chief, it's delicious," Chenjiala said happily. "If you like it, I'll cook another pot later," Chenfong said with a smile. He then instructed, "Chenmo, arrange for someone to cook a few more pots later, as an extra meal for everyone." "Yes, Chief," Chenmo solemnly agreed. "Chief, your clothes are finished," Chenmo said, walking up to Chenfong with a piece of clothing in his hand. "Oh? Let me try them on." Chenfong took the clothes, examined them carefully, and was immediately satisfied. The coat was a full-length, pullover style, complete with sleeves, and the workmanship looked quite exquisite. "Who are you with now?" Chenfong asked casually. "Chenli," Chenmo answered truthfully. "Good, with him, there will be fewer troubles." Chenfong nodded. In such an environment, if a woman loses her support, she has no choice but to find another man as a guarantee of survival. Here, good looks and beauty are worthless. Being able to eat is the only condition for survival. Just as the two were talking, Chenli rushed over, looking anxious. "Chief, the wandering tribe is here." "Oh? We've run into them so quickly?" Chenfong smiled. "Let's go take a look." In this land, no tribe would easily invite outsiders into their territory. Each tribe has its own secrets, and there is a deep sense of wariness between them. As for inviting someone to dinner, that's a luxury, as food is far too precious here. Upon seeing Chenfong, Kalu bowed respectfully. Kalu greets the young chieftain and warrior. It seems that people who travel between tribes year-round are indeed polite and knowledgeable. Chenfong couldn't help but praise. The two sat down on the ground, sizing each other up. "What good stuff do you have this time?" Chenfong asked first. "White, lots of stuff," Karu replied. White refers to salt. Chinshur had mentioned this before, and Chenfong remembered it vividly. "Anything else?" Chenfong pressed. Karu stood up and led Chenfong and Chenli to their temporary camp. Chenfong saw many young women and children, all expressionless, showing no reaction even when someone approached to examine them, as if they were already used to it all. Each of them had a leather bag beside them, the contents of which remained unknown. "You're leading so many people on your wanderings?" Chenfong asked curiously. According to Chinshur, Karu usually only had a few people with him, but this time he had more than a dozen. "My tribe only has 3 people over there. The others here were acquired through human exchange," Karu explained. "I see. How were they all exchanged?" Chenfong pressed. "I'd like to visit the Xia tribe, is that all right?" Karu then asked. "Of course." Chenfong didn't mind. In his view, some things couldn't be learned just by looking at them. The two arrived at the Xia tribe, and Karu was both curious and afraid when he saw the stove. "Is this heavenly fire? Your Xia tribe can control heavenly fire?" Karu asked excitedly. "Oh, this is just fire, not heavenly fire," Chenfong replied calmly. "What are they doing?" Karu asked, pointing to a group of women. "They're storing meat. Roasting it in the oven preserves it for a long time," Chenfong explained. "Store?" Karu heard this word for the first time. He remembered that when he last came to this tribe, they often didn't know where their next meal would come from, but now they were starting to store meat. "Chief, another basin has been successfully fired," Chen Mao rushed over to report. "Come, take me to see it," Chenfong responded. "May I go and take a look?" Karu asked tentatively. "Of course, this is no secret," Chenfong said without hesitation. The group went to the stove and saw a freshly fired earthenware pot. Chenfong stepped forward, touched it, and praised. "Not bad, even better than the last one." "Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I will continue to work hard," Chen Mao replied excitedly. "What is this? A container?" Karu stared at the pottery basin, his face full of curiosity. "Oh? You've seen it?" Chenfong asked. Kalu shook his head. "No. I've only seen containers made of stone, which are treasures in our tribe." He longed to own a pottery basin, but didn't know how to bring it up. Chenfong saw through his thoughts and asked, "You want it?" Karu nodded shyly. "Is that all right?" "Of course," Chenfong replied with a smile. "I wonder what Chief Karu will offer in exchange." "This?" Karu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Would 10 bags of white wine and all the people be acceptable? Chenfong glanced at the group of people. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest only 6, a total of 12, all emaciated. But he did indeed need a large population. With more people, he could accomplish more. Okay. Chenfong nodded. I'll give you 5 more bowls. If you have anything good in the future, remember to send it to me first. Really? Karu asked in surprise. Of course. Chenfong instructed Chen Mao to hand the 5 bowls to Kalu. After the transaction was completed, Kalu led Chenfong back to the temporary camp, while Chenli began to receive the people and salt. Karu introduced. This is Mina, my woman, and her 2 children. Chenfong nodded. You're living well, they look very healthy. Keratin felt ashamed. After all, the people he had given to Chenfong were all incredibly thin. What is this? Chenfong asked, looking at the stone in the child's hand. These are stones we picked up on a barren mountain. The kids like to play with them, so they collected a few. Karu explained. Can you tell me where you found these stones? Chenfong asked, his tone revealing excitement, though he tried to hide it. Karu pointed in a direction. 2 days' walk ahead leads to the barren mountains. Thank you, Chief Karu. Chenfong laughed. Do you have any other strange stones? Karu took the animal skin bag off the little boy and emptied its contents onto the ground. Among the pile of messy stones, there was something that Chenfong had never seen before. What's this? Chenfeng's eyes lit up. It was a chili pepper. Although it was quite large, it was undoubtedly a chili pepper. You can't eat this, it will give you a stomachache, Karu explained. The child likes this color, so we put it away. Where did you find it? Chenfong asked. About 5 days' journey, Karu replied. So far, Chenfong said with slight regret. How bull horns? Chenfong said, looking at the decorations on Mina's body. These? Mina took off 2 cow horns and handed them to Karu, who then handed them to Chenfong. Shall we exchange these? Chenfong asked. Can we exchange it for food? Karu asked in return. Of course, Chenfong replied with a smile. Then, how much can we exchange? Karu asked tentatively. This put Chenfong in a bit of a predicament, as there were no units of measurement here, and no way to set a price. All right, come with me. Chenfong led Karu into the tribe's cave. Take as much as you can, Chenfong said with a smile. He really wanted to recruit Karu, and to subdue such a person, he had to give him a significant shock. As soon as Karu entered the cave, he was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the meat and dried fish hanging everywhere. Is this all food? Yes, this is what we've stored for the winter, Chenfong replied calmly. The last time they were tallied, these reserves amounted to over 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 caddies, and now they probably exceed 20,000 jin, approximately 10,000 kilograms, with fish making up the majority. Chief Chenfong, can I really take whatever I want? Karu asked again to confirm. Of course. Seeing that Chenfong didn't seem to be joking, Karu immediately started grabbing the jerky with both hands. A few minutes later, Chenfong looked at Karu, who had already filled his bag to the brim, and asked with a smile. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied. Karu nodded repeatedly. To Chenfong, Karu had only taken a little over 30 jin, a quantity that wouldn't affect the tribe's overall reserves at all. Kalu knew perfectly well that even if he took more, Chenfong, the leader, probably wouldn't care. But Kalu wasn't satisfied with just this one deal. He longed to establish a long-term business relationship with Chenfong, and therefore understood that he must not be greedy. When they returned to the territory of the nomadic tribe, Karu was completely convinced of Chenfeng's abilities. He was surprised to find that Chenfeng's tribe not only had abundant food, but could even make exquisitely beautiful containers. Chenli, go and fetch Chenmo, Chenfong ordered. Yes, chief, Chenli replied crisply. Chenfong smiled and asked, Which tribes and places have you visited? Karu replied, I've traveled through more than a dozen tribes. The largest had a population of several hundred, and the smallest was about the size of yours. He added, Of course, none of them are as powerful as the Xia tribe. Many large tribes would plunder the resources of smaller tribes. Oh? Robbery? Chenfong repeated. So conflicts often break out between tribes? Karu shook his head and explained. It's not that often. It's mainly when the cold season is approaching that tribes that lack food will attack other tribes. The nearest tribe to your tribe is 5 days' journey away, so it's unlikely that anyone will come. What weapons do they usually use? Chenfong pressed. Wood, animal bones, and stone, Karu answered truthfully. He had genuinely acknowledged the Xia tribe's strength. Given the opportunity, he would be willing to join Chenfeng's tribe. Have you ever seen black stones? Chenfong suddenly asked, clearly interested in coal mines. Karu asked in confusion. What kind of black stones? It's like the one you gave me before, but darker. Chenfong tried his best to describe it, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After thinking for a moment, Karu replied, Follow this stream for 2 days, and there's a mountain with lots of those kinds of stones on it. That means it's downstream. Chenfong muttered to himself. Just then, Chenemo walked over and called out. Chief! Okay, teach her how to make fish soup, chicken soup, and beggar's chicken, Chenfong instructed. He turned to Karu and said with a smile, Chief Karu, thank you for the information. In return, I will have Chenemo teach you how to make delicious food. Thank you, Chief Chenfong, Karu said gratefully. Just as Chenfong was about to leave, Karu spoke again. Chief Chenfong, is there anything else? Chenfong turned around and asked. Could you teach me how to start a fire? Karu asked somewhat shyly. She'll teach you, Chenfong replied, pointing at Chenemo. Kalu looked at Chenemo, inwardly amazed. A woman who held no status in other tribes possessed so many survival skills in the Xia tribe. She was truly a treasure. Women in other tribes were always looked down upon, so Karu was amazed by the competence of the Xia tribe's women. She felt a deep longing for their abilities. Even Mina yearned for recognition, and her resolve began to waver, considering staying. Chenfeng's current information is as follows. The iron mine is located on the right side of the river, the coal mine is downstream, and the chili peppers require a 5-day journey upstream. He drew a rough route map on the ground. They were currently located at the confluence of a small river and a large river, about 2 kilometers apart. Above was east, below was west, left was south, and right was north. Looks like I'll have to go there myself, Chenfong thought to himself. Chunli asked curiously. Chief, what are you drawing? It's a route map. I plan to go out and take a look, Chenfong replied with a smile. Really? Take me with you? Chunli asked excitedly. Of course, you are the strongest warrior in our tribe, Chenfong replied with a smile. Chenfong knew perfectly well that while he could use some clever tricks, he was ultimately no match for absolute force. Therefore, he decided to make Chunli his personal bodyguard. Next, Chenfong continued making bows and arrows from the ox horns. With the preliminary steps completed, all that remained was to attach the ox horns. This step took him 3 days, and he finally finished 2 bows and arrows. He kept one for himself and planned to give the other to someone with talent. As for the arrows, Chenfong chose to use animal bones and teeth, which were then polished and fitted onto the arrowheads. The task of making the arrows was assigned to Chenemo, who spent 2 days completing 20 arrows. We still need many more, so continue making them whenever you have free time, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chenemo replied. Chenfong arrived at the cave entrance and instructed. Chunli, go and call all the able-bodied men here. Soon, a dozen men gathered at the cave entrance. Chenshur asked. Chief, what are your orders? Chenfong took out 2 bows and arrows and said, I'll give a demonstration first. Whoever performs the best gets the bow and arrow. Although everyone was not familiar with bows and arrows, the ones personally distributed by the leader were naturally good stuff, and everyone was eager to try. Chenfong drew his bow, aimed at a tree 100 paces away, and the arrow whistled out, hitting the tree trunk accurately. It can actually shoot this far. Chenfong was also surprised, but he also realized that the bow had a very high draw weight, and he could only draw it 10 times at most. Chenshur was eager to try. Chief, let me try. Chenfong handed the bow to Chenshur, who tried twice, hitting the target once and missing once. Afterwards, everyone took turns trying, but only Chenhu hit the target both times. This bow and arrow are yours from now on, Chenfong announced. You must concentrate on practicing archery. Yes, Chief. Chenhu nodded in agreement. Chen Lang's performance was also quite good, though slightly inferior. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get one. Everyone will get one in the future. It's just that the materials are limited right now, so we only made 2. Chenfong comforted him. The crowd cheered excitedly again, thanking their leader. All right, everyone go back to your own business, Chenfong said. Chen Shi, stay. Leader, is there anything you need? Chen Shi asked. I'm going out tomorrow. I'm leaving the tribe in your hands, Chenfong said. Chen Shi reminded him worriedly. Chief, the cold is coming soon. It's dangerous to go out at this time. Don't worry, it'll only be a few days. I'll definitely be back before it gets cold, Chenfong said with a smile. Since he couldn't stop him, Chen Shi could only nod. While I'm gone, organize people to collect as many tree trunks and pieces of wood as possible, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chen Shi replied. Afterwards, Chenfong collected a large amount of vines nearby and had Chen Mo weave 4 baskets and make a vine shield in case of emergencies. As the number of tribe members increased, the cave became increasingly crowded. Including the previous 12 people, there were now 46 people. Chen Mo, how many spare animal hides do you have? Chenfong asked. 12 or so, Chen Mo replied. Then give each person 1, Chenfong said. Distribute the food to them according to your standards as well. Yes, Chief, Chen Mo nodded. Chenfong wasn't being generous. He simply hoped these children wouldn't grow up to be skin and bones. Chen Mo, build a stove in the cave, make the chimney long, and run it from the innermost part to the outside. That way, we can keep warm in winter, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chen Mo replied. The 12 children, seeing the animal hides, meat, and fish soup brought by the women, treatment they had never received in their original tribe, almost couldn't believe it was real. They looked at each other, hesitant and uncertain. Chenfong looked at them and said, From now on, this will be your home. The children looked at Chenfong blankly. Chen Mo explained from the side. Chief, each tribe speaks a different language, and they can't understand what you're saying. Then I'll leave it to you. Teach them Chinese characters and the Chinese language as soon as possible, Chenfong said. At dawn, the soft sunlight bathed the earth, bringing warmth and vitality to this primitive world. Chenfong, Chenli, Chenhu, and Chenlang packed their belongings and left the Xiao tribe with high spirits, embarking on their journey northward. Karu watched Chenfeng's retreating figure, murmuring softly, He's a good leader. We should be going too, Karu said to those around him. Are we really leaving? Mina's eyes flashed with reluctance. Do you want to stay? Karu asked, looking at her. If you leave, I'll leave too. Mina's gaze was firm, her tone unwavering. Karu sighed helplessly. I know you don't want to live a nomadic life anymore, but we can't stay for now. What he didn't voice was his concern about Chenfeng's young age. Whether a young leader could guide the tribe toward a true future remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Chenfong and his group slowly made their way north along the stream. Chenlang led the way, carefully scouting the area, while Chenhu followed closely behind, protecting him. Chenli stayed by Chenfeng's side at all times, ensuring his safety. Along the way, they used their bows and arrows to successfully hunt down several large birds, each weighing more than 10 kilograms, which became their precious food source. Snakes are frequently seen in this area, so the group proceeded with extreme caution, carefully exploring the area. Along the way, they frequently left conspicuous marks by the roadside to avoid getting lost. Chief, it's getting dark. Should we find a place to rest? Chenli asked. Sure, let's see if there's a suitable place around. Chenfong nodded in response. We usually sleep in the trees at night, Chenli added. Then let's light a fire and eat something first, then we can go up the tree, Chenfong replied with a smile. Chenfong started a fire. His movements were practiced and skillful, deftly manipulating the branches and dry grass. Soon, flames leaped up. Chenli and Chenlang quickly processed the bird meat, their movements efficient. Chenhu vigilantly observed their surroundings to ensure safety. The group had a clear division of labor and worked together seamlessly. Chief, look what this is, Chenli asked, pointing to something inside the bird's innards as he processed the bird meat. Chenfong leaned closer to examine it, and after confirming, exclaimed with delight. This is rice? These grains of rice were enormous, more than twice the size of rice from his previous life. He took out a grain and tasted it carefully, The taste was exactly as he remembered. It was indeed rice. As long as there's rice, we'll definitely be able to find a source. Chenfong felt a strong sense of anticipation. However, he knew very little about the eating habits of birds and could only ask Karu for advice when he got back. Alright, let's continue processing the bird meat, Chenfong said, shaking his head helplessly. After everyone had their fill, they chose a sturdy tree, climbed up it, and tied themselves securely to the trunk with ropes to prevent falling in their sleep. Chief, what are we looking for those black stones for? Chenli asked curiously, leaning against a tree branch. The black stones are iron ore, which can be used to make powerful weapons, Chenfong explained patiently. Is it more powerful than a bow and arrow? Chenli pressed. Each has its own merits. Iron can not only be used to cut down trees, but also to forge all sorts of practical tools, Chenfong said. Can you make a stone axe? Chenli continued to ask. Chenfong couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Chenli wasn't entirely incapable of thinking. If I can't make a stone axe, I can make an iron axe, he replied with a smile. As the two were talking, a sudden noise came from under the tree. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It's a pack of wolves, Chenhu whispered, trying to warn them. How could there be a pack of wolves here? Chenfong asked, puzzled. I don't know, Chenhu replied. They seem to be fleeing for their lives. He added. What kind of ferocious beast could make a pack of wolves flee? Chenfong was completely baffled. A few minutes later, the figures chasing the wolf pack appeared. Although it was late at night, the group could still vaguely make out the appearance of the newcomers. It's a toothed tiger, Chenlang said in a low voice. It was a ferocious beast with two long, incredibly sharp fangs in its mouth, seemingly capable of tearing apart any prey in the world. Chenfong saw the pair of fangs and estimated them to be at least 20 centimeters long. Three-toothed tigers! Chenhu exclaimed in a low voice. The wolf pack suddenly stopped fleeing and instead turned around, surrounding the three-toothed tigers. There were about 20 wolves, looking menacing. Look at that biggest wolf, it's carrying a tiger cub in its mouth, Chenhu observed keenly. It seems the wolf pack stole the cub, attracting the pursuit, Chenfong guessed. They've even resorted to cunning. Chief, what's the plan? Chenli asked curiously. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Chenfong replied indifferently. Under the tree, three-toothed tigers formed a triangular defensive formation. The Wolf King threw his cubs to the ground, roared at the three tigers, and then more than 20 wolves launched an attack from all sides. In the first clash, 3 wolves were torn to pieces by the tigers. But the remaining wolves were fearless and attacked frantically. Chief, they're fighting over territory, Chenhu analyzed. How so? Chenfong pressed. I guess these wolves have their eyes on the tiger's den and want to take it over for the winter, Chenhu explained. I see. Chenfong seemed to understand. Should we help? Chenli suddenly asked. Chenfong observed the situation. 7 wolves had already died, and the tiger was also badly wounded. Although it was still fighting hard, defeat was imminent. Wait a moment, Chenfong replied cautiously. He knew that making a move now would be pointless. Waiting to reap the benefits was the best option. The furs on the ground were all rare treasures. An hour later, all 3 tigers were dead, and the wolf pack was reduced to only 10 wolves and their alpha. Attack! Chenfong was the first to raise his bow, aim at the wolf alpha, and fire an arrow. Chenhu followed closely behind and fired an arrow as well. The Wolf King was unusually alert, nimbly dodging the attack, and then roared angrily. Damn it, I missed! Chenfong cursed under his breath. Chenhu shot 1 wolf, then fired a second arrow. Chenfong aimed at the Wolf King again, but it dodged the arrow once more. Forget it, this Wolf King is too agile. I'll shoot the smaller ones first, Chenfong said helplessly. However, when he drew his bow again, the wolf pack had already begun to scatter. Chief, they seem to have retreated, Chenhu said. Chenfong saw the Wolf King let out a low growl and quietly leave with the remaining wolves, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Really retreated? It's probably true. They're just trying to take over territory. They won't fight us head-on, Chenhu analyzed. Don't come down from the tree yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Chenfong decided cautiously. He was worried that the wolf pack might still be lying in ambush, and if they launched a surprise attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chenlang, go back to the tribe now and tell Chenshi to bring men to collect these corpses, Chenfong ordered. Yes, Chief! Chenlang accepted the order, quickly slid down the tree, and hurried towards the tribe. Chenfong continued to look around, and after confirming there were no traces of wolves, he said, Chenli, you keep watch. Chenhu and I will rest first, and I'll take over for the second half of the night. Yes, leader, Chenli responded. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across the forest. Chenfong and the others climbed down from the trees to examine the carcasses of the wolves and the tiger. How could these beasts be so enormous? Chenfong exclaimed inwardly. One wolf was 2 meters long and weighed 400 or 500 kilograms. The 3 tigers were even more than 3 meters long and weighed over 1,000 kilograms. The 12 wolves and 3 tigers lay silently on the ground, as if recounting the fierce battle of the previous night. Chief, that tiger cub seems to still be alive, Chenhu reminded them. Chenfong stared at the 2 deep teeth marks on the tiger cub's body and immediately recognized them as the marks left by the Wolf King. After searching around for a while, he actually found the hemostatic herb Panax noto ginseng. After picking one, he carefully rubbed it with his hands, then gently applied it to the 2 tooth marks. Whether you live or not depends on your fate, he said softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Seemingly understanding Chenfeng's words, the toothed tiger cub slowly opened its little eyes, looked at him, and even blinked. Chenfong gently stroked its head, then stood up and walked towards the huge toothed tiger carcass not far away. This tiger's fur is really nice. It would be warm to wear, he said with a smile. Chenhu, who was standing next to him, also chimed in. Chief, the tiger is the king of the forest. Wearing its fur would earn you respect in any tribe. Oh? Is that so? Chenfong smiled and looked at him with interest. Yes, the old chief once said that very few people can hunt a toothed tiger. Even if someone tries, it would require a large number of tribesmen to hunt it together to succeed, Chenhu explained. I see. Chenfong nodded slightly. Then, he instructed. You 2 go and find someone nearby. After Chenshi brings his men over, we can use this wood to drag the body back. Yes, Chief, the 2 replied in unison. Then, Chenfong returned to the tiger cub's side, sat down, and quietly waited for Chenshi and the others to arrive. The sun was high overhead, its scorching rays bathing the earth. Chenfong faintly heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. It's Chenshi and the others! Chenli shouted excitedly. After the 2 sides met, Chenshi stared at the enormous carcasses of the tiger and wolf on the ground, speechless with shock. The tribe had always avoided these 2 ferocious carnivores, and now seeing so many of their corpses lying before him was a visually overwhelming experience. Although Chenlang had given them a brief account along the way, witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than words could describe. All right, you guys figure out a way to transport the tiger and wolf carcasses back to the tribe and handle them properly, especially the pelts. Make sure they're intact, Chenfong instructed calmly. Yes, Chief, Chenshi replied hastily. Because Chenlang hadn't rested for a day and a night, he hadn't come along this time, and Chenfong simply nodded in response. I understand, I'll leave this to you. He glanced at the tiger cub again and instructed. Take this little guy back and take good care of him. Apply this herb to his wounds once a day. Yes, Chief. Chenshi nodded in agreement. In truth, he still felt some resistance. After all, in his mind, animals were of no use other than for eating meat. Meanwhile, Chenfong, along with Chenli and Chenhu, continued their journey towards the iron mine. Chenshi, meanwhile, spent a day and a night leading 10 men to painstakingly transport the carcasses of the tiger and wolf back to the tribe. When Karu saw the enormous carcass of the toothed tiger, he was utterly shocked. He had traveled to many tribes, but had never seen anyone successfully hunt a toothed tiger. Yet the Xia tribe had not only hunted 1, but 3 in one go, and even more terrifyingly, 10 wolves were also caught. Karu, he's really strong! Mina exclaimed. It's beyond just strong, he's practically a chosen one, Karu sincerely praised. I want to join the Xia tribe. Really? Mina asked, somewhat surprised. 2 days later, Chenfong stood at the foot of a mountain, gazing at the rolling hills, his expression filled with excitement. Chief, there are black stones everywhere here, so many! Dolly couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, there's too much. Chenfong was equally excited, because he knew that these black stones were precious iron ore. Chief, should we transport them back? Dolly asked. Of course, that's why we're here, Chenfong said firmly. He tried using a basket woven from vines to hold the ore, but it held too little, which dissatisfied him. Looking at the stream not far away, he suddenly had an idea: to make a raft. Chinli, you two go find some wood, the bigger the better, the more the better, he immediately ordered. Yes. The two quickly left. Chenfong then began collecting vines nearby, intending to use them to secure the wood. Several hours later, the wood and vines were ready. Chenfong instructed the two men to neatly arrange the logs and then secure them tightly with vines. A raft, 2 meters wide and over 4 meters long, was thus completed. Very good, now load the iron ore onto the boat, Chenfong said with a smile. Can it really float? Chunli was still somewhat skeptical. Of course it can. Come on, push the raft into the water, Chenfong said. The three of them worked together to push the raft into the river, and then Chenfong used vines to tie one end of it to a large tree on the bank to prevent it from drifting away. Then, they kept loading iron ore onto the raft in baskets until late at night, when the three of them collapsed on the ground, exhausted. They took out the dried fish and dried meat they had brought with them to eat, and drank river water when they were thirsty. The three fell into a deep sleep. When they opened their eyes again, they found that there were many more people around them, each holding a wooden stick. These people were dressed the same as when they first arrived, wearing only animal skins. Chief, we're surrounded by other tribes, Dolly said anxiously. I'm not blind, I can see, Chenfong replied with a hint of amusement amidst his helplessness. Among the crowd, a man clad in a distinctive animal skin was carefully examining the baskets they were using. Judging from his attire, he held a high position in the tribe. This is your baby? The man asked, gesturing as he spoke in broken English. Although Chenfong understood what they meant, he was too lazy to respond, so he instructed Chenhu to communicate with them. Chenhu, go and talk to them, and see what they're up to. After gesturing with the man for a long time, Chenhu returned to Chenfeng's side. Chief, they are hunters from the Red Mountain tribe who happen to be hunting here. His name is Gua, and he is the captain of the Red Mountain tribe's hunting team. Oh? So you mean they meant no harm? Chenfong asked. Chenhu nodded in confirmation. Yes. Then keep asking. See how many people are in their tribe, where they are, and if they need any help, Chenfong said calmly. He didn't really want to help them. It was just that this was where the iron mine was located, and he would definitely be coming here often in the future. The presence of a tribe nearby made him uneasy. After communicating again, Chenhu returned and reported. Chief, their tribe is less than half a day's journey from here, with about 100 people. They want some food. Oh? Food? Chenfong muttered to himself. Since the other party has a need, then it's easier to negotiate. Tell them that if they help us transport these black stones to the tribe, we'll give them a wolf, Chenfong decided decisively. After communication, Gua agreed to the exchange. Both sides reached a consensus after learning the locations of their respective tribes. Chenfong left 2 baskets behind and led Chenli and Chenhu towards the river. Since there were no oars, the raft had to be pulled by manpower. Chenfong swam to the other side, grabbed onto the vines, and Chenli assisted from the opposite bank. The two took turns pulling, while Chenhu kept watch to ensure safety. 4 days later, they finally dragged the rafts loaded with iron ore to the vicinity of the tribe, where Chinshi and his men had been waiting for a long time. Unload these iron ore, Chenfong said wearily. The journey had been arduous, with almost no rest, and they had endured wind and rain. Back in the cave, Chenfong collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't open his eyes until noon the next day. So hungry, he murmured. A 12-year-old girl was by his side. Upon hearing him say he was hungry, she immediately got up and left the cave. A short while later, the girl returned with a bowl of hot food. Chief, eat, she said, offering the food. What's your name? Chenfong asked. Chinyu, the girl replied softly. While chatting with her, Chenfong ate heartily, drinking 5 bowls of fish soup and eating a pound of dried meat in one go. Chapter 11 Red Mountain Tribe. As Chenfong stepped out of the cave, he immediately saw the iron ore that had been unloaded at the cave entrance, piled up like a mountain, weighing at least 2 tons. I wonder how much iron we can get, Chenfong wondered to himself. Chief Karu, the chief of the wandering tribe, is looking for you, Chunli said as he saw Chenfong emerge from the cave. Oh? He hasn't left yet? Chenfong asked, full of curiosity. No, he's always been near our tribe, Chunli said. Let's go take a look, Chenfong said with a smile. We arrived at the location of the nomadic tribe. Chief Chenfong, hello? Kalu said very politely. Karu, just say what's on your mind, Chenfong asked with a smile. I want to join the Xia tribe, Karu stammered. Oh? I've heard my father say that many tribes invited you, but you didn't accept. Why would you want to join my tribe? Chenfong asked with interest. Chief Chenfong, you have shown me a powerful tribe that is rising, and I long to become a part of this tribe, Kalu said sincerely. Oh? Is the powerful tribe you're talking about our Xia tribe? Chenfong asked with a smile. Yes, Karu said firmly. Joining isn't out of the question, but you'll still need to go out and travel among the various tribes, Chenfong said with a smile. Absolutely, I love this kind of life, Karu said. All right then, since you've joined my tribe, you're one of us now. I'll bestow a surname upon you, and your family can use this surname from now on, Chenfong said with a smile. Karu knew the surname. He had heard it mentioned by people in his tribe near the Xia tribe, which was a great honor. Thank you, Chief, Karu said gratefully. Since you like to travel around and tinker with things, let's use Shang as your surname, Chenfong said with a smile. From now on, you will be Shang Lu. Yes, Chief, Shang Lu quickly replied with gratitude. Let's go, take your family, and we'll go back to the tribe, Chenfong said with a smile. After returning to the tribe, Chunli made proper arrangements for Shang Lu and the other 3. Chenemo appeared beside Chenfong at some point and said, Chief, all the animal hides have been processed. How should they be distributed? After pondering for a long time, Chenfong said, I will take the 3 tiger pelts, and you, Chenshi. The wolf pelts are for Chenshi. Let him decide which one to reward the bravest warrior. Chief, women cannot possess such a precious tiger skin, Chenemo refused. All right, just accept it as I say. I don't like people who are all talk and no action, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenemo nodded and said, Yes, Chief. If you feel embarrassed, then you should promote the use of Chinese language and characters as soon as possible, Chenfong said again. I will try my best, Chenemo nodded and said. What's the deal with Chenyu? Chenfong asked. She's the woman we brought back before. She's very smart, so we assigned her to the leader's side to take care of his daily life, Chenemo replied. All right, I understand. Go ahead and get busy, Chenfong said calmly. It seems that Chenemo not only learned Chinese characters, but also understood many interesting things from them. Chenfong muttered to himself. Chief, what are you saying? Chunli asked. It's nothing, you've come at the perfect time. Get a few people over and set up a blast furnace, Chenfong said. Yes, Chief, Chunli said with a smile. Chenfong went into the cave and found some good rabbit skins to make a bellows so that the fire could burn brighter. For the next few days, Chenfong was basically busy with the blast furnace. He used all available people and they were all busy with the blast furnace. It's snowing. Chenfong looked at the snow falling from the sky and said calmly, It's snowing. Chief, it's snowing, Chunli said as he approached Chenfong. I saw it. Chenfong shook his head and said, Let's pack up and go into the cave. It seems we'll have to wait until winter is over to talk about the iron. Everyone busied themselves tidying up the things outside, and all the items that had been burned were also taken into the cave. The entrance to the cave was blocked by the wood that Chenfong had prepared in advance, leaving only a narrow space for one person to pass through. Inside the cave, Chenemo had already lit the stove he had set up, maintaining the temperature at around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. The cold weather will last for a long time, so we should use this time to learn Chinese characters and the Chinese language. From today onwards, we must communicate in Chinese. Did everyone hear that? Chenfong shouted loudly. Yes, leader, the crowd replied in unison. Very good. Many people have learned some Chinese characters and language. Let's exchange ideas more in the future. Chenfong continued. Next, I'm going to tell you about numbers, weights, and days. Chief, a lot of people from the Red Mountain tribe have arrived. Chenshi interrupted. Oh? Why are they here? Chenfong asked curiously. Look, they're all carrying a basket on their backs, filled with iron ore that the chief brought back last time, Chenshi said. Oh? So they're delivering iron ore? Chenfong said with a smile. Let's go out and take a look. A dozen or so adult men followed behind Chenfong, each holding a stone axe. It seems they are very vigilant, Chenfong thought to himself. Chenhu, go and talk to them, ask them how much they brought, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenhu walked to the opposite side of Goa, stopped a meter away, and began to gesture. Chenfong could roughly understand what they were talking about. A dozen minutes later, Chenhu approached Chenfong and said, Chief, they said you promised them that if you brought black stones, you could exchange them for a wolf, so they brought a lot of stones. More than 30 people, each of them brought about 70-odd jin, 35 kilograms, which adds up to about a ton. Chenfong estimated. All right, Chenshi, go to the cave and get them some of the wolf meat that hasn't been dried yet, Chenfong ordered. Yes, Chenshi replied. Chief, they also want to change the way they make stone axes, Chenhu said. Oh? Chenfong walked over to Goa and gestured. You want the method for using the stone axe? Goa gestured and said, Yes. Chief, I speak their language, Shan Lu said as he walked to Chenfeng's side. Oh? How could I have forgotten you? Chenfong said with a smile. You frequently visit various tribes, so you should know about them. Yes, Karu? Goa asked in surprise. My name is Shan Lu now, Shan Lu explained. Okay, you joined the tribe? Goa asked in surprise. Yes, I am now a member of the Xia tribe, Shan Lu said with a smile. Shan Lu, tell him that if he wants the method to obtain the stone axe, he must offer something of value in exchange, Chenfong said calmly. After communicating for a long time, Shan Lu said, Chief, they don't know what you want, and they have nothing of value to exchange for it. Isn't this just getting something for free? Chenfong said helplessly. Make them give us 20 children in exchange, aged 10 to 12. Shan Lu approached Goa again and relayed Chenfeng's request. Not long after, Shan Lu returned to Chenfeng's side and nodded, saying, He said he wants to go back to the tribe and discuss it with the chief. At this moment, Chenshi also came up to Chenfong carrying the meat and said, Chief, the meat is here. Shan Lu, you should trade with them, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong returned to the cave. He didn't know how long this winter would last, and he couldn't keep studying forever. Chapter 12 Winter goes and spring comes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the cave and fell on Chenfeng's face. After getting up, he made a series of important decisions. First, there should be 3 meals a day from now on, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Second, everyone should learn at least 5 Chinese characters every day. Third, every afternoon and evening, the iron ore had to be crushed with stones. Fourth, women must cover their upper and lower body parts. Fifth, the generational hierarchy must be clearly defined. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, besides studying hard, everyone spent their time smashing iron ore with stones or searching for wood to start a fire. The snow in the sky finally stopped, but the weather was still very cold. The entire tribe has mastered the Chinese language, but not many people have been able to fully learn Chinese characters. Chenfong felt that the results were already quite good, and that learning Chinese characters could be done gradually. Chief, 10 taels make 1 jin, 2,000 jin make 1 ton, and what comes after ton? Shan Lu asked earnestly. The number after ton is 1,000 tons. You don't need this for now. Once we have iron, I'll make you a scale, Chenfong replied with a smile. And what is a title? Shan Lu asked curiously again. It's a tool for measuring weight, Chenfong explained patiently. You can use this method to exchange things for them from now on. Chief, what comes after 100? Chenfong asked with great interest. Oh? You've already learned 100? Chenfong asked in surprise. Yes, I can count to 99 now, Chenfong said happily. After 100 comes 1,000, after 1,000 comes 10,000, and after 10,000 comes 100,000. Chenfong answered in detail. Chief, the cold weather is about to pass. Shouldn't we go out hunting? Many animals will come out at this time, Chenfong said. Are we out of food? Chenfong asked. There are still many, but we really want to go hunting. We've been idle for too long, Chenfong said. All right, be careful, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong looked at the more than 3 tons of iron ore that had been completely crushed and knew that it was time to start smelting iron. Chenli, Chenmo, you two take everyone out to find wood, the more the better, Chenfong ordered. Yes, Chief, the two replied in unison. Chief, it's time for me to go out, Shanlu said. Isn't this too early? There's still so much snow outside, Chenfong said. It probably wouldn't have worked before, but this time I plan to only bring my son. Mina and my daughter can stay in the tribe, Shanlu said. Fine, if you want to go out, then go. Chenfong didn't try to stop him any further. I'll have Chenhu and Chenlang go with you, that way they can protect you, Chenfong said with a smile. This isn't a good idea, Shanlu said. Now that you are one of my people, your safety must be guaranteed, Chenfong said with a serious expression. Thank you, Chief, Shanlu said gratefully. Chen Mao, come here, Chenfong called out. Chief, what's the matter? Chen Mao asked hurriedly. How much ceramics did you fire? Chenfong asked. There are over 100 extra ceramic bowls, 11 basins, and 7 kettles, Chen Mao replied. Shan Lu, take these things and exchange them for some people, the more the better, as well as some strange stones and some strange plants, and some rice and fruit that I told you about, Chenfong said. Shan Lu asked excitedly. Can we really exchange ceramics for things? Alright, stop looking like you've never seen anything like this before, Chenfong said with a smile. Don't embarrass the Xia tribe. Be tough wherever you go. Yes, Chief, Shan Lu will not bring shame to the Xia tribe, Shan Lu said firmly. Alright, after you're reunited with your family, see which day you're ready to set off, Chenfong said with a smile. Dolly, find a log, I need it, Chenfong ordered. Before long, Chenli brought a huge log to Chenfong. Chenfong looked at the log and couldn't help but feel a headache. The log was too big, and it would be quite difficult to grind it into a wheel. Chenli, use the stone axe to cut both sides of the wood flat for me, don't ruin it, Chenfong said with a smile. Yes, Chief, Chenli nodded. Chenfong wanted to build Shanglu a wheelbarrow, which would make things much easier. Life without iron is really tough, Chenfong said helplessly. Chief, all the bows and arrows made of wolf sinew are ready for use, Chenemo reported. Okay, distribute them all, Chenfong nodded. Chief, how should we distribute the bows and arrows made of tiger tendons? Chenemo asked again. Give one to Chenshi, one to Chenli, and the last one to me. Give my bow to Chintian, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chenemo reported. After winter began, Chenfong had the women make all the wolf and tiger sinews into bows and arrows, and it wasn't finished until now. Chenfong had made 2 bows himself before, and later he made bows from the sinews of 12 wolves and 3 tigers, making a total of 17 bows. Chief, can I really have the toothed tiger bow? Chenli asked, his face flushed with excitement. Of course, but if you don't practice hard, I'll take it back, Chenfong said calmly. Don't worry, leader, I will definitely do my best. Chenli nodded vigorously. In total, there are 14 adult males in the tribe, including Chenfong, and 3 unused bows and arrows. Chenli, go tell Chenshi to teach the children how to draw a bow when he has free time, and give the 3 extra bows and arrows to the children to practice with, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chenli nodded. Forget it, Chenli ran away, I'll just make the wheels myself. Helpless, Chenfong squatted down and began chopping off the excess parts with his stone axe. Chenshi was overjoyed to receive the bow and arrows, since he hadn't gotten them the first time. The leader also said that you should teach the children to draw a bow and shoot arrows whenever you have free time, Chenli said. I understand, Chenshur nodded. You got the toothed tiger bow too? Chenli laughed and said, Yes. Practice hard, don't embarrass the leader. You are here to protect the leader, Chenshur said with a serious expression. Yes, Captain, Chenli replied solemnly. The next day, Shang Lu, along with his son Chen Lang and Chen Hu, prepared to set off. Chenfong pushed the small cart he had made while staying up all night. Although it was simple, it was at least much more convenient than carrying things. This is a small cart I made. You can put your goods on it and push it, Chenfong said. Shang Lu looked at the little cart with great affection. Shang Lu, the tribe needs a lot of salt. You must send back a batch within 2 months, Chenfong continued. Don't worry, Chief, there's a lake to the north with lots of salt in it, Shang Lu said. That's good. Be careful on the way, Chenfong reminded him. During the winter, Shang Lu told Chenfong a lot about things happening outside. Based on Shang Lu's account and his own analysis, Chenfong finally determined the time frame to be 30 hours per day, 30 days per month, and 14 months per year. Every month, the 2 months overlap, which is easy to calculate. In the 14th month, the weather becomes very mild, and Chenfong designated this day as spring. Spring and summer are defined as 8 months, and autumn and winter as 6 months. With Shang Lu gone, Chenfong also began working on iron smelting, a task that could not be delayed. Chapter 13. The iron is out. 10 days later, Chenfong stood intently beside the 3-meter-tall blast furnace, surrounded by piles of wood. As Dolly beside him threw the torch into the furnace without hesitation, the first batch of charcoal production officially began. Ordinary wood cannot generate enough heat for iron smelting, and there are no coal mines available now. Only the heat generated by burning charcoal is sufficient to support iron smelting. Therefore, Chenfeng's first priority is to obtain charcoal. Chief, the Red Mountain tribe is here again, Chinjiala said breathlessly as he ran up. Oh? How many people came? Chenfong asked. More than 50 people, men and women, Chinjiala replied. Let's go take a look, Chenli, Chenfong said with a smile. In an open space, a large number of people from the Hongshan tribe arrived. Everyone looked pale and thin, as if they were malnourished. Looks like they had a tough winter, Chenfong said with a smile. Chief, we've always done it this way, Chenli sighed helplessly. Chief Xia. Gua bowed respectfully. Chenfong nodded slightly and said, What are you going to exchange this time? Chenfong observed that this time they not only had more people than last time, but also more baskets, and brought a considerable amount of iron ore. Chief Xia, I'd like to exchange the stone axe making method and some meat, Gua replied. Of course, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenli, go tell Chenemo to prepare fish soup and meat to entertain our guests from afar. Chenfong did this because he couldn't bear to see them so emaciated. Most importantly, taking advantage of their current hunger is the perfect opportunity to win them over. Yes, Chief! Chenli nodded in response, then turned and left. After Chenli left, Gua spoke up. Chief Xia, is this all right? Since you've come, you're my guests, so naturally I'll treat you well, Chenfong said with a smile. Before long, Chenemo, along with a dozen women and a dozen earthenware pots, started a fire to prepare fish soup and chicken soup. Gua had seen fire before. He knew that lightning striking a tree would create fire, and he also knew that fire could be used to roast meat. However, after each fire went out, they could only wait for the next lightning strike to bring a new fire. Seeing that the Xia tribe can actually start a fire on their own, I am once again deeply shocked. Chief Xia, can we exchange this? Gua asked, pointing at the fire. This is yours for free, Chenfong said with a smile. Really? Gua could hardly believe his ears. Really? Chenfong said with a smile. An hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and began to trade. 20 children aged 10 to 12, 8 boys and 12 girls, exchanged for the method of making stone axes. The iron ore was exchanged for nearly 500 kilograms of meat. After the children were taken in by Chenemo, he distributed animal skins and bowls to them in front of Gua and the others. After Goa used the bowl, he also wanted to exchange it, but Chenfong only had people and could not exchange any more people. After all, the tribe also needed to develop. If you really like the bowl, we can exchange it in another way, Chenfong said with a smile. Really? Goa asked excitedly. Of course, Chenfong said with a smile. How about you exchange 5 baskets of iron ore for 1 bowl? Goa fell silent. Each time they came, it took them 3 days. Although time itself wasn't valuable, they still needed to hunt for their tribe and couldn't deliver ore every day. Chief Xia, I will consider it, Goa said. Okay, once you've thought it over, remember to let me know. This time, I'll just give you a bowl and a basin as a gift, Chenfong said generously. Thank you, Chief Xia, Goa exclaimed excitedly. Chenfeng's idea was simple. As long as they let their leader take the bowls and basins back to use, he would definitely be willing to work for him in exchange for ceramics after using them. After Goa left, Chenfong saw the population steadily increasing and decided to build houses. Now that we have a population of 70, we can do even more. Chenfong arrived at Chen Mao's territory and saw him directing people to fire ceramics. He called out, Chen Mao, come here. Chief, what is it? Chen Mao hurriedly replied. You need to build a bigger furnace, and I'll teach you how to fire blue bricks, Chenfong said. Chief, is there something new to be made? Chen Mao asked excitedly. Chenfong explained in detail his plan to fire blue bricks, how to fire them, and the necessary kiln and other related matters. Chen Mao quickly understood. Chief, give me time, I'm sure I can make it, Chen Mao said confidently. Okay, then it's up to you. All men and women over 10 years old are under your command, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong only taught him theoretical knowledge, which Chen Mao needed to verify through practice, a process that was not easy. After all, Chenfong wasn't omnipotent. Apart from his own half-understood theories, Chen Mao had to figure everything out on his own. 5 days later, the charcoal was finished, weighing about 5 or 6 tons. On this planet, there is no shortage of wood, but it all needs to be collected. If you have an axe, there are so many trees nearby, you can chop them down and use them all. Moreover, the trees here are hundreds or even thousands of years old, and no one has cut them down, so they can grow freely. The next step is to smelt the iron ore. It has already been ground up, and now all that's needed is to put it into the blast furnace and smelt it to extract the iron. This process lasted a month, first extracting iron from the iron ore. Chief, is this iron? Chenli asked, looking at the granular iron. Yes, but it's not completely finished yet, it still needs further processing, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong was also excited to see the iron. He was just one step away from making what he wanted. The next step is to prepare molten iron. Chenfong had already instructed Chen Mao to make many containers and molds needed for iron smelting. For example, carpenters need tools and rulers to measure dimensions, as well as saws and axes for felling trees, and most importantly, hammers for blacksmithing. Chenfong needed to make too many things: nails, hammers, and weapons. Although the iron contained many impurities, it was sufficient for Chenfeng's needs. Chenfong estimated that it could produce about 2,000 caddies of iron. Chief, the molten iron has been produced! Chen Tian shouted. Quick, get the mold! Chenfong shouted. The iron blocks were quickly formed. Chenfong looked at the iron blocks with joy in his heart. He knew that he could do more things, and he could even eat stir-fried dishes. Yes, the pot! Chenfong suddenly stopped thinking and said. Chenfong arrived at Chen Mao's firing workshop and shouted, Chen Mao, hurry up, make me a mold that's about the size of a basin, with a rounded bottom. Yes, Chief! Chen Mao picked up his tools and began making a mold. Chen Mao was already very skilled at making molds, and Chenfong saw the molds a little over 2 hours later. Chenli, Chen Mao, carry the mold over to the furnace, Chenfong ordered. The mold was brought to the iron furnace, and as the molten iron was poured in, Chenfong showed a satisfied smile. Chief, what is this thing for? Chenli asked. You'll see soon enough, Chenfong said with a smile. Chief, the hammers you requested have been made. There are 2 types, a small hammer and a large hammer, Chen Tian reported. Chenfong looked at the iron hammers. The smaller ones weighed about 10 pounds, while the larger ones weighed more than 30 pounds. When the mold was made, a hole was specially made in the middle for attaching the handle. Not bad, make another set, we'll need it a lot later, Chenfong said with a smile. Yes, Chief. Chintian nodded. Chief, some of the tools you requested don't have molds and need to be forged, Chintian reported. Chintian, I've given you the theories, ideas, and the molds. You need to learn to use your brain, Chenfong said. Yes, leader, I know what to do, Chintian replied. After the pot cooled down, Chenfong ignored the others and led Chinli toward the cave entrance. Chenmo, come here, Chenfong called out. Leader, Chenmo said respectfully. I'll teach you a new way to cook, Chenfong said with a smile. Chinli, go find some stones, and then make a small stove according to the size of this pot. Chinli worked quickly and finished in half an hour. Chenfong put the pot on the stove, and then heated the oil in it. The oil was extracted from the fattest parts of the animals. Then a piece of dried meat was thrown into the pot. Didn't you cut this piece of meat? Chenfong said helplessly as he watched a whole piece of meat being thrown into the pot. What is cut? Chenmo asked, looking puzzled. Chapter 14 The Danger of Qianhu. Forget it, we won't get any hot food today. Maybe tomorrow. Chenfong sighed helplessly. It seems I'll need to make a set of kitchen utensils too. Chenfeng's initial excitement came quickly. He found Chintian and told him what he wanted. Chief, should we make kitchen utensils or tools on the spot? Chintian asked somewhat helplessly. You decide what to do, there's enough iron. Chenfong shook his head helplessly. Where is Chenshi? Chenfong asked. He went hunting with his men, Chinli replied. When he comes back, tell him to come find me, Chenfong ordered. Chenfong picked up a hammer and began hammering a red-hot iron block next to the furnace. He was going to forge a knife for himself. After an afternoon, Chenfong had forged a 1-meter-long machete for himself. Chintian watched Chenfeng's actions intently, carefully memorizing them. Next came the sharpening of the blade. Chenfong repeatedly sharpened it on the stone until the blade was fully revealed. Chief, is this the knife? Chintian asked curiously. Chenfong found a small tree, gripped the knife with both hands, and chopped down hard. With a crack, the sapling instantly split in two. The onlookers gasped and gasped in surprise. Chief, is my axe this sharp too? Chinli asked. It should be even sharper than this knife, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong wasn't lying. The axe he made for Chinli wasn't an ordinary wood-chopping axe, but a broad-bladed axe weighing a full 60 jin, approximately 30 kilograms. With one swing of the axe, a person could very well be cleaved in two. Upon hearing this, Chinli looked at Chintian with shining eyes and asked, Where's my axe? Brother Chinli, your axe hasn't been sharpened yet. If you're in a hurry, you can take it and sharpen it yourself, Chintian said helplessly. On the first day of production, Chintian was so busy that he didn't have time to sharpen his knife. Where is it? Quick, take me to get it. Chinli pulled Chintian away in a hurry. Chenfong returned to the cave, found a piece of animal hide, and carefully wrapped it around his knife. Chenmo entered the cave and said, Chief, the day for the gathering of the 1,000 lakes is fast approaching. What 1,000 lakes? Chenfeng asked. Has the chief forgotten? Every year, many tribes gather at 1,000 lakes for trade and mating, Chenmo explained. Mating? Chenfong couldn't help but repeat the word when he heard it. It's not that Chenfong is lecherous, it's just that this word makes people think too much. It's the day to choose a spouse, Chenmo said. Chenmo didn't show any shyness, as if she were talking about something perfectly ordinary. Thinking back to when Chenfong first arrived, they weren't even wearing tops, so naturally they wouldn't have cared about this. How much longer will it take? Chenfong asked. This month, on the day the 2 months overlap, Chenmo said. Chenfong calculated that there were still about 20 days left, and asked, How far is the place where the 1,000 lakes gather from us? 5 days' journey, Chenmo said. Okay, I understand. Chenfong nodded. It seems the wooden cart project needs to be put on the agenda. Late at night, Chinshi came to Chenfeng's side and asked, Chief, is there anything you need me to do? I was originally planning to go out, but Chenemo said he's going to Qianhu this month too, so I don't have anything to do for now, Chenfong said with a smile. Chief, Qianhu also needs to bring some warriors, as conflicts may arise between tribes, Chenshi reminded him. Oh? Is that so? Chenfong asked. Our Xia tribe sends 20 people every year, and 20 people come back. Almost every time our warriors go, many of them die, Chenshi said. 10 people went, and 10 people came back. Didn't no one die? I'm completely confused, Chenfong asked, puzzled. Originally, 30 people could have returned, 10 young men, 10 of their spouses, and 10 warriors, a total of 30. However, on the way back, the women and boys were kidnapped by other tribes, all the warriors were killed, and only 10 escaped back, Chenshi explained. Chenfong fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, why would anyone go if the mortality rate was so high? This puzzled him greatly. Chenshi continued. This kind of thing started last year. Nothing like this has ever happened before. After listening, Chenfong guessed that it was possible that other tribes or even more distant tribes had come to kidnap people last year, but these were just guesses. Did the 10 people who came back say who they were? Chenfong asked. No, the tribe's warriors discovered the situation and told them to run towards the tribe's direction. They didn't see clearly which tribe it was, Chenshi explained. That means there are no more clues. Chenfong fell into deep thought again. An unseen enemy is the most terrifying. Okay, I got it, Chenfong said helplessly. Go and call Chintian over here. Yes, Chenshi nodded. A short while later, Chintian came over and asked, Chief, is there anything I can help you with? Chintian, forge 10 1-meter-long knives tomorrow. They must be completed. Also, for the arrowheads, ask Chen Mao for the molds and make 500, Chenfong ordered. A mold is a model made of clay that can be reused and requires very little technical skill. Chenfong had already taught Chen Mao about it. Yes, Chief, Chintian nodded. Chenfong then found Chenemo and asked her to make 5 shields out of vines. The next morning, Chenfong selected 5 12-year-old children and taught them carpentry, focusing on theory since the tools weren't ready yet. You can ask me anything you don't understand, Chenfong said. Chief, wood can be used to make tables and stools, but what else can it be used for? The speaker was Qinxing, the child Shang Lu had brought back. There are many things you can do. I can only teach you some things. You have to figure out what you can do on your own, Chenfong said with a smile. Many imaginative and ingenious ideas require you to use your own brains to think and develop them. Qinxing nodded and said, I understand. Next, I'll explain the function and usage of the tools, Chenfong began. Meters are used for measuring dimensions, and they are also the most crucial element in carpentry. Chenfong spent the entire day explaining the theories and knowledge about carpentry. Chief, the 10 knives have been forged, but you need to sharpen them yourselves. We don't have enough blacksmiths, Chintian said helplessly. Okay, I understand. Give the things to Chinshi, Chenfong instructed. Yes, Chief, Chintian nodded. The next day, Chenfong led 10 tribal warriors and taught them how to sharpen and use their knives. As for how to use them, Chenfong could only rely on his memories from his previous life, explaining techniques like chopping, slashing, thrusting, blocking, and dodging. He had them practice by sparring with each other using wooden sticks. For people who spent their days hunting, given enough time, they could certainly become qualified warriors. On this day, Chenfong was either giving instructions to the blacksmith or teaching the carpenter. He also needed to discuss and research brickmaking with the ceramics team. There's hardly a moment of rest. I'm always so busy. Chief, 5 sets of carpentry tools have been made, but they need to do the polishing themselves, Chintian reported. Okay, Chenfong said helplessly. For the next 5 days, Chenfong spent most of his time in the area designated by the carpenters, personally teaching them some simple woodworking skills, such as making tables and stools. Qinxing was the smartest, he mastered the basics in just 5 days and was fully capable of completing many tasks on his own. Chenxing, from now on you'll be the carpenter master, and they'll be under your command, Chenfong said with a smile. Yes, leader, I will definitely not let you down, Chenxing said solemnly. If you are surpassed, you will no longer be a carpenter. Let someone more capable than you take your place, understand? Chenfong said calmly. Chapter 15 Departure, 8,000 Lakes. Chenfong and Chenxing spent 10 days developing the first four-wheeled wooden cart. The frame itself wasn't too difficult to make. The most challenging part was making the wheels. Chenfong went through countless failures before finally succeeding in completing the 4 wheels. Chief, the wheels are much more stable now that we've hammered in the nails, Chenxing said with a smile. Yes, you did a great job, Chenfong praised with a smile. You're at the age where you should be looking for a woman. Come with me to 1,000 Lakes in a few days. Yes, leader, Chenxing replied happily. Chenfong had to admit that the 12-year-olds here already possessed abilities comparable to 18-year-olds. In this place, Chenfong was considered an adult at 14. It was perfectly normal for a 12-year-old to seek out women. It was a local custom. Chenfong was more concerned about the population. His main purpose in going to 1,000 Lakes was to exchange for people. As for what to exchange, Chenfong had already thought it through: fired containers, such as bowls, basins, and kettles. The cave contained a large number of bowls, which Chenfong had long wanted to get rid of. Chenfong was so eager to build this old-fashioned loading wagon for the upcoming trip to the 1,000 Lakes. If there were horses or oxen, he could simply place them in front of the wagon to pull it, eliminating the need for manpower. However, this idea remained just that, an idea. Several months had passed, and he hadn't even seen a single ox or horse. After the wooden cart was invented, the entire tribe stared at it as if it were a monster, and many people thought that Chenfong was a god who was omnipotent. After completing the wooden cart, the carpenters who participated in its construction all made significant progress in their carpentry skills. Chenfong then taught them how to build a water wheel, which was crucial for Chenfeng's subsequent work. Chief, there are still 10 days until the 1,000 Lakes gathering. When will you depart? Chenmo asked Chenfong. Let's do it tomorrow then. It's our first time going, so it's better to arrive a little early, Chenfong said with a smile. By the way, how many bows and arrows did you make? 300. We don't have enough manpower, so we can only make this many, Chenmo replied. That's enough, Chenfong said with a smile. How many children did the leader take with him this time? Chenmo asked. This time we won't bring anyone, just our warriors, Chenfong said with a smile. How are we going to find spouses for the children? Chenmo asked. Direct trade or robbery? Chenfong laughed. Chenmo didn't reply, because she knew very well that the equipment Chenfong and his group currently possessed could easily deal with any small or medium-sized tribe, and even large tribes might not be able to gain an advantage. By the way, how many water bags are made of animal hide? Chenfong asked. 6. We don't use them very often, so we didn't prepare that many, Chenmo replied. In that case, we must make 12 by tomorrow, Chenfong said with a smile. Yes, Chief, Chenmo replied. By the way, is each person given a quiver of arrows? Yes, Chief, we started production as soon as the bows and arrows were finished, Chenmo replied. Very good, you did a great job, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong arrived at Chenmao's ceramics territory, watched their busy figures, and called out, Chenmao. A short while later, Chenmao arrived at Chenfeng's side, panting, and asked, Chief, what's the matter? How much ceramic reserves do you have? Chenfong asked. There are over 200 bowls, 20 basins, and over 100 pots. There are also some plates, all for our tribe's own use. We don't have many reserves, Chenmao replied. Have someone move all the supplies onto the carts, and remember to put some straw underneath, Chenfong instructed. I'll go myself. I don't trust the kids to be so clumsy, Chenmao said with a smile. All right, you go yourself, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong had many things to do personally, and no one else could help him. If it weren't for the population issue, he really wouldn't have been willing to go. Finding rice and coal were crucial matters, and finding cattle or horses also required Chenfeng's personal attention. "Hey! Chenjiala, what are you doing here?" Chenfong asked with a smile. "Is that a toothed tiger?" Chenfong looked at the toothed tiger, which had grown to a meter long and weighed over 100 kilograms, and was very docile. "Yes, the toothed tiger is very obedient and can even hunt," Chenjiala said with a smile. "Toothed tiger, come here," Chenfong called out. As if understanding Chenfeng's words, the tiger ran straight to Chenfeng's side and rolled around happily at Chenfeng's feet. Chenfong crouched down, gently stroked the toothed tiger, and said, "Has it been with you all this time?" "Yes, Aunt Chenemo told me to take it out to play, otherwise it will cause trouble everywhere," Chenjiala said with a smile. "Okay, take it with you." Chenfong stood up and said with a smile. Toothed Tiger left with Chenjiala, and seemed a little reluctant to leave. "I didn't expect a toothed tiger to be so docile," Chenfong said with a smile as he watched the toothed tiger leave. The next morning, Chenfong and Chenli, along with 10 warriors, stood by the river and a cart. Chenxing originally wanted to go with him, and Chenfong also planned to take him with him, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be more useful to leave him in the tribe. "Chenshi, I'm entrusting the tribe to you. I've taken most of the warriors with me, so you don't need to go out hunting anymore. Go catch fish and take good care of the tribe," Chenfong instructed. "Don't worry, leader, I will take good care of you," Chenshi nodded. "Take as many people as possible to cut down trees, the more the better, they'll be very useful when I get back," Chenfong instructed again. "Yes, chief," Chenshi nodded. Chenli had been to Qianhu before, so he was given the task of leading the way, while Chenfong sat on the cart. There were 500 jin of dried tiger meat and fish in the car, as well as ceramics. They killed any prey they encountered on the road to satisfy their hunger. This food was enough for 12 people. 10 men, each carrying a bow, a knife, and 20 arrows. Chenli carried a machete, a bow, and 50 arrows on his back. Chenfong had a knife, a bow, and 50 arrows, all placed on the cart. The cart was pulled by 10 people in turns, with the 2 in front responsible for clearing the road so that the cart could pass. "Brothers, rotate every 2 hours, don't slack off," Chenfong shouted. The crowd shouted in unison. "Don't worry, chief, we'll pull the cart well." Chenfong and his group were heading towards the iron mine, which is to the north. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, occasionally hunting squirrels, pheasants, and rabbits, which they left in the car as food reserves. Although the road was difficult to travel, the large number of people made up for it. Whenever they encountered a road that was impassable, they would carry their carts across and continue along the river. "There are people ahead, leader," Chenli reported. "Oh? Did you see who it was?" Chenfong asked. "They look like people from another tribe, on the other side of the river," Chenli said. "Then let's ignore it. We can't cross to the other side of the river anyway," Chenfong said calmly. "Yes, chief," Chenli replied. "They have so many women there." "Oh? Let me see." Chenfong stood on the cart and looked across the river. There were indeed many women, but only 5 or 6 men. "Wait, they actually have cloth clothes to wear," Chenfong exclaimed. "Could there be a civilization here?" Chenfong wondered. "What civilization?" Chenli asked curiously. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Chenfong was too lazy to explain. Chapter 16 Farewell to the Wolf King. Chenfong was extremely eager to go and find out what was going on. He not only wanted to learn some useful information, but even if he could get some linen back, it would be a good choice. "Chief, look behind them, it looks like a pack of wolves," Chenli said, pointing to the opposite side. Chenfong looked up and immediately saw the Wolf King, the same one that attacked the toothed tiger before winter. "They're probably in danger," Chenfong said helplessly. The Wolf King expanded his pack once again, growing it from 8 wolves to 15. "Should we help them?" Chenli asked. "We definitely have to help them, but it depends on whether they can hold out. We need to find a shallower part of the river to cross," Chenfong said helplessly. "Chief, the place we just passed through was very shallow. We could see the bottom of the river," Chenli said. "Oh? Where is it? Is it far?" Chenfong asked eagerly. It's not very far. Chunli wasn't quite sure about the distance, and couldn't give an accurate answer. All right, you take 5 people and we'll head back, Chenfong instructed. On the opposite bank of the river, Muing, the leader of the Yurong tribe and also its chieftain, shouted to his people. Get up in the trees, quick! Chief, save me! The two were instantly pounced on by the wolves and knocked to the ground. Leader, someone has already been bitten to death, one of the women said in horror. Chief, what should we do? Our hempen clothes are still down there, the woman said anxiously. Never mind the hempen clothes for now, everyone stay in the tree, Muing shouted. On another tree, a man named Hahu, who was also the captain of the Yurong tribe, replied, Chief, everyone is up here. Looking at the group on the opposite bank of the river, which originally numbered more than a dozen people, now numbered only 5. Moreover, these 5 people were very vigilant and paying close attention to their surroundings. Muing wondered to herself, could they have also been attacked by a pack of wolves? Chenfong followed Chunli for half an hour, but still couldn't find a shallower part of the river. Chenfong couldn't help but get anxious. Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistake, Chief, it's just ahead, Chenli insisted. Okay, let's keep going forward. Chenfong had no choice but to continue walking back. Chenfong really wanted to find out about Mai's situation, not simply to save her, but because he was worried that if he arrived too late, the wolf pack would kill them all. After walking for about half an hour, the 7 finally found a shallower river. Chief, this is it, Chunli said, pointing to the river. Let's go cross the river, Chenfong said. The people of the Yurong tribe hid in the trees, thinking they were safe, but the wolf pack suddenly piled up and frantically tore at them. In just 1 hour, 2 more people tragically lost their lives. Leader, are we really going to die here? One of the girls asked in fear. Don't worry, they'll leave once they can't catch us. Muing comforted him helplessly. Although Muing said that, she actually had no idea what to do. She had no idea when the wolf pack would leave. They watched helplessly as their companion's body was devoured by the wolves. The scene was truly horrific. Some closed their eyes, some turned their heads away, and others screamed in terror. The more they shouted, the more excited the wolves became as they leaped up the trees. Muing shouted sternly, Shut up, all of you! Hahu whispered, Chief, I'll take a few warriors to lure them away, you all take the opportunity to escape. Muing glanced at Hahu and said with some helplessness, Don't do that for now. No one can die unless absolutely necessary. Use the logs you have to hold back the wolves below, and absolutely do not let them climb up. The crowd grabbed sharpened wooden sticks and began stabbing wildly at the wolves below. Even though some wolves were injured, they showed no sign of backing down, and the Wolf King's eyes were fixed on the people in the tree. The Wolf King let out a howl. As if given a command, the wolves attacked the people in the tree even more frantically. This time it's probably all over, Muing thought helplessly to herself. She was reluctant to accept this cruel reality, but the wolves' relentless pursuit of their goal left her with no hope whatsoever. No, I can't die, Muing cried out in her heart. She also has a daughter who needs her care, and she can't even imagine what would happen to her daughter and the tribe if she died. Get ready, everyone! Kill the wolves, even if it costs you your lives, Muing shouted. Chief, the wolves are about to break the trees on our side, a little girl said fearfully. Try jumping over here and up to my tree, Muing shouted. Before the girl could jump, the tree began to collapse, and the girl screamed in fright. As soon as the tree fell, the wolves charged at the girls. The girl closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. Whoosh! An arrow flew past the girl and struck the wolf precisely in the head. The wolf howled twice, then lay down on the ground and remained motionless. When Muing saw this, she could hardly believe her eyes. Someone could actually kill a wolf from a distance. Following the shouts of Chenfong and his companions, they saw 7 men, working in pairs, continuously drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the wolf pack. Muing couldn't understand what they were holding, but she knew it was something powerful. When the Wolf King saw his cubs being killed, he roared in anger. The wolves abandoned their attack on the people in the tree and turned to pounce on Chenfong and his companions. Chief, the wolf pack is charging at us, Chenli shouted. Raise your shields, 2 people per group, draw your swords, Chenfong shouted as he quickly climbed the tree. Since Chenfong had no shield for protection, he could only climb up a tree and use his bow and arrows to shoot from a distance. Holding a shield in his right hand and a sword in his left, he protected the warriors behind him, allowing them to safely draw their bows and shoot arrows. Their teamwork was excellent. Chenfong then sought out and ambushed the wolves that had not been spotted by the 6 men. In an instant, 6 wolves had already lost their lives. They're so strong, so amazing! Hahu, the strongest man in the tribe, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he saw them kill the wolf pack so easily. Muing looked at the 7 people below with envy. She had never seen such a way of fighting before, nor had she seen the weapons in their hands. Are they really human? Muing wondered to herself. The Wolf King let out a roar. The wolf pack stopped attacking, and the Wolf King stared intently at Chenfong in the tree, clearly recognizing him. Chenfong looked at the Wolf King and shouted, "Get out of here, or you'll die!" After Chenfong finished speaking, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at the Wolf King. The Wolf King glared fiercely at Chenfong and howled. Then, the Wolf King led the pack away. "Chief, do they know each other?" Hahu asked in a low voice. Muing shook her head. "I don't know, they must have suffered a loss before. Let's go take a look." Seeing the Wolf King retreat, Chenfong and his companions quickly began cleaning up the battlefield, each holding a dagger and starting to peel off the wolf pelts. The dagger was specially commissioned by Chenfong to be made by Chintian. When traveling, a dagger is of utmost importance, as it is the best weapon whether dealing with animals or engaging in close combat. Muing approached Chenfong and the others and found that, apart from Chenfong and Chenli, the others were skillfully processing the wolf carcasses. Muing gestured and said, "Thank you for saving us. I am Muing, the leader of the Yorong tribe." Chenfong also gestured. "Xia tribe, Chief Chenfong." Chapter 17. Muing was bitten by a poisonous snake on a rock. "Chief, the wolf pelts have all been processed," Chenli reported. Chenfong nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Chief Chenfong, this wolf meat." Muing gestured somewhat embarrassedly. Chenfong smiled and gestured. "I can leave some for you. How many of you are there?" 30 people came out with Muing, 4 died, leaving 27. Muing pointed behind her and gestured, saying, "That's all the people we have." Looking at the 20 or so men and women behind him, Chenfong said to Chenli, "Leave 3 wolf meats behind." Muing originally thought that Chenfong would be generous with just 1 wolf, but he gave her 3. She quickly gestured her gratitude and said, "Thank you, Chief Chenfong." "No need to thank us, we can't finish it all," Chenfong gestured. "By the way, did you make your own hemp clothing?" Muing gestured and said, "Yes, everyone in our tribe knows how to do it." "Oh? So you know how to make linen clothes?" Chenfong asked excitedly. "What do you need? We can exchange some linen clothes for you," Chenfong gestured. "We need some salt and male population," Muing gestured. "I don't have any," Chenfong gestured helplessly. "But I have a container." "Really?" Muing said happily. "Let's change when we reach the 1,000 lakes," Chenfong said, looking at his people on the opposite bank. "All right." Muing nodded. After Chenfong left with Chenli and the others, Muing looked at Chenfeng's departing figure and said, "He's so young, and he's already a leader. My daughter is the same age as him and doesn't understand anything yet." Chenfong and his group carried the 3 wolf carcasses back the way they came, returning to the convoy via the shallow river. They started a fire on the spot to cook, cutting the wolf meat into pieces, some of which were roasted and others used to make soup. The other side didn't continue their journey either, but instead rested on the spot and processed the wolf meat. However, instead of roasting it, they chose to eat it raw. "Chief, look, they have fire!" Hahu exclaimed. "I saw it!" Muing looked at Chenfeng's team grilling meat over a fire on the other side, filled with envy. Chenfong watched them eat raw meat and said to Dali, "Throw the torches over there." "Yes, Chief," Chenli replied with a smile. Chenli forcefully threw the torch to the other side of the river. Muing on the other side immediately understood what he meant, picked up the torch, gathered a lot of firewood, and bowed deeply to Chenfong to express her gratitude. Chenfong waved his hand, indicating that he was welcome. Have you met the chief of the Yurong tribe? Chenfong asked Chenli. I met her once 2 years ago, but she probably doesn't remember me, Chenli said, shaking his head. I haven't asked you yet, besides finding a spouse, what other items do people exchange at Qianhu? Do you know? Chenfong asked. There are many things that I'm not very good at explaining, so I might not be able to explain them clearly, Chenli explained. Then forget it, I have no idea what it is just from the name, Chenfong said helplessly. Chenfong stared at the Yurong tribe across from him, lost in thought. He wondered how many other tribes were like them. If they were all as harmonious as they were, that would be fine. But if he encountered a ferocious tribe with too many people, Chenfong would have a hard time dealing with it. Everyone was exhausted that day, so they decided to rest where they were, and each of them would stand guard for an hour each night. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Chenfong opened his eyes and found that the Yurong tribe had actually come to his side from the other side of the river. What are you doing here? Chenfong gestured. I thought about it all night, and I think it's safer to stay with you guys. Muing gestured. Alright then, since you're all here, we can't just kick you out. This time, Chenfong didn't use any gestures and spoke directly in Chinese. As for whether Muing understood him or not, Chenfong didn't care. A large group of more than 40 people set off towards Jianhu Lake. Chenfong remained seated on the cart, leisurely enjoying the scenery and occasionally picking some herbs he recognized by the roadside. Chief, why is the Xia tribe chief picking so much grass? Haho asked. I don't know, maybe it's just for fun. Muing had never handled medicinal herbs before and didn't know what Chenfong was doing. The Xia tribe chief wants our linen, why don't you give him some? Haho asked. We've traveled this far just to exchange for salt. If we give it to him, the entire tribe will be without salt, Muing said. When we get back to the tribe, we'll bring them some linen. The leader is so thoughtful. Haho laughed. There's an iron or mountain ahead. I wonder if the Red Mountain tribe is there, Chenfong said with a smile. They should have set off long ago, Chenli replied. No sooner had the two finished speaking than they saw a dozen people using stone axes to smash the iron ore into pieces. They recognized the leader, it was Goa. Chenfong saw Goa, and Goa also saw Chenfong and the others. Goa called out from afar. Chief Xia! After raising his hand in response, Chenfong also walked towards Goa's location. Muing walked up to Chenli and gestured. You two know each other? Yes, they're helping us dig rocks, Chenli said with a smile. What do you need these stones for? Don't you hunt? Muing asked curiously. Chenli did not answer the question about the use of the stones, but only answered the question about the tribe's hunting, saying, A few people from our tribe are enough to go hunting, we don't need so many people. Looking at the weapons and bows and arrows on their bodies, Muing believed what Chenli had said. Chenfong approached Goa and asked, Isn't your tribe going to Thousand Lakes? The chief and the others have gone. They told us to dig stones here and exchange them for your tribe's meat and ceramics, Goa said. So that's how it is. Chenfong nodded. Then you two continue, we still have a long way to go. Goa nodded and said, Okay. After passing through the iron mine, Chenfong and his group discovered that there were many more mountain ranges behind them, stretching as far as the eye could see. Chenli, how long will it take to get out of the mountains from here? Chenfong asked. We can get out of the mountains in 2 days, Chenli said with a smile. There are many snakes and rats in the mountains. Every night the people would light many bonfires to prevent being attacked, as well as to protect themselves from jackals, tigers, leopards, and other unknown dangers. Beside the campfire, Chenfong drank soup made from dried fish and ate roasted meat. Muing followed Chenfeng's group and also drank the soup, praising the deliciousness. Chief Chenfong, would you trade these items? Muing asked, gesturing with the porcelain basin used for simmering soup and the cart. Chenfong pointed at the cart and gestured. I won't trade this one. He then pointed to the porcelain basin and laughed. That can be exchanged. Muing understood that others wouldn't easily exchange something like this, so she wasn't angry. She then gestured and asked, How do I exchange it? Chenfong was also somewhat troubled, as he hadn't changed his linen clothes before, so he could only pass the question to Muing, saying, "You tell me." "Then how about 10 for 1? Muing gestured. "We'll do as you say," Chenfong agreed. "Whether it's worth it or not, Chenfong will exchange it, since this thing is made of clay and has no cost." 2 days later, the group emerged from the mountains and followed the river without too many mishaps. Occasionally, they would encounter a snake, which they would catch and make into snake soup. "Chief, we'll reach Thousand Lakes once we leave the forest," Chenli said. Chenfong nodded and said, "Let's rest for a while and try to get to Qianhu tonight." "Chief, are you all right?" A commotion arose from the Yurong tribe. Chenfong looked in the direction of the sound and saw Muing sitting on the ground hugging her legs, with a snake next to her that had been killed by a stone. Chenfong knew she must have been bitten by a snake. He quickly walked to Mu Ying's side, squatted down, and saw snake bite marks on Mu Ying's leg. Chenfong grabbed Mu Ying's leg and said, "Don't move!" Chenfong started sucking the snake venom out of Mu Ying's mouth. Those around Chenfong looked on in bewilderment at his actions, including the warriors of the Xia tribe. No one knew what Chenfong was doing, they just thought he was kissing Mu Ying's leg. Although Mu Ying was already in her 30s, in this primitive society, while not considered old, she was still considered middle-aged. Mu Ying watched all this. Although she was not averse to men's attitudes and had been with 2 men, this was the first time she had ever been kissed on the leg like this. Chapter 18 Chenfeng's Woman, Star and Moon. After taking the drugs, Chenfong found the herbs he had picked in the car, sterilized them, applied them to Mu Ying's face, and then carefully wrapped them in their linen. "Do you know witchcraft?" Mu Ying asked. "Witchcraft?" This is the first time Chenfong has heard of this term. He asked, "What is witchcraft?" "Witchcraft is like you. It can save people or allow you to communicate with animals." Mu Ying gestured. "I don't know witchcraft. This is just common sense for saving people. I can't solve any more difficult problems." Chenfong gestured. Chenfong indeed doesn't have many remedies. He can treat fever, cough, cold, skin injuries, and dislocations, but he doesn't know many herbs. Mu Ying didn't believe Chenfeng's words, she just thought that Chenfong didn't want to reveal that he knew witchcraft. People who possess witchcraft are usually captured by other tribes and forced to stay in their tribes to serve them. Chenfong was unaware of, and unclear about, these issues. "You should sit on the cart, otherwise we won't be able to travel." Chenfong gestured. Mu Ying nodded in thanks. As darkness fell, the group finally arrived at Thousand Lakes and found that many tribes had already set up camp around the lakes, and some had already displayed their tribe's belongings. When other tribes saw Chenfeng's cart, they began to point and whisper among themselves. Some people even went up to touch it and feel what the material was. Chenfong said to Chenli, "Tell the tribesmen that people from other tribes are not allowed to approach our vehicles. If they try to force their way in, kill them." "Chief, killing is not allowed here," Chenli explained. "Oh? Who made that rule?" Chenfong asked. "No one has stipulated that such a thing is not allowed to happen. If someone were to actually commit murder, they would be driven out of Qianhu," Chenli explained. "Then let's give them a beating," Chenfong said. "Yes, leader," Chenli said calmly. "Chief Chenfong, thank you for your help. We also need to find a place to set up camp." Mu Ying gestured. "All right." Chenfong took some herbs from the car and said, "Remember to change them." After Mu Ying left, Chenfong arranged for the ceramics to be placed on the outermost edge of the camp, next to Qianhu Lake. Thousand Lakes is a lake that is several kilometers in size, and all the tribes have set up camp around it. Men and women from many tribes are choosing each other and getting to know each other around the Thousand Lakes. "Isn't this just a matchmaking event?" Chenfong laughed. "Chief, people of our own tribe cannot marry, so other tribes exchange women with each other. That's why everyone came to Thousand Lakes," Chenli explained. Chenfong knew, of course, that close relatives should not marry, but he didn't expect that even primitive people knew this. "That's a forest tribe over there. The people in that tribe know the forest best." The tribe with red paint on their faces over there is the Flame tribe. They love playing with fire and are the only tribe besides their chief who knows how to start a fire. There are also grassland tribes that raise animals. No one knows where they come from. They only exchange people and don't let their own people go to other tribes. These 3 tribes each have a population of around 1,000. The other tribes are all small to medium-sized. There are many glowing trees around Chenhu Lake, which everyone calls luminous trees, like willow trees. Let's dig up some of this tree and take them back with us, Chenfong said, looking at the glowing, luminous tree. Yes, Chief! Chinli and the others had been fighting tooth and nail for food, so who would want this kind of tree? As Chenfong was admiring the glowing tree, an old man approached him and gestured, saying, Moonlight Tribe Chief Xing greets Xia Tribe Chief. Who are you? Chenfong gestured. Chenli explained. Chief, he knows the old chief. I see, Chenfong said with a smile. Is there anything you need, Star Leader? The Star Chief gestured. Has something happened to Chief Dara? Chenfong nodded and gestured. Yes. The Star Chief showed a hint of regret and gestured. You are his son. Chenfong nodded and said, Yes. As the Star Leader looked into the distance, a little girl walked up to him. This is my granddaughter. She's reached marriageable age, the same age as you, said the Star Chief. Chenfong understood. They were planning to have his granddaughter become his wife. Chenfong sized up the girl. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her skin was not brown like the women in his tribe, but rather yellowish, with a fair complexion. Her features were delicate. A woman like that wouldn't be bad as a wife. She's prettier than a brown woman, Chenfong thought to himself. The Star Chief watched as Chenfong looked at his granddaughter, but did not stop him, quietly waiting for Chenfong to speak. Chenfong smiled and said, I agree to that. Do you have any conditions? The Star Leader gestured. I hope you'll treat her well. I agree to this. Chenfong gestured. Chenfong walked up to the girl and gestured. What's your name? Stars and Moon. The girl gestured towards the sky. That's a really good name, Chenfong said with a smile. Then I'll be leaving. I'm entrusting Xingyue to you. The Star Chief gestured. The girl did not leave with her grandfather, but stood there silently, tears streaming down her face. Chenfong also sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. After a while, another girl came up to Xingyue and treated her very respectfully. Who are they? Chenfong gestured. They are my playmates, Xingyue gestured. Chenfong didn't quite understand this playmate, but he could tell that she was there to serve Xingyue. Chenli pulled Chenfong aside and said, Chief, their tribe all know witchcraft, and like you, they can save people. If they could give that girl to you, there must be something wrong with their tribe. So it's a tribe that knows how to save people, Chenfong said. What exactly is the problem? Chenfong couldn't figure it out either, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The tents in Chenfong tribe are all made of wolf skins, which are very eye-catching, and every now and then a few people come over to watch. Chenfong didn't care about this, as long as they didn't attack his own tribe. Chenfong arranged for the 3 women to stay in a separate tent, while he squeezed in with Chenli and the others. Xingyue lay in the tent, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She knew that once the Thousand Lakes event ended, she would never see her people again. As for Chenfong, she didn't know him either. Since it was her grandfather's arrangement, she would obediently listen to him. More importantly, she wanted to pass on the tribe's heritage. Inside Chenli's tent. Chief, why don't you go back to your own tent? You have a woman with you, Chenli said. Get out of here, Chenfong said irritably. Chenfong also wanted to, but the problem was that he hoped women would genuinely like him, rather than forcing themselves on him without understanding him. Chief, you're not acting like a man, Chenli said again. What did you say? Chenfong was really angry this time. He actually said that he was not a man. That's exactly right. Women are already in your tent, but you don't dare to go, Chenli continued. Get out. You're not allowed to sleep tonight, Chenfong said, kicking Chenli out of the room. Chapter 19. In exchange for a large population. The next morning, Chenfong stepped out of his tent, and the sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Several thousand people surrounded the entire Thousand Lakes. Since Chenfong arrived here, he has never seen so many people. He never expected that so many tribes would come to participate in the Thousand Lakes gathering. Chenli, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, approached Chenfong and asked, "Chief, how much do you want for our ceramics?" Looking at Chenli's exhausted appearance, Chenfong couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? You really didn't sleep last night?" "What the leader says, Chenli must do," Chenli said with a simple and honest expression. Chenfong sighed and said, "Go and rest, you don't need to do anything today." Chenli shook his head firmly and said, "Chief, I'm fine." "Whatever you want," Chenfong said, seeing how persistent he was, and stopped trying to stop him. Chenfong knew very well that for primitive people, it was normal to go 1 or 2 days without sleep. "Push our cart over here," Chenfong ordered. A moment later, the tribal warrior pushed the cart to Chenfong. "You haven't eaten, have you?" Chenfong asked. "Yes, leader," answered Chenshu, one of the 10. "Chenshu, let's cook," Chenfong said. As soon as Chenfong finished speaking, Chenshu obediently arranged for people to start cooking. A dozen minutes later, the rich aroma of the fish soup wafted into Chenfeng's nose. "Chief, here's your fish soup and roast meat," Chenli said, holding a bowl in one hand and roast meat in the other, as he approached Chenfong. "Okay, put it down," Chenfong said with a smile. The settlement of the forest tribe. "Where is this fragrance coming from?" asked Ai, the chief of the forest tribe, curiously. "Chief, it smells like roasted meat and a dish called fish soup made by a small tribe," replied the tribe's captain, Ta. "Oh? Fish soup? That's an interesting name," Ai laughed. "Let's go take a look." The Flame tribe, the Grassland tribe, and all the tribes, big and small, flocked to Chenfeng's territory as soon as they smelled the enticing aroma. At this moment, Chenfong was still leisurely drinking fish soup and eating roasted meat, completely unaware that he was about to be surrounded by multiple tribes. Just got up?" Chenfong asked, looking at Xingyue who had just come out of the tent. Seeing that Chenfong wasn't gesturing, Xingyue could guess what he meant, so she gestured and said, "Just got up." "Chenli, bring them 3 bowls of fish soup and meat," Chenfong said. Chenli left reluctantly. In this primitive mindset, it was always the case that only women served men, not the other way around, so Chenli was very unwilling. "We can do it ourselves," Xingyue gestured. "Next time," Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong didn't want to change too many things, so he didn't stop them from doing things their own way. Subconsciously, Chenfong didn't like women having too high a status. This wasn't discrimination, but rather because in his previous life he had seen too many cases of family discord caused by women being too assertive. He felt that if women had fewer rights, such incidents would happen less often. At worst, he could establish rules in the future prohibiting hitting women, which would be a way of giving them some human rights. In the tribe, Chenfong often saw the men beating the women, and he had spoken to them about it. Although this still happened from time to time, things had improved a lot. Chenli only brought a bowl of fish soup and meat and handed it to Xingyue. Upon seeing this, Chenfong could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Let the 2 of them go eat by themselves." Xingyue nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 women followed Chenli to dinner, looking rather reserved. "That's the aroma coming from here," Ai said. "Hey, isn't this the chief of the forest tribe? He's here to smell the fragrance too," said Yen, the chief of the Flame tribe. "Why are you everywhere? You're such a fire-playing idiot." Ai laughed and scolded. "Who are you calling a liar? Are you looking for death?" Yen roared angrily. "What? Are you about to lose your temper? Do you think my forest tribe is afraid of you?" Ai said calmly. "You!" Yen Gang wanted to curse, but then thought better of it. Although their tribe was also very strong, they wouldn't gain anything if they really fought. Ai walked up to Chenfeng's cart, looked at the bowls, basins, and pots, picked them up and played with them for a while, then asked, "How do I exchange this?" Chenfong put down his bowl, walked to the front of the cart, and carefully examined Ai. Ai was dressed in fur of an unidentifiable animal. Chenfong gestured. 1 bowl for 1 girl, 2 bowls for 1 boy, 1 basin for 5 boys or 10 girls, 1 pot for 4 boys or 8 girls. Upon hearing this, some of the surrounding small tribes couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their tribe only has a few dozen people. They're not willing to exchange people for them. The medium-sized tribes, after hearing this, felt that it was somewhat expensive, but still affordable. After all, a medium-sized tribe has 500 or 600 people, so they can afford to exchange them. AI and Yen didn't react after hearing this, but muttered a few words to the people behind them, and then the people behind them left. Before long, both sides brought men and women to Chenfeng's stall. "I want 5 of these basins, 100 bowls, and 5 teapots," AI said. "I'm just like him," Yen said. The forest tribe needs to exchange 100 girls and 45 boys. Like the forest tribe, the flame tribe has more girls than boys. After seeing that they had made changes, the medium-sized tribes all wanted to make some changes as well. But before he could speak, a gruff voice interrupted him. "I want all of these." The speaker was none other than Ge, the chief of the grassland tribe. Ge gestured and said, "I don't need people, I'll trade livestock." After understanding, Chenfong gestured and asked, "What kind of livestock?" "Cattle and sheep," Jebi gestured. Chenfong thought of horses and tentatively gestured. "Horses? Do you have any?" "Yes, but it's very expensive," Ge gestured. After some discussion, Chenfong traded the remaining ceramics for 5 horses, 10 cows, and 50 sheep from the grassland tribe. The surrounding small and medium-sized tribes all looked disappointed. Chenfong instructed Chenli to tell each tribe that on every day when 2 months overlapped, they could travel a day's journey south of the mountains to exchange their ceramics. While many tribes were reluctant, some expressed their willingness to go. Chenfong didn't care at all. He only cared about the population. 200 girls and 90 boys. This was the key to the Xia tribe's later rise to power. These people are all around 14 years old. Once they return, they will become laborers. That evening, Chenfong took out all the wolf meat and distributed it to them. When they received the meat, they couldn't believe that someone was willing to share it with them. The larger the tribe, the harder it is for these people to get enough to eat. There are too many people in the tribe, so it's hard to get meat. At most, they can only gnaw on bones or eat some wild vegetables. Chenfeng's idea was to give you meat to eat and women to sleep with, and he didn't believe you would still run back to your tribe. Chenfeng's idea was indeed very effective. After a meal, their emotions stabilized instantly. When they were first transferred from the tribe to Chenfong, they were afraid because they feared they would be worse off than in their original tribe. "Chief Muing from the Yurong tribe is looking for you," Chenli said. "Let her come over," Chenfong said. A short while later, Muing approached Chenfong and gestured. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Chenfong gestured and said, "Yes, my mission is complete." "Can I go and take a look at the Xia tribe?" Muing gestured. "Of course," Chenfong said calmly. If it were anyone else wanting to go to Chenfeng's tribe, Chenfong would definitely refuse. However, Chenfong knew a little about Muing, and he really wanted to subdue their tribe because they knew how to weave cloth. Chapter 20 Ambush. After Chenfong told Muing the location of his tribe, Muing left the Xia tribe settlement. Xingyue looked at Chenfong, gesturing with some confusion, and asked, "What do you need so many people for?" Chenfong gestured. "I need them to do more." Although Xingyue didn't quite understand, she didn't ask any more questions. "Do you want to say goodbye to your family?" Chenfong gestured. Xingyue shook her head and said, "No." Seeing Xingyue's somewhat disappointed expression, Chenfong didn't say much. Everyone has secrets they don't want to talk about. The Flame Tribe's stronghold. "Chief, should we ambush and kill that small tribe?" It was the tribe leader Lai who spoke. Yen shook his head and said, "No, they are not simple." Lai continued, "Chief, that's a population. Are you willing to hand it over to other tribes?" Yen said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't see through it. The weapons they're carrying are very powerful. Although I've never seen them use them, they give me a bad feeling." "Leader." Lai wanted to say something more, but Yen interrupted him. "All right, that's enough. There are quite a few tribes that share the same idea as the Flame Tribe, but the 3 major tribes are surprisingly united and do not intend to take action against Chenfong. Some small and medium-sized tribes joined forces and secretly plotted to seize people and vehicles from Chenfong. That night, several hundred people quietly left Qianhu. Many tribes also sent their own people to follow him, wanting to see Chenfeng's true strength. Xingyue's grandfather secretly sent someone to tell Chenfong the news. A tribe really did rob us, Chenfong sneered. Chief, what do we do next? Chenli asked. Send someone out to follow them and see where they're ambushing us, Chenfong said. Yes, Chief, Chenli replied. Xingyue walked into Chenfeng's tent and gestured. You're in danger. Chenfong looked at Xingyue and felt that this woman was gradually getting used to being by his side. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of clowns, Chenfong gestured. Come sit down, I'll teach you our tribe's language, Chenfong gestured. Xingyue sat next to Chenfong, and the two exchanged words. The next morning, Chenli reported. Chief, they plan to attack us at the mountain pass. There are more than 300 of them. I understand. Have everyone eat and get ready to go home, Chenfong said. Actually, Chenfong really wanted to explore further because he recognized many of the tribe's items, such as honey, fruit, herbs, ivory, sugar, and even rice. He also noticed that some people were exchanging rice for other things, but the quantities were too small, only a dozen or so, and he didn't know the purpose of the rice. There is a lot of salt in the Thousand Lakes. Chenfong used the basin they were using to find a tribe that specializes in digging salt, and had them fill the cart. If we lose one basin, we can just make a few more pots. Chenfong didn't care at all. They traveled from morning till night, arriving just at the mountain pass. Chenfong didn't want to fight at night, as their greatest advantage was their bows and arrows. After Chenfong and his group left Qianhu, they felt that many people were following them. Chenfong guessed that most of them were just watching the show, and some might want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but Chenfong wasn't worried about any of that. Along the way, Chenfong had more than 200 people collect stones, with each person collecting at least 5, to be used as projectiles for throwing at the enemy. Along the way, Chenfong also discovered that most of the people they had exchanged were people they had kidnapped, with only a small portion being people from their own tribe. This reassured Chenfong considerably. Xingyue looked at the herbs on the cart and gestured in surprise. You also know witchcraft? Chenfong shook his head and gestured, saying, What you consider witchcraft should be called a doctor or physician. Xingyue repeated the words, traditional doctor and physician. Though she didn't quite understand what they meant, she sensed that they were similar to witchcraft. Can you do it? Xingyue gestured. I don't really understand. Chenfong shook his head and said. However, I can tell you some methods for treating illnesses. Is it okay? Xingyue gestured. Chenfong nodded and gestured. Okay, but you need to learn our language first, otherwise communication will be too troublesome. Xingyue nodded vigorously and gestured. I will learn it as soon as possible. Chief, should we continue? We're almost at the mountain pass, Chenli said. No, rest here. Send a few men out hunting, along with a few simpletons, and have them carry the game back, Chenfong ordered. Yes, Chief. Chenli nodded in agreement. As dusk fell, the hunters returned with their prey, mostly pheasants and rabbits, with fewer squirrels and birds. This food was enough for so many people. Although it was impossible to eat their fill, it was enough to fill their stomachs. After all, it's impossible for 300 people to all be fed. After everyone had finished eating, Chenfong called Chenli to his side and said, You take 5 men and come with me. Chief, should we launch a surprise attack? Chenli asked. Not bad, you even know about sneak attacks, Chenfong said with a smile. This was written by the leader in the cave, and Qingjiala told me about it, Chenli said, scratching his head. I was wondering how someone like you, who gets a headache just from recognizing characters, would know words. Turns out Qingjiala told you, Chenfong said with a helpless smile. Go and get ready. Chenfong, along with Chenli and 5 warriors, quietly left the temporary encampment and headed towards the mountain pass. About 2 hours later, Chenfong and his group saw bonfires everywhere in the distance, surrounded by crowds of people. Leader, shall we make a move? Chenli asked. No rush, let's talk about it later. Everyone get some rest. I'll call you when it's time to move out, Chenfong said. The fire grew smaller and smaller, and one by one they lay down beside it and slowly fell asleep. Late into the night, Chenfong woke up Chenli and the others who were fast asleep and said, "Take out your daggers, crawl over there, and then do it. Don't make a sound," Chenfong commanded. After nodding, the group slowly crawled to the sleeping people and, with swift strokes of their knives, cut them one by one. Chenfong hid behind, using his bow and arrow to survey the surroundings for any potential emergencies. About half an hour later, Chenfong slowly crawled over to Chenli and said, "Withdraw." Upon receiving orders, Chenli and his companions slowly crawled back. A dozen minutes later, when Chenfong and his group were far from the enemy's position, they stood up and walked towards their temporary base. "Chief, I killed 10," Chenli reported. The others also killed an average of 7 or 8 people each. "That's right, even if it doesn't scare them to death, it will reduce their numbers," Chenfong praised. From afar, Chenfong saw Xingyue standing next to the tent. Chenfong walked over and gestured. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" "I'm worried about you," Xingyue gestured. Chenfong patted Xingyue's head and said, "Go back to the tent and sleep, it's all right." Xingyue suddenly grabbed Chenfeng's hand and pulled him into her tent. Chenfong initially wanted to resist, but after thinking about it, he realized that as long as he didn't do anything, it would be fine. So I went in with her. Inside were her 2 playmates, who were already asleep. Xingyue gestured to Chenfong, and the two slept together. Chenfong did not refuse, because he was really tired and had been up all night. Chenfong fell asleep soon after lying down. Xingyue lay beside Chenfong, and didn't sleep a wink all night. Chapter 21, A Pyrrhic Victory, Shaking Off All the Tribes of Thousand Lakes. For Xingyue, Chenfong was a stranger, yet he was the one she relied on for the rest of her life. She herself wasn't sure whether her grandfather's arrangements were right or wrong. "Grandpa, I hope you're right," Xingyue said to herself as she looked at Chenfeng's face. The next morning, Chenfong opened his eyes and saw Xingyue lying on top of him, fast asleep. Chenfong gently pushed Xingyue aside and stepped out of the tent. Why wasn't he wearing clothes? Because he hadn't taken them off. Chenli has gathered everyone together, ready to depart at any time. Chenfong looked at the sun, its rays shining into his eyes. The morning light was very gentle. "Are we about to set off?" Xingyue asked, gesturing as she stepped out of the tent. Chenfong nodded and said, "Yes." Xingyue's 2 playmates began packing up the tent. After Chenfong arranged for Xingyue to get on the cart, Chenli was almost done with the preparations. "Leader!" Chenli called out as he walked to Chenfeng's side. Chenfong understood that it was time to set off. The 10 warriors, plus Chenfong and Chenli, made a total of 12. Chenfong was not afraid at all. As long as he made good use of his bow and arrows, dealing with this group of unarmed people would be a one-sided massacre. Mountain Pass. "What happened last night? What killed dozens of us?" The speaker was Tuo, the one who organized this robbery and killing. The Tuo tribe is a medium-sized tribe, the Lynxing tribe. "Tuo, did we encounter a pack of wolves? They silently killed so many of our people?" one of the leaders asked. Tuo was also somewhat bewildered. Overnight, dozens of people had been killed without a trace, and no clues had been found. "All right, let's not talk about last night for now. Let's think about how to raid the Xia tribe and take their people and goods," Tuo said loudly. Most of them were small tribes, but only Tu's tribe was a medium-sized tribe. They fell silent instantly upon hearing Tu's words. "Chief, they're here," the man reported as he ran up to Tuo from a distance. "Everyone assemble. Prepare for the ambush," Tu shouted immediately upon hearing this. Chenfong stood at the mountain pass, showing no intention of moving forward, quietly watching ahead. "I wonder if they might be lying in ambush on either side of the mountain pass," Chenfong thought to himself. However, Chenfong overestimated them. A large group of people emerged from the mountain pass, each carrying 2 polished stones, staring intently at Chenfong and his companions with fierce eyes. "Ha!" Chenfong couldn't help but laugh. They actually walked straight out of the mountain pass and came face to face with Chenfong. "Archers, prepare!" Chenfong shouted. "Shoot arrows freely when they are within 100 paces." "Yes, leader!" the crowd replied in unison. Children behind, come within 30 paces, throw all the stones in your hands, and then step back 100 paces. Chenfong shouted. Chenfong wasn't sure if they could understand him, so he stood on the rock and gestured again. A chaotic roar came from the mountain pass. They've attacked, Chenfong said, looking into the distance. Chief, they've come within 100 paces, Chunli reported. Release the arrows, Chenfong shouted sternly. 11 arrows flew out, and 11 men on the other side fell instantly. They didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and continued to rush forward mindlessly. Arrows flew out continuously, and the people on the other side fell one after another. They're getting closer and closer to Chenfong and his group. 70 steps away, Li muttered. 60 steps. 50 paces. 40 steps. When he was 30 paces away, Chenfong shouted, Drop! Nearly 300 people threw stones, which appeared densely packed in the air. They eventually landed in the enemy ranks. 5 stones were thrown in just 5 seconds. After everyone had finished throwing stones, they began to retreat. Chenfong, gripping his long sword, shouted, Charge! 12 men, wielding long swords, followed Chenfong as they charged into the enemy ranks. The sounds of stones clashing against knives echoed continuously. Chenfong fiercely aimed at the enemy's neck and slashed down, blood gushing from the enemy's neck. Such bloody scenes were playing out in every corner of the battlefield. Are they devils? Tu asked, trembling with fear, as the 12 men slaughtered more than 200 of them, leaving only a few dozen. Boss, they're almost out of strength, the henchman said. Yes, they're almost out of strength, To shouted, as if he had found a reason. Charge! The remaining dozens of people were already terrified. Seeing the 12 people covered in blood, wielding knives and hacking at people indiscriminately, they had no courage left. Chenfong chopped off a man's arm, stomped on his head, and shouted, Lie down or I'll kill you! No one understood, but many did as instructed, dropping the stones in their hands and lying motionless on the ground. Chenli and his men did not attack those who were lying down, but they ruthlessly killed anyone who stood up. It's over! It's all over! To roared in despair as he looked at his fallen tribesmen and the other tribes of the alliance. The henchman tugged at Tu and said, Chief, run! There's still a chance if we get to the tribe, but staying here means certain death. Upon hearing the voices of his tribesmen, Tu instantly realized what was happening and ran away with the henchman. The leaders of the other smaller tribes either died or surrendered. This battle not only instilled fear in the onlookers, but also served as a great deterrent to those tribes with ill intentions. The news of the 12 men's complete victory over 300 men quickly spread throughout Qianhu, and also reached the ears of the tribal leaders. Chief, they are devils, the tribesman who was investigating reported. He then recounted the events in detail. What? Yen stood up abruptly, staring at the person reporting in disbelief. Is what you said true? Yes, boss, their weapons can be thrown very far, and they also have melee weapons that can cut off arms and heads, the henchman reported. Pass down the word, do not provoke the Xia tribe again, Yen said sternly. The same thing kept happening in various tribes, including grassland tribes, where orders were also issued. I never expected that my granddaughter would end up in such a powerful tribe, the old man said with a gratified smile. It seems that other tribesmen can be sent over as well. In the Yurong tribe. The Xia tribe is too strong, Hahu said. Hahu personally went to investigate this time. He felt that Chenfong and his men were no longer human, but devils, killing people as easily as cutting vegetables. All right, as long as we don't provoke them, we won't have any trouble, Muing said. The 290 newly joined members of the Xia tribe looked at the corpses before them, missing limbs and other parts, but instead of being afraid, they were excited. They knew that the tribe they were following was a powerful one, a tribe that could protect them. Everyone, go and strip them of their animal skins, they're all yours, Chenfong gestured. After understanding what was happening, the 290 men went to the battlefield and began stripping the animal skins off the people. Anything they wanted was stripped off, making them look like a group of bandits. Chunli and the others dragged their exhausted bodies, some even injured by falling rocks and dislocated arms. Most of the injuries were superficial, and would heal after a period of rest. Shinryu gave them some herbs to treat them, with her 2 female playmates assisting her. Chapter 22 Tribal Development. The method of treatment with star and moon herbs is extremely simple. Crush the herbs with a stone and then gently apply them to the wound or painful area. Chenfong felt that this primitive treatment method was somewhat rudimentary, but he didn't know much about it. Fortunately, the herbs Shinryu used were correct. "Chief, what should we do with those who surrendered?" Chun-Li reported. "How many people are there?" Chenfong asked. 40 of them. Kill the rest who are injured," Chun-Li reported. "Keep a close watch on them all. Kill any who try to escape," Chenfong said calmly. Watching a large group of people indiscriminately stripping clothes off corpses on the battlefield, Chenfong realized that their need for linen was extremely urgent. Along the way, Chun-Li and the others kept watch over the captured prisoners while also taking time to go hunting, leaving them exhausted. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on the way. After 10 days of arduous travel, we finally arrived at the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe members were quite surprised to see so many people appear all at once. After Chun-Li's explanation, Qin understood the situation and began to accept new clansmen. "Chief, what should we do with those prisoners? And our caves are full," Qin reported. "Cut off all the prisoners' big toes with a knife, that way they won't be able to run fast," Chenfong said calmly. "Let's just use tree branches to build a temporary tent for the rent. It shouldn't rain anytime soon." As soon as Chenfong returned, he was busy without stopping. He went straight to Qin Mao's brick-making site. Looking at the already fired bricks, Chenfong carefully touched them with his hands and then dropped them on the ground to test their quality. "Not bad, it's hard enough," Chenfong laughed. "Chief, these are the 3rd batch of blue bricks. 5,000 bricks are fired each time, and they are taken out of the kiln every 3 days," Qin Mao replied. Very good." Chenfong looked at the mountain of blue bricks and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chenfong didn't want the blue bricks to build houses, but to build city walls. With city walls, the tribe's safety would be greatly improved. Chenfong had already carefully surveyed the area around the cave. He knew that construction could begin once all the trees within a kilometer of the cave were cut down. Now that there is a sufficient population, building city walls is not difficult. As for housing, temporary dwellings can only be built with wood for the time being. Chenfong gave Qin Mao 100 women to help fire bricks in order to increase production. The other 100 people were assigned by Chenfong to Qintian and Qinmo's teams, instructing them to intensify their efforts. 90 boys were assigned to logging. As for the prisoners, Chenfong assigned them to dig the foundation for the city wall. "Chun-Shi, Chun-Li, you two are in charge of training these boys. In the morning, take them hunting, and in the afternoon, take them logging to supply timber to the brick-making and blacksmithing sites," Chenfong instructed. "Yes, Chief," the two nodded in response. "Equip them all with stone axes, but don't give them iron knives for now. Reward those who perform well and are highly loyal," Chenfong instructed. Subsequently, Chenfong found Chinemo and asked her to teach them Chinese and Chinese characters for 2 hours every day. Qinfeng's project this time is enormous. His target is an area within a 1-kilometer radius, and the city he wants to build is 1 kilometer in size. The Hongshan tribe delivers iron ore every 2 weeks, more than a ton each time, enough for Chenfong and his group to consume. Chenfong only needs to exchange it with them for food and ceramics. Chenfong had been trying to find cement materials, but the results were far from satisfactory. He had searched for a long time without success. Chenfong only found lime. He couldn't find any other materials. To achieve the same effect as cement, he could only use wood ash. Chenfeng's side burns a lot of wood every day, so there is no shortage of wood ash. After repeated testing, it was found that lime, wood ash, river sand, and water, when mixed together, produce results no worse than cement. The only problem is that the limestone production site is more than 20 kilometers away from here, downstream of the river, which is undoubtedly a huge project. Chenfong can now make planks. He can make a simple boat out of the planks to transport lime without consuming a lot of manpower. 1 month later. Within a kilometer, almost all the trees had been cut down, and only one side of the foundation had been laid, but Chenfong was not in a hurry. As long as Chenfong can finish building the city wall before winter this year, that will be fine. During this month, Chenfong built his first ship. There were many ancient trees here, hundreds of years old, so the materials were plentiful. What Chenfong did was hollow out the trees and then connect several of them together, which greatly increased the cargo capacity. Each hollowed-out tree is about 1 meter in diameter and 8 meters in length. 4 hollowed-out trees are fixed together side by side, which can carry about 4 tons of cargo at a time. "Chief, the ship is floating!" Chenfong shouted excitedly. "We'll build bigger ships in the future, but we don't have the materials right now, so what we're building now is the simplest kind," Chenfong said with a smile. "By the way, how are the wooden barrels and water wheels you're making coming along?" "We've been building ships all this time, so we haven't had time to study water wheels and wooden barrels," Chenfong said, shaking his head. "Yes, train more talented people, or you'll work yourself to death," Chenfong laughed. Chenfong arrived at a training ground, a place he had specially set aside for them, a vast plain 2 kilometers from the tribe. "Chief, you've arrived!" Chenfong greeted him. "How have you been lately?" Chenfong asked. "They are already able to obey orders and follow the leader's instructions every day," Chenfong reported. "Well, how are the physical training tools and obstacles I asked you to make for them coming along?" Chenfong asked. In fact, they were the same kind of log bridges or obstacles that Chenfong had seen in the military training on TV in his previous life. "They started training 2 weeks ago," Chenfong reported. "Yes, training, hunting, logging, learning Chinese and Chinese characters, none of these can be neglected," Chenfong said. "Chief, we don't need that many warriors. We only need to select the brave ones. There's no need to train them all," Chenfong explained. Chenfong suddenly realized that he had been too eager to expand his military force, forgetting that other jobs also required men, not just military force. "In that case, let's select 50 brave and loyal warriors, and assign the rest to positions they like," Chenfong said. "Chenfong, from today onwards you are the supreme commander of this team. I hereby appoint you as their first platoon leader." Then, Chenfong explained to Chenfong in detail the position he knew from his previous life. "Each class leader will lead 10 people," Chenfong explained. "Yes, Chief," Chenfong nodded. Subsequently, Chenfong renamed each workshop. The blacksmiths became the blacksmith department, the ceramics and carpentry workshops became the workshop department, and the people led by Chenfong became the military department. The women led by Chenmo were reorganized into the logistics department, responsible for the entire tribe's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Chenmo established 2 branches, education and production. The education branch was mainly responsible for popularizing knowledge of Chinese language, characters, and numbers to newcomers and those who needed to learn basic Chinese. The production branch was simpler, including basket weaving, straw sandal making, bow and arrow making, and logistical support. "Chief, our tribe's population is growing rapidly, and we need to solve the housing problem as soon as possible," Chenmo said. "You send a group of people to Chenfong and ask him to produce a batch of timber. Use the timber to build large houses, each with 2 floors, housing 50 people in each house, with bunk beds," Chenfong told Chenmo his idea. Chenfong didn't want them to live in such a crowded place, but he had to build the city wall first. Although the trip to the Thousand Lakes had deterred some people, he couldn't guarantee that some reckless tribes wouldn't launch a surprise attack on them, and Chenfong didn't dare to gamble. Chapter 23 Shan Lu returns. 2 more months passed quickly, and the military finally decided that 50 people would stay, while the rest were assigned to their preferred departments. The 40 laborers worked tirelessly to lay the foundation, and Chenfong also transferred some people from other places to be in charge of building the city wall. A total of 60 people were selected this time, including 30 men and 30 women. Chenfong named this newly formed team the construction department. The leader was a boy named Chinya, whom Chenfong had brought back last year. He was not only the fastest learner of Chinese language and characters, but also someone Chenfong valued highly, so Chenfong planned to have him lead the team. "My requirements are that the city wall be 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. I hope you can complete the construction of the city wall this winter," Chenfong said to Chinya with a serious expression. "Chief, I need a cart and iron pulleys. That will make the work much more efficient, Qinya said with a determined look in his eyes. No problem, you can just go find Qin Xing and Qin Tian, Chenfong replied with a smile. Rest assured, leader, I will complete the mission as quickly as possible, Qinya said resolutely. Chenfong and Qinya explained in detail a lot about the knowledge of city wall construction and the great role that city walls could play. After understanding its importance, Qinya worked even harder and without reservation. Chenfong had already used the entire tribe's population to its fullest extent, but even so, manpower was still stretched thin. Among them, the most hardworking and exhausted were the people of the Ministry of Works. They basically went wherever they were needed and had almost no free time. 3 months after Shanglu left the tribe, he finally returned to the tribe with Chen Hu and Chen Lang. The 3 men were so excited when they saw their tribesmen that they almost cried, as they had never been away from their tribe for such a long time. All 3 of them lost a lot of weight during this trip, but their bodies became stronger, and they also had some scars, some deep and some shallow. Leader! The 4 shouted in unison, their voices filled with the joy and excitement of returning home. Chenfong looked at the 4 people in front of him, a relieved smile on his face, and said, Thank you for your hard work. Shanglu quickly spoke up. Chief, we traded ceramics for 300 people, and we also took in many savages along the way. In total, we have more than 400 people. Where is he? Chenfong asked anxiously. They have all been settled by the river. I'm worried that the sudden appearance of so many people will cause panic in the tribe, Shanglu explained earnestly. Take me there and have a look, Chenfong said. Before long, Chenfong arrived at the riverbank and saw a group of people with different appearances. Some people were lying down, some were sitting, some were standing. There were elderly people, children, young people, and middle-aged people, a diverse array of people. There were even a few who appeared to be disabled. However, Chenfong was not angry because Shanglu brought back disabled people and elderly people. After all, there were only 3 or 5 elderly people. After Shanglu stood at the front and rattled off a long string of words, the crowd quickly split into 2 parts. Some of the people looked sloppy and malnourished. There were both old and young people. The other group was relatively more organized, with more than 300 people, mostly young adults and women, with women making up the majority. Chenfong knew very well that this group of neat people were people who had been traded for ceramics, while the other group were people that Shanglu had picked up on the road. Chinli, quickly tell Chenemo to prepare a meal so that they can all have enough to eat, Chenfong ordered decisively. Upon receiving the order, Chinli immediately turned around and carried it out. Shanglu pointed to the piles of animal skin bags not far away and said, They're all filled with salt, which is exactly the supplies you need most, Chief. Very good, Shanglu, you did a really good job, Chenfong couldn't help but praise. What do you want? Tell me, Chenfong asked with a smile. Chief, I don't have anything particularly desired. My greatest wish is for the tribe to grow stronger day by day, Shanglu said sincerely. In that case, I'll give you a satisfactory reward after I'm done with this busy period, Chenfong promised with a smile. Thank you, Chief, Shanglu said happily. Chen Mo is basically in charge of personnel arrangements. This time is no exception. Besides the military, all other departments are asking Chen Mo for his services. Xingyue has spent more than 3 months in the Xia tribe. She has long since mastered the Chinese language and is almost finished learning the Chinese characters. Chenfong was completely open about his knowledge, explaining in detail all the methods of saving lives that he knew. Following Chenfeng's instructions, Xingyue carefully examined everyone and even smeared lime all over their bodies. Chenmo assigned the children and the elderly to the riverbank to watch over the fishing equipment, which wasn't particularly strenuous work. Among these people, there was one who captivated Chenfong. This person was 3 meters tall and was holding a wooden stick, but the stick looked like a huge tree. Who is he? Chenfong asked curiously. He was from the giant tribe, but his tribe was massacred, and now he is the only one left, Shanglu said slowly. Oh? He's so tall, his tribe must have been quite powerful. How could it have been wiped out? Chenfong asked, full of curiosity. He doesn't want to talk about that. Shanglu shook his head helplessly. Call him over, Chenfong said calmly. Shanlu waved his hand, and the giant walked over, gesturing as he asked, "Are you trying to kick me out?" Chenfong gestured in response. "Why should we kick you out?" "I ate too much, they didn't like it," the giant explained, gesturing. "I'll make sure you're fed, but from now on you can only listen to me," Chenfong said, gesturing. "Really?" the giant asked, gesturing with anticipation in his eyes. Chenfong nodded and didn't say anything more. Shanglu gestured and said, "Quickly thank the chief." The giant nodded quickly and gestured, saying, "I'll only listen to you." "Very good, what's your name?" Chenfong asked. "Chief, his name is Kui," Shanglu said. "From now on, you will take my surname and be called Chen Kui," Chenfong said directly without gesturing this time. Shan Lu explained the significance of surnames to Chen Kui. After listening, Chen Kui knelt down to show his respect for Chenfong and his gratitude. Chenfong was already thinking about what kind of weapon to make for this big guy to match him, since he would be his personal bodyguard in the future. As for Chenli, Chenfong felt he should go to the military headquarters for some training. After Chenfong left with Chen Kui, the handover between Shang Lu and Chen Mo proceeded smoothly. "How much can you eat in one meal?" Chenfong asked. 20 caddies of meat," Chen Kui replied. "Are you strong?" Chenfong then asked. Chen Kui pointed to a century-old tree and gestured, saying, "I can carry it." Chenfong looked at the big tree and estimated that it weighed at least 10,000 jin. He couldn't help but gasp and thought to himself, "This guy is too fierce." The two went to the military headquarters together. "Chen Shi, have him train with you for a month, using the strictest and most ruthless methods," Chenfong ordered. "Yes, Chief." Chen Shi nodded respectfully. Chenfong gestured and said, "As long as you can stay here for a month, you can eat as much meat as you want after that." Chen Kui nodded firmly and said, "Okay." "Chief, do you really not want me to protect you anymore?" Chen Li's tone was tinged with frustration. "You can't stay by my side forever. Haven't you always wanted to be the captain? As long as you perform well here, Chen Shi will give you the opportunity to lead the team," Chenfong said with a smile. "Okay, I'll do as the leader says," Chen Li nodded and said. Chenfong left the military headquarters alone and went to the blacksmith's shop. He found Chen Tian and said, "Make me a set of armor." Chenfong told Chen Tian in detail about Chen Kui's height and weight, and asked him to tailor the body to Chen Kui's physique. Then he described the appearance of the Mo Dao to Chen Tian, and asked him to forge a Mo Dao weighing 300 jin, 2 curved swords weighing 100 jin each, and a shield weighing 200 jin. "Chief, if we fight all of these, we'll run out of iron," Chen Tian said helplessly. "Didn't the Red Mountain tribe send any iron?" Chenfong asked. "We sent them, but our consumption is just too high. We're constantly producing axes for chopping trees, multifunctional shovels, and all sorts of tools and nails," Chen Tian explained helplessly. "I'll figure something out," Chenfong said helplessly. Chapter 24 Division of Multiple Departments. Cooking in an iron pot is a privilege currently enjoyed only by Chenfong, mainly because iron is a rare commodity at this time, and is primarily used for the construction of the tribe. "The food made with this is so delicious," Xinyu praised with a face full of joy. "It would taste even better without any seasoning," Chenfong replied with a smile. Chenfong made several careful adjustments to the tribe's population and departments, meticulously dividing the tribe into multiple departments and rationally allocating the number of people. The blacksmith department, headed by Chen Tian, had 20 employees. The head of the carpentry department was Chen Xing, and it had 30 employees. The logistics department, led by Chen Mo, had as many as 100 people. Under Chen Ye's leadership, the construction department had a size of 300 people. Chen Xing, from the logging department, had 90 men under his command. The works department was managed by Chen Mao and had a total of 150 people. Chen Shi, a military commander, had 60 men under his command. Shan Lu, the Minister of Commerce, had 4 subordinates. Qin Shu from the Transportation Department led a team of 40 people. The Medical Department is headed by Xing Yue and consists of 3 people. The Slave Department was overseen by Qin Yu, who managed 40 people. Regardless of gender, Chenfong properly assigned them to various departments so that they could make the most of their abilities. The most important department is the construction department, which is currently the focus of the work, and Chenfong has concentrated the largest number of people in this department. However, the construction department was also responsible for building houses, and despite having so many people, they still felt that the population was far from enough when it came to actually doing the work. To ensure a continuous supply of iron ore and lime, Chenfong established a dedicated transportation department. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of spring had passed, and Chenfong decided to go out and explore. Finding rice was imperative, and coal mining was also of paramount importance. "Chief, the armor and weapons have been completed," Chintian said. "Chinkui, why don't you give it a try? If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, we can fix it," Chenfong said with a smile. Chinkui was now completely different from when he first arrived at the tribe. After a month of arduous training, he had undergone a complete transformation. Similarly, Chenfong also learned that Chinkui's strength was actually around 20,000 jin, not the 10,000 jin he had previously thought. After donning his iron armor and taking up his shield, with 2 curved swords slung across his back and a long-handled broadsword in his other hand, Chinkui excitedly exclaimed, "Chief, I really like this equipment." Chenfong nodded and said, "I'm glad you like it." As for the livestock, the cattle were firmly controlled by the nose rings made by Chenfong, the sheep were carefully raised by Chenemo, and the horses were all handed over to Chenshur so that they could learn to ride. Chenfong also made a 3-piece riding kit to help them better utilize their riding skills. Oxen were assigned to haul bricks and build city walls, going wherever they were needed. With ox carts, work efficiency instantly doubled. For the Xia tribe nowadays, food is no longer a problem at all. The area within 100 miles became the hunting grounds of the Xia tribe. With their superior equipment, they were able to hunt any animal. The pigs that we used to be afraid to mess with are now being chased and killed, and the wolf packs that we used to fear are now being faced head-on. All these changes are because of Chenfong. The entire tribe and every department are filled with extreme worship for Chenfong. This includes the new residents, because Chenfong ensured that they all had enough to eat. However, there will come a day when all the animals will be killed, so Chenfeng's search for the seeds is now urgent and cannot be delayed. "Chenmo, is Chinkui's bow ready?" Chenfong asked. "Chief, his bow is ready," Chenmo replied. Chenfong looked at the bow, which was 2 meters long and the arrows were 1.5 meters long. It was completely different from the bows Chenfong and the others used. It was practically a walking crossbow. "Give it a try, is it easy for you?" Chenfong asked. Chinkui pulled it a few times and said with a smile, "I can pull this 50 times. No matter how many times you pull, it's useless. I've only prepared 20 arrows for you," Chenfong said with a smile. It wasn't that Chenfong didn't want to give him more, but that Chinkui already carried too much with him. To Chenfong, Chinkui was armed to the teeth. "Leader, everyone has assembled," Chenshur reported. Before leaving, Chenfong planned to say a few words to these people to enhance the tribe's cohesion, so he asked Chenshur to gather everyone together. As soon as Chenfong stood on the city wall, Chenshur below the platform led the shouts. "Leader! Leader!" Following Chenshur, everyone shouted in unison. "Leader! Leader!" The shouts of "Chief!" echoed throughout the entire tribe. Chenfong stood on the city wall and waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop shouting. "Greetings, my people!" Chenfong said. "Greetings, leader!" the men below responded in unison. "From the day you came to the Xia tribe, you have been my people, my family. I guarantee that you will be able to eat your fill every day from now on, without having to suffer from the wind and sun, without having to worry about being abandoned, and without having to worry about being used as food reserves. From now on, you will become the bravest soldiers of the Xia tribe, and you will become the happiest women." Chenfong spoke passionately on the city wall for half an hour, and everyone listened attentively. Many of them were seeing Chenfeng's appearance so clearly for the first time. "From now on, the Xia tribe will rely on my people, that is, you, to create a better life." As soon as Chenfong finished speaking, the people below the city wall cheered. Xingyue followed behind Chenfong and asked, "Are you really going to leave?" Chenfong nodded and said, "Yes, there are some things that I must do in person." When are we leaving? Xingyu asked. I'll leave tomorrow, Chenfong said. Come see me tonight, okay? Xingyu whispered. Chenfong nodded and said, Okay. After Xingyu left, Chenfong wandered around the tribe. 4 two-story wooden houses had been built, which could accommodate 400 people and served as communal housing. Construction work is still ongoing. Chenfong wasn't particularly concerned about this kind of temporary accommodation. Chenfong walked to the foot of the already built city wall, found Chenshi, and instructed him. Dig a trench 5 meters deep and 5 meters wide under the city wall. Yes, Chief. Chenshi nodded in response. After I leave, everything in the tribe is in your hands, Chenfong instructed. Chief, how long have you been gone this time? Chenshi asked. This might take a long time, and I don't even know where the thing I'm looking for is, Chenfong said helplessly. If what you're looking for is hard to find, you can ask Shang Lu, Chenshi suggested. Oh? Shang Lu hasn't left yet? Chenfong asked. After Shang Lu returned last time, Chenfong didn't pay much attention to him, nor did he know if he had already left. No, he said he wanted to spend time with his family, Chenshi explained. All right, tonight you call all the department heads together. I need to hold a meeting, Chenfong instructed. When Chenfong and Chenkui arrived at the military camp, they saw a group of people training enthusiastically, with Chenli and Chenyi leading the group in training. Chief, are we leaving? Chenli asked. We'll leave tomorrow, Chenfong said with a smile. Chief, please take me with you, Chenli pleaded. You have important things to do and can't leave, Chenfong said calmly. What's the important thing? Chenli asked. Protect the tribe. Chenfong uttered these 4 words. After hearing this, Chenli stopped talking, because his wife and children were also in the tribe, and he knew that Chenfong was right. Chenfong walked through each department, and watched them work in an orderly and busy manner, with no one slacking off. Chenfong felt very gratified and satisfied. After all, in such a time of scarcity and hunger, if someone is willing to provide food and you don't have to risk going out to hunt, no one will be willing to slack off. Everyone is working hard for the prosperity of the tribe. Chapter 25 Arrangements before departure. As the sun was setting in the afternoon, Chenshi led a group of key personnel to the cave. Chenfong looked at everyone and saw genuine, heartfelt smiles on their faces. All right, everyone, let's sit on the ground, Chenfong said with a smile. Everyone sat down on the ground, their eyes fixed intently on Chenfong, quietly waiting for him to speak. Chenfong slowly began. Everyone knows I'm going out, and they're all worried about me, but I have to go. I need to find a way to ensure everyone has enough to eat forever. Everyone had heard of grain before, but had never seen it in person. This time, Chenfong brought it up again. Chenfong continued. The timing of our return is uncertain, so we need to assign tasks to everyone. Our top priority this year is to build city walls and moats, as well as housing within the city. Everyone knows this very well. The subsequent work will basically revolve around these 3 aspects: the carpentry department, the logistics department, the logging department, the engineering department, and the transportation department. Your departments must cooperate closely to strive to complete all the work this year. The heads of several departments stood up in unison and firmly assured each other. Leader, we will definitely complete this. Some skilled craftsmen were selected from the construction department to start building houses. I've already explained the specific construction plan to you. Make a sample first, and if it's suitable, then copy it, Chenfong instructed earnestly. Yes, Chief. Chenyi stood up and solemnly assured him. Chen Mao, you must speed up the brickmaking process on your end. Expand the project if necessary. I've arranged for over 100 people to work for you. Don't let me down, Chenfong said, specifically addressing him. Yes, Chief. Chen Mao nodded in response. Chenshi, your work is the most important. The survival of the entire tribe rests on your department. You can expand the search area further. If you encounter any unruly tribes, you can either wipe them out or incorporate them. It's up to you, Chenfong said, naming the tribe. Yes, Chief. Chenshi nodded in response. I won't name the other departments one by one, but everyone should focus on the construction department and help them complete their tasks as quickly as possible," Chenfong said. "Yes, leader," the crowd responded in unison. "All right, everyone go about your business," Chenfong said with a smile. "Shan Lu, stay." Upon hearing his name called, Shan Lu turned around and returned to Chenfeng's side. "Chief," Shan Lu asked, "is there anything you need?" Chenfong smiled and said, "Sit down. Have you ever seen anything edible, excluding fruit?" Shan Lu pondered for a moment and then asked, "What is the chief looking for? Can you describe it?" Having stayed in the tribe for a long time, Shan Lu had come to know Chenfong better. What she said and what Chenfong said often didn't match up. Apart from the similar way they expressed themselves, sometimes their expressions were completely different, but that might be exactly what Chenfong wanted. Chenfong recounted in detail to Shan Lu the rice he had found in the bird carcasses during his last outing. "I haven't seen what the chief is talking about, but I have seen it in the Rock tribe," Shan Lu said. "Oh? Where is that tribe located?" Chenfong asked eagerly. Shan Lu carefully drew a route on the ground with a stone, saying as he drew, "Although it's not far from us, we need to cross a big river. The Rock tribe is on the other side of the river." Chenfong was somewhat troubled. The river was more than 20 meters wide and the current was rapid, making it impossible for ordinary small boats to cross. "By the way, how did you get there?" Chenfong asked. "Heading west there's a mountain, that's how I got there," Shan Lu replied. "The distance is about 1,000 kilometers, according to our tribe's kilometer system," Shan Lu said. "Damn it, isn't this almost 3,000 kilometers?" Chenfong couldn't help but curse. "Chief, is that the grain you mentioned?" Shan Lu asked. Chenfong nodded and said, "Yes." "Chief, I'm going out to trade with other tribes in a few days, and I'd like an ox cart," Shan Lu said. "No problem. Bring more this time. It's still about exchanging people, but we can also exchange some useful information," Chenfong agreed. "Yes, Chief," Shan Lu said happily. After Shan Lu left, only Chenfong, Xingyu, and her 2 followers remained in the cave. Xingyu took Chenfeng's arm and said gently, "This time, we must be safe." "Yes, I will," Chenfong nodded and said, "This is some herbal hemostatic powder and anti-inflammatory and analgesic pills I made. Take them with you," Xingyu said softly. Previously, Xingyu needed readily available herbs to treat her illnesses. Chenfong told her a lot about how herbs could be stored in other ways or made into pills, which gave Xingyu a new idea. "You've made great progress," Chenfong said with a smile. "When I have time later, I'll tell you about how many bones a person has and how to set bones." "Yes," Xingyu nodded. In truth, Chenfong couldn't quite define his feelings for Xingyu, nor could he say they weren't feelings at all. It was simply that the two weren't very familiar with each other yet. That evening, Xingyu set up a tent and waited for Chenfeng's arrival. Chenfong did not go. Whether in his past life or this life, Chenfong had never had any intimate contact with a woman. It wasn't that he was ignorant about matters between men and women. After all, he hadn't read those massive amounts of information for nothing. The key issue is that Chenfong doesn't want to make any noise in the tent that would be heard by others. Before dawn the next day, Chenfong, Qinkui, and Toothed Tiger quietly left the Xia tribe. The Toothed Tiger was already outside. When Chenfong and Qinkui left, the Toothed Tiger discovered them and couldn't be chased away, so they had no choice but to take it with them. Aside from some dried meat, salt, and essential equipment, the 2 men and 1 tiger brought nothing else. "Chief, is it all right to take this with us?" Qinkui asked. Upon hearing Chinkui's words, the Toothed Tiger roared at him. "See? It understands human nature," Chenfong said with a smile. The 3 headed west, with Chenfong carrying a dagger, a knife, and a bow. Needless to say, Qinkui was armed to the teeth with his full gear. The 3 of them ate whatever they encountered along the way. Qinkui hunted and practiced archery at the same time, while the Toothed Tiger would occasionally catch animals such as pheasants, rabbits, and snakes. Toothed Tiger and Qinkui could each eat about 70 caddies of meat in one meal, while Chenfong ate 3 to 5 caddies. Toothed Tiger ate the most. The three walked for 3 days and 3 nights until they arrived at a large mountain. Chenfong looked at the mountains with some excitement, because this was the coal mine that Shan Lu had mentioned, but it was too far away from the tribe. The three did not linger, but crossed the mountains and came to a small river. "Chief, there are people ahead," Chen Kui warned. The tiger roared in one direction. Chenfong looked into the distance, where a dozen people stood still, looking in his direction. "Chief, there should be a tribe nearby," Chen Kui said. "Okay, let's go take a look." Chenfong nodded. A few minutes later, when Chenfong got within 5 or 6 meters of them, they threw a stone at him. Chenfong knew this was a warning, telling them not to come any closer. Chenfong gestured. "We're just passing through, we'll be leaving soon." Seeing Chenfeng's gesture, the person opposite also responded. "Okay." They then made way for Chenfong and his group. Upon seeing the tiger, they instinctively took a few steps back. The 2 men and the tiger passed through them and continued westward. 5 days later, they encountered another mountain, even larger than the previous one. The 3 of them slowly climbed the mountain, and after another day of walking, they saw another mountain, which was the key to crossing the river. 4 days later, Chenfong and his 2 companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Chief, once we cross this mountain, we'll reach the other side of the river," Chen Kui said. Chapter 26: Chen Kui's Impulsiveness. As the 2 approached the mountains, they were astonished to find numerous human skeletons on the ground. "Chief, this was made by cannibals," Chen Kui said. "How do you know they are cannibals?" Chenfong asked, puzzled. "After cannibals finish eating people, they leave the heads behind. These people don't have heads, only bodies," Chen Kui said solemnly. "Have you ever seen cannibals?" Chenfong asked. "I've seen them. They were involved in the killing of my people." Chen Kui's tone was calm, but his eyes revealed deep hatred. This hatred is not a momentary impulse or a fierce act, but a firm desire to completely annihilate them. He had tried to take revenge many times, but had to give up each time because of the large number of enemies. "Chief, they should have left a few days ago," Chen Kui said. "Can you tell which direction they're going?" Chenfong asked. "The other side of the river," Chen Kui said. "These cannibals always go out in groups of at least 50, and they always leave marks," Chen Kui said. "Oh? What kind of mark is it?" Chenfong asked curiously. "A head." Chen Kui pointed to a human head placed on a rock not far away and said, "The back of the head is facing that direction, that's where they went." "Looks like you've been following them quite a bit," Chenfong said. "Yes," Chen Kui replied. The 2 men, with the tiger in tow, began climbing the mountain, and it took them a whole day to cross the river. On the other side of the river, the mountains still rise and fall, with many mountains stretching out one after another. "Chief, there are caves in this mountain, very deep," Chen Kui said. When Chenfong arrived at the cave entrance, he immediately felt a chilling wind blowing inside. "Chief, there's a lot of white substance on the stone wall." Chenfong picked out a small piece with his hand, smelled it, and froze instantly. "Damn it, this is saltpeter," Chenfong blurted out. Chen Kui could tell that Chenfong was extremely excited at this moment, so he could only stand quietly and watch. After calming down from his initial excitement, Chenfong said, "Let's go, we have more important things to do." Chenfong did not want to take the saltpeter with him, but he simply didn't have any tools. Besides, saltpeter wasn't the most important thing to him at the moment. Although gunpowder is powerful, Chenfong did not want to use it at this time. After all, his strength was already quite formidable. Along the way, Chenfong did find some good things, such as gold and copper ore, but these things were of no practical use to him at the moment. The most critical task at present is to ensure that the tribe has enough to eat. Finding food is of paramount importance. "Chief, there's a forest ahead," Chen Kui said. Looking at the endless forest, Chenfong said calmly, "Let's go." Once inside the forest, it was pitch black. The sunlight couldn't penetrate at all during the day. The tiger would call out every now and then, as if it were trying to drive something away. Chen Kui walked in front, cautiously exploring the way, with Chenfong following behind. "I wonder how Shanglu got to this road," Chenfong muttered to himself. Just then, the tiger suddenly ran off in one direction. Seeing the toothed tiger run away, Chenfong followed it without hesitation. Not long after, the tiger stopped under a tree and squatted on the ground without moving. After catching up with Toothed Tiger, Chenfong saw a corpse next to Toothed Tiger, which appeared to have been dead for a short time. "Chenfong, there should be a tribe nearby," Chenfong said. Chenfong believes that, after all, primitive people lived in groups, so there must have been tribes nearby. Chenfong looked at the Toothed Tiger and asked, "Can we find his tribe?" Chenfong figured that dogs could track things by smell, so tigers should be able to too, so he asked them a question. The tiger stood up, circled the corpse a few times, and then ran south. Chenfong and Chenfong followed closely behind. After running for about 3 kilometers, the tiger suddenly stopped and lay down on the ground, no longer moving. As soon as Chenfong reached the Toothed Tiger's side, he heard a whooshing sound. Chenfong also lay on the ground, looking in the direction from which the sound came. Looking in the direction of the sound, Chenfong saw a group of people gathered around a fire about 500 meters ahead, shouting incoherently. A person was skewered on a stick and roasted over the fire. A dozen or so people were found tied up not far away. "The leader is a cannibal," Chenfong said. Chenfong was seeing this scene for the first time and found it hard to bear, remaining silent for a long time. Chenfong noticed Chenfeng's discomfort and didn't continue speaking, but patiently waited for Chenfong to recover a little. Chenfong stared intently at the people in front of him, his heart churning like a raging storm, completely unable to accept the scene before him. After the cannibals carried the corpse away, it was already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The cannibals smashed it with a stone, breaking it into several pieces. "These damn cannibals!" Chenfong couldn't help but curse. "I should have brought more people. Chief, with my current equipment, I can easily kill them," Chenfong said nonchalantly. "There are too many of them," Chenfong said. It wasn't that Chenfong was afraid, but rather that he didn't know the extent of his opponent's fighting strength. Chenfong noticed that the wooden sticks used by these cannibals were all sharpened to a very fine point, unlike those used by other tribes. "Let's step back," Chenfong said. Chenfong looked at Chenfong with disdain and shook his head, saying, "Chief, are you afraid?" Chenfong felt uncomfortable seeing that look in his eyes. However, this wasn't the time to worry about such things. Leaving this place was the most important thing. "Chenfong, it's not time to leave here yet," Chenfong said. Chenfong wanted to speak again, but found that Chenfong had already begun to retreat, which made him very unhappy. He immediately turned and charged towards the cannibals. Chenfong wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He could only mount the Toothed Tiger, take out his bow and arrows from his back, and prepare to shoot. In about a minute, Chenfong reached the cannibals, covering a distance of several hundred meters. He took out his long sword and cleaved one of the cannibals in two with a single stroke. After sheathing his sword, he brandished it again and charged into the cannibalistic group as if it were empty. With each swing of the knife, cannibals would fall to the ground, the knife slashing at them as if they were vegetables. As Chenfong approached the cannibals, he found that Chenfong was already engaged in close combat. Helpless, he abandoned his bow and arrows, took out the knife from his back, and charged forward with Toothed Tiger. After the cannibals realized what was happening, many of them climbed trees and threw stones at Chenfong and Chenfong, while others hurled sharpened sticks at them. Chenfong was unable to dodge in time and was stabbed in the left shoulder by a sharpened wooden stick. The tiger stood guard beside Chenfong, protecting him as he hid behind a tree. Chenfong raised his shield and slashed at the cannibals who hadn't yet climbed the tree. After Chenfong discovered that the cannibals had climbed the tree, he turned around and saw Chenfong hiding behind the tree with an injured shoulder. He quickly ran over to him. "Chief, are you all right?" Chenfong asked. "You big guy, couldn't you have waited until night to act quietly? They've all climbed the trees, how are we supposed to kill them now?" Chenfong couldn't help but curse. Chenfong lowered his head and remained silent. He thought Chenfong was afraid to rush over because he was scared, but he didn't expect that Chenfong already had a plan and was not afraid of cannibals. Chenfong looked up at the cannibals in the tree. Although they were no longer armed, they were tearing branches off the tree and could launch an attack at any moment. There were still more than 20 of them left. Chenfong wasn't afraid of that number of people, but the key issue was that he was injured, which made things very troublesome. Chenfong took out the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on the wound. Seeing that the wound wasn't serious, he said, "Let's retreat first, otherwise they won't come down. Chinque, untie those people who are tied up and take them with you away from here." Chenfong wasn't acting out of mercy, rather, it was because bringing them along gave him the opportunity to annihilate the cannibals. The cannibals in the tree watched their prey being rescued and began to howl wildly. Chenfong couldn't understand what they were shouting, but he didn't care. He rode away on his toothed tiger. Chenque, along with a dozen or so people who were bound by cannibals, followed Chenfong back. When they returned to the spot where the body was found, more than a dozen rescued people ran to the body and burst into tears. "Chenque, what are they doing?" Chenfong asked. Chapter 27: Annihilation of a Small Group of Cannibals. "It was their leader who died," Chenque explained. On the way here, Chenque had already communicated with them and learned some relevant information. "I see." Chenfong nodded and said, "Chief, they are the Crescent Moon tribe. There are more than 70 of them. 7 days ago, we were suddenly attacked by cannibals. Most of the tribe was killed and eaten," Chenque said. "Do you know a lot about cannibals?" Chenfong asked. Chenque nodded and said, "Yes." "Where did they come from? Do you know where their tribe is?" Chenfong asked. Chenque shook his head and said, "I don't know. Every time I follow them, I get discovered and they chase after me and beat me, so I have to give up. But the approximate location should be in the northwest." Chenfong nodded and said, "Yes, it should be quite far from us, right?" "It was very far. Once, we followed them for more than a month before we were discovered in a plain," Chenque said. "Yes, it's better if it's far away. We won't be going to our tribe for the time being." Chenfong nodded and said, "Chenque, revenge is possible, and I can guarantee that you can get your revenge, but you can't act impulsively like you did just now." Chenque nodded and said, "Yes, Chief. As long as I can get revenge, I will never make the same mistake again." "Go find something to eat nearby. We need to replenish our energy," Chenfong said. After Chenque left, one of the rescued people walked up to Chenfong, knelt down, and gestured. "Thank you, Chief, for saving us. Please take us in." After understanding, Chenfong gestured and said, "I can take you in, but what use are you?" He pulled a handful of white leather from inside his animal skin coat, peeled it open, took out what was inside, and ate it. Then it was handed to Chenfong, indicating that Chenfong should eat it. Chenfong took the food, chewed it a few times, and felt that the taste was very familiar. "Peanuts." Those 2 words flashed through Chenfeng's mind. "That's not right, these peanuts are a bit big, unlike in my previous life." Chenfong pondered. After a long time, Chenfong realized that everything here is bigger than on Earth, so it doesn't matter that the peanuts are a bit bigger. "Do you know where I can find this?" Chenfong gestured. The man shook his head and gestured, saying, "We can grow this." "Do you still have seeds?" Chenfong gestured. The man continued gesturing. "There are many tribes." Chenfong then talked to him for a long time and learned that his name was Yu and that he was in charge of planting in the tribe, where peanuts were their staple food. Chenque caught an animal that looked like a cow but wasn't a cow, and carried it back. "What is this?" Chenfong asked. "This is a stupid pig, enough for all of us to eat," Chenque said. "Oh? A stupid pig?" Chenfong was hearing about this species for the first time. "This animal is a bit silly. All it can do is bump around with its sharpened horns, so it's called a silly pig," Chenque explained. Chenfong looked at the animal for a while. He didn't think he had ever seen it before. It had cow horns, a pig's snout and body, and an elephant's trunk, but it wasn't that long, only about 10 centimeters long. After everyone had eaten their fill, it was already evening. Chenfong told them to find some handy wooden sticks, sharpen them, and hide in the trees. Chenfong, Chenque, and Toothed Tiger pretended to be asleep by the fire. Before long, Chenfong noticed something approaching from all around him. Then a huge pile of stones was thrown at Chenfong, Chenque, and Toothed Tiger from all directions. Chenque suddenly stood up and used his shield to block the stones in the air. All that could be heard was the dense clanging of stones and iron. Not long after, the sound disappeared, and then roars followed. The cannibals charged at Chenfong and Chinque with sharpened wooden sticks. "They've arrived as expected," Chenfong said, looking at the 20-odd cannibals. "Chief, protect yourselves, I'm going to kill them." Chinque didn't use the mo dao, a type of long-handled sword, but instead drew the curved swords from his back, one in each hand, and charged towards the cannibals. Chenfeng's side wasn't having an easy time either. 2 or 3 people surrounded him, and the toothed tiger pounced on one of them, tearing at it. Chenfong drew his dagger and confronted the 2 men. One of them stabbed Chenfong with a wooden stick. Chenfong dodged to the side, and in the blink of an eye, a dagger was already on his neck. With a light slash, he lay motionless on the ground. The other person saw that Chenfong had killed his own man with a single blow, so he immediately turned and ran away. Chenfong shouted at Toothed Tiger, "Go kill him! Don't let him get away!" The tiger abandoned the person beneath it, and charged towards the fleeing people. Chinque's side was a one-sided massacre. He was covered in iron armor, and had 2 swords in his hands. He killed 1 person with each strike without missing. Chenfong watched as Chinque, like a war god, slaughtered the cannibals without any chance to fight back. The last 5 or 6 people were terrified and wanted to run away. Chinque sheathed his scimitar, took out his bow and arrow, and aimed at the fleeing people. With each draw of the bow, 1 person fell to the ground. The arrows shot from the bow all made a whistling sound as they pierced the air. It's a pity that he's the only one left in his tribe. If he had an army like that, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants? Chenfong thought to himself. Seeing that the cannibals were either dead or wounded and had no power to fight back, the people in the trees jumped down and finished off the dying cannibals. Some even stabbed the corpses. After Chinque finished off the remaining people, he came to Chenfong, covered in blood, but they were all cannibals. "Let's go wash up by the river," Chenfong said. "Yes, chief," Chinque replied. Chinque's attitude towards Chenfong changed again, which made Chenfong feel very comfortable. The tiger returned to Chenfeng's side carrying a corpse in its mouth. Chenfong saw the corpse and cursed. "They're all dead, why are you carrying them around?" The tiger licked the corpse repeatedly, and Chenfong instantly realized that it wanted to eat it. Chenfong did not refuse, but simply said, "You cannot eat people without my permission." The toothed tiger rubbed against Chenfong, indicating its agreement. Then the tiger carried the carcass to the side to enjoy its meal. The next day, Chenfong followed you and the others to their tribe, where they found human bones scattered all over the ground. "Let's leave after you've buried your people," Chenfong said. After you nodded, he led his people to get busy. Chinque felt uncomfortable watching these scenes. Perhaps his clansmen had also perished in the same way. He turned around, found a secluded spot, and sat down, lost in thought. Chenfong lay on the back of the toothed tiger, gazing at the sky without saying a word. This encounter with the cannibals made Chenfong realize that they not only had to be wary of other tribes, but also of cannibals and powerful animals, and perhaps even unknown dangers. Through the incident with the cannibals, Chenfong also realized that the number of soldiers needed to be increased. If hundreds of people suddenly arrive, even with city walls, there's no guarantee that we can hold them off. Chapter 28 Vanguard Tribe. After burying his people, you led Chenfong to a vast plain. Everywhere there were lush green peanuts, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a green ocean. Chenfong discovered that they weren't carefully cultivating the land. They had simply scattered the peanut seeds on the ground and left them to grow naturally. Even so, Chenfong thought they were quite wise, since at least they knew how to grow food and how to obtain resources for survival from the land. Chenyu gestured and said, "Just some seeds will do." You nodded and gestured. "Yes, chief." Around noon, the group arrived at the junction of the mountains and the river. Chenfong did not intend to continue with them, so he had Toothed Tiger lead them back to the tribe. "Toothed Tiger, take them back to the tribe," Chenfong said. The tiger roared, sounding somewhat unwilling. Chenfong patted Toothed Tiger's head and said, "They are important too." Toothed Tiger lowered his head, walked to Yu's side, and agreed. After you left, Chenfong and Chenfong continued their journey. Along the way, Chenfong discovered many animals and plants he had never seen before. "Chief, this tree is oozing a white liquid, and we don't know what it is," Chenfong said, pointing to a tree. Chenfong looked at the flowing white liquid, unsure whether it was the sap from the rubber tree. "Chief, do you know him?" Chenfong asked, noticing Chenfeng's intense gaze. "I'm not sure, let's look into it later." Chenfong shook his head and said. 3 days later, the two finally emerged from the dark forest and saw 2 white mountains in front of them, not too high. "Is this Gypsum Mountain?" Chenfong looked at the 2 white mountains in front of him and said in disbelief. "What Gypsum Mountain? Isn't this just stone?" Chenfong asked. After confirming several times, Chenfong determined that this was indeed the Gypsum Mountain. "This is a good thing, but we can't use it right now." The area of Shigashin is very large, and the two of them walked for a whole day without being able to get out. "Let's rest here tonight," Chenfong said helplessly. "Chief, look, there's something huge flying in the sky," Chenfong suddenly shouted. Chenfong looked in the direction Chenfong pointed and found that there really was a huge animal flying. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was not a bird at all, but rather resembled a flying tiger. Flying tiger is also called flying squirrel. "How can it be so big?" Chenfong exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the sky. Even though the flying squirrel, which is about 1 meter tall, is gliding, its enormous size is still enough to amaze people. "Shoot it down!" Chenfong ordered. "Yes." Chenfong nodded. Then Chenfong aimed at the flying squirrel, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. Swoosh! The flying squirrel landed on the ground several hundred meters away. Not long after Chenfong ran over, he returned to Chenfeng's side carrying the flying squirrel and said, "Chief, this thing doesn't have much meat." "All right, hurry up and deal with it," Chenfong said calmly. Chenfong only wanted to see the flying squirrel, which was about 1 meter tall, but he didn't expect that it had only grown larger, and there were no other special changes. The next day, as Chenfong stepped out of the tent, he saw Chenfong carrying a roe deer weighing about 100 pounds back to the temporary camp. Roe deer are a type of deer, but they are not very large. "This thing is good," Chenfong laughed. "Chief, there are many deer here," Chenfong said with a smile. "The resources here are really abundant," Chenfong laughed. "Much more abundant than back home. There shouldn't be any tribes around here, otherwise there wouldn't be so many deer," Chenfong analyzed. Chenfong nodded, indicating his agreement with Chenfong's statement. After having breakfast, the two packed the remaining venison into animal hides and continued on their journey. After walking for a while, the two left Shigashin and saw the continuous mountain range. "Chief, this mountain also leads back to the other side. How come we didn't discover it before?" Chenfong said, pointing to a mountain with a river. Chenfong looked at the mountain and said, "This mountain is too steep, so we couldn't get across it back then, especially since we were carrying a tiger." "That's true," Chenfong nodded. "Chief, there are mountains ahead." "Not necessarily. If we follow the river, it shouldn't all be mountains," Chenfong said. "I hope so," Chenfong nodded. Climbing mountains is very physically demanding, and Chenfong is not very willing to do it. The two walked along, noting down the terrain as they went. After climbing over a large mountain, just as Chenfong had said, there was a forest behind the mountain. "Chief, it really is just one mountain, and the mountain range stretches to the south," Chenfong said happily. "There's a tribe ahead." Chenfong looked over and found that there was indeed a tribe, and the people in the tribe were making a fire to roast meat. "Let's go take a look," Chenfong said with a smile. As the two approached the tribe, they were surrounded by a group of people who gestured and asked, "Which tribe are you from? What are you doing here?" Looking at the dozen or so people holding sharpened wooden sticks, Chenfong wondered if they were cannibals. Chenfong saw through Chenfeng's thoughts and shook his head, saying, "Chief, cannibals won't communicate with us like this." Chenfong looked at the man in the lead and gestured. "We're going to the river to look for something." The man was the tribe's most powerful warrior, named Ju, and the chief was named Meng. After communicating with him, Chenfong learned that their tribe was called the Vanguard Tribe and had more than 100 members. Do you know Karu? The giant gestured. No, his name is Sham Lu now. Chenfong gestured. He is a member of my tribe. Oh? He actually joined your tribe? The giant exclaimed in disbelief. Chenfong nodded and said, Yes. We came here to find the Shurian tribe. The Stone Rock tribe is a large tribe, easy to find, the giant said. But... Just what? Chenfong gestured. They often raid our small tribes, the giant said. How many people are in their tribe? Chenfong asked. They have 20 times more people than our tribe, the giant gestured. Chenfong has confirmed that they definitely grew rice. It's impossible to feed so many people by relying on hunting. Do you have rice? Chenfong gestured. Seeing Chenfeng's gestures, Ju said, No, only the Rock tribe has it. So we had it too, but they were too powerful, and the land they could cultivate was limited, so they started to frantically seize our land. When did they start planting? Chenfong asked. Last year, the giant replied. In other words, they didn't find the rice for very long. Chenfong laughed. As the two were talking, a woman walked over and slowly asked, Who are you? The giant shouted to the newcomer, Chief! Chenfong looked at the woman. She appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. Chenfong was quite surprised that someone so young had become a leader. Chenfong gestured and said, I am the leader of the Xia tribe, and I have come to find rice seeds. Meng, the female leader, frowned and gestured, saying, It's difficult. They are very strong. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? Chenfong gestured. Meng looked at the weapons and equipment on Chenfong and Qinkui with great interest and wanted to touch them, but Qinkui refused. You guys are amazing, Manbai gestured. Chenfong said calmly, Yes, we are indeed very powerful. Chenfong didn't think he was lying. The Xia tribe's current strength was not something anyone could easily provoke. Chapter 29 Departure from Shurian Tribe. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Chenfong set up a tent outside their tribe to rest. Meng brought some fruit, which Chenfong observed resembled pears but were the size of watermelons. Chenfong took out a dagger, cut it in half, and gave half to Qinkui. One bite reveals a mouthful of sweet and delicious fruit pulp. This is good stuff. Chenfong couldn't help but praise. Meng was startled by Chenfeng's sharp dagger, staring at the neat blade, and stood there for a long time. After a long while, Meng finally came to his senses and gestured. Can I take a look at this? Chenfong casually tossed the dagger, which landed steadily in front of Meng. Meng picked up the dagger, about to slash his own arm. Chenfong quickly stood up and shouted, You can't use a dagger like that! As he spoke, he grabbed Meng's hand holding the dagger, stopping Meng's movement. It was the first time Meng had been touched by a man, and she instinctively wanted to break free, but when she saw Chenfeng's face, she gave up the idea of breaking free. Chenfong wasn't a particularly handsome type, but his face and body were full of muscles, making him a muscular man, although his skin was somewhat dark. Chenfong released his grip and gestured. This knife isn't held like this, nor is it used like this. Chenfong patiently taught Meng how to use the dagger, and Meng felt both happy and disappointed. Her initial joy stemmed from the fact that this man was wonderful, and she liked him very much. Her disappointment arose because, as a chieftain, she could not marry someone from another tribe. Can I have this? Manbai asked. Chenfong looked at Meng. She had jet black hair, big double-lidded eyes, and skin similar to Xingyue's. She could be considered a beauty. It wouldn't be bad to take over their tribe, after all, they know how to farm. Chenfong thought to himself. Chenfong is not omnipotent, and his knowledge of planting is only superficial. We really need talent in this area. It's unrealistic to expect her to bring the tribe with her all at once. It's better to build a good relationship first. I can give it to you, Chenfong said, gesturing after he understood. Really? Manbai asked. Chenfong nodded with a smile. Meng suddenly pounced on Chenfong, kissed him, and then happily ran back to his tribe with the dagger in his hand. Chief, she likes you, Qinkui said from the side. Does a kiss mean you like someone? Chenfong said casually. Yes, the female leader is different from ordinary women. When the female leader kisses you, it means she approves of you, Chen Kui explained. However, she is the chief, and if you want to be with her, you have to go to her tribe. Oh? There's such a rule? Chenfong asked curiously. Yes, but with such a powerful chieftain, we should be able to conquer her and take over her tribe. Chen Kui laughed. I've noticed you're becoming more and more frivolous. Chenfong laughed. Having followed the leader for so long, I've picked up a lot of bad habits. Chen Kui retorted, turning the tables on him. What? You're going to learn bad things from me? What did I do? Chenfong asked. The two of them chatted and joked around like that. The next morning, sunlight shone on the earth. Meng stood near Chenfong and his group's tent early on. Chenfong stepped out of the tent and saw Meng, who was followed by 5 tribal warriors. What are you doing here? Chenfong gestured. I'll lead the way for you. Without a guide, it's very difficult to find the Stone Rock tribe, Mambai said. Chenfong nodded and said, All right, let's go together then. After packing up the tent, the group headed east. Chenfong and Meng were inseparable throughout the journey, and Chenfong learned a lot from Meng. To get from their tribe to the Shurian tribe, you need to cross a vast swamp, and after crossing 2 mountains, you'll see a small river, which marks the start of the Shurian tribe's territory. The pioneer tribe not only grows rice, but also this fruit, something Chenfong hadn't expected. They're all talented. Chenfong couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? Meng gestured in confusion. It's nothing, I'm just saying, you guys are very smart. Chenfong gestured. After Meng understood, he gestured and said, You are a very wise leader. This left Chenfong momentarily at a loss for words. He had come here with memories from his previous life. He was somewhat intelligent, but not much. However, he did possess some knowledge. Seeing that Chenfong remained silent, Meng patted him on the shoulder and gestured. Did I say something wrong? Chenfong shook his head and gestured. No, I'm thinking about something. By the way, are there any other tribes ahead? No, many tribes have been annexed. Mambai gestured. It seems the Shurian tribe is exceptionally powerful, Chenfong secretly guessed. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Chenfong and his companions stood near a swamp, gazing at the endless expanse of water, feeling somewhat troubled. Meng directed his people to find several logs, which they then placed in the swamp. People lay on the logs and slowly crawled along. Chenfong gave Meng a thumbs up. Although he didn't know what it meant, Meng still responded with a thumbs up. The group crawled slowly like this for a whole day without eating a single bite, until they finally reached the other side at night. While passing through the swamp, Chenfong spotted birds that resembled ducks, as well as endless reeds. Reeds have many uses. From an ecological perspective, reeds can regulate the climate by releasing moisture into the air through transpiration, thereby increasing air humidity. Reeds have a very developed root system that effectively stabilizes the soil, reducing soil erosion and greatly helping to protect embankments. They also provide habitats for many wild animals. Birds can nest, forage, and hide from predators in reed beds. Reeds are also an important raw material for papermaking, used to produce cultural paper, household paper, and so on. Their stems are high in fiber and have good toughness, making them suitable for weaving into mats, baskets, and various other exquisite handicrafts. In terms of medicinal value, the rhizome of reed is called reed root, which is a Chinese medicinal material. It has the effects of clearing heat and promoting body fluid, relieving irritability, stopping vomiting, and promoting diuresis. It can be used to treat symptoms such as fever and thirst, and vomiting due to stomach heat. Considering the distance from his tribe, Chenfong wasn't particularly happy to see the reeds. Chief, look! Chen Kui was holding several duck eggs in his hand. It was very large, twice the size of the duck egg from my previous life. Put them away, we'll have duck eggs tonight, Chenfong said with a smile. This was the first time Chenfong had ever seen such a duck egg, and he was especially happy to be in this world. That night, Chenfong wrapped the duck eggs in mud and threw them into the fire. This was the first time Meng had ever seen eggs eaten this way. They all just opened them and ate them raw. A dozen minutes later, Chenfong took out the duck eggs, removed the dirt, and there were 4 eggs. Meng and Chen Kui each had 1, and Chenfong ate 2. The other 5 went to hunt and roast their own prey. Delicious! Manbai exclaimed. Chenfong smiled and gestured. There's an even tastier way. Really? Meng's eyes lit up, and he gestured. Our leader can cook lots of delicious food. Qin Kui gestured. Meng has no resistance to delicious food. Seeing Qin Kui gesturing about all the delicious food, he unconsciously moved closer to Chenfong, wanting to eat more food as soon as possible. Chenfong understood that without a pot, many of his ideas would be difficult to realize. However, Chenfong was already quite confident in persuading the Meng tribe to return. As long as the giant agreed, there shouldn't be any major problems. Chapter 30: Obtaining Rice Seeds. 7 days later, after many hardships, the group finally crossed 2 mountains and arrived at a small river. Chenfong and Qin Kui excitedly took off their clothes and jumped directly into the river to bathe. Seeing this, Meng shyly turned and went elsewhere. The people of their tribe couldn't swim and harbored a certain fear of water, so they all closely followed Meng to other places to find food. After taking a bath, when Chenfong and Qin Kui found Meng, they discovered that Meng had caught several rabbits and was roasting them over a fire. You're not afraid of water? Manbai gestured. Chenfong nodded and gestured. You can do it too. Swimming in the water is nothing to be afraid of. Do all your people know how to do this? Manbai asked. Chenfong nodded again, indicating that Meng was right. This is already the territory of the Shuyuan tribe. Manbai gestured. Chief, someone's coming this way. Qin Kui warned. Damn it, starting a fire here will make us easy targets. Chenfong cursed. Quickly, hide! The group hurriedly ran into the dense forest. As soon as Chenfong and his group left, a dozen men carrying wooden sticks arrived at the spot where they had just started a fire. They've run away! The one who spoke was Kai from the Shuyuan tribe, one of the tribe's 5 chiefs. Find them all! Kai shouted at the dozen or so people. Chenfong and his companions hid in the trees some distance away, watching nervously as the searchers headed in their direction. Meng, what will happen if they catch us? Chenfong gestured. Lock him up and get to work. Manbai gestured. They're just slaves. Chenfong thought to himself. They're coming. Qin Kui warned. Chief, let me go down and kill them. Chenfong waved his hand and said, Don't kill unless absolutely necessary. There are too many people in their tribe, and we only have a few. An hour passed, and after searching the entire place, they found nothing. Kai and his men left in frustration. After watching them leave, Chenfong jumped down from the tree and gestured to Meng. Where is the rice they planted? Meng pointed to the other side of the river and gestured. You'll see it once you cross the river. Chenfong came to the riverbank again and looked at the rice paddies that were more than a meter tall on the opposite bank, his heart filled with joy. Finally found it, Chenfong said with a smile. Let's go take a look. Chenfong and his group found a shallow stream and carefully waded across to the other side. This is the place that the Shuyuan tribe just passed through. As Chenfong approached the planted rice, he was astonished to find that a single bunch of rice grains was enough for one person's meal. He was utterly shocked. Chenfong glanced around and saw that there were about 100 acres of land, all planted with rice, and all of them were planted near the river. It seems they know a lot about planting. They know to go near places with water, Chenfong said. Chief, shall we pick them? Qin Kui asked. Pick them, hurry up and pick them, Chenfong gestured. The 7 men began frantically filling the rice bags with rice and stuffing them into the animal skin bags. In about half an hour, everyone had filled their bags with about 10 kilograms. Let's go, Chenfong said, seeing that everyone was almost done dressing up. As soon as the group reached the riverbank, they discovered that there were hundreds of people standing there, each holding a sharpened wooden stick or a polished stone. Chief, we can't leave! As Qin Kui spoke, he took out a shield and placed it in front of Chenfong, while drawing a knife in his other hand, fully focused and ready to make a move at any moment. Meng was terrified. The last time she encountered such a scene was when her father was the leader and led the tribe to escape. They were surrounded by the Shuyuan tribe, and it was her father who desperately held them off. Meng stepped forward from behind the 5 tribesmen and said, Kai, I only want some food. Let us go. Let you go. You're dreaming. Since you're here, stay. And tell me the location of your tribe, so I'll arrest you all, Kai said calmly. You! Meng was so angry that she couldn't speak. Without hesitation, Chenfong took out his bow and arrow, aimed at Kai, and fired the arrow in one smooth motion. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow piercing the air rang out. Kai was unable to dodge in time and was shot in the left shoulder. Ah! Kai screamed in agony, followed by deep fear, because he hadn't even seen how the person who attacked him made their move before he was already hit. Kill them! Kai shouted angrily. Chenfong put away his bow and arrows, drew his sword, and quickly went to Meng, pulling her behind Qinkui. Countless stones fell from the sky, crashing against the shield with a continuous crackling sound. Of the 5 members of Meng's tribe, 3 were killed by the falling object, and the remaining 2 were injured to varying degrees. After throwing the stones, the people of the Shurian tribe began to charge towards Chenfong and his group with sharpened wooden sticks. Chenfong emerged from the shield, wielding a long sword, and charged towards them without fear. Qinkui followed behind Chenfong, his shield hanging on his back, and he held 2 curved swords in his hands as he charged in front of Chenfong. Meng, accompanied by 2 members of his tribe, followed behind the 2 men, each carrying a dagger. Rush to the riverbank and help the 3 of them cross first, Chenfong said. Yes, chief, Qinkui replied. Qinkui quickly dealt with any approaching enemies. When any emergencies arose, Chenfong immediately went to handle them, with Meng and the others following closely behind. The short distance of 10 meters felt incredibly long to Chenfong, because he was surrounded by enemies. Every time he killed one, another would take his place, and someone would fall with every step he took. Seeing that Qinkui was struggling with every step, Chenfong was also very anxious. He picked up his knife and charged alongside Qinkui. Kai watched his men fall in an instant, then greedily eyed Chenfong and his men's weapons and shouted, "Kill them all! Anyone who backs down will be killed first!" Then Kai said to the tribesmen around him, "Go back and call for help quickly. We can't leave like this," Chenfong said to Qinkui. "Chief, when we get close to the river you go first, I'll hold them off," Qinkui said. "No, we'll go together," Chenfong said angrily. "Hang in there a little longer." Chenfong found a tree, climbed it, took out his bow and arrow, and aimed at Kai, who was hiding at the back, and said angrily, "Go to hell!" Whoosh, the arrow flew out. When Kai saw the arrow, it was already embedded in his body. He stared in terror at Chenfong in the tree, his life extinguished. When Kai's men saw that he was dead, they were so frightened that they ran away. When others saw someone running away, they followed suit. Before long, all the remaining 70-odd people had run away. Chenfong walked to Kai's side, pulled out an arrow, and said, "Let's cross the river quickly, or we really won't be able to get across." Meng stared at what had happened in the past 10 minutes, his face filled with disbelief. Kai killed her father and her clansmen. He was an extremely cruel person. Unexpectedly, he died in just over 10 minutes. Chenfong pulled Meng towards the other side of the river, with Qinkui and 2 others following behind. "You guys go first, I'll cover the rear," Chenfong said to Qinkui. "Chief, I'll cover the rear," Qinkui replied. "No, you're already exhausted. Get out of here right now, that's an order," Chenfong said sternly. Qinkui nodded and said, "Chief, be careful." Meng understood Chenfeng's meaning but said nothing. He simply walked to Chenfeng's side, hugged him tightly, and then let go before leaving with Qinkui. Chapter 31: A Two-Pronged Attack. After Chenfong and the others left, Chenfong nimbly found a tree 50 meters away from the river, quickly climbed it, took out his bow and arrows, and waited intently for the Shurian tribe to arrive. About half an hour later, Chenfong saw a middle-aged man leading more than 200 people to Kai's corpse. This middle-aged man was named Mei, and he was a leader in the tribe. "Useless! You managed to arrest a few people and ended up getting yourself killed," Mei said coldly. "What exactly happened?" The man beside Kai recounted the events with trembling hands. Mei looked at Kai's body again and saw 2 arrow holes, but the arrows were gone. "If I could get my hands on this weapon, the leader would be mine," Mei thought to herself. "I must get it," Mei shouted to the people behind her. Whoever catches the murderer of Kai will be rewarded with 5 women and a year's worth of food. Upon hearing of such a generous reward, the tribesmen behind him became as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and rushed madly towards the river. The first person to approach the river was shot through the heart by an arrow before he even touched the water, and fell straight to the ground, motionless. Upon seeing this, the others immediately stopped in their tracks. After all, they were all human, and no one was unafraid of death. Mei looked into the distance but saw no archer. She then commanded the tribesman beside her, "Go, cross the river!" The man approached the riverbank with trepidation. Whoosh! An arrow flew over. Thump! The man fell to the ground, dying in the same way as the previous person. The people behind them were even more terrified, because they realized that getting any closer would mean certain death. They had never seen anything like arrows before, and the unknown is often the most frightening thing. No one dared to approach anymore. Mei didn't care about anything else and pulled a member of her tribe towards the riverbank. Another arrow, and the same way of dying. Mei refused to believe in superstition and sent 7 or 8 of her clansmen over there in succession, but the result was the same: they all died. Mei was also discouraged this time, and he dared not advance rashly again. The other tribesmen dared not approach Mei either. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chenfong silently jumped down from the tree and ran desperately towards the vanguard tribe. Chenfong thought to himself that he had delayed them for 5 or 6 hours, so they should have run quite far by now. Chenfong chased for a day and a night, and finally met Chen and the others at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Meng was burying one of his clansmen with stones. Chen said, "That person was injured for too long, and with the journey, he was exhausted." Chenfong didn't say anything. He was too tired. He hadn't rested for a day and a night, so he lay down on the ground and fell fast asleep. The next morning, sunlight shone on the earth. Chenfong opened his eyes and saw them grilling meat. He grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Meng used leaves to hold water for Chenfong and brought it to him. After Chenfong finished eating, he said, "Let's set off immediately. They won't let me go." Meng and her people hurriedly packed their things and began to cross the mountains. Mei dared not cross the small river. He spent several hours searching around and finally found another shallow river. Then he led his men in hot pursuit of the direction Chenfong and the others had left. Mei collected 11 arrows, found the arrowheads to be extremely sharp, and then put them all away. He used it as a weapon. Although he couldn't shoot arrows, he could throw it around. Mei walked for 2 days and 1 night and found Meng's buried body, thus determining the direction of Chenfong and his group. 5 days later, Chenfong and his group crossed 2 mountains and arrived at the swamp. Following the previous method, the group quickly crossed the swamp. 3 days later, Chenfong and his group arrived at the vanguard tribe. Chenfong and his group have barely had any rest these past few days, only getting 3 to 5 hours of rest a day, and spending the rest of their time traveling non-stop. Chenfong and the others slept for a whole day in the pioneer tribe. When he opened his eyes again, all the tents of the vanguard tribe were gone, and everyone was standing neatly together, all looking at Chenfong. Chenfong asked Chen, still confused, what was going on. Chen looked at Meng and said, "Last night they were very happy to learn that the chief had killed Kai. Meng suggested going to our tribe, and Ju agreed. So they packed their tents overnight, and prepared to leave with us." Meng nodded and gestured, saying, "You killed our enemy and avenged us. We are willing to follow you to your tribe." Chenfong looked at Meng Bihua and said, "Once you're in my tribe, you're no longer the chief. Do you understand?" "I don't care, I want to follow you, follow the powerful tribe," Mambai said. "Even if we don't leave, they'll still track us here. Kai is dead, and they'll seek revenge." "All right." Chenfong thought about it and agreed. Even if they couldn't find it now, finding it later would probably mean the extermination of their clan, so it was better to leave. "Let's set off now," Chenfong gestured. Seeing that Chenfong agreed, Meng immediately arranged for his people to set off in an orderly fashion along the route Chenfong and his group had come from. Chen led the way at the front, while Chenfong brought up the rear. The group of over 100 people ate and drank along the way, making their journey very slow. It took 10 days to reach the mountain that spans the river, and another 2 days to cross the river. There are cannibals ahead! Chenfong shouted. Chenfong strode to the front of the line and came to Chenfong's side. He looked at the group of more than 200 people not far away, and there was a person holding a cane with a human head on it. That person is a cannibalistic shaman, a very intelligent man, Chenfong explained. The strategist, Chenfong said. What is a strategist? Chenfong asked. A strategist is someone who comes up with ideas and plans. They're very smart, Chenfong explained. I see, Chenfong replied, as if he understood. What should we do? There are too many of them, Chenfong asked. Hide it first, and I'll think of a way later, Chenfong said. As dusk fell and night descended, Chenfong and the others dared not light a fire and ate raw meat again. The cannibals remained where they were, showing no intention of leaving. Chenfong assumed they would leave soon, but they didn't go even by nightfall. The following day at noon, Chenfong was eating raw meat when Ju brought bad news. Mei had caught up with them and was only about an hour away. Damn it, we're being attacked from both sides. There's absolutely no chance of survival, Chenfong cursed. Meng knew that this time there might really be no way to escape, so he began to assign tasks to his people, telling them to find as many stones and sticks as possible to use as weapons. Chenfong squatted on the rock, looking at the enemies on both sides, cannibals on one side and the Stone Rock tribe on the other. They couldn't defeat either of them. Chief, do you have a solution? Chenfong asked. No one can stop us from leaving if we want to, not them, Chenfong said helplessly. If we're not in the middle, they'll fight as soon as they meet, Chenfong said. Chenfeng's eyes lit up and he said, I've got an idea. What method? Chenfong asked. Of course, let them fight, Chenfong said. But we're still in the middle, so we'll be the first to suffer, Chenfong said. What if we disappear? Chenfong asked with a smile. How could it disappear? There's nothing but rocks here. Chenfong was completely bewildered. Chenfong looked around and pointed to an open space not far away, saying, Have men gather all their people and move all the stones and sticks around there, big and small, to form a semicircle, just big enough to accommodate them. Chapter 32 Heavy Casualties. Meng led his tribe in a flurry of activity, and Chenfong and Chenfong dared not slack off in the slightest, as the Shurian tribe might find them in another hour. Chenfong, go and lead the people of the Shurian tribe in circles until nightfall, Chenfong ordered urgently. Chief, is any method acceptable? Chenfong's eyes were sharp, revealing a resolute determination. Seeing Chenfong's behavior, Chenfong guessed that he might want to take on those people by himself, and quickly stopped him, saying, Don't do anything reckless. Too many of them will die, and it will affect my plans later. Okay, I'll lead them around in circles, Chenfong agreed. Watching Chenfong leave, Chenfong was still a little worried. After all, this guy sometimes acted quite impulsively. Meng and his people worked tirelessly, moving stones, wood, and branches, leaving no stone unturned as they could be used for concealment. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Meng said as he walked up to Chenfong. Chenfong didn't say much, because he didn't want to use gestures and it was difficult for him to express what he wanted to say clearly. He could only shake his head. As soon as Chenfong met Mei, one of them pointed at Chenfong and shouted, It's him! Upon hearing this, Mei roared angrily. Grab him! Having been frightened away by the river and lost face in front of her clansmen, coupled with the resentment that had accumulated over the past few days of chasing, Mei's hatred for Chenfong could not be quelled simply by killing him. Upon hearing the order, the more than 200 people behind him surged towards Chenfong like a tidal wave. He had thought he would need to kill a few more people before they would be willing to pursue him, but he hadn't expected that a single encounter would ignite such intense hatred in them, and they would charge straight at him. Chenfong didn't dawdle. He stood still and waited until they were about 100 meters away before turning around and starting to run. Seeing Chenfong run away, Mei became even angrier and joined the team that was trying to catch him. Chenfong would occasionally pick up a stone and throw it at the group of people. He used tremendous force and had already injured several people, and one person was killed outright. This blatant provocation enraged the people of the Shurian tribe to the extreme. From Mei's orders to their own desire to kill Chenfong, they no longer needed Mei to issue any further orders. They rested, and Chinkuei rested too. They chased, and Chinkuei ran, always maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. The sky gradually darkened. Chinkuei then led them towards Chenfeng's direction. Mei had long since built up her anger to the point where she wanted to devour Chinkuei alive. For several hours, Mei and her men barely stopped, resting for only 10 minutes at a time before continuing their pursuit. Seeing that it was getting dark and that Meng and the others had hidden themselves, Chenfong ran towards the cannibal settlement. The cannibals, who had been capturing people from who knows where, had begun to cruelly disembowel them and then roast them over a fire. Chenfong had become somewhat numb to their cruelty. Drawing his bow, Chenfong shot an arrow at the man with the skull cane, hitting him precisely in the head. The cannibals discovered their leader was dead and searched everywhere for their enemy, but could not find him. Chenfong was speechless. He had hidden himself too well, so he stood up and shouted, "You idiots, Grandpa's here!" After finding their target, the cannibals, numbering over 200, almost all of them except those guarding the people they had captured, threw stones in Chenfeng's direction and then frantically chased after him. As Chenfong ran, he shouted loudly, trying his best to provoke them. The cannibals were even more ferocious than Chenfong had imagined. They chased after Chenfong like a sprinter, and Chenfong himself dared not hold back in the slightest, running as fast as he could towards the other side of the river. At this moment, Chinkuei also led the people of the Shuryan tribe to run in the direction of Chenfong. 30 minutes later, the two met on the opposite bank of the river. After exchanging a glance, they jumped into the river in perfect unison. Neither the cannibal nor Mei saw the two people. They only saw someone standing opposite them, staring menacingly at them. Someone shouted, and neither side paid attention. Then Mei and the cannibals were directly confronted. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle upon meeting, both filled with anger and resentment. Within a few breaths, mass deaths occurred on both sides. Dozens of people fell into the river, some were killed by stones, and some were beaten to death with wooden sticks. The horrific scene was too unbearable to look at. Chenfong was almost swept away by the river, but fortunately Chinkuei grabbed his hand in time. "Chief, they've started fighting," Chinkuei said. "Yes, let's go up first," Chenfong said with a smile. The two climbed onto the riverbank and, listening to the sounds of fighting between the two sides, couldn't help but laugh. Chinkuei admired Chenfong immensely, and this time he admired him even more, as the two of them had cleverly solved the problem simply by running around. "Chief, should we help?" Chinkuei asked. "Of course we'll help, but not now," Chenfong said. "Then who should we help?" Chinkuei asked. "Of course we'll help the Shuryan tribe. They and we are all normal people, but cannibals are not normal people, so they all have to die." Chenfong laughed. Let's go to the cannibal tribe to rescue the people, and then come back." The two crossed the battlefield, occasionally stabbing the cannibals, and then reached the other side, where they found the cannibal settlement and discovered that there were still more than a dozen cannibals there. Without hesitation, the two drew their knives and, without concealing them, charged into the encampment and launched a fierce attack. They dealt with these dozen or so people in 5 or 6 minutes. They found a group of people bound by ropes. These people looked emaciated and had probably not eaten for a long time. They were weak all over. There were more than 200 people, all teenagers, men and women. Most of the elderly were killed or used as food. "Chief, several people are missing an arm," Chinkuei shouted. Chenfong walked over and saw several men on the ground without arms. The wounds looked like they had been forcibly torn off, and the men were on the verge of death. "Who's in charge?" Chenfong gestured. A burly man stepped forward and gestured. "That's me." "What tribe are you from? What's your name?" Chenfong asked, gesturing. The man pointed to the tree and gestured, saying, "We are the Big Tree tribe, and my name is Jane." After Chenfong nodded, he gestured and said, "Xia tribe, Chenfong. You can leave if you want." After Chenfong finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jian to gesture and directly led Chinkuei towards the mountains. As the two approached the mountain above the river, they saw that hundreds of people had died on both sides, their bodies lying haphazardly everywhere, and many more had fallen into the river. The mountains were covered with blood-stained stones and corpses, a bloody and tragic scene. "Oh no, their fighting is getting close to where Meng and the others are hiding," Chenfong said nervously. The two quickly ran to where they were hiding and killed anyone who approached. However, one of the cannibals still stumbled upon the stone shelter that the Mongols had built. The stone collapsed instantly, exposing more than a dozen people. The noise also alerted the cannibals and the Stone Rock tribe. Chenfong gestured to Mei and said, "If you want to live, join us in killing the cannibals." Without hesitation, Mei gestured and said, "Okay." "Chen Kui, make your move," Chenfong said. With a shield in one hand and a long-handled broadsword in the other, Chen Kui bravely charged into the cannibalistic crowd. Chenfong stood still, knife in hand, firmly guarding Meng and the others. With Chen Kui joining the group, the people of Shuryan tribe were noticeably more relaxed. Chapter 33: Annihilation of the Cannibals. Chenfong not only had to be fully focused on guarding against the cannibals, but also had to be constantly vigilant against the Stone Rock tribe. If Mei broke the rules and suddenly attacked Meng and the others, and Chenfong was elsewhere, it would probably be too late for him to come back and rescue them. Meng and Zhu, along with a dozen or so men, stood behind Chenfong, holding wooden sticks and guarding the breach. Chenfong stared intently at the cannibals, noticing their numbers rapidly decreasing. In just half an hour, more than 50 more had died. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, and the number of people in the Shuryan tribe was reduced from more than 200 to more than 60. The cannibals were almost completely wiped out, and those who survived were no longer able to fight. Mei looked at the tribespeople she had brought out. Now only 60-odd people remained, and was filled with sorrow, not knowing how to go back and explain to the chief. After killing the last cannibal, Chen Kui came to Chenfeng's side, by which time he was already severely exhausted. Meng and his people watched Mei and the others warily. Chenfong looked at Mei and gestured, saying, "We have no grudge against each other, on the contrary, we saved you." Mei looked at Chenfong with a sinister gaze and gestured, "If you hadn't lured the cannibals, so many of our people wouldn't have died." Chenfong didn't want to get entangled with him any further, and gestured, "No matter what, we're parting ways here. If you want revenge, you can come find me anytime. Today, either of us can do anything to the other." Chenfong pointed at the people behind Mei. His meaning was very clear: you are outnumbered by us, and you are injured and have just gone through a fierce battle. You have no strength to fight us. Mei understood Chenfeng's meaning, waved helplessly, and led her people away dejectedly. As she left, Mei gestured, "I will find you." Chenfong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He didn't take Mei's threat to heart at all. After everyone rested for a while, Chenfong organized people to gather up the cannibals' corpses and burn them, otherwise bacteria and viruses could easily breed. It wasn't until late at night that everyone finally fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. What Chenfong didn't know was that the tribe they rescued was a nomadic tribe skilled in animal domestication. Jane and her people's settlement was no longer safe, and all their livestock had been eaten by cannibals. They were very bad at hunting. The next morning, as the sun rose, exhausted, the group ate a quick bite and set off for the Xia tribe. However, a group of people were always following behind Chenfong, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters. Chenfong said helplessly, "Chen Kui, go and ask them what they're up to." Chen Kui walked into the crowd at the back for more than 10 minutes, then returned to Chenfeng's side and said, "Leader, they want to follow you." Chenfong said helplessly, "Relying on hunting to support more than 700 people is already the limit of our tribe. If rice can be successfully grown, it will not be difficult to feed them. The problem is that we only have 70 caddies of rice to grow right now." "Chief, we can expand our hunting range," Chen Kui reminded him. Chenfong actually hoped that the tribe's population could be larger, but he didn't want the population to become a burden on the tribe. "Chen Kui, go and tell them that if they choose to join us, they must obey us absolutely. If they disobey, they will die," Chenfong ordered. "Yes, Chief," Chen Kui nodded. The number of Meng people, including those from nomadic tribes, had reached more than 300. The larger the group, the greater the consumption, which slowed down the journey considerably. 10 days later, Chenfong and his group encountered the same people again. They were still hunting in the forest, and when they saw Chenfong and his group, they selectively gave way. Chenfong didn't pay much attention to this. In his mind, nothing was more important than getting on the road. "Chief, look ahead," Chenfong said, pointing to the east. Chenfong looked in that direction and saw something moving rapidly in the distance, getting closer and closer to him and his companions. It's a toothed tiger! Chenfong exclaimed in surprise. Toothed tiger came to Chenfeng's side, covered in wounds, mostly from stabs and from being hit by stones. Oh no, something's happened at home! Chenfong exclaimed in alarm after seeing what the toothed tiger looked like. Chenfong, let's go first! Chenfong instructed Meng to lead the others towards the Xiao tribe, and entrusted the care of Toothed Tiger to them. The two ran desperately towards the Xiao tribe. 5 days later, the two traveled day and night, and finally arrived at the small river in front of the tribe. Looking into the distance, Chenfong saw that thousands of people were surrounding a city wall. Chenfong had seen their attire before. They were from a grassland tribe. Chenfong was extremely anxious and wanted to find out as soon as possible what had happened. When the two returned to the tribe, they saw Xingyue's grandfather there, as well as many new faces dressed similarly to Xingyue's two playmates. Leader! Qin Shi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chenfong. Chenfong nodded and asked, What exactly happened? Xingyue spoke first. Grandpa transferred all the people of his tribe to our tribe, but the grassland tribe was unwilling and even tried to forcibly take Grandpa and the others away. After listening for more than an hour, Chenfong roughly understood the reason behind it. Grandpa Xingyue's tribe was skilled at rescuing people and happened to be located within the territory of the grassland tribe. Initially, everyone lived in harmony and helped each other. However, after the death of the previous chief of the grassland tribe, the new tribal chief began to plunder in order to expand the tribe. People and livestock were all taken away by them. The Moonlight tribe of Xingyue is skilled at rescuing people, and the grassland tribes dare not forcibly rob them. They can only send people to watch over them and prevent them from moving around freely. At the last gathering of 1,000 lakes, Grandpa Xingyue saw off Xingyue and the other two, which had already angered Chief Ge of the grassland tribe. After learning of Chenfeng's power, Grandpa Xingyue took advantage of Chief Ji's lack of reaction time, killed the guards, and led all his people to migrate to the Xiao tribe. They were eventually discovered. The grassland tribes had been closely following the Moonlight tribe all along, until 10 days ago, when they surrounded the Xiao tribe. Fearing heavy losses, Chief Ge did not immediately order his people to attack the Xiao tribe. Chenfong looked at the thousands of people surrounding their tribe and felt somewhat helpless. He thought that a tough stance might be the only way to resolve the issue, but he didn't have the means to do so at the moment. Qin Shi, go tell Chief Ge that I want to see him, Chenfong said. Grandpa Xingyue said, I'll go too, they want me. All right, let's go together, Chenfong said calmly. Grandpa Xingyue's name is Pu. Pu is very important to Xingyue because she was picked up by Pu and then raised with great difficulty. Xingyue looked at Chenfong with pleading eyes. How could Chenfong not understand her thoughts? However, faced with the survival of the tribe, Chenfong was also caught in a difficult choice. On the way, Pu said, Take good care of my people and Xingyue. Chenfong nodded without speaking. Chenfong and Pu didn't have much in common. For Chenfong, the only problem to solve right now is the grassland tribe. Before leaving, Chenfong instructed Qin Shi to arm all 100 soldiers to the teeth, and to launch an immediate attack on the grassland tribe should any problems arise. Chapter 34 The Grassland Tribes Reach a Deal. Chenfeng's fears did not come true. Ge actually personally welcomed Chenfong into their household. After Chenfong led Qinkui and Pu into the camp, he was surprised to find that almost all of them were very strong, unlike other tribes where only a portion of the people were strong. After sitting down in the tent, Jebi gestured and said, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. Chenfong replied, It is my honor to see Chief Ge again. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ge gestured and said, I didn't expect to see Chief Chenfong again so soon. I came here mainly for him. Ge pointed to Pu. Chenfong nodded and gestured. His granddaughter is already my woman, so I definitely have to get involved in his affairs. After laughing heartily, Geha gestured and said, I only need him. However, I need Chief Chenfong to give me something in exchange for the other tribesmen. Chenfong gestured and asked, What will you use to exchange? Ge pointed to the knife on Chenfeng's back and gestured. It. Qinkui suddenly stood up, quickly drew his long sword, and stared at Ge warily. Chenfong waved his hand and said, "Put down your weapons!" Then he gestured to Ge and said, "I won't replace your weapons, but I can teach you how to make stone axes, and I'll even give you some ceramics." "Chief Chenfong, you should understand their importance," Ge said solemnly. Chenfong coldly gestured and said, "If you're not satisfied, then we'll start a war. Do you think you can gain any advantage over me?" Ge knew very well that even if he won, he would likely suffer heavy losses, and besides, he wasn't entirely confident of victory. He didn't know exactly how many people in the Xia tribe were armed. "Okay, he has to come with me," Ge said, pointing at Pubi. Before Chenfong could speak, Pu said, "I'm willing to go with you." After the deal was settled, Chenfong and Ge talked about another matter, namely cattle, sheep and horses. Chenfong could only offer ceramics. He gave them a lot of other things as well. Ge gestured and said, 10 knives for 100 horses, 200 cows, and 1,000 sheep." After pondering for a long time, Chenfong gestured and said, 300 horses, 300 cattle, and the sheep remain unchanged. Chenfong knew that Ge would not leave without achieving his goal, especially since he had already exposed the tribe's location. They were very likely to spare no expense to launch a surprise attack or join forces with other tribes. Ge nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. For G, these 18 weapons would allow him to expand again, and even annex tribes as powerful as himself. Chenfong had specific requirements for horses, cattle, and sheep, 70% female and 30% male, and he also needed 10 skilled women to deliver them. Ge agreed to all of these conditions. Chenfong took Chenkui's dagger and handed it to Ge Bihua, saying, "From now on, we're friends. This is my gift." Ge took the dagger, excitedly played with it for a while, and then gestured, "I'll give you a surprise." The next morning, Ge led his men away from the Xia tribe, promising to personally deliver cattle, horses, and sheep a month later. Chenfong didn't care much about this, because he had more important things to do. Chenfong brought back a total of 380 people from his trip. The majority, 220, were men, while only 160 were women. The cannibals not only cruelly murdered women but also wantonly abused them, hence the relatively small number of women. Most of them were assigned to the construction department, the strong ones went hunting, and the rest were all assigned to Chen Mao's work department. The number of medical staff was expanded to 70, all of whom were from the Star Moon tribe. The vanguard tribe was given the surname Lu, the tribes rescued along the way were given the surname Mu, and the people brought back by Toothed Tiger were assigned to the vanguard tribe. As for Xingyue's family, Chenfong directly bestowed upon them the surname Xing. Chenfong added a new department, the Animal Husbandry Department, which was headed by Mu Jian. Chenfong gave Mu Jian the order to capture pheasants and rabbits for breeding, with Chen Shi assisting. A month later, Ge arrived at the Xia tribe with cattle, sheep, and horses. The exchange proceeded smoothly, according to the agreement and the agreed-upon quantities. Ge gave Chenfong a surprise by giving him an extra 100 cows. "Chief Chenfong, your dagger is very powerful. I used it to kill 7 people," Jebi gestured. Chenfong didn't show much expression after hearing this. After all, he had killed quite a few people himself. Chenfong took out 10 1-meter-long knives and handed them to Ge. Looking at Chenfeng's bow and arrow, Ge asked, "Can we exchange this one?" Chenfong shook his head and refused, saying, "This is too complicated to make, and I don't have the materials." "What do you need?" Jebi gestured. Chenfong gestured exaggeratedly. 10 cow tendons and 10 cow horns to make a bow. "Our tribe has a lot of these," Ge said happily, gesturing. "If Chief Chenfong helps me make one, I will reward him with 10 horses and 10 cows." After thinking it over, Chenfong agreed, because he never intended to make bows and arrows out of cow sinews for them. Instead, he planned to use pig sinews instead. "My brother, Chenfong, if anyone bullies you in the future, tell me," Ge said happily, hugging Chenfong. Chenfong was surprised and delighted by this unexpected joy. "As long as we have enough bows and arrows, making a repeating crossbow will not be a problem, and then women can all become warriors. With enough beef tendons, you can make some powerful crossbows and place them on the city walls, instantly boosting your sense of security." After sending Ge away, Chenfong had Mu Jian take over the livestock and 10 women skilled in raising livestock, and directly added them to the animal husbandry department. The horses were assigned to the military, and the cattle were assigned to the transportation, construction, and industrial departments. With sufficient means of transportation, the construction speed of the city walls also increased significantly. Chief, there are currently 100 houses built with blue bricks. They are all 2-story houses with their own courtyards. There are 10 houses in the communal living area, and each house can accommodate 50 people, Chinya reported. Very good, Chenfong praised. Chenfong did not immediately distribute the houses to his clansmen, but instead allocated them according to merit. Each department head received 1 house, and those who performed well received another. 99 houses were distributed, and Chenfong kept 1 for himself, as he had long been tired of living in the cave. Each apartment is equipped with a brick bed, has an area of 100 square meters, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and 2 floors make up 6 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, as well as a kitchen. As for the drainage system, Chenfong directly instructed Chen Mao to fire cylindrical ceramics, lay them under the house, and then cover them with blue bricks. Chenfong could only study while digging to solve the drinking water problem. This was relatively simple, and as long as there were enough people, one could be dug in a few days. Chenfong did not plan to have each family dig 1 well, but rather 5 families would share 1 well, since manpower was currently very scarce. Chenfong instructed Chinya to focus all his efforts on building the city wall, and to put everything else aside for now. 2 women moved into Chenfeng's house, Lu Meng and Xinyue. Lu Meng and his group were skilled in planting. Chenfong divided the clan into planting departments, all of whom were his clansmen, totaling 100 people. Chapter 35: The Arrival of the Yurong Tribe. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. This time, Ge did not come in person, but only had his people bring 400 each of beef tendons and horns. Chenfong told them to come back next spring to collect their bows and arrows. The next focus is on planting. The curved plows that Chen Tian made earlier are also ready, a total of 10. Chenfong taught Lu Meng step by step, and Lu Meng then passed it on to his own clansmen. When do you usually plant your crops? Chenfong asked. We start planting when the snow melts, harvest when it gets warm, then plant again, harvest when the leaves turn yellow, plant again, harvest when it snows again, and then stop planting, Lu Meng explained. That means planting 3 seasons a year, Chenfong said. 1 mu of land requires about 2 jin of seeds. Chenfong has 70 jin, which is 35 mu of land. I want to set aside 5 acres of land to grow rice, Chenfong said. What is rice? Lu Meng asked. This is a bit complicated to explain, so I'll just teach you directly. After Chenfong finished speaking, he began to use tree branches to divide a 5-acre paddy field in an open area, and then left space for water diversion. He then found people to carry out the construction, turning the soil and diverting water. The next step was seedling cultivation, something Chenfong knew a little about. Lu Meng was dumbfounded the whole time. She originally thought that planting was just about throwing seeds on the ground, but she didn't expect there to be so many intricacies involved. For half a month, Chenfong taught Lu Meng how to combine theory with practice. As soon as Chenfong opened his eyes, he went to various departments to conduct theoretical training and solve problems, keeping him extremely busy. The problem of drinking water for the house has been solved, the drainage problem has been solved, the accommodation problem has been solved, and the septic tank problem has also been solved. They usually eat from 1 large pot for 20 people, with wild vegetables, mutton, chicken, pork, fish, and so on. Life was pretty good. Chenfong would occasionally try the communal meals, but most of the time he cooked at home. The army has expanded to 200 men. 100 men go out hunting every day to maintain the tribe's daily needs and build up reserves, while the other 100 men train. Everyone was doing their jobs in an orderly manner, with a clear division of labor. After Lu Meng planted the first batch of rice, he began weeding. In his spare time, he would find some fruit trees to transplant to an area for artificial planting, and he would also find some wild vegetables or vegetables that Chenfong was familiar with to plant collectively. Lu Meng's job was not easy. He needed Chenfeng's personal guidance on many things. Chenemo led the logistics department, which not only had to cook, but also make bows and arrows, weave baskets, and take care of everyone's clothes and shoes. After Chenfong returned, he stayed in the military camp, and Chenli replaced Chenfong as the one protecting him. Chintian led the blacksmiths to implement reforms, and all the weapons they forged were now engraved with their names, so that if there were any problems, they could directly contact the maker. Chintian is keeping a close eye on weaponry reserves and technological advancements. Armor is currently the problem he wants to overcome. Previously, Chenkui's armor at most consisted of patches that protected vital areas. Chintian has been trying to find a way to break through and think about how to make real armor. Chenxing is currently mainly in charge of water wheels, ox carts, horse-drawn carriages, and materials needed to build the city walls. The buckets can now be mass-produced. The next step is to manufacture the crossbows for the city walls. Chenmao and Chinya were the most exhausted, basically working non-stop every day. One was firing bricks and ceramics, while the other was building city walls and also taking care of building houses. Although Chenfong had focused on the city walls, Chinya still assigned a small group of people to continuously build houses. Of course, the progress of the city wall construction has been steadily increasing. The walls on the southeast sides have been completed, leaving only the northwest side, which should be finished before winter. Chief, the chief of the Yurong tribe has arrived with a large group of people. Chenli rushed to Chenfeng's side and said anxiously. Where are they? Chenfong asked. Right outside the city walls. Without your order, no other tribes are allowed to enter the city, Chenli said. Let's go out and take a look, Chenfong said with a smile. Chenfong was still very much looking forward to their arrival, because they had burlap. Although Chenfong had some knowledge of it, he still needed someone with experience to do the actual work. Outside the city, Chenfong saw more than 20 people, each carrying a bundle of burlap on their backs. Muing was accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16 years old, who looked like she didn't do much work and had delicate, fair skin. Chief Chenfong, this is linen, Muing gestured. Chenfong looked at the hemp cloth carried on each person's back and estimated that each person carried about 50 caddies of hemp cloth, so 20 people would carry 1,000 caddies of hemp cloth. It was probably still not enough to provide hemp clothing for everyone in the tribe. Chenfong laughed and said, Very good. I hope we can send another batch before winter. Okay. Muing nodded. This is my daughter, Mu Yang. Chenfong nodded to Mu Yang and said, Hello? Mu Yang glanced at Chenfong, then turned away disdainfully. It's all my fault for spoiling her, Muing said helplessly. Chenfong smiled faintly and said, It's nothing, just a kid. Muing was a little stunned, thinking to herself, Aren't you a child? Chenfong wasn't stingy. For one person's goods, 50 jin, approximately 25 kilograms, he gave 5 bowls or a rice cooker. Seeing the wooden buckets, he exchanged them for 2 more. Muing was shocked by the sight of the city walls, the houses inside, and the people bustling about in an orderly manner. Mu Yang was also dumbfounded. They were shown around all the departments except the blacksmith's shop and the Ministry of Works. The oxen and horses pulling the cart were already enough to make them envious, let alone the water wheel that Chenfong made. Chief Chenfong, can we exchange the ox cart? Muing asked. I can change the car, but I won't change the ox. Chenfong laughed. Okay, can you take it back for me first? I'll bring you enough linen next time, Muing said. Chenfong hesitated, genuinely worried that his things would never be returned, since he had only met her once and his understanding of her was only superficial. Seeing Chenfeng's hesitation, Muing said, I can let her stay. I'll bring some linen in 2 months. Chenfong even wondered if he had misheard, that he could actually let his daughter stay. This isn't appropriate, Chenfong said. It's nothing, I trust leader Chenfong, Muing said. Mu Yang, however, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he wandered around like a curious child. All right, it's fine for her to be here, but she also has things to do. We don't keep idle people here, Chenfong agreed. Can I really stay? Mu Yang asked happily. She was completely devoid of her initial arrogance, replaced instead by liveliness and cuteness. To say Mu Yang is pretty wouldn't be accurate, but to say she's not pretty would be an exaggeration either. She's certainly not unattractive. Chenfong nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 36 Rapid Development of the Tribe. Chenfong, Xingyue, and Lu Meng are now officially married. Since they got the house, Chenfong has been sleeping with them. After Mu Yang arrived, he stayed at Chenfeng's house. Chenfong had no choice but to take Xingyue and Lu Meng to live upstairs. Of course, Mu Yang's arrival did cause Chenfong a lot of inconvenience. Whenever the three of them were playing games, Mu Yang would always come out and disturb them. Standing on the city wall, Chenfong looked out and saw busy ox carts shuttling back and forth, carrying timber into the city in trip after trip. The Ministry of Transport was responsible not only for transporting iron ore and limestone, but also for transporting timber. Chenfong arrived at the carpentry workshop and said to Chenxing, "You need to rush to build 5 boats. These boats are different from the ones we built before. They will be used for transportation on the main river." Chenfong explained in detail the structure and ideas of the wooden boat, emphasizing the need for human-powered oars and sails. The boat is 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, and was built in the style of ancient grain transport boats. What this planet has no shortage of are thick trees that have stood for hundreds or even thousands of years, so this problem is not a problem at all. As for tung oil, there are many tung trees here. As long as Chenmo leads people to collect the seeds and process them, the hemp ropes soaked in tung oil can be used to seal the boat perfectly. As for processing, Chenfong has instructed Chenxing to speed up the production of water wheels, and then use the water wheels to drive the stone mill to keep running, which will greatly improve efficiency. Chenfong would only explain the theory to them. If they wanted to put it into practice, they would have to rely on their own repeated attempts and explorations. "Chief, I have too much work to do, I simply can't handle it all," Chenxing said helplessly. "Take your time. We'll transfer you over when other departments have available staff," Chenfong said with a smile. "I think the leader doesn't want to transfer people over. Right now, every department is extremely busy, except for the military and medical departments," Chenxing complained helplessly. "These 2 departments cannot arbitrarily move people at present." "All right, let's take it slow then. I want to see a ship launched within 3 months." Chenfeng's attitude was very firm. "Yes, Chief," Chenxing replied with a bitter face. To Chenfeng's surprise, Shang Lu suddenly returned, bringing with him more than 100 children aged 12 to 14. "Chief," Shang Lu said respectfully, "where did you go during your 4-month trip?" Chenfong asked curiously. "I followed the main river westward for more than a month, and then I saw a small river flowing northward. I followed the small river northward for almost a month, and finally I saw the sea." Chenfong asked in disbelief. "You really saw the sea?" "Yes, it's as far as the eye can see," Shang Lu said. In fact, Chenfong had no idea that the sea was further north of the 1,000 lakes he was going to. He was simply unaware of this. "There are vast grasslands over there, countless animals, and we encountered many tribes and all sorts of new things along the way," Shang Lu said excitedly. Shang Lu took a bag from the ox cart and showed it to Chenfong. Inside were all sorts of seeds, none of which Chenfong recognized. He would only find out what they were once they were planted. "Chief, this bag is also full of strange stones. I brought them all back. I don't know if they'll be of any use." Shang Lu introduced them one by one. Chenfong picked up a stone and examined it for a long time before saying uncertainly, "Is this tungsten ore?" Chenfong had seen it when he was watching short videos in his previous life. It looked very similar, but he wasn't entirely sure. This ore is unaffected by normal temperatures. It only works at temperatures around 4,000 degrees Celsius, while Chenfeng's current furnace has a maximum temperature limit of just over 2,000 degrees Celsius. "Where did you find this ore?" Chenfong asked. "This ore was found at the fork of a large river and a small river, where there are many mountains," Shang Lu said. "By the way, Chief, we found many charred corpses near a mountain. The scene was extremely gruesome," Chenfong said calmly. "Is there a great river right down the mountain?" "How did the leader know?" Shang Lu asked in surprise. "That's my masterpiece," Chenfong said calmly. Shang Lu gasped. He had seen the scene himself. There were charred corpses everywhere, and bloodstains were clearly visible on the stones. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. What did we get in return this time?" Chenfong asked. This time we traded a lot of sea salt at the beach, and also some people, Shanlu said. Looking at the four-wheeled ox cart full of white salt grains and the more than 100 new people, Chenfong smiled and said, Very good. Your family has been allocated a house. Go back and take a look. Chenhu and Chenlang were overjoyed when they heard this. Of these 128 people, some were assigned to each department, while the tribe's group was given to Lu Meng and his people, who followed their surnames. Mu Yang was assigned to the logistics department, but she didn't do much work. She just stared at the wool on the sheep all day, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Late at night, after the four had finished eating, Mu Yang asked, Chenfong, can wool be made into cloth? Chenfong looked at Mu Yang with a strange expression and said, How could you have such a thought? The linen we wear is very uncomfortable. If we wore wool, it definitely wouldn't be like that. So I think it would be great if wool could be used to make cloth, Mu Yang explained. You're right. Whether it's wool or the hair of other animals, it can be made into cloth, even spider silk, and many other fibers, Chenfong said. What is fiber? Mu Yang asked. This explanation is a bit complicated. You should first study how to make cloth from animal hair. If you need any tools, just ask Chenmo. She will help you, Chenfong said and went upstairs. Mu Yang felt as if he had opened the door to a new world, and he spent the whole night thinking about this question. The next day, Chenfong handed a large pile of seeds to Lu Meng, asking her to try planting them and see what kind of things would grow. Mu Yang then took scissors to shear the sheep and then studied the process of making linen. Xingyue and Chenfong were discussing medical theories and some common sense, including animal infectious diseases and some protective measures. After all, he raised a large flock of sheep, cattle, and horses, as well as pheasants, wild ducks, wild boars, and rabbits, so he had reached a certain scale. Xingyue was very clever. She assigned 10 people to conduct research on livestock and take protective measures. Xingyue also learned from Chenfong that there are many ways to save lives, with first aid being the foundation, and that it is further divided into surgery, internal medicine, and gynecology. However, these departments currently only have theory and no practice, and their foundation is based on herbal medicine research. Even so, Xingyue continued her research diligently, and whenever someone in her tribe fell ill, she would share her experiences with them. Chenfong would spend his time researching tools. No matter what he did, he needed the right tools to be efficient. Chenfong would also make some practical tools himself. As long as he remembered them, he would make a sample. If there were some tools that were not needed for the time being, Chenfong would also make a sample for them as a reference. This included pulleys, bearings, and some other commonly used items. Chenfong would make some samples for them to refer to. Chapter 37 Harvest Day. 3 months after the rice was planted, Lu Meng excitedly reported, Chenfong, the rice is ready to be harvested. Chenfong followed Lu Meng to an ordinary field and saw that the rice looked exactly the same as the rice he had seen in the Shuyuan tribe. He carefully estimated that 1 mu of land could yield 1,000 jin, which would not be a problem at all. Next, Chenfong went to the rice field and saw that the grains were not only larger than those grown in dry land, but also more numerous. I estimate it to be around 1,500 jin. Okay, we'll start collecting tomorrow, Chenfong said with a big smile. Go and inform everyone that tomorrow will be designated as Harvest Day. Chenli nodded and said, Yes, leader, I guarantee everyone will be here by tomorrow. Chenfong estimated that it would take exactly 4 months from seedling cultivation to planting the rice. Except for winter, it can be planted 3 times a year, and then another quarter can be planted afterward. Lu Meng, from now on, will switch to rice cultivation. After the rice harvest, select the plumpest grains to keep as seeds, then cultivate seedlings for a second planting, Chenfong said. Yes, my husband, Lu Meng replied obediently. 5 mu of land, each mu yields about 1,500 jin, totaling 7,500 jin. Selecting superior seeds will yield 5,000 jin without any problem, Chenfong estimated in his mind. Chunli, go and call Chenshi over here, Chenfong ordered. Chunli rode his horse to the military camp and quickly summoned Chenshi. Chenshi, gather your men and give you 3 days to cultivate 250 mu of paddy fields, according to the standard of the previous 5 mu, Chenfong ordered sternly. Once the land is cleared, go and spread all the septic tank waste on it. Chief, it's no problem for us to plow the land, but spreading manure. Chenshur hesitated. Spreading manure will increase yields, so the tribesmen won't have to risk hunting anymore. Chenfong explained patiently. Yes, leader, we will carry out the order without hesitation, Chenshur replied firmly after learning the reason. Lu Meng, who was standing nearby, asked, Can it really increase production? Really, I didn't say it before because it wasn't necessary. If we're going to do it, we should do it to the best of our ability, Chenfong said with a smile. Also, all the rice stalks after threshing are needed. They can be fed to livestock in winter. Yes, my husband, Lu Meng replied. Chenfong has already shared all his knowledge about farming. Anything more can only be learned through their own exploration and practice. The granaries were also of paramount importance. Chenfong found Qinya and ordered, I'll give you 10 days to build 2 granaries. Chief, isn't time a bit tight? Qinya said helplessly. 10 days is your limit. Keep up the good work, Chenfong encouraged with a smile. After leaving Qinya's side, Chenfong found Chinemo and asked her to make burlap sacks from the burlap to store grain. Originally, I planned to make clothes, but now I have to prioritize making burlap sacks. The next morning, everyone in the tribe stood below the city wall, while Chenfong stood on the wall and shouted loudly. Today is a special day, a day to witness history. We are about to enter the agricultural era and no longer rely on hunting for survival. Chenfong pointed to the ripe rice outside the city and continued. Behind me lies your future food and hope. I hope you will remember June 1st, the harvest day. Whether they understood or not, all the clansmen trusted Chenfong implicitly, and their worship of him had reached a point of obsession. Cheers rose and fell, reaching an exceptionally high level. After Chenfong finished speaking, the leaders of each department showed up and said a few words, which was a way for everyone to get to know each other. After it was over, Lu Meng led his men to begin harvesting. The seeds that Shan Lu brought back last time have already taken root and sprouted, and some have even borne fruit. As for Shan Lu, he left the tribe again after staying for a month. Chenfong and Chenli walked to a field where all sorts of things were planted. Chenfong recognized the ripe fruit at a glance. There were a dozen or so wheat plants, a few tomatoes, a few peppers, and a few cabbages, but their size shocked Chenfong. They were more than twice the size of those on Earth. It seems that everything on this planet is bigger than Earth. There was also a grapevine, which was something Chenfong hadn't expected. So many surprises in one day. Chenfong carefully instructed Lu Meng on how to collect seeds and then clear land to expand planting. Chenfong values anything that is a basic necessity of life. As for being excited, to be honest, there's really nothing to be excited about. Chenfong wouldn't be surprised if oil were found on an undeveloped planet. Chenfeng's plan was simply to live comfortably. To be comfortable, one needed to become powerful and continuously develop. The linen donated by the Rome tribe a month ago, along with the linen donated before, has all been made into burlap sacks. To prepare for winter, the Rome tribe needs to accelerate production in order to obtain more linen. Both parties reached an agreement to deliver once a month. Mu Yang was unwilling to go back because she was living too well in the Xia tribe and didn't want to leave. Chenfong didn't stop her, and he didn't care whether Mu Ying was willing or not. Chief, the first ship is ready, and the trial voyage went smoothly. To operate this ship, we need 50 oarsmen, Chen Xing reported. Just hand the ship over to the transportation department. As for the people, have all the people from the slave department transferred to the ship, Chenfong said calmly. Chenfong rode his horse to the military camp. This was Chenfeng's first time there. Leader! Qin Shi and Qin Kui stood in front of Chenfong and said respectfully. Chenfong looked at the soldiers training and smiled. You're doing very well. Starting tomorrow, you will assign 20 men to protect the ship's safety. Also, once the city wall is completed, you will assign 50 men to patrol in shifts around the clock, Chenfong ordered. Yes, Chief, Chen Shi replied. Chief, shall we expand the army? Chenfong fell into deep thought. The tribe currently has a population of over 1,000, and drawing 200 people is already the limit. If they are all incorporated into the army, other departments will be short-handed. The only thing Chenfong could think of was mobilizing the entire population as soldiers. No need. Just select some people from the tribe to receive basic weapons training and to prepare for emergency situations. They will train 7 days a month, Chenfong said. Yes, Chenshi replied. You need to select some quick-thinking individuals from among these people for promotion. Once there are more people, you won't be able to do everything yourself, Chenfong said with a smile. Yes, Chief, Chenshi replied. Everyone knows how to ride a horse and shoot arrows, right? Chenfong asked. Yes, everyone is skilled in horseback riding and archery, and everyone is proficient in strategic offense and defense, Chenshi replied. How is the equipment of bows and arrows? Chenfong asked. All 200 men are equipped with bows and arrows, 20 arrows each, and not only that, each man also has a dagger and 2 scimitars, Chenshi reported. Very good. When the technology matures, we will also equip you with armor. At that time, you will be invincible, Chenfong laughed. Select the 10 strongest ones and have them form a separate group. From now on, they will only obey my orders. Chenfeng's expression was very serious when he said this. Chapter 38 Divine Wind Army. Chinshi carefully selected 10 of the strongest people, among whom Chinkui was prominently featured. Chenfong made a decisive decision, appointing Chinkui as the captain and naming the army the Divine Wind Army. This time, Chenfong was determined to train with them, relying on his knowledge and understanding from his previous life to build an invincible and powerful team. Chenfong equipped these 10 men with excellent gear, including sinew bows, repeating crossbows, dual swords, daggers, round shields, as well as water bags and dry rations. 10 days later, the transportation department set sail to haul coal. Chenfong led the 10 men onto the ship, preparing to conduct field training and explore more distant areas. The Xia tribe was then handed over to Chenshi and Lu Meng, who were tasked with managing it together. Toothed Tiger also boarded the ship with Chenfong. Now, several months later, Toothed Tiger has grown to 2 meters tall, about the size of a horse. Chenfong installed a stool and saddle on the back of the Toothed Tiger, making it more stable to sit on. All the equipment except for the dagger was placed on the Toothed Tiger. Chenfong, with a serious expression, addressed Chinkui and the other 10 people in the cabin. You are the strongest people in the tribe, the sharpest blades in my hand, and the last line of defense to protect me. So you will face brutal, devilish training, and I will go through it with you. We swear to protect our leader to the death, the 10 shouted in unison. 5 days later, Chenfong and his group arrived at Coal Hill and, after disembarking, began their westward exploration. Chenfong and his group walked for a whole day and found that the west side was either a continuous range of mountains or a dense and secluded forest. Moreover, the weather here was unpredictable, and rain could start at any time. Animals like snakes and rats are everywhere, and huge crocodiles and thick pythons also frequently come into view. Chief, the weather here is abnormal. It rains 1 minute and is sunny the next, Chinkui said. Never mind that. What we need to do is survive here and explore the unknown areas, Chenfong said firmly. The group traveled westward, hunting and killing any living animal they encountered without hesitation. They trekked through mountains and rivers, but did not see a single tribe. 2 months later, everyone finally saw a different sight, a lush bamboo forest. Passing through the bamboo forest, a vast grassland and some scattered forests come into view. Chief, look ahead. There are many animals we've never seen before, Chinkui said. Chenfong looked up and saw many giant animals, elephants, giraffes, zebras, jackals, tigers, and leopards, as if he were in a real animal world. Is that a mammoth? Chenfong asked, pointing to the animal, which was more than 3 meters tall, in the distance. I've never seen it either. Chinkui shook his head. Looking at the abundant animal resources, Chenfong felt a surge of excitement, and couldn't wait to rush over and hunt them. Wild boars, sheep, rhinoceroses, and deer roam in herds, and countless birds fly in the sky. This place is truly an animal paradise. Chief, the animal resources here are so abundant. Chinkui became more and more excited as he looked around. Chenfong looked up at the sky and said incredulously, "A giant eagle!" The giant eagle swooped down on the flock of sheep, quickly snatched one, and flew towards a mountain. "Chief, what do we do next?" Chenfong asked. Chenfong looked at the elephants, mammoths, and wild horses on the grassland and said, "Catch them." Regardless of the type, they are all excellent sources of labor, and Chenfong didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. However, Chenfong was stumped about how to capture him, as he had virtually no experience in the field. "Leader, an animal is coming this way," one of the team members noticed alertly. Chenfong looked over and saw a boy sitting on an elephant, heading towards Chenfong and the others. "Don't be nervous, the elephant is under control and won't hurt anyone," Chenfong explained. It seems someone has already mastered the method of controlling elephants. Chenfong looked at the boy and pondered to himself. The boy approached Chenfong and the others, gesturing and asking, "Where are you from?" Chenfong looked at the boy on the elephant and gestured. "We come from a very far place." "Who are you?" "I am from the beast-taming tribe, my name is Chi," the boy replied. "What brings you here?" "Nothing much, just exploring unknown areas, that's why I came here," Chenfong gestured. Chi jumped off the elephant and came to Chenfong and the others. Looking at their attire, he gestured and asked, "Are you warriors?" "Yes, we are soldiers," Chenfong nodded. "Can you come back to my tribe with me?" Chi gestured. "Of course." Chenfong nodded in agreement. Chenfong had always wanted to know how to train elephants, so his invitation was exactly what he wanted. However, Chenfong was not entirely unprepared. He gave Chenfong a look, signaling them to be ready for battle at any moment. After walking for more than an hour on the grassland, Chenfong and his group found many houses built of bamboo near a bamboo forest. Although they were somewhat simple, they were enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Entering the animal training village, you'll find people training animals everywhere, including elephants, mammoths, and horses, more than 100 in total. Every animal had some scars on its body, and some people were missing limbs. The wounds all appeared to have been inflicted recently. "Chief, are they fighting?" Chenfong guessed. "It's very likely that these injuries are all recent," Chenfong replied. "If anything unexpected happens, attack immediately." After nodding, Chenfong whispered instructions to the people behind him. Chenfong was led to a bamboo house, with Chenfong following behind. A middle-aged man sat in the middle. She walked over to him and mumbled something in English for a while. Then the middle-aged man gestured and said, "Beast-taming tribe, Chief Luo." After understanding, Chenfong gestured and said, "Xia tribe, Chief Chenfong." They stared intently at each other, as if trying to see through each other's thoughts. Chenfong gestured first, saying, "We were exploring an unknown area and did not intend to trespass on your territory. We apologize." Luo shook his head and then gestured. "The grassland is vast, it belongs to everyone, welcome to us." "Chief Chenfong, what is your purpose in coming here?" I didn't have any before, it was just simple exploration, but now I actually have some ideas," Chenfong said with a smile and gestures. "You've taken a liking to them," Luo gestured, pointing to the mammoths and elephants outside. Chenfong nodded and gestured without hesitation, saying, "Yes, I really need them." While the two were talking, a man rushed into the bamboo house and nervously began to chatter on and on. Luo Yu's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, and finally he stood up and launched into a tirade against Chi. Chi seemed to have received some orders and left the bamboo house immediately. Luo gestured to Chenfong and said, "Our enemies are here. You should stay in the tribe." After saying that, Luo also walked out of the bamboo house. Chenfong followed him outside and found that everyone had already ridden their mounts and headed out of the tribe. "Chief, they're about to start a war," Chenfong said with a smile. "Why are you so happy about them fighting?" Chenfong said irritably. "We can help them fight, and then ask to learn how to tame animals." Chenfong laughed. "You're quite clever, but it's not the right time yet," Chenfong said. Chenfong laughed and said, "Does the leader intend to wait until they are exhausted before making a move?" Chenfong nodded in agreement. Chapter 39 Giant Eagle, Divine Beast, Beast Tamer, Max, 4 tribes in a melee. Chenfong and the others followed closely behind them as they left the tribe. A kilometer away, they saw a group of people riding mounts, standing steadily in place. Luo rode the mammoth slowly toward the center. On the other side, someone was riding a mammoth and heading straight towards Luo. Ku, do we really have to start a war? Luo asked loudly. Luo, as long as you're willing to join my tribe, I'll give you the leadership position, Ku said with a smile. We've fought countless times, with countless casualties on both sides. You know you can't take my tribe, Luo said calmly. This time it's different. I'm not only going to take you down, I'm going to kill you, Ku said coldly. Ku pointed north and said again, Look, what's that? Luo looked at the dust billowing in the north, and soon he could see what was behind the dust. He roared, You actually colluded with Blue Eyes. Humph. Once I can take over your tribe, I will kill them, Ku said coldly. You. Luo was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Looking at the crowd appearing from the north, Chenfong shook his head helplessly and said, Their tribe is probably doomed. Chenkui looked north and said, Aren't we still here? Chenfong pointed to the enemies on both sides and said, They have powerful mounts, making it difficult for us to get close, not to mention that they outnumber us 10-1. Shall we leave? Chenkui asked. Let's see if we have a chance, we'll save a few people, if not, we'll run away, Chenfong said helplessly. The atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense. Luo sneered. Are you the only one with help? Luo whistled a sharp whistle towards the sky. A giant eagle appeared in the sky, circled twice, and then quickly flew away. You've actually allied with the giant eagle tribe, Ku exclaimed in surprise. We've already formed an alliance, and I'm not willing to reveal it unless it's a matter of life and death, Luo sneered. In that case, let's see who's stronger. After saying that, Ku waved his hand vigorously behind him, and more than 100 livestock rushed towards Luo and his men like a tidal wave. Luo also made an attacking gesture. Chenfong said to Chenkui, Go and gather their people. If anything happens, we'll take them and run away. That will save them. After Chenkui nodded in agreement, he quickly began directing the others to act together. Chenfong saw that the north had also moved, launching a fierce attack on Luo and his group. 2 against 1, there's absolutely no chance of winning, Chenfong said helplessly. As soon as the two sides met, their mounts began to attack each other's mounts frantically. The riders on both sides were not idle either, throwing stones and poking each other with bamboo sticks. Damn it, how could I forget about bamboo? Chenfong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Chenkui, Chenkui. Leader, I'm here. Chenkui quickly ran to Chenfong. Take them to cut bamboo, make sure to cut it at an angle, and then use the bamboo to enclose the entire tribe, with the pointed ends facing outwards, Chenfong ordered urgently. Yes, Chief, Chenkui replied. Not long after, the enemy from the north split into 2 groups. One group rushed towards Chenfong and his group, while the other group headed towards Luo and his group. Chenfong ordered, Everyone find a high vantage point and aim at the people on the elephants and mammoths. Don't let them get close. Chenkui had just finished cutting bamboo when he immediately directed his team to find a high vantage point. Within the tribe, there were also some young mammoths and elephants, which quickly formed a solid wall. As the enemy drew closer, Chenfong and his men, seeing the dust billowing around them, suddenly felt uncertain, estimating their numbers to be over 50. Everyone, prepare for battle! Chenfong shouted. The kamikaze soldiers had already drawn their bows and aimed. As soon as anyone got close to their firing range, they would fire without hesitation. Release! Chenkui shouted loudly. The hit rate was very high. 7 people fell instantly. Chenfong carefully observed the battle situation. Without their command, the elephants and mammoths began to wander around wildly, throwing people behind them violently, and some were even trampled to death. The kamikaze soldiers did not stop shooting arrows. Anyone who came within 50 paces would be accurately shot and killed. The elephants and mammoths that couldn't stop running would be pierced or scratched by the bamboo poles arranged by Chenfong. Soon, the animal taming tribe was thrown into chaos as elephants and mammoths rushed into the tribe and trampled the people of the animal taming tribe. Aim down, all of you! Don't let a single one escape! Chenfong shouted. Luo looked back at his tribe, now covered in dust and long since breached, and felt immense grief. His breathing became rapid. Ku gave him no chance to catch his breath, mocking. "Luo, do you see? Your entire clan is dead!" Luo dared not turn back, for he knew that turning back would mean certain death. He could only grit his teeth and shout, "Kill them all! Avenge our people!" Chenfong looked at Luo, who was surrounded in the distance, and shook his head helplessly, saying, "I hope you can survive." Suddenly, the sky seemed to be covered by something enormous, and it darkened instantly. "Leader, it's a giant eagle," Qin Kui said. "I wonder if they're friend or foe," Chenfong muttered. On the battlefield, the situation became increasingly tense. Seeing the giant eagles swarming in to provide support, Luo's confidence was rekindled. He patted the mammoth and charged headlong toward Ku without hesitation. The giant eagle is extremely targeted. Anyone riding it will be grabbed into the air and then thrown heavily to the ground. Chenfong noticed that there was someone on the back of each giant eagle. "It seems I was too naive. This world isn't as bad as I imagined." Chenfong shook his head and sighed. The giant eagle attacks with incredible speed, taking down an enemy in almost a minute, making it completely invincible. Even Chenfong couldn't think of an effective way to deal with this giant eagle for a while, except perhaps the siege crossbow. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people in the north hurriedly fled. Only 2 groups of people remained on the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ku also began to flee in panic. Luo did not give chase, but instead rushed back to his tribe with great anxiety. Chenfong and his men almost completely annihilated the enemy that stormed into the tribe. Standing on high ground, they crushed and slaughtered the enemy with overwhelming force. The surviving mammoths and elephants were led to an open area by the animal-taming tribe. Looking at the devastation of the tribe, Luo felt immense heartache, and his breathing became rapid. A middle-aged man behind Luo comforted him. "I saw more than a dozen people resisting. They don't seem to be your people. Perhaps they've already been rescued." "Ao, you don't need to comfort me, they..." Luo suddenly stopped halfway through his speech. Just then, Luo's clansmen slowly walked out from a distance. "Chief!" the members of the beast-taming tribe shouted. "Are you all right?" Luo asked excitedly. "Only a few people died, the others were just injured," Luo's clansmen replied. "That stranger saved us and also captured a lot of mammoths and elephants." Luo could hardly believe what he was hearing. After all, they all knew that elephants and mammoths were the pinnacle of combat power, and human beings simply could not contend with them, let alone Chenfong and his group. Chenfong also climbed down from the tree, with the Chenfong army following behind him. "Chief Luo," Chenfong said with a smile and gestures. "Chief Chenfong, thank you," Luo gestured. Chenfong looked at a man followed by a giant eagle and gestured. "Who is this?" "He is the leader of the giant eagle tribe, and Ao is also my good brother," Luo introduced. Ao walked up to Chenfong and carefully examined him, gesturing as he said, "You are from the other side of the mountain range." Chenfong nodded and said, "Yes, you've been there?" "There's food everywhere," Ao gestured. The meaning is obvious. They may have been there before, or they moved here from there. Luo Rongji settled his clansmen in matters related to the aftermath of the war, and then led Chenfong and Ao into the bamboo house. Chapter 40. On the way back to the tribe. While Luo was communicating with Ao, Chenfeng's thoughts were still immersed in today's battlefield. Chenfong was truly astonished that primitive humans understood the concept of alliances in warfare, and even more surprising was that the giant eagle could carry people. Battles between elephants might not be unusual, but the sheer awe he felt at the sight of a giant eagle carrying a person was immense. The eagle crawled to Chenfeng's ear and whispered, "Chief, all the arrows have been retrieved." Chenfong nodded and said, "Take your people out hunting and set up camp nearby." Qin Kui nodded and turned to leave. Ao looked at Chenfong and gestured. "Friend from afar, could you demonstrate how you killed those enemies?" Chenfong took a bow and arrow from the toothed tiger beside him and gestured. "Use it." "May I take a look?" Ao gestured. Chenfong handed it over directly without saying a word. Ao looked at it for a long time but still couldn't understand it, and Luo took it and examined it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Chenfong reached out and took the bow and arrow, gesturing. Go outside! The three walked out of the bamboo house, and Chenfong ordered Toothed Tiger. Go! The tiger ran to a tree not far from the tribe and squatted down to wait quietly. Chenfong drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming at the tree next to the Toothed Tiger. The arrow whooshed, and flew out. The arrow struck the tree directly, and the tiger bit the arrow off the tree, pulled it down, and ran to Chenfong. Ao and Luo were shocked, not only by Chenfeng's weapons, but also by how obedient the Toothed Tiger was. They knew all too well that carnivores were extremely difficult to tame, and even they themselves had spent several lifetimes of experience to achieve their current success. Luo said, pointing at the Toothed Tiger. He was the cub I rescued, and he has been living in our tribe ever since. Chenfong gestured. Ao wasn't interested in Chenfeng's bow and arrows, but he was very interested in the knife on his body. Chenfong simply took off all his weapons and handed them to the two of them to see. After playing with it for a long time, the two reluctantly returned it to Chenfong. Several women carried roasted beef into Chenfong and his group's house. Chenfong picked up the dagger and cut the beef into small pieces with a few strokes. Chenfeng's action shocked the two of them once again, considering that they could only use stones to cut. This, the two said in unison. Chenfong shook his head and gestured. We need this to get through the dangerous jungle, otherwise we won't be able to get back. The two were somewhat disappointed, but they had no greedy desire to steal it. Chenfong continued gesturing. You taught my people how to tame eagles, elephants, and mammoths, and I'll give you this. After exchanging a glance, the two shook their heads and gestured, saying, This can't be learned in a short time. Chenfong couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Ao continued gesturing. But we can send your people to become members of your tribe. Luo nodded in agreement. This works too. Chenfong gestured. Of course, one beast tamer for one knife. Ao pointed at the dagger in Chenfeng's hand and gestured. As far as Chenfong was concerned, he had as many daggers as he wanted, so he immediately agreed. The two were very happy to hear Chenfeng's agreement. Each tribe assigned 10 people to Chenfong. Although they were all women, as long as they knew how to tame animals, it would be fine. After the matter was settled, Ao returned to his tribe and arranged for someone to deliver it. As for Luo, he directly gave Chenfong 10 women, 10 mammoths, and 10 elephants, all spoils of war obtained from the Nice tribe and the Divine Beast tribe. Chenfong felt it was reasonable. After all, he had also participated in the war and saved their people. Qinkui, take these 10 women to the Divine Wind Army. They will teach you the basics of controlling elephants and mammoths, Chenfong said. Don't worry, leader, we will definitely study hard, Qinkui said excitedly. Qinkui and his companions had long wanted to try riding these large vehicles. With someone to teach them, they naturally studied very diligently. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ao led 10 women to Chenfong, each with her own giant eagle behind her, though they were rather small. Ao gestured and said, They are only 6 months old, but they will be incredibly powerful when they grow up. Chenfong didn't care about that. He only cared about whether his people could learn to tame eagles. Chenfong promised Ao that he would send the dagger over using a giant eagle once he returned to the tribe. For Chenfong, this training was a great success. Both the Chenfong army's recognition of him and their survival skills were beyond doubt. Their combat capabilities, whether individual or collective, are highly proficient, fully meeting Chenfeng's requirements. Chenfong felt it was time to go home. By the time he returned, winter would be approaching. Luo was very reluctant to see Chenfong leave. During the 10 days they spent together, Luo learned a lot about the habits of animals, which would be of great help to them in their future animal training. Chief Chenfong, when will you come again? Luo gestured. I'll come if I have the chance. Chenfong gestured. Luo gave them several hundred elephants, mammoths, and cows' sinews, which Chenfong found wasteful when they were carelessly discarding, so he asked them to collect them. After years of accumulation, I never expected them to produce more than 500 items. Thank you, Chief Luo, Chenfong said happily, gesturing. In truth, Chenfong was already overjoyed. These tendons would be perfect for making bows, arrows, repeating crossbows, and giant crossbows. Feeling embarrassed, Chenfong gave Luo the bow and arrows he had made from tiger tendons. Luo held it so tightly he couldn't put it down, and didn't even notice Chenfong leaving. The group of 31 people headed towards the junction of the mountains and the forest. "Chief, it seems we won't be able to reach the tribe in 2 months," Qin Kui said. "Why?" Chenfong asked. "Elephants and mammoths don't walk very fast. When we came here, we ran 50 kilometers a day. At this speed, it would probably take us 4 months to get back to the tribe," Chen Kui explained. "It was already winter by then," Chenfong said helplessly. "Kill as many furry animals as possible along the way, take their fur, and make some warm clothes." Chen Kui nodded and said, "That's one way to do it." "All right, hurry up and make the arrangements. Hunt as many as possible along the way," Chenfong said with a smile. Nothing major happened along the way, except that the mammoths and elephants were not used to the mountain environment, and sometimes had to travel on difficult mountain roads, which would delay them for a long time. 3 months later. The snow was slowly falling to the ground, and a cold wind was blowing from the south, stinging Chenfong and the others' faces. Everyone wrapped themselves up so that only their face was visible. Chenfong was afraid that the giant eagles would freeze to death in the winter, so he sent them flying towards the tribe in advance. They have probably already arrived at the tribe. The daytime temperature was below -20 degrees Celsius, and the nighttime temperature was below 50 degrees Celsius. Everyone slept against the mammoths. "Chief, the people who take care of the elephants say that the elephants seem to be having trouble with the weather. It's too cold," Qin Kui said. "Damn it, what I feared still happened," Chenfong cursed inwardly. Chenfong walked up to the elephant, and saw that the elephant was trembling. Chenfong ordered, "Starting tomorrow, except for meal times, we will rest every 5 hours. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, we must continue on our journey." Qin Kui nodded and said, "Yes, Chief." Chapter 41 Snow Monkey Attack. Chenfong falls unconscious. The snow had piled up to knee-deep, and the mammoth was struggling to find its way ahead, followed closely by other elephants. They rested every 5 hours and kept traveling like this. Although everyone felt very tired, their speed did increase significantly. "Fortunately, we've already left the dense forest. Although there are still forests ahead, at least they're not as dense, and there aren't as many dangerous animals," Chenfong said. "Chief, we'll be at the tribe in 5 days," Qin Kui said, looking ahead. Chenfong nodded and said, "We must be even more vigilant, especially at times like these." Chenfong always felt that something was watching them from the shadows, but he couldn't find it. In the dead of night, all was quiet except for the howling wind and the occasional sound of branches breaking under the weight of snow. Just as Chenfong and the others fell asleep, they were suddenly greeted by the sounds of fierce fighting and pitiful screams outside. Chenfong suddenly picked up his knife and quickly stepped out of the tent. He saw a group of white figures fighting fiercely with the Chenfong army. Qin Kui rushed to Chenfong and said, "Chief, the snow monkeys ambushed us." "Snow monkey? What the hell is a snow monkey?" Chenfong asked eagerly. "The snow monkeys are as white as snow and are very agile. The Divine Wind Army can handle them, but—" Qin Kui hesitated. "What is it? Spit it out," Chenfong asked anxiously. "2 beast tamers are dead," Qin Kui said, his head bowed and his voice heavy. "What?" Upon hearing this news, Chenfong was instantly enraged and roared, "Let's go, kill these bastards!" Chenfong was furious. He had spent 4 months and a lot of his weapons on these people, only to lose 2 beast tamers. Enraged, Chenfong charged toward the battlefield where the Divine Wind Army was fighting and, without hesitation, swung his sword at the snow monkey's head. "Leader, watch out!" A brave and fearless soldier rushed over like lightning and stood in front of Chenfong without hesitation. In an instant, a mouthful of blood gushed from the soldier's mouth, splashing onto the white snow like blooming red plum blossoms, a truly shocking sight. A sharp tree branch was embedded in his chest, piercing straight through his back. Chenfong was stunned by this sudden scene. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the soldier's animal skin clothes tightly, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother, you!" However, he stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking, because he saw that the soldier's eyes had gradually lost their light. Just then, Chinque, wielding 2 swords, pounced on the snow monkey in front of Chenfong like a tiger descending a mountain. His figure was as fast as the wind, and his twin blades drew sharp arcs in the air, instantly forcing several snow monkeys back. Chenfong stood there, holding the gradually cooling corpse, a wave of intense pain washing over him. They had once undergone arduous training together, and spent 6 whole months together. During those days, they fought side by side and supported each other. Now, however, he watched helplessly as his good brother left, his life passing away so quickly, which made Chenfong feel unprecedented grief and anger. At this moment, Chenfeng's eyes no longer held the innocence of the past. Instead, they were filled with a chilling ruthlessness. His eyes burned like flames as he stared intently at the 20-odd ferocious snow monkeys not far ahead, as if he wanted to devour them alive. Slowly, Chenfong stood up, his hand tightly gripping the blood-stained longsword. With firm steps, he walked past Chinque, charging headlong into the group of snow monkeys. Each step he took was filled with boundless killing intent and determination. Upon entering the snow monkey troop, Chenfong moved like the wind, wielding his long sword left and right. Where the cold light flashed, blood splattered everywhere. Every slash precisely struck the snow monkey's vital points, drawing blood with every blow. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a strong stench of blood. While fighting the snow monkeys, Chinque shouted, "Protect the leader!" Upon hearing the order, 2 soldiers who had just dealt with the snow monkeys nearby reacted quickly. They moved to Chenfeng's side as fast as they could, forming a solid defensive line to protect their beloved leader. The number of snow monkeys is decreasing, but Chenfeng's killing spree has not stopped. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, a huge snow monkey ambushed one of the soldiers from behind. The soldiers were caught off guard and were pounced on by the snow monkeys. Upon seeing this, Chenfong immediately turned around and rushed towards the snow monkey. He leaped high into the air and used all his strength to stab the snow monkey in the back. The long knife pierced through the snow monkey's body, and the snow monkey let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. After dealing with the ferocious snow monkey, Chenfong didn't even have time to catch his breath before throwing himself back into the fierce battle. At this moment, he clung tightly to the 2 remaining soldiers, forming an unbreakable defensive line between them. They stood back to back, wielding their weapons with fierce force, each attack filled with boundless killing intent and determination, vowing to utterly crush the enemy. On the battlefield, blood splattered everywhere, and shouts and roars echoed through the sky. Chenfong and his comrades did not back down, using their flesh and blood to withstand wave after wave of the snow monkey's frenzied attacks. Their bodies were already covered in wounds, but their eyes still burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. Finally, after a long and brutal battle, the last snow monkey fell in a pool of blood. However, just as the dawn of victory was breaking, Chenfong, who had overexerted himself, suddenly went black and fell straight backward like a kite with a broken string, eventually losing consciousness. Meanwhile, in a house in the Xia tribe, the atmosphere was particularly somber. 3 beautiful women sat quietly around the bed, their anxious gazes fixed on the unconscious Chenfong. Their faces were full of worry, as if they were afraid that Chenfong would leave them at any moment. The entire Xia tribe was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere of oppression. People's hearts are heavy, and they are constantly thinking about this brave and fearless young man. They knew that if Chenfong hadn't stepped forward and led everyone to resist the snow monkey's invasion, the Xia tribe would probably no longer exist. Therefore, in everyone's mind, Chenfong was as great as a god, and was the light of hope that allowed them to survive. "Xinyue, how is he?" Lu Meng asked anxiously. She clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead, clearly indicating her great anxiety. Xinyue gently shook her head, sighed, and said, "His physical condition is still relatively good, but he has been in a deep sleep and hasn't woken up. I don't know what caused it." After saying that, she couldn't help but frown, her face full of worry. After news of Chenfong and his group being ambushed by snow monkeys reached the tribe, Chen Shi and the other generals were filled with grief and indignation. In order to avenge Chenfong, they would send out a large number of well-trained soldiers deep into the jungle every day to conduct a thorough search and extermination of the snow monkeys. These soldiers were all fearless and acted like madmen. Once they spotted a snow monkey, they would pounce on it without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives, to kill it. Gradually, the snow monkeys in the forest seemed to sense the approaching danger. They began to live in constant fear and fled the area. Chapter 42: The Snow Monkey's Revenge. Chenfong stood quietly on the city wall, his gaze fixed solemnly on the newly built wall and moat. The incredibly sturdy fortifications were like an indestructible barrier, which finally eased his tension and made him feel much more relaxed. "Chief, you've been unconscious for half a month, it scared us to death." Chenshur stood beside Chenfong, his tone full of undisguised concern. Chenfong smiled nonchalantly. "It's all right now." After he fell into a coma, Chenkui, with astonishing perseverance, carried Chenfong on his back for dozens of kilometers on rugged roads, rushing to the city without stopping. Afterwards, under Xingyue's tireless and meticulous care day and night, Chenfong finally woke up from his coma. "By the way, are all those heads in front of us snow monkeys?" Chenfong turned to look at Chenshur, his eyes filled with a question. Chenshur nodded vigorously. "Yes." "After the leader fell into a coma for 15 days, Chenkui and the others brought you back. The toothed tiger protected the beast tamer and returned shortly afterward." Chenshur gave a detailed account of the situation at the time, as if those tense scenes were still vivid in his mind. Chenfong nodded slightly. "They did a good job." "Where were they all assigned?" Chenfong asked immediately afterward. "The falconers and animal trainers have been assigned to the southwest, in the same area as the animal husbandry department," Chenshur reported in a clear and organized manner. "The blacksmith department, carpentry department, logistics department, construction department, medical department, and planting department are all in the southwest. The remaining land was all converted into residential areas. The military headquarters, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Construction were all relocated outside the city." Chenfong listened attentively to Chenshur's report, and was very satisfied. "Chenshur, from today onwards you are the deputy leader," Chenfong announced solemnly. "Your orders are second only to mine." Chenfeng's tone was firm and powerful. Chenshur nodded solemnly and replied in a loud voice. "Yes, Chief." "Chenfong, let's go back inside. It's cold on the city wall." Lu Ming slowly walked from below the city wall to Chenfeng's side. Chenfong smiled and said, "Okay." Before leaving, Chenfong turned to Chenshur and told him there would be a meeting that evening. Chenfong returned to his courtyard, and before he could even settle in, Mu Yang came running like a joyful little bird, hugging him tightly and saying sweetly, "Brother Fong, I'm yours now, so you don't have to go back to the tribe anymore." Her voice was clear and melodious, with a touch of innocence and dependence. Chenfong slowly sat down on the stool, smiling as he took Mu Yang's hand. "Of course you don't need to go back. Brother Wind, look, this is a dress I made of wool, isn't it pretty?" Wearing the wool sweater she had made herself, Mu Yang twirled happily in front of Chenfong, a proud smile on her face. "Not bad, it's already perfect, but the flavor is still a little lacking." Chenfong had no experience in making wool garments, and Mu Yang had to figure it all out on his own through trial and error. "The smell of this wool is very difficult to remove, and I don't know what to do." Mu Yang shook his head helplessly, a hint of frustration on his face. Chenfong patiently explained the method for removing the wool smell to Mu Yang in detail. After listening, she ran away like a gust of wind. Watching Mu Yang's departing figure, Chenfong chuckled and said, "Still so impulsive." "That's just how kids are," Lu Ming said gently from the side. "By the way, how's the planting going?" Chenfong asked seriously, his smile fading. "After you left, we carefully selected the seeds and finally used 5,000 jin to plant rice, which can yield about 2,000 jin per mu," Lu Ming reported earnestly. "This time we planted 250 mu of land and harvested 500,000 jin of grain, enough to feed our tribe for 4 months. Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good. After winter, turn all the vacant land nearby into paddy fields." Chenfeng's eyes revealed determination. He attached great importance to the development of the tribe and the work of reclaiming wasteland. "This will require a lot of manpower." Lu Ming frowned slightly, expressing his concern. "I'll figure this out," Chenfong said without hesitation, his tone full of confidence and determination. It was late at night, and snow was still falling heavily outside. Inside Chenfeng's courtyard, the candlelight flickered, and the room was filled with people. All the administrators were crammed into the small room, making it feel rather crowded. Looking at this group of people who were working hard for the development of the tribe, Chenfong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He had unknowingly built up so many departments. It seemed he needed to set up a special meeting hall. "Thank you all for your hard work these past few months," Chenfong said first, his voice steady and powerful. "We're not tired, it's the leader who has worked hard," the crowd replied in unison, their voices clear and loud, filled with respect and gratitude for Chenfong. "Please sit down, don't be so formal," Chenfong said with a smile, trying to ease the somewhat serious atmosphere. After everyone sat down, Chenfong cleared his throat and said, "This meeting is for next year's development and planning, as well as departmental adjustments. First of all, we will be adding 2 departments, the falconry department and the animal training department, and their surnames will be changed. The falconry department will be given the surname Wang, and the animal training department will be given the surname Wu. The heads will be Wang Lai and Wu Miao, respectively." Wang Lai and Wu Miao stood up and said solemnly, "We will certainly not let our leader down." People from both departments had personally witnessed Chenfeng's tremendous efforts and dedication in protecting them, and they had also seen his bravery, fearlessness, ruthlessness, and decisiveness in battle. To them, Chenfong was undoubtedly a trustworthy and worthy leader to follow. Chenfong smiled and waved for the 2 to sit down, then continued. "Next year we will be reclaiming 1,000 to 2,000 acres of land for rice cultivation. The following departments need to assist: the planting department, construction department, blacksmith department, carpentry department. We will provide manpower and materials as needed." The heads of several departments stood up and replied firmly, "We will definitely give our full support." After Chenfong nodded, he continued, "The construction department's work ahead will not be easy either. After the spring, you will need to build office spaces and office buildings for all departments. There are also residential housing units. The target for next year is 5,000 units. The following departments will cooperate with his work: the blacksmithing department, the engineering department, the carpentry department, and the transportation department. Also, the carpentry department needs 500 water carts next year. The transportation department and the logging department will provide full support." Chenfong issued a series of orders in an orderly manner, and the atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense and serious. "As for the military adding 100 people next year, Chun-Li will be in charge of that. Ministry of Commerce, add 8 more people next year, making it 10 soldiers for you. You need to expand the scale." Shang Lu nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, Chief, I will definitely work hard next year. Logistics Department, I won't assign you any tasks. Just do whatever you can," Chenfong said. "By the way, how's the bow and arrow coming along?" Chenfong suddenly asked. Chenemo stood up and respectfully reported, "The 400 ox sinew bows and arrows and the 40 pig sinew bows and arrows are all ready. The bows and arrows for the grassland tribes all have arrowheads made of animal teeth, and some have already been made." Chenfong nodded in satisfaction. "How's the quality?" "As instructed by the leader, the bow will break after about 100 pulls," Chenemo replied earnestly. "You did a good job," Chenfong said with a smile. "I'm giving the cow tendons, elephant tendons, and mammoth tendons I brought back to your carpentry department to make powerful crossbows for me," Chenfong said solemnly. "As for how to do it, I will do it with you personally when the time comes." Chenxing nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Chief." "By the way, Wang Lai, did you deliver the things I asked you to?" Chenfong turned around and asked. "It was delivered before the snow," Wang Lai replied. "Very good. Next, what you need to do is select talented children to learn from you," Chenfong said with a smile. The 2 nodded and said, "We will hand over a new batch of beast tamers." Chenxu stood up and reported, "We currently have over 100 tons of coal in reserve. Should we continue transporting it next year?" Chenfong slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot, you guys don't know how to handle coal mines. Let's talk about this in the spring." Suddenly, a figure rushed into the room like an arrow released from a bow, panting heavily and reporting in a panic. Chief, something terrible has happened." A huge herd of animals is charging towards us with terrifying force. It's a truly frightening sight. Upon hearing this, Chenfong abruptly stood up, his tall and imposing figure instantly radiating a powerful aura. He said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, come with me to find out what's going on." After saying that, he led a group of his men and walked quickly toward the city gate. When Chenfong and the others climbed the high city wall, the sight before them stunned them. Looking out, one can see a dense swarm of animals surging in like a tidal wave, stretching as far as the eye can see. These animals are diverse, including enormous, heavily armored rhinoceroses whose every step makes the earth tremble. There were wild boars with sharp tusks, exceptionally fierce, their pointed tusks gleaming coldly in the moonlight, and there were also elk, agile and nimble. In addition, there are incredibly strong oxen, gentle and obedient sheep, and cunning and ferocious wolves, among others. Many animals, undaunted by the wide moat before them, leaped in without hesitation. Some were lucky enough to swim to the other side, but many more were swallowed by the swift current and lost their lives instantly. Those animals that managed to reach the shore then trampled over the corpses of their drowned companions and continued their frenzied charge towards the city wall. In an instant, the whole scene was in complete chaos, with dust flying everywhere, and shouts of battle and roars of beasts intertwined, creating a deafening noise. Chenfong stared at the overwhelming, countless animal army before him, his heart filled with doubt and shock. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What on earth is going on? Why are there so many animals suddenly appearing? Could it be some kind of natural disaster?" However, no one could answer his question. Everyone was terrified by this sudden turn of events. With a wave of his arm, Wang Lai sent the enormous eagle soaring into the distance. Time passed second by second, and after about 10 minutes, everyone finally saw a black dot gradually grow larger in the distance. It was the giant eagle that had returned. It landed steadily on Wang Lai's outstretched arm, its eyes sharp and alert. Wang Lai looked at the leader Chenfong with a solemn expression and said, "Leader, I have investigated the situation." A group of snow monkeys were driving the animals this way from behind. Upon hearing this, Chenfong frowned and quickly asked, "Approximately how many of them are there?" Wang Lai took a deep breath and quickly replied, "There are more than 200 snow monkeys, and there are also more than a dozen chimpanzees mixed in." Those chimpanzees were much larger than the snow monkeys, at least 4 meters tall. Upon hearing this news, Chenfong was startled, but he quickly calmed down and decisively issued the order. "Chen Shi, immediately gather everyone in the army to defend the city walls. All males over the age of 14 who know how to use a bow and arrows should follow along. Furthermore, notify the residents of the city to move all the wood and stones they can find within the city walls for future use." In an instant, the once peaceful Xia tribe became extremely noisy, with people shouting and running around, busy following Chenfeng's instructions. The men picked up their weapons and rushed toward the city walls. The women organized their children to help carry supplies. Chapter 43: The Snow Monkey's Revenge, The Appearance of the Chimpanzee. Inside the city, enormous mammoths and robust elephants were undertaking some of the heavy transport tasks. With steady and powerful strides, they transported various supplies to where they were needed. Meanwhile, the other people in the city were also busy, doing what they could to help. Shinemo led the women in the logistics team, each of them as capable and energetic as the men. They carried sharp bows and arrows on their shoulders, along with quiver full of arrows, and walked quickly and orderly toward the high city wall. These women had firm eyes and steady steps, demonstrating an indomitable will. Meanwhile, the 4 brave and fearless warriors, Chenfong, Chen Shi, Chen Kui, and Chen Li, each led 50 elite soldiers to guard the 4 directions of the city. Whenever they drew their bowstrings taut and released them, sharp arrows shot out like lightning, hitting the ferocious animals that pounced on them with unerring accuracy. Almost every arrow fired took the life of an animal, but even so, the remaining men, despite their poor archery skills, still did their best to shoot at the enemy, trying to inflict as much damage as possible on these frenzied animals. "Those of you who aren't very accurate, don't rush. Wait until these beasts reach the foot of the city wall before launching an attack," Chenfong shouted. He knew very well that although these animals could not break through the strong city walls for the time being, it was still unknown whether the city walls could withstand their continuous and violent impacts. As time passed, the animal carcasses below the city wall gradually piled up, reaching a height of over 1 meter. However, a steady stream of animals continued to surge towards the city walls from behind. Faced with the seemingly endless tide of beasts, Chenfong frowned and shook his head helplessly, saying, "This can't go on." At this moment, he had pulled and released the bowstring countless times, to the point that his arm was sore and weak from excessive exertion. In contrast, the pressure on Chenfeng's direction was relatively less, since this beast tide was sweeping in from the east, while Chen, who was responsible for the defense of the east, faced a much greater crisis. The other two sides are also under relatively little pressure, and the situation is relatively stable. Chenfong led 20 strong men to the top of the eastern city wall. As far as the eye could see, the animal carcasses below the city were piled up like a mountain, reaching a height of 2 meters. The horrific scene was shocking. "Chief, look!" Chen pointed into the distance, his voice tinged with tension and surprise. Chenfong looked in the direction he pointed and saw a vast expanse of white in the distance, which turned out to be countless snow monkeys. Behind this group of snow monkeys followed a dozen or so large and menacing chimpanzees. Over time, it is evident that the animal population is gradually decreasing. Chenfong said in a deep voice. "Judging from the current situation, most of the animals they drove here have probably died or been injured." Looking at the large number of gorillas, Chenfong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew that with the height and sturdiness of the city wall, it was impossible to stop these incredibly strong beasts. It is no easy task to stop them from getting close unless they are shot before they get too close. Just then, a huge chimpanzee suddenly exerted its strength, forcefully smashing through the crowded group of animals in front of it, and charged straight towards the city wall like a black lightning bolt. Upon seeing this, Chenfeng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted to Chen beside him. "Quick! Shoot it with your bow and arrows! We absolutely cannot let it get close to the city wall!" The exquisite bow and arrow in Chen hand was like a powerful crossbow, its power enough to easily kill those ferocious chimpanzees. He quickly drew back the bowstring, steadily aimed the arrow at the target, and the whole movement was smooth and seamless. Immediately afterward, he released his grip, and a sharp arrow shot out like lightning, whistling through the air as it flew straight towards the charging chimpanzee. With a whoosh, the arrow instantly transformed into a black shadow, hurtling towards the chimpanzee's chest at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard, and the arrow struck the chimpanzee in the chest with perfect accuracy. The immense impact caused the chimpanzee, which was in the middle of a sprint, to suddenly stop. Its steps gradually slowed and became unsteady, and it eventually collapsed helplessly to the ground. The other chimpanzees behind them were thrown into chaos upon seeing this. They began gesturing to each other, emitting low growls. Even worse, some attacked the snow monkeys beside them fiercely, completely disregarding the snow monkeys' lives, and just relentlessly biting and hitting them. Chenfong, who had been calmly observing from the sidelines, took in everything, and a bold guess arose in his mind. These seemingly ferocious chimpanzees might very well be the masterminds behind this beast tide. Just then, Chen suddenly shouted, "Chief, 2 more are charging at us this time." Upon hearing this, Chenfong immediately drew his bow and arrow from behind his back and turned to Chen, saying, "One for each of you. Once you've dealt with yours, come and help me take care of this one on my side." Chen nodded heavily, then drew back the bowstring, aimed at one of the chimpanzees, and fired a fatal arrow. Compared to Chen divine bow and arrow, Chenfeng's bow and arrow were slightly inferior, but they were still sufficient for shooting some key parts. At this moment, he was completely focused on the rapidly approaching chimpanzee, his hand drawing the bowstring tighter and tighter. Chenfong aimed at the chimpanzee's head. With a whoosh, an arrow flew out. The chimpanzee, with an arrow stuck in its eye, lay rolling on the ground. Chen was decisive. He aimed straight for the heart, hitting the target with a single arrow. Chenfong stared intently into the chimpanzee's eyes, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: lime. Yes, if we could blind these guys with lime, dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Just then, Chen and Chen Li rushed to the east city wall, and witnessed the extremely dangerous scene that had just unfolded. Chenfong turned around, looked at Chen with a firm gaze, and quickly gave the order. "Chen, hurry up and prepare some lime. Wrap it in burlap and make it about the size of a fist, but make sure you have a lot of it. Chinshur nodded without hesitation and replied, Yes. Then he turned and ran off to carry out the mission. Immediately afterwards, Chenfong shouted loudly to everyone on the city wall. No matter how good your archery skills are, no matter whether you can hit the target or not, you absolutely cannot let these beasts get even a step closer to the city wall. Upon hearing this, Chin-Kuei and the others responded in unison. We will never let them get close to the city walls. Chenfong himself did not slack off at all. He noticed that those who were not yet proficient in using bows and arrows, so he decisively ordered, Put down your bows and arrows, pick up your shields and swords, and go out of the city to collect arrows. Our arrows are almost all gone. To immediately forge a new batch is simply a pipe dream. Chenfong gathered more than 100 people, picked up shields and swords, and approached the city gate step by step. After opening it, they rushed out, and some people protected others to get arrows from the animal carcasses. Chenfeng's Chenfong army stood ready atop the towering city walls, their eyes fixed intently on the front, prepared to support Chenfong and his men at any moment. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Qin Li's panicked shout suddenly rang out. Chief, look! The snow monkeys are charging over! Upon hearing this, Chenfong abruptly raised his head and looked in the direction Qin Li was pointing. He saw hundreds of agile, snow-white snow monkeys charging towards him like a surging tide. These snow monkeys were incredibly fast, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. However, the kamikaze army had fought against these snow monkeys before, so they were not afraid of their attack. Instead, they reacted swiftly and skillfully. Some soldiers methodically drew their bows and fired sharp arrows at the charging snow monkeys, while others rushed down the city walls without hesitation. As they approached the city gate, Chin-Kuei, leading 8 warriors from the Divine Wind Army, drew their twin swords without hesitation, roared, and head-on confronted the oncoming horde of snow monkeys. In an instant, swords flashed and shadows clashed, and shouts of battle were deafening. At the same time, Chenfong turned around and shouted to his more than 100 subordinates behind him. Everyone, listen up! Quickly collect the arrows on the ground, and then immediately retreat back into the city. Having said that, he himself suddenly stood up and, taking the lead, charged headlong with the kamikaze army towards the ferocious snow monkeys. Chapter 44, Battle Ends. The battle between the snow monkey and Chenfong and his group was about to break out, and quickly entered a heated phase. Despite the snow monkey's overwhelming numerical advantage, Chenfeng's team, with their agile skills and superior equipment, moved freely across the battlefield as if it were empty. Just then, Qin Li led 30 warriors into the battlefield. He gripped the gleaming broadsword tightly with both hands, and each swing brought forth a spray of blood. Every snow monkey that came into contact with him was instantly cleaved in two by the fierce blade, creating a bloody and spectacular scene. The chimpanzee nearby witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. At first, it thought that Chenfong was leading just an ordinary and weak tribe, and that it could easily wipe them out without it having to take action itself. But to everyone's surprise, in just a short while, 3 of their brothers had already been killed. At the same time, Chinshur was standing steadily on the high city wall, watching the development of the battle below with complete concentration, not daring to blink even for a moment. Behind him, more than 100 men stood ready, each holding a powerful bow with the arrowheads wrapped in lime powder. He would not hesitate to give the order to shoot if the chimpanzee dared to make any rash moves. At this moment, Chenfong noticed that the group of snow monkeys ahead seemed to have become frightened and were slowly retreating. It seemed that they did not want to continue to entangle with Chenfong and the others. Chenfong immediately made a decision and loudly ordered, "All personnel, listen to my command and retreat to the city immediately." Upon hearing the order, dozens of soldiers did not hesitate at all and began to retreat to the city in an orderly manner. After a fierce battle, everyone had some injuries, but fortunately, most of these wounds were just superficial abrasions and did not cause any fatal damage. Chenfong noticed that they all looked tired, but he didn't dare to relax because there were still many chimpanzees and snow monkeys outside the city. "Chief, look over there, they seem to be evacuating," Chinshur reminded him with a serious expression. Chenfong looked in the direction he was pointing, and when he saw those figures gradually disappearing into the distance, his heart sank. If we let them go, it won't be long before they attract even more chimpanzees, and the consequences will be unimaginable. This is something that absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Thinking of this, Chenfong made a decisive move and turned to Chenshi, shouting, "Chenshi, immediately gather all the soldiers, mount your war horses, and follow me out of the city to pursue them. Remember to bring enough lime powder. Do not let any monkey or gorilla escape." Upon hearing this, Chenshi nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, Chief." He then turned around to relay the order. Immediately afterward, Chenfong looked at Chenkui beside him, a resolute glint in his eyes, and said loudly, "Chenkui, come with me. We will lead the Chenfong army to provide support from the flank and make sure to keep casualties to a minimum." At Chenfeng's command, the sound of rapid hoofbeats could be heard coming from the city gate. One by one, the dashing soldiers swiftly mounted their horses, reins in hand, and galloped out of the city like arrows released from a bow. Chenshi and Chenli each led 100 soldiers, divided into 2 teams, closely following behind Chenfong. At this moment, Chenfong and Chenkui took the lead and rushed to the front of the team. The rest of the crowd climbed the city wall, watching nervously as the brave and fearless team gradually disappeared on the distant horizon. Inside the city, Xingyue was extremely busy, moving among the wounded, skillfully bandaging their wounds and applying medicine to each one. Lu Meng was also helping out, and although his technique was a little clumsy, his seriousness and focus were not diminished at all. However, Mu Yang, who had never experienced such a scene before, was terrified and could only curl up in the corner of the room, trembling and not daring to breathe. Outside the city, the 209-strong force was like an unstoppable torrent of steel. They gripped their bows and arrows tightly, aiming at the retreating snow monkeys and chimpanzees in the distance. As the bowstrings twanged, arrows rained down on the enemy. In an instant, shouts of battle, the sound of horses' hooves, and the vibration of bowstrings mingled together, echoing through the sky. The snow monkeys fell one after another like a tide, while the chimpanzees, thanks to their thick skin and tough flesh, suffered very little real damage. Upon seeing this, Chenshi hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, tie the line to the arrowheads!" With his command, the 200-man team quickly sprang into action and tied the arrowheads to the arrowheads. Immediately afterwards, they aimed at the huge chimpanzees in the distance and unleashed a volley of arrows. Actually, whether or not you hit the target is not the key point. The important thing is to make these chimpanzees blind. In an instant, countless arrows tied with lime flew towards the chimpanzees like raindrops. When the arrow makes contact with the target, the white lime powder instantly disperses, forming dense white mist that completely envelopes the entire area. At this moment, the pure white snowflakes and white lime blend together, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. The chimpanzees were immediately thrown into chaos, as bewildered as ants on a hot plate. Because their vision is obstructed, they are unable to distinguish friend from foe and can only act on instinct. As soon as it senses someone approaching, it will attack without hesitation and without any mercy. In an instant, roars, shrill hisses, and chilling screams mingled together, echoing throughout the forest like a terrifying symphony. Faced with such a chaotic and bloody scene, Chenfong and the others dared not approach rashly. The poor snow monkeys became the biggest victims in this chaotic battle. They were powerless against the chimpanzees' ferocious attack. Many snow monkeys were even torn in half, leaving a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. Even the chimpanzees showed no mercy to their own kind. Within minutes, 3 chimpanzees had already lost their lives. This battlefield had become a merciless meat grinder. Chenfong and his companions dared not stop for a moment. They were focused on finding the best opportunity, aiming directly at the heads of the chimpanzees. Given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to shoot their arrows. Each successful shot triggers the chimpanzees' rage, causing them to lose their minds and launch a frenzied, indiscriminate attack. Time passed second by second. After more than 10 minutes of intense and fierce fighting, only one chimpanzee remained standing stubbornly in place, but it was also covered in wounds and blood. "Leader!" Chenkui called out breathlessly. Chenfong nodded slightly in response and gave the order. "We absolutely cannot let this fish escape." After receiving the instructions, Chenkui nodded emphatically, then steadily aimed the arrow at the chimpanzee's heart. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air. Immediately afterward, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest as the chimpanzee finally gave way, its massive body crashing to the ground. Chenfong turned around and shouted to the crowd behind him. Cut off all these guys' heads and pile them up into a small mountain to display at the city gate. As for their corpses, throw them all into the moat to feed the fish. After assigning the tasks, Chenfong turned and left. Soon, Chenxue led a group of people to the scene, where they busied themselves in an orderly manner according to Chenfeng's instructions. Meanwhile, Chenfong had already returned to the city. When he stepped through the city gate, he found that Chenemo was already leading another group of people to deal with the dead animals. They skillfully dismembered various animal carcasses. The scene was somewhat bloody, but everyone worked enthusiastically. On the other side of the moat, the animals that were originally swimming in the water have now been driven to the shore by mammoths and elephants. Unexpectedly, several tigers took the opportunity to run to the carcasses of the chimpanzee and snow monkey and began to feast on them. However, Chenfong did not stop them from doing so. After all, as long as these beasts didn't harm anyone, it wouldn't hurt them to eat other things. Chapter 45 Aftermath and Future Planning. This winter was destined to be busy and special, with nearly 2,000 animal carcasses piling up like mountains, plunging the entire tribe into a carnivorous frenzy. Every day, people are immersed in the atmosphere of eating meat like crazy. Although some of it has been air-dried, an astonishing amount of fresh meat is still left out to dry, creating a spectacular scene. Chief, with so much meat, even if we eat to our heart's content every day, it would probably take us more than 2 months to finish it. Chenemo rushed over to report the situation to the leader, his face filled with a mixture of surprise and excitement. After a moment's thought, Chenfong decisively ordered, "Cut all this meat into small pieces, then put it in baskets and leave it outside." Upon hearing this, Chenemo quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Chief. I'll go and arrange for people to do the work right away." After saying that, he turned and left, quickly organizing everyone to start cutting the meat into pieces and putting them into baskets one by one. The city wall was in complete chaos, with various tools and debris scattered everywhere. Outside the city walls, the ground was covered with animal blood stains. The bright red blood had long since frozen into ice in the frigid weather, forming dark red blocks of ice that stood out starkly against the white snow. Xingyue led the medical staff, constantly moving through the crowd, so busy that they hardly had a moment to rest. Some were bandaging the wounds of their injured clansmen, while others were collecting and organizing medical supplies. Everyone's forehead was covered in sweat, but no one complained about the hardship. At the same time, Chenfong dared not be idle for a moment. He went straight to Chen Mao of the Ministry of Works, and the two of them got together and focused on studying anthracite coal. They led Chen Mao and his apprentices, first breaking the large chunks of coal into smaller pieces so that it could be processed more easily later. Then, following the method conceived in Chenfeng's mind, they carefully carried out the experiment step by step. And so, after 3 days and 3 nights of tireless effort, the dawn of success finally broke. As the crowd erupted in excited cheers, Chenfong, who had been fast asleep inside, was instantly awakened. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up and strode towards the door, wanting to witness this historic moment with his own eyes. "Leader, we succeeded!" Chen Mao shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Chenfong stared intently at the smokeless coal in front of him. After carefully lighting it, just as they had expected, the smoke produced was much less than before. Chenfong clapped his hands with a delighted expression and said, "That's great! Everyone has worked hard these past few days." He then explained in detail to Chen Mao the various uses of coal and instructed him and Chen Tian from the blacksmith department to use the coal freely and to their heart's content. After making the arrangements, Chenfong turned and left. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Chen Mao to be in full charge of the production of anthracite. When Chenfong dragged his slightly tired body home, the 3 women had already thoughtfully prepared hot water, waiting for him to bathe and change. Chenfong slowly stepped into the wooden tub filled with warm water, his body gradually enveloped in warmth, but for some reason, he always vaguely felt that something was missing. Chenfong subconsciously sniffed his body, and an unbearable stench hit him. No matter how much he washed, the smell seemed to be deeply rooted in his skin and could not be completely eliminated. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Yes, soap. Chenfong slapped his thigh suddenly, realizing, "How come I didn't think of that? As long as we have soap, this problem can be easily solved." So he eagerly lay down on the bed and began to talk at length to the people around him about his ideas and related theoretical knowledge on making soap. Surprisingly, Mu Yang, who was listening from the side, was able to remember all the key points perfectly after only listening to them once. Not only that, she volunteered to take on the important task of making soap. Chenfong wasn't too surprised by Mu Yang's positive attitude, because in his view, making soap wasn't particularly complicated or difficult. Now that there are sufficient anthracite coal resources, Chenfeng's next concern is how to make steel. Once high-quality steel is available, sturdy and durable armor can be forged, further enhancing one's strength. Thinking about this, Chenfong couldn't help but look forward to a bright future. Chenfong hurriedly found Chen Tian, and then explained in detail his complete theory and unique ideas about steelmaking. From the precise proportions of various raw materials to the specific dimensions of the blast furnace, including the structural arrangement of various parts such as the hearth, belly, waist, and body, and the interaction between gases, solids, and liquids inside the furnace required to maintain high temperatures, everything is explained in detail. However, since this was Chenfeng's first time venturing into this field, he didn't have much practical experience to share regarding the actual operational procedures and techniques. Chen Tian listened attentively to Chenfeng's explanation, showing no confusion or bewilderment whatsoever. Instead, as he listened, he squatted down and gestured on the ground with the branch in his hand, as if he were building a virtual steelmaking blast furnace in his mind and thinking about how to transform the theory described by Chenfong into a practical and feasible solution. Seeing Chen Tian so engrossed, Chenfong wisely stopped disturbing him and turned to continue strolling around the city. Although the city is not large, it has a unique charm. The city is planted with a large number of luminous trees, which emit a soft and bright light at night, so that the city is not too dark even at night. Unfortunately, the weather was unusually cold at the moment, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. Just then, a soldier rushed over and reported to Chenfong, "Chief, someone outside the city is calling for help." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Oh? Did you see who it was?" The soldier quickly replied, "They look like the tribe that delivered iron ore to us before." Chenfong frowned slightly, then asked, "How many people are there in total?" The soldier reported truthfully, "There was only one person." After a moment's thought, Chenfong gave the order, "Go and take him to the cave. It's warmer there." Chenfong rushed to the cave before dawn. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Chen Kui standing there, deep in thought. So Chenfong asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 46 The Red Mountain Tribe Seeks Refuge. Hearing the voice, Chen Kui turned around, a smile on his face, and replied, "Chief, I just couldn't sleep." Just then, a soldier appeared before Chenfong and Chen Kui with a figure in his arms and reported, "Chief, the person has been brought." Chenfong turned his gaze to the person who had been brought in, and saw that the other person was a thin little boy who was shivering from the cold. Chenfong frowned and asked in confusion, "What exactly happened?" The little boy said, trembling, "Our tribe was attacked by a group of ferocious beasts, and only about 30 people managed to escape. We wanted to seek refuge with the Xia tribe, but we were hungry and cold along the way, and several people had already succumbed to the cold and died on the way. Finally, everyone told me to come and ask you for help." After saying this, the little boy couldn't help but shiver. Chenfong then pressed on, asking, "Where was your original tribe located?" The little boy raised his trembling finger and pointed outside the cave, saying, "Just follow the river outside, and it will take about half a day to get there." After hearing this, Chenfong nodded and comforted him. "Don't worry, child, I will definitely go to save them. Just stay here and relax." Then, Chenfong turned to the person beside him and instructed, "Quickly go and get some hot soup to warm this child up." A little while later, a steaming bowl of soup was placed in front of the little boy, and he wolfed it down. At this moment, Chenfong and Chen Kui exchanged a smile and said, "Let's go, we need to hurry up and rescue them." And so, Chenfong and Chen Kui, leading 9 strong and robust Chenfong army soldiers, mounted their horses, followed by 3 ox carts, and slowly drove off into the distance. As night fell, the biting wind was fierce and piercing, making one's cheeks sting. Chenfong and the others were worried that running too fast would cause an accident, and since the ox cart was moving slowly, they could only keep moving forward at a relatively slow speed. Half a day later, the biting cold wind was still howling and sweeping across the land, and the world was covered in a white expanse. Chenfong stood on a high place and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he saw more than a dozen figures struggling to move slowly forward in the snow. The figure looked swaying, as if it might be swallowed up by the wind and snow at any moment. Chenfeng's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Are you from the Red Mountain tribe?" His voice echoed across the empty snowfield, but was quickly drowned out by the wind. However, just as Chenfong was about to call out again, a response finally came from the other side. "Is this Chief Chenfong? It's Goa." The voice sounded very weak, but Chenfong immediately recognized the other person's identity. After receiving confirmation, Chenfong quickly led the group of people around him to slowly approach the group of figures. As they got closer, they finally saw the situation of these people clearly. Everyone's face was ashen, their lips were purple, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, clearly suffering terribly from the bitter cold. "Quickly! Help them onto the ox cart!" Chenfong shouted. Upon hearing this, Chin Kuei and the others acted quickly, carefully helping the people onto the ox cart and covering them with thick animal hides. Nevertheless, these people were still shivering from the cold and could not help but groan in pain. Chenfong knew that time was of the essence, and that he could not delay any longer. So he decisively ordered everyone to speed up and return to the Xia tribe as soon as possible. The ox cart sped across the snow, its wheels crunching and creaking as they rolled over the snow. Throughout the journey, everyone's hearts were in their throats, fearing that something unexpected might happen. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the tribe. At this time, the tribe members also noticed the group of people Chenfong had brought back. Chenmo, with his sharp eyes, spotted Chenfong and the others returning in a long distance, pulling an ox cart full of people. He quickly led the others to meet them, helped them off the cart, and then guided them toward the cave. Inside the cave, a pot of steaming soup had already been prepared, emitting an enticing aroma. Looking at these people suffering from the cold, Chin Kui couldn't help but ask, "Chief, what should we do to settle them?" Chenfong looked around and sighed helplessly, saying, "There are no spare houses in the tribe right now, so we can only temporarily settle them in the caves. In addition, provide them with more food and animal hides for warmth, and make sure they can get through this cold winter safely." After saying this, Chenfong personally arranged for people to prepare the necessary supplies to ensure that everyone could be properly taken care of. Chenfeng's overall plan can be described as thoughtful and meticulous. He plans to concentrate all the most critical core technologies in this city. After some estimation, it was estimated that approximately 5,000 to 6,000 two-story houses could be built in the city. Apart from the residential areas, the remaining space will be rationally allocated to build schools, hospitals, and office spaces for various functional departments. As for outside the city, a large-scale military base will be built. This place is not only a cradle for training elite soldiers, but also a strong fortress for resisting foreign invasion. Chenfong knew that if he wanted to realize his grand plan, he had to continuously expand the population and gradually annex other surrounding tribes. In terms of development planning, Chenfong focused his efforts on the two major areas of military and agriculture. After all, strong military power is the cornerstone of tribal security and stability, while prosperous agricultural production is the foundation for ensuring people's food and clothing and promoting economic development. However, other areas such as commerce and trade, culture and art are still in the preliminary research stage, and some areas have not yet been effectively developed and utilized. This mysterious planet is fraught with unknown dangers, and a single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Therefore, Chenfong took every step with extreme caution and trepidation, striving to proceed with utmost care. Currently, there is still more than a month before the warm and pleasant spring. During this period, Chenfong has no choice but to bury himself in the blacksmith's workshop, focusing on studying various parts, tools, and all the innovative designs he can imagine. Because he clearly understands that both current inventions and creations, as well as the tribe's long-term development and progress, cannot be separated from the support of various handy tools. Just then, Chin Tian asked the question that had been bothering him. "Chief, what exactly is the purpose of these gears?" He pointed to a pile of gears of various shapes and continued. And those pulleys and a whole host of small parts whose purpose I don't understand at all. Faced with Chen Tian's question, Chenfong didn't rush to answer. Instead, he picked up 2 gears of different sizes and patiently demonstrated to him. He gently turned one gear, and the other gear slowly turned in response. Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, Chen Tian instantly understood his intentions, as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. Chen Tian quickly reached out and picked up the gear, examined it carefully, and then said thoughtfully, "I think that if we install this on the water wheel, it might produce even better results. Moreover, it's not just water wheels. If ox carts and wheelbarrows could also use these gears, their efficiency would undoubtedly be greatly improved." Chenfong smiled and nodded, indicating his agreement with Chen Tian's idea, and then added, "That's right, besides gears, devices like pulleys are also very useful. With it, many things that were previously difficult to do manually can now be done with ease." At this point, Chenfong paused slightly, glanced at everyone, and continued in a firm tone. "Once our school is successfully built, everyone will have to seriously learn some of the most basic knowledge. Only by acquiring enough knowledge can we continuously innovate and make our lives better and better." At this moment, Chen Tian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and replied with a wry smile, "Chief, as you know, for me, being able to recognize those Chinese characters is already the limit. So, it's more appropriate to leave the task of learning new knowledge to my apprentices." Hearing Chen Tian's words, Chenfong did not force him to participate in the learning. Instead, he smiled generously and replied, "Haha, in that case, you'd better find a reliable successor to take your place as soon as possible." Chapter 47: The Establishment of the Xia Kingdom, Class Division. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The snow, which once covered the earth like a magnificent silver-clad landscape, is now gradually melting under the gentle caress of the warm spring sun, as if being slowly wiped away by an invisible hand. Chenfong stood tall and straight on the towering and sturdy city wall, his eyes gleaming as he looked down below. Beneath the city wall, all his people had already assembled in perfect unison, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. Chenfong took a deep breath and then shouted at the top of his lungs, "From this day forward, this city will have its own name, Xia City." His voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the city. Immediately afterwards, Chenfong loudly proclaimed in a passionate and heroic tone, "From this moment on, we are no longer just a simple tribe, but a nation in the truest sense. The name of our nation is Xia Kingdom." Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar of cheers, shouts, and applause erupted from the audience. People unleashed their joy and excitement, celebrating this historic moment in the most enthusiastic way. After Chenfong smiled and waited for everyone to quiet down a bit, he spoke again. "And each of you will have a brand new identity and title, which is Farmer. You will become the first farmers of the Xia Kingdom, and in the future, more and more like-minded people will join us to build our great motherland together. As time goes by, we will definitely grow stronger and stronger." At this point, Chenfong paused slightly, then added firmly, "And I will be your first king, the king of Xia. I swear, I will do everything in my power to lead everyone to prosperity." As soon as Chenfong finished speaking, Qin Kuei and his group, who were already prepared below the city, shouted in unison, "Long live the king of Xia!" Their shouts were unified and powerful, sweeping in like a surging tide. Seeing this, the others followed suit, shouting in unison, "Long live the king of Xia!" In an instant, the shouts of "Long live the king of Xia!" rose and fell, echoing through the sky. Chenfong smiled, nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand gently. The moment he waved his hand, the overwhelming shouts from below the city walls abruptly stopped, as if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. The whole scene was solemn and dignified, inspiring awe in everyone. Finally, Chenfong looked around, his gaze sweeping over every face filled with hope and trust, and solemnly said, "From now on, we are no longer those uncivilized barbarians, nor are we the targets of other tribes' arbitrary bullying and plunder. As long as we unite as one and forge ahead courageously, we will surely be able to create a glorious chapter of our own. Next, I am going to solemnly announce a series of important matters concerning the future development direction of the Xia Kingdom. First of all men are no longer allowed to have long hair and must all have their hair cut into a short style like mine." As Chenfong spoke, he pointed to his already short hair. This regulation aims to cultivate a capable and neat image among the people, showcasing the positive and progressive spirit of the Xia people. Immediately afterwards, Chenfong issued a second order. No one should kneel or bow when they see a leader. They should simply bend over and kowtow to show their respect. Such changes not only reflect respect for human rights and equality, but also help break the shackles of traditional feudal ethics. Then came the stern third order. Anyone who dared to betray the Xia kingdom would be beheaded and their head displayed to the public, and those who broke the law would be punished with 5 years of forced labor. This decree shocked everyone, who knew that violating the law would have serious consequences. Subsequently, Chenfong issued a fourth order. Boys were strictly prohibited from marrying before the age of 16. Girls were only allowed to marry after the age of 15. This law aims to ensure that teenagers can receive a full education and grow up, and to prevent them from taking on family responsibilities too early, which could negatively impact their personal development. Finally, and most importantly, came the order. From now on, the Xia kingdom will fully implement a 20-stage class badge system. People at the bottom of the social class can at least ensure that they have enough to eat and wear, and as their social class continues to rise, the treatment they can enjoy will become better and better. After Chenfong finished speaking, many people in the audience looked at each other, clearly confused by these new policies. However, he does not need to explain each one in detail, because the head of the department specifically responsible for managing and educating the public will come forward to explain the profound meaning behind each order and the specific implementation details. Chenfong made special arrangements for all management personnel, awarding them level 5 badges based on their performance. Ordinary citizens, however, would not be given such an honorary designation. The awarding of badges will be strictly based on individual contributions, in order to encourage everyone to be proactive, work hard, and achieve promotions. Regarding welfare benefits, after careful consideration, Chenfong decided to abandon the traditional method of rewarding managers with fertile land and instead grant them full and sufficient power so that they could better display their talents and abilities. In addition, to recognize outstanding talents in various departments, Chenfong also stipulated that anyone who performs well can receive a precious first-class badge. In choosing materials for the badges, Chenfong cleverly utilized the copper mine resources that had been developed previously. This copper material is not only of excellent quality but also resistant to rust, ensuring that the badge maintains its good appearance for a long time. In addition, regarding the housing allocation policy, Chenfong did not originally expect the relevant personnel to make too many contributions, but he still generously expressed his willingness to provide houses for everyone to live in free of charge. However, on top of that, Chenfong added an extra tempting condition: as long as one successfully obtains the level 1 badge, one will be eligible to directly enjoy free housing. At this very moment, all the management personnel are sitting closely together, enthusiastically discussing the work plan and goals for the coming year. Chenfong sat quietly to the side, listening to their exchange, secretly delighted. From everyone's words, he deeply felt that each person already possessed the ability to stand on their own and was gradually growing stronger. Thus, after a full morning of in-depth discussions, the management team successfully completed the communication and coordination of all work content and was fully prepared to put it into practice. Throughout the entire process, Chenfong listened silently without offering any opinions or suggestions. In fact, this matter has been fully entrusted to Chenshi for handling, and it is believed that with everyone's joint efforts, remarkable achievements will surely be made in the future. Chunli took over the army, and Chenshi took full control of the city's management and personnel allocation. Chapter 48: Spring planting is imminent. Chenfong also gave a clear explanation of how they obtained the badges. Each level advancement has strict requirements. You must accumulate a full 100 points to be promoted. However, if someone makes a special contribution, successfully invents a new technology, or achieves a major technological breakthrough, or has a positive impact on the development of society as a whole, they will not only receive corresponding points rewards, but may also be promoted directly to a higher level. For the military, promotions are determined by military merit. Whether it's carrying out arduous tasks or bravely hunting dangerous animals, these actions can earn soldiers valuable points. It is worth mentioning that the military has a very humane regulation. All new recruits receive a first-class badge symbolizing honor and responsibility from the very beginning of their service. However, relying solely on a hierarchical system and a merit-based military system is clearly far from sufficient to truly establish a well-rounded school. A crucial element of this was mastering papermaking and pen-making techniques. After all, if even paper and writing tools cannot be provided, the so-called school construction is nothing but empty talk. Fortunately, papermaking and pen-making are relatively simple processes. With enough time and effort invested in the research, I believe we will achieve results in no time. Just then, Chenfong strode confidently to the logistics department and found the person in charge, Chenemo. He got straight to the point. "I'm giving you a brand new mission." Upon hearing this, Chenemo immediately straightened up, bowed respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, please give your orders." Seeing Chenmo's restraint, Chenfong couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand, saying, "All right, there's no need to be so formal. We don't need to be so polite between us." Then, Chenfong continued with a serious expression. "I now want to implement the papermaking plan. After careful consideration, I believe that your logistics department is the most suitable to undertake this important task." Chenemo nodded without hesitation, indicating that he accepted the task, and replied, "Please feel free to give your orders." So Chenfong explained his ideas about papermaking to Chenemo in detail. Of course, what has been described so far is only theoretical knowledge. As for how to improve it and transform it into a practical and feasible solution, that will require Chenemo and his logistics team to continuously explore and investigate. In spring, all things revive and come to life, and the city of Xia is bustling with activity. At this time, there were many matters that needed to be addressed, such as the breeding and reproduction of livestock, the reclamation and development of new land, the sowing and cultivation of rice, the construction and building of houses, the manufacturing and production of paper, the improvement and innovation of writing instruments, the optimization and upgrading of tools in various fields, and the further increase in the height of city walls, as well as the continuous expansion of the army. The most crucial and urgent task is population growth. Only by rapidly increasing the population can Xia City develop quickly and become increasingly powerful. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chenfong decided to once again conduct a comprehensive integration and adjustment of the various departments within the city. First, there's the Ministry of Works, where the experienced and capable Chen Mao will be in charge of overall coordination among several departments. Blacksmithing Department, Carpentry Department, Construction Department, Logging Department. As for the crucial military headquarters, it was entrusted to the loyal Chen Li for unified command and management, and he was responsible for managing the following departments: Eagle Taming Department, Animal Taming Department, Slave Department. The Ministry of Commerce was overseen by Shan Lu, a shrewd and business-savvy businessman. The Ministry of Transportation primarily transported timber, iron ore, limestone, coal, and copper. The Medical Department remains under the full control of Xin Yue, who possesses exceptional medical skills and operates relatively independently. The Planting Department, managed by the experienced Lu Meng, along with the other two departments, the Logistics Department and the Animal Husbandry Department, has been carefully planned and personnel allocated. With clear division of labor and each department fulfilling its responsibilities, it is believed that the construction and development of Xia City will be promoted efficiently and in an orderly manner. Your Majesty, shall we still go to Thousand Lakes? Qinshe asked Chenfong respectfully. Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. We definitely have to go to Thousand Lakes. Not only that, we're going there in a grand and impressive manner. Qinshe nodded, then asked, "What about Shan Lu? What is he doing now?" Shan Lu is preparing various items. He plans to go out and exchange them for some important supplies, Qinshe quickly replied. Hearing this, Chenfong thought for a moment and then said, "I see. Then you should make arrangements quickly. Prepare 20 ox carts, and each one should be filled with exquisite ceramics. This time, my goal is to bring back even more people to strengthen our power," Qinshe replied. "Okay, I'll take care of it right away. But, Your Majesty, how many men should we assign to Shan Lu for this trip?" Chenfong thought for a moment and replied with a smile. "Let Chen Li send a platoon of soldiers to go with them. With enough people to protect us, I believe this trip will go much more smoothly." After they finished speaking, the two walked out of the city while talking. From a distance, one could see more than 100 people enthusiastically reclaiming wasteland, and standing in the center of the crowd directing the work was Lu Meng. Lu Meng, with her sharp eyes, spotted Chenfong and Chenshi approaching at a glance. She quickly put down her work, hurried over, and greeted them with a happy smile, sweetly calling out, "Husband!" Chenfong smiled as he looked at the capable woman in front of him and praised her. "Well done, thank you for your hard work. How much of this wasteland has been reclaimed so far?" Lu Meng proudly reported. "Through everyone's concerted efforts, 2 people per group can successfully cultivate about 1 acre of land per day. Based on this calculation, we can reclaim about 50 acres a day." Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, "So, how are the preparations for spring plowing progressing?" Lu Meng calmly replied, "As per your previous instructions, I have already assigned more than 100 people from this group to be specifically responsible for matters related to spring plowing. All tasks are progressing smoothly, so please rest assured." Chenfong frowned as he looked at the wasteland being reclaimed, feeling quite dissatisfied with the progress of the reclamation. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chenshi beside him and asked, "Is it really true that you can't spare any manpower right now?" Chenshi looked troubled and quickly replied, "Sir, the situation is indeed tricky. Only personnel from the military are available. All other departments are already overwhelmed and simply cannot spare any more people." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's face darkened, and he said firmly and unequivocally, "I don't care about that. I'm only giving you 1 day. You must find 500 people to temporarily allocate from various places, no matter what. Clearing land is of paramount importance, and must be given top priority." Hearing this, Chenshi hesitated and said, "But Wang, if we do this, the progress of other tasks will inevitably be severely affected, the overall rhythm will be disrupted, and the speed may be slowed down a lot." However, Chenfong showed no sign of wavering and decisively issued the order again. "Slow down if you want. But before spring planting begins, I must see all 2,500 mu of paddy fields cleared and planted with rice seedlings." Faced with Chenfeng's resolute attitude and urgent request, Chenshi knew he could no longer argue, so he hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will go down and find a way to allocate manpower." After saying that, he turned and left in a hurry. After Chenshi left, Lu Meng, who had been standing silently to the side, finally couldn't help but ask, "Husband, is it necessary to be in such a hurry?" Chenfong nodded heavily and explained solemnly, "Yes. You may not know this, but Shan Lu is preparing to head to the Qianhu area. When he returns, he will surely bring back a large number of people. If we can't provide enough food to feed this increased population, we'll be in serious trouble. Therefore, our immediate priority is to complete the land reclamation and planting as quickly as possible to ensure a bumper harvest." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng suddenly understood and immediately replied, "I understand. I will do my best and will certainly live up to your expectations." Chapter 49 The Thousand Lakes Incident 1. Time flies like an arrow. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this sunny day, with a gentle breeze, Shan Lu led an entire platoon of brave soldiers and 20 large trucks loaded with various supplies, marching in a grand procession toward Qianhu. At the same time, the vast expanse of 2,500 mu of paddy fields had been fully cultivated, and the hard-working Lu Meng threw himself into the intense and busy planting work without hesitation. Each rice seedling carries the dream of a bountiful harvest, and we take meticulous care of it, daring not to slack off in the slightest. On this vibrant land, various departments operate like precisely functioning machines, carrying out their tasks in an orderly manner. Everyone is doing their part, and working hard to achieve a common goal. Meanwhile, Chenfong was gathered with Chenxing and Chenmo, intently discussing the research and development of paper and pen. They argued at times, and at other times fell into deep thought, with sparks of inspiration constantly colliding and flashing in the air. A few days later, the highly anticipated gathering of 1,000 lakes finally arrived. The atmosphere inside the tents at the forest tribe's encampment was somewhat somber. Leader Yan sat at the head of the table, his expression solemn. Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report, "Chief, the Xia tribe has arrived." Yan nodded slightly, indicating that she already knew. After his men withdrew, the impatient Lai couldn't help but ask, Chief, are we just going to stand by and watch these good things be easily exchanged by other tribes? Yen gave him a cold glance and scolded. How can you be so brainless? Have you forgotten what happened last year so quickly? Lai sighed helplessly, saying with resentment. But it's so frustrating to just stand by and do nothing. Yen gently beckoned Lai to come closer, then lowered his voice and whispered a few words in his ear. Lai was taken aback at first, then a delighted smile spread across his face. He praised. Chief, you're so clever! But isn't doing this a little? Yen remained calm and said firmly. Since we've decided to take action, we must do it cleanly and decisively, leaving no room for future trouble. Lai stepped out of the tent with great excitement, his steps light and powerful, as if he were walking on air, and ran straight in a specific direction. That joyful figure was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, eager to gallop towards an unknown destination. At the same time, Shan Lu also arrived at Qianhu. The place was bustling with activity as all sorts of tribes, large and small, approached him, hoping to exchange their goods for precious ceramics. As time went on, more and more people came to exchange, and the population grew at an almost frenzied pace. It is worth mentioning that many tribes are already quite familiar with Shanlu. This sense of familiarity undoubtedly made it much easier for him to complete the task assigned by Chenfong. Facing the many anxious people waiting, Shanlu shouted, Everyone, don't worry, everyone has a chance to exchange for the item you want. At this moment, a chief from a small tribe said anxiously, Last year, I only glanced at those exquisite ceramics, and they were all taken away by the big tribe. How could I not be worried? Shan Lu smiled and reassured everyone. Don't worry, I brought plenty of goods this year, which will definitely meet everyone's needs. And from now on the second day of every even-numbered month, our tribe will hold a large trading market nearby, where everyone will have more good items to choose from in exchange. Upon hearing this, a burst of excited discussion immediately arose from the crowd. Then, the chief of another tribe pointed to an ox cart and asked curiously, Would you like to trade this ox cart for it? What would you like to offer in exchange? As early as last year, Chenfong and others arrived at Qianhu in ox carts like these. At the time, everyone liked these ox carts very much, but they also knew that Chenfong would never replace them. Even after another year had passed, they still clung to a sliver of hope and asked again, unwilling to give up. Shan Lu looked at the ox cart, then said loudly, I can give you the ox cart, but it's just the cart, not the ox. Changing vehicles is fine too, then we can catch the cattle ourselves. One of the leaders shouted excitedly, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. We will definitely arrive here on time the day after the 2 moons overlap. This trading venue was established after in-depth discussions between Chenfong and Shan Lu. In this way, there is no need to travel a long distance to the 1,000 lakes to conduct transactions as in previous years. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. 20 cartloads of exquisite ceramics were transported to this place, successfully exchanging them for a population of up to 2,200. This is almost equivalent to replacing half of the entire population of Qianhu. Among the people responsible for escorting Shan Lu here, some were actually people who had been exchanged from Qianhu to the Xia tribe last year. When these people saw their familiar tribesmen again, they were unusually indifferent, and showed no intention of greeting them. Moreover, they were afraid that their former tribesmen would forcibly take them back to their original tribe. After all, having lived in Xia City for a long time, they were already deeply fascinated by everything here. No one wanted to leave this hopeful city again, and many were even planning how to bring their distant relatives to live with them here. The harsh reality is that they simply do not possess such abilities. Minister, when do you think we should set off to return? Platoon leader Chen Pai asked Shan Lu respectfully. After a moment's thought, Shan Lu slowly said, Let's set off tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Chen Pai nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. Then, he turned around and walked with firm steps toward the direction where the people he had just acquired were located. The newly arrived group of people doesn't need anyone to specifically supervise or restrain them. The reason is simple. Most of these people harbor a strong desire to go to Xia City. When they saw Chen Pai and the others dressed in neat hemp clothing and holding sharp and powerful weapons, their longing grew stronger. Moreover, when they heard from Chen Pai and others that Xia City could provide 3 full meals a day, and that each meal would leave people feeling full, their longing instantly turned into an irresistible excitement. As for the unique products from other tribes, after careful consideration, Shan Lu made the same decision as Chenfong, to ignore them for the time being. Chapter 50 The Thousand Lakes Incident 2. The night was deep and all was quiet. Only the gentle sound of the flowing river, like a soft lullaby, accompanies people into their dreams. However, amidst this tranquility, Kai, the chief of the river tribe, quietly arrived outside Shan Lu's tent. "Shan Lu!" Kai called softly. Upon hearing the voice, Shan Lu quickly stood up, stepped forward to open the tent door, and said with a smile, "So it's Chief Kai. Please come in quickly." The two sat facing each other. Kai nodded slightly and said with emotion, "Yes, it has been 2 whole years since we last met. Time flies." Shan Lu nodded in agreement, then asked directly, "I wonder what brings Chief Kai here to see me so late at night?" Kai answered directly, "I've heard that you set up a trading venue once a month. Is that true?" Shan Lu smiled and readily admitted, "It is indeed true. Could it be that Chief Kai is interested in this?" Kai nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course I'm interested. To be honest, I really admire your kind of car. I wonder how many people or other goods it would take to trade for one. The population needs to be at least 100. As for other goods to be exchanged, that depends on what good stuff Chief Kai can offer." "Alright, let's wait for the trading market to open. I'll definitely bring what I need," Kai replied with a smile. And so, the two chatted enthusiastically, and before they knew it, quite some time had passed. At this moment, in the settlement of the grassland tribes. "Humph! Damn bastards, how dare you ruin my plans!" Gerard roared furiously. "Chief, should I lead everyone to take action immediately?" La hurriedly asked from the side. "No need to rush. We still have some items that we haven't traded with them yet. Let's be patient for now and make plans after we successfully acquire those items," Ge said calmly. "I never expected that such an insignificant little tribe could grow to such a size in just 1 year," Ge exclaimed in amazement. Lei smiled obsequiously and said, "No matter how it develops, it will eventually become ours." While the two were talking animatedly, they did not notice that a chief from a small tribe happened to come looking for Ge and overheard their conversation. This small tribe is called the Greenleaf Tribe, and its leader is named Red. The tribe was geographically close to the Xia City area, and when Chinshur and his group went out hunting, they would occasionally kindly give the tribe some fresh meat. "Why are you leaving so soon?" The one who asked was a member of the grassland tribe, looking at the equator with a puzzled expression. A sudden thought flashed through Chi's mind about some urgent matters, so he quickly said, "Oh dear, what bad luck! I just remembered that I have some important things to take care of right away. I'm afraid I can't have a detailed discussion with your leader today. Let's wait until tomorrow. I will definitely come to visit again tomorrow." After saying this, Chi hurriedly turned and left. Chibu left the grassland tribe quickly and sped towards Shan Lu's camp. Just then, La came out of his tent and overheard his people discussing Chi. La's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "What's wrong with Chi? What happened that everyone's talking about so much?" A tribesman quickly stepped forward and replied, "Captain La, Chi just came by here for a little while, but for some reason, he walked up to the tent but didn't go in, and then left without looking back." Upon hearing this, La's face instantly darkened, and he roared angrily, "Damn it! He must have heard something he shouldn't have!" La stormed back to the tent and told Ji everything about Chi's unusual situation. After listening, a cold glint flashed in Ji's eyes, and he said coldly, "Since that's the case, then we can no longer sit idly by and wait for our deaths. Pass on my order, immediately assemble all tribesmen and launch a surprise attack tonight, targeting the Xia tribe." Just then, Shan Lu was about to undress and go to bed to rest when Chenpai led Chenfong into the tent in a flurry of activity. Before Shan Lu could react, Chenpai said urgently, "It's bad, brother Shan Lu, we have to leave immediately." Shan Lu was bewildered by this sudden turn of events and asked with a puzzled look, "Didn't we agree to leave tomorrow? What emergency has happened?" Chenpai took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, and then explained, "This brother is the leader of a small tribe nearby named Chi. He originally just wanted to go to the grassland tribe to exchange for a cow, but he accidentally overheard their Chief Ji's conversation. It turned out that Go was actually planning to take action against us in secret. Therefore, the situation is critical, and we must evacuate this place as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen events. Shan Lu nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, I understand. Then I will set off with the people I obtained through the trade. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, he looked at the other person with a determined gaze. Knowing that time was of the essence, Shan Lu made a series of orderly arrangements at an extremely fast pace. As someone who has spent many years wandering and experiencing hardships, he knows very well what is most crucial and important at this moment. Human resources are undoubtedly what the tribe urgently needs for its development. On the other side, Chenpai and his men were the most powerful soldiers in Xia City, and protecting Shan Lu and the others' safe evacuation naturally became their inescapable responsibility and mission. Chenpai nodded vigorously and replied, No problem, you should set off quickly. We will stay behind to hold off the enemy and ensure your safe escape. His words were full of courage and determination. In just a few minutes, Shan Lu and Chenpai reached an agreement and quickly formulated a detailed action plan. Then, Shan Lu turned to look at Qi beside him and solemnly instructed him. Qi, hurry back to the tribe and lead your people to our Xia City. That guy is ruthless. He definitely won't let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Qi replied without hesitation. All right, I'll go back immediately to gather my people and inform them of this. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran off. At this moment, Shan Lu also began to take action. He quickly gathered all his people and made various preparations for departure without stopping, planning to leave the place under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the grassland tribes were also busy gathering their people, preparing to launch a surprise attack on them. For a time, both sides were caught up in a tense and busy atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chenpai had already assembled an entire platoon of soldiers and quietly ambushed them in hidden locations around their encampment, ready for battle. Just then, a tribal chief noticed the unusual commotion around him and, puzzled, muttered to himself, What's going on tonight? Why is it so noisy and chaotic? What? You didn't know? A chieftain, his face filled with astonishment, stared wide-eyed and said incredulously, The Xia tribe has actually come up with the idea of setting up a trading post. Don't they realize that doing so is tantamount to openly opposing our grassland tribes? Another leader frowned and echoed with a gloomy expression. That's right. You must know that this Thousand Lakes is an important trading place that the grassland tribes have worked hard to organize. Now the Xia tribe has also joined in the fun by setting up a trading market. Isn't that obviously an attempt to steal people? Upon hearing this, one of the leaders, who had been somewhat confused, suddenly realized what was going on, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, So that's how it is! No wonder! The grassland tribes are nearby. Gathering over 1,000 people would be a piece of cake for them. It seems the Xia tribe is finished this time. At this moment, Ge, standing at the front of the crowd, stared expressionlessly at the tribesmen who were gathering. His eyes were cold and firm as he spoke indifferently. Humph, since they dare to provoke me, then don't blame us for being impolite. This time, I will absolutely not let the Xia tribe off easily. I will teach them a lesson and show them the consequences of offending our grassland tribes. With that, he waved his hand and shouted, Let's go! With Ji's command, La led over 1,000 menacing tribesmen on a grand march toward the Xia tribe's encampment. Meanwhile, Shan Lu, leading more than 2,000 people, had already left Qianhu and was rapidly advancing along the road leading to Xia City. Shan Lu reined in his horse, turned to Qianhu behind him, and loudly commanded, Qianhu, quickly mount your horse and return to Xia City. Report the details of our situation to Wang Jishio truthfully. There must be no mistakes. Upon hearing this, Qianhu dared not delay for a moment, and immediately replied, Yes, sir. He then leaped onto a fine horse, cracked the whip, and galloped off like an arrow towards Xia City. The sound of hooves echoed through the sky, raising clouds of dust. Chapter 51 The Thousand Lakes Incident 3. As Shan Lu led his troops further and further away, Chenpai knew very well that his side was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. He made a quick decision and divided his only 40 men into two groups. 20 of them were tasked with delaying the enemy's advance, while the other 20 were sent to the route that Shan Lu and the others would inevitably take on their return to Xia City, to set up various treacherous traps in advance. Chenpai personally led the 20 soldiers responsible for stalling for time deep into the forest, more than 10 kilometers from Qianhu Lake, and silently ambushed them in the dense trees. Looking at the dark, eerie forest before him, a sense of unease arose in his heart. He turned to La beside him and asked, "Are you sure they evacuated from here?" La nodded vigorously and replied firmly, "That's right, Chief. I saw them go into this forest with my own eyes." Ge nodded slightly and said calmly, "Very good, everyone speed up." At his command, a large group of people surged into the forest like a tide, getting closer and closer to Chenpai and his companions. "Platoon leader," the squad leader called out in a low voice. Chenpai nodded slightly and calmly gave the instructions. "Shoot freely, but be careful to protect each other and do your best to slow down the enemy's advance." After receiving the order, the squad leader immediately began to systematically direct his men to prepare for battle. At this moment, the entire forest seemed to be soaked in a thick layer of ink, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even if you want to shoot an arrow at an enemy, you have to get within 5 meters of them, otherwise you can't accurately lock onto the target. Chenpai frowned, pondered for a long time, and then suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone switch to field mode immediately, 2 people per group, go all out and play freely." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly put away their bows and arrows, took out sharp daggers, and without hesitation leaped down from the tree, disappearing into the deep and mysterious forest like agile cheetahs. One of the soldiers, holding a dagger, watched the scene ahead warily. Suddenly, he noticed a figure gradually approaching him. He nimbly slipped behind a thick tree, held his breath, and waited quietly for the person to pass by. As the man passed by unsuspectingly, the soldier pounced out from behind him like a ghost, covering his mouth with one hand while raising a dagger with the other and swiftly slicing across his throat, instantly ending the enemy's life. Without pausing after their success, the soldiers immediately moved to a new hiding place and concealed themselves again, while intently searching for the next opportunity. Meanwhile, the people of the grassland tribes also noticed the corpses lying on the ground. At first, they didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just some ordinary accidental death. As time went on, those behind were surprised to find that there were more and more corpses on the ground, and realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly reported this unusual situation to their leader, La. La quickly walked to the front of the group and carefully examined the wounds on the corpses. Based on his years of experience, he could tell at a glance that these wounds were caused by a sharp blade, and that the technique was clean, efficient, and well-trained. He immediately deduced that the murderer must be hiding somewhere nearby. However, La was a frequent hunter after all, and he quickly came up with a solution. He ordered his people to keep throwing stones forward as they advanced. Regardless of whether there were actually people hiding ahead, the tribesmen would throw stones at each other every so often. "Platoon leader, something terrible has happened. Several soldiers have been hit by stones, and one was even killed." The squad leader rushed in to report anxiously. "First, bring back the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Everyone, quickly pack up and prepare to evacuate this place. This place is no longer suitable as our ambush location." Chenpai frowned and decisively issued the order. Afterwards, Chenpai and his companions quietly left this dangerous area like ghosts. They crouched low, moved stealthily, and cautiously advanced further into the distance, preparing to launch their second ambush. La watched the scene ahead warily, carefully observing the surrounding movements. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he decisively abandoned the plan to have his team throw stones to distract the enemy. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to accelerate forward at full speed again. Chenpai and the others traveled quickly and finally arrived at the ambush location that the squad leader of the second squad had set up in advance, and successfully met up with him. After a brief exchange, Chenpai led the group skillfully around the area full of traps and continued their advance into the valley ahead without stopping. This valley was the very spot where they had successfully ambushed Chenfong and his men last time. However, this time, the situation is different. Not long after Chenpai led his men to retreat, Ge, the brave and fierce chieftain of the grassland tribe, led a large army and followed closely behind. Interestingly, Chenpai and his men chose to bypass the ambush area to avoid unnecessary trouble, while Ge and his men walked straight into the carefully laid trap area without realizing it. Before long, chilling screams echoed throughout the valley. The ubiquitous, sharpened pieces of wood either rained down from the sky or caught people off guard, causing them to fall into deeply hidden traps, instantly turning many people into horribly sculpted sieves. Due to the time constraints, Chenpai and his men did not set up too many complex traps here. Even so, these simple and effective defensive measures still successfully hindered the enemy's advance and bought them valuable time. After successfully reaching the valley, Chenpai and his group made no attempt to linger, nor did they even consider setting up an ambush. They simply crossed the valley without hesitation and headed straight for the mountain pass. "You carry our fallen comrades and follow Minister Shang Lu closely," Chenpai solemnly ordered the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the soldier did not hesitate to carry his comrade who had already lost vital signs, and with heavy but resolute steps, he chased after Shang Lu in the direction he had left. "Everyone, disperse and quickly hide in this vast mountain range. By the time they catch up, it should be broad daylight. Then we can use our bows and arrows to mercilessly shoot them down." Chenpai gave the order again. At this moment, the people of the grassland tribe, who had been thwarted by numerous traps, all had gloomy faces. Their chief, Ge, in particular, was furious and roared, "Damn Xia tribe! I will not be a gentleman if I do not avenge this. I will definitely slaughter you all. Leave no one alive!" Then, he turned to La beside him and shouted sternly, "La, no matter what method you use, you must catch up with those despicable guys before dawn." Ramen looked troubled and cautiously replied, "Chief, there are just too many traps ahead. More than 30 of our brothers have already tragically died." However, the enraged Ge was deaf to any explanations. His eyes widened as he roared, "I don't care about anything else, I just want to see the final result. If you fail to complete the mission, you'll face the consequences." Faced with the leader's intimidating presence, La had no choice but to nod reluctantly, and then lead his men on their arduous journey. Although she walked several hundred meters without encountering any more traps, La was still wary and dared not let her guard down, so she could only proceed cautiously step by step. Chapter 52 The Thousand Lakes Incident 4. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce the sky and bring a sliver of light to the earth, Chenhu finally met Chenfong after a long and arduous journey. Chenhu's face, which was originally full of anxiety, flashed with a hint of eager anticipation the moment he saw Chenfong. When Chenhu heard the news of Shang Lu and the other's accident, his heart felt as if it were being relentlessly burned by a raging fire. His anxiety and worry instantly turned into endless anger and urgency. Chenfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He looked like an enraged lion. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenfong immediately turned around and hurriedly found Chenli. He issued the order decisively and firmly, his voice filled with conviction and determination. Upon receiving the order, Chenli acted swiftly, like an arrow released from a bow. With his efficient organizational skills, he assembled 100 soldiers in a very short time. These soldiers were all tall and straight, heroic and spirited, like swords just drawn from their sheaths. They were not only well equipped, but their war horses were also magnificent. At Chenli's call, the Eagle Taming Department and the Beast Taming Department also mobilized in full force. Everyone had the same goal: to head straight for Thousand Lakes to help Shang Lu, who was in dire straits. Chenli acted swiftly and decisively. At his command, the 100 soldiers mounted their horses in perfect unison, their heroic spirit instantly awe-inspiring. The Animal Training Department led 10 elephants, which were huge and walked steadily. There were also 10 mammoths, whose figures were even more majestic and spectacular, and the earth shook wherever they went. The entire falconry team was mobilized, their presence like a dark cloud sweeping across the sky, creating a powerful and oppressive atmosphere. Chenfong, along with Qinkui and 9 others, left Xia City without hesitation. They sped off towards their goal like a gust of wind. To ensure the safety of Xia City, 60 soldiers were left to defend the city, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting their homeland. Not long after Chenfong and his group left, Chenli led a large and imposing group of people closely following behind. The procession was magnificent, with the sound of horses' hooves booming like war drums and the sound of elephants' hooves rolling like muffled thunder, all intertwined and deafening. At the very back of the procession were the enormous elephants and mammoths. With each step they took, the earth trembled slightly, as if the whole world was shaking beneath their feet. The members of the falconry unit had already set off, circling and soaring in the air, their sharp, hawk-like eyes constantly scanning the situation ahead, all to provide the most timely and important intelligence for the troops following behind. However, Chenfong was unaware that what he was about to face was far more than just the grassland tribes on the surface. In the unknown shadows, the Flame tribe is watching with predatory eyes, and many other unknown enemies are lurking in the shadows. Out of deep concern and worry for Chenfong, Chinshur dispatched a transport team without hesitation. The transport team, pulling 10 ox carts loaded with arrows, sped along, hoping to provide timely support to Chenfong and his team, giving them a greater chance of victory. In those treacherous mountains, Chenpai and his companions adopted a wise strategy of taking turns resting. They seized every minute and second to conserve their energy, and make the most thorough preparations for the fierce battle to come. "Chief, the valley is just ahead. We can catch up with them if we go through it," Law reported eagerly, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. "Do you think I don't know where their tribe is?" Gerard roared angrily, his eyes filled with impatience and rage. "Hurry and cross the valley to catch up with them." Go was extremely anxious. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to capture Shang Lu and the others as soon as possible, without allowing any delay. "Chief, everyone has been up all night. Shouldn't we rest for a while before setting off?" La cautiously reminded him, her tone tinged with fatigue and worry. "Rest? If you can't catch them, you'd all die. You dare to rest?" Gupa cursed, his face so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Guisen wanted to kill Shang Lu and his group. In his view, only in this way could he solve the problem without anyone noticing. He eagerly anticipated that once he obtained the bow and arrows, he could attack the Xia tribe without any scruples. That's why he kept urging his men to catch up, never stopping for a moment. Chenpai stood on the mountain, his eyes sharp and determined as he watched the dust swirling in the valley. His heart clenched instantly, for he knew clearly that the grassland tribe was about to arrive. "Everyone get ready, the enemy is coming!" Chenpai shouted, his voice echoing through the valley as if it were about to pierce the sky. This time, Law was smarter. He cautiously sent out a dozen men to scout ahead, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he dare to let the main force continue. It took them more than an hour to walk through the valley, which was only 1 kilometer long, with each step filled with vigilance and caution. When they finally emerged from the valley, the first group of explorers had just approached the mountains. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot suddenly pierced the sky, breaking the silence. Before the dozen or so scouts could react, they were instantly killed by flying arrows and fell to the ground. "Damn it!" R.A. roared angrily, his eyes wide with rage and resentment. "Chief, we can't get any further," La said anxiously, his voice tinged with fear. Looking at the rows of corpses shot in front of him, Gus said coldly with a gloomy face. "They only have a few dozen men. All of you attack at once. I want to see how many arrows they have." Gu guessed correctly. Chenpai and his men did indeed only have 20 arrows each. Once they ran out, they would have no choice but to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. When Chenpai saw the more than 1,000 people rushing up the mountain at the same time like a surging tide, he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. Faced with such overwhelming numerical superiority, even those with the best weapons would inevitably feel powerless and filled with fear. "Everyone aim before you fire, and don't miss!" Chenpai shouted hoarsely, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse from tension and exertion. Arrows whizzed down the mountain, and for every person who fell, someone would quickly take their place without hesitation, continuing to climb the mountain recklessly, as if they were fearless of death. As the number of arrows dwindled, the number of people charging up the mountain remained unchanged. The enemy's offensive only temporarily halted after all the arrows had been fired and more than 300 people had died below. "Why did you stop attacking?" Gur asked angrily, his eyes filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. "Our people are exhausted and hungry, and so many have died. If we don't give them food, they might become disobedient," Law explained helplessly, his voice filled with weariness and despair. "Humph! A bunch of useless trash, all they know is how to eat," Ge muttered, his face growing increasingly grim. Hurry up and prepare food for them, and keep making more for them after they finish eating, Ge shouted loudly. Upon receiving the order, La dared not delay in the slightest and hurriedly left to make arrangements. Chenpai and the others were already panting heavily from constantly drawing their bows and shooting arrows, and their hands were trembling from the excessive force. Seeing that no one else was going up the mountain, they deflated like punctured balloons, plopped down on the rocks, and took out dried meat, chewing it heartily in an attempt to replenish their strength as quickly as possible. Next is close combat. You could die at any moment. Are you scared? Chenpai asked while chewing on some dried meat, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. With unwavering gazes, the more than 30 people shouted in unison. We are not afraid! Their voices were clear and resounding, filled with the courage to face death. Very good, they may attack again soon. Everyone should take this opportunity to rest, Chenpai said, his voice tired but full of encouragement. Looking down at the thousands of people below, Chenpai made up his mind that even if it cost him his life, he would never let them cross this mountain. Chief, we have lost so many of our people. Was it worth it? Are asked, looking at the tragic scene before him. Humph, the Thousand Lakes trading market is the culmination of generations of hard work, and we absolutely cannot let the Xia tribe succeed, Ge said coldly, his eyes filled with determination. Listen to me carefully, once they've rested, take them all down in one go, Ge said viciously. La nodded helplessly and said, Yes, Chief. His voice was full of helplessness and obedience. 5 kilometers behind the grassland tribe, Yan, the leader of the flame tribe, looked ahead with a solemn expression and slowly said, The Xia tribe is indeed powerful. A mere 40 people managed to hold off more than 1,000 people for an entire night. Lai laughed and said, Leader, how could they be more powerful than them? His eyes were full of disdain. Yan said calmly, Now I'm starting to regret dealing with the Xia tribe. Such a powerful opponent, I wonder if I made the wrong decision. His brows were furrowed, and his heart was filled with worry. Lai laughed and said, Leader, no matter how strong they are, they will die here today. His tone was full of confidence and cruelty. Yan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. That feeling of unease kept spreading in his heart, but he couldn't find the source. Chapter 53 The Thousand Lakes Incident 5. Platoon leader, something's wrong. They're starting to assemble again, the squad leader shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, Chenpai was staring intently at the people below who were still busy collecting arrows. His brows were furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively said, Tell them all to come back quickly. Upon hearing this, the squad leader dared not delay in the slightest and immediately turned around and shouted loudly to the soldiers below the mountain. Return to your units. Everyone, return to your units immediately. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers shouldered the arrows they had just collected and struggled to climb up the mountain. Chenpai turned to the squad leader beside him and asked, How long did we rest? The squad leader thought for a moment, and then replied, About 2 hours. Chenpai nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, and then turned his gaze back to the crowd that had almost gathered at the foot of the mountain. Chenpai knew very well that if they didn't receive reinforcements, they would surely die, but if they chose to retreat, they would probably never find such an excellent position to block the enemy's attack again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes firm and resolute. Just then, a man in the enemy camp raised his long sword high and shouted, Attack! In an instant, a group of thousands of people surged towards Chenpai and his group like a tidal wave, chaotic yet fierce. Faced with this aggressive enemy, Chenpai and his team did not issue any specific combat orders. They simply told everyone that as long as they could shoot the enemy, they should do whatever they wanted. The enemy's charge was much fiercer than the one in the morning. Perhaps it was because after a period of rest, these guys had not only filled their stomachs but also had a good rest, so they all seemed energetic and full of fighting spirit. Even so, Chenpai and his soldiers remained fearless and fought bravely. Unfortunately, not long after several rounds of archery, they had run out of arrows. Platoon leader, we've run out of arrows, the squad leader said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chenpai shouted without hesitation, Draw your knives immediately, everyone! Get ready for close combat. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of swish, swish, swish sounds were heard, and the soldiers quickly drew their swords from their sheaths. The sound of swords being drawn echoed through the mountains, like a breathtaking symphony. Sunlight fell on the sharp blade, refracting dazzling rays of light. These reflections, like lightning, instantly shone on the faces of every soldier, adding a touch of fierceness to their already resolute features. At this moment, Chenpai kept shouting out the distance. 10 meters! 8 meters! 5 meters! 2 meters! Finally, as the enemy drew near, he used all his remaining strength to roar hoarsely. Kill! In an instant, Chenpai raised his knife and brought it down. A flash of cold light appeared, and the enemy's blood gushed out like a spring, staining his body, face, and the ground beneath his feet. Faced with such a bloody scene, there was no fear in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, their blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent and anger, were fixed on the endless stream of enemies rushing towards them. Just then, one of the brave and fearless soldiers shouted, "Charge! Kill them all!" Immediately afterward, the other soldiers also shouted in unison and charged towards the enemy without regard for their own safety. They completely abandoned their advantageous defensive positions, brandishing their steel blades and frantically hacking at the enemy. Down below, watching the soldiers charging like tigers descending the mountain, a man with a terrified expression said to his leader, "Leader, look! Those people are charging straight towards us." The leader looked up and stared at Chenpai and the others who were fighting bravely against the enemy. An indescribable fear welled up in his heart. He muttered to himself, Is this really a fighting force that humans can possess?" The crowd that was charging fiercely below was suddenly stunned by the figure covered in blood, hacking and slashing his way down. For a moment, they panicked, staggered, and were completely disoriented, unsure whether to continue charging forward or turn around and flee in a sorry state to save their lives. At this moment, Chenpai cursed inwardly. "Which damned guy shouted charge first?" The once fierce and valiant people of the grassland tribes also began to feel fear, because once this fear took hold of their hearts, the only thing they could think of was to escape this terrible battlefield as quickly as possible. Once one person chooses to run away, a second person will soon follow. "Chief, let's run away quickly," one of his men said anxiously to Gakwan. But Gus stared wide-eyed and roared angrily. "I will never run away! We still have several hundred brothers here." But his roar failed to stop the situation from deteriorating. Seeing more and more people starting to scatter and flee, Ji knew that the situation was hopeless. Nevertheless, Gerard was unwilling to give up easily and still tried to order his terrified men to return to the battlefield and charge again. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Once the army collapsed and fled, it was almost impossible to turn the tide. Just then, seeing that persuasion was useless, La simply picked up Ge and ran wildly backward. Chenpai watched helplessly as the enemy routed and fled like a tide. He immediately shouted to his soldiers, "Everyone, retreat immediately!" After the soldiers had all withdrawn, Chenpai began to carefully count the number of people. Upon taking this count, his heart ached, and his face was filled with sorrow. 27 brave and fearless soldiers had fallen forever on this land. You should know that he led a team of 40 men on this expedition, but now only 10 of them have survived. Faced with such a heavy loss, Chenpai really didn't know how to explain this to Chenfong when he got back. "Carry all the bodies of the fallen soldiers up the mountain and give them a proper burial," Chenpai ordered, forcing back his grief. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yan, the leader of the Flame tribe, watched the fleeing grassland tribe with an extremely grim expression. He muttered to himself, "An army of over 1,000 men, and they just slunk away like that? What a bunch of useless trash!" Chapter 54: The Rampaging Grassland Tribe. A wicked smile appeared on Lai's face as he said to the chief, "Chief, in my opinion, we should arrest everyone in their tribe. When we attack the Nasha tribe, let these prisoners serve as the vanguard, charging at the very front." Yen nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Yes, that's a good idea. Let's do it your way." After receiving approval, Lai immediately led his men into action. They pounced on the grassland tribes like wolves and tigers, capturing every single one of them who could still walk. For a moment, cries for mercy rose and fell, but this did not shake the determination of Lai and his men in the slightest. Just then, Chenpai finished gathering his men together when suddenly, a series of loud and piercing cries of giant eagles echoed from the sky. He couldn't help but look up, and soon enough, 10 enormous eagles descended from the sky like shooting stars, landing steadily in front of him. Immediately afterwards, 10 figures nimbly leaped down from the back of the giant eagle, the leader of whom was Wan Lai. Wan Lai strode up to Chenpai, gave him a solemn salute, and said loudly, "Brother Chenpai, you've worked hard." However, Chenpai replied with a serious and unceremonious face, "You've finally arrived, but you're a bit too late." Wan Lai shook his head and quickly explained, "Brother Chenpai, please don't be offended. We are not late. Our reconnaissance has revealed that approximately 5 kilometers from here, a group of over 1,000 people are quietly gathering." Upon hearing this, Chenpai was startled, his face filled with astonishment, and he quickly asked, "Is this true?" Wan Lai nodded solemnly and replied affirmatively. "It's absolutely true. We have thoroughly investigated the surrounding area and have indeed discovered a powerful force of unknown origin secretly gathering." Chenpai knew this was no small matter, and immediately ordered, "Wan Lai, quickly send someone to report the situation here. Make sure Wang leads his troops to support us as soon as possible, otherwise the situation here may become uncontrollable." Wan Lai knew the situation was urgent, and dared not slack off in the slightest. He turned to face his men and delivered his instructions in a hurried and decisive voice. Seeing this, Chenpai quickly asked, "How many people came this time?" Wan Lai answered without hesitation, "There are more than 100 people." Immediately afterward, Wan Lai stared intently at Chenpai and said firmly, "You should immediately lead your men to evacuate from this place." Chenpai looked puzzled and asked, "Us?" Wan Lai nodded vigorously and explained, "That's right, it's you guys. You are no longer capable of fighting. Remaining here will only be a burden to us." Upon hearing this, Chenpai felt a surge of dissatisfaction and stubbornly retorted, "We can fight again." However, Wan Lai's expression instantly turned very serious, and he said sternly, "This is an order personally issued by the king." Upon hearing the words, "the king's command," Chenpai, though unwilling, had no choice but to obey and led the wounded and fallen soldiers in a slow retreat toward the Xia tribe. At this moment, a soldier approached Wan Lai and cautiously asked, "Squad leader, what should we do next?" Wan Lai remained calm and said indifferently, "Just wait for the king to arrive." Another soldier looked worried and said anxiously, "But the enemy is gathering their forces and will be attacking soon." Wan Lai remained calm and reassured them, "Don't worry, didn't you see it just now? They are currently busy gathering people from other tribes and have no time to attend to this matter in the short term." Just as the sky was gradually darkening, the sound of horses' hoofs suddenly came from the south, growing louder as they approached. Upon hearing the sound, Wan Lai looked over, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and murmured to himself, "The king has finally arrived." Not long after, Chenfong rode a fine horse and galloped over like the wind, arriving beside Wan Lai in the blink of an eye. He nimbly dismounted, strode over to Wan Lai, and anxiously asked, "What exactly happened?" Wan Lai replied solemnly, "Of the 40 men Chenpai led, only 10 are still alive." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's face instantly contorted with a mixture of shock and anger, becoming extremely ugly. He turned to look at the hundreds of corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and said in an icy voice, "Have the giant eagles continue to scout the situation from the air. Report to me immediately if they discover any disturbance." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, Wan Lai quickly turned around and began to systematically arrange for his subordinates to take turns observing the movements in the air. At this moment, Chenfong seemed to be deep in thought, gazing at the distant horizon, and muttered to himself, "Chin-Kui, tell me, why do people always have such strong greed?" Upon hearing this, Chin-Kui was taken aback at first, then shook his head and replied with a simple smile, "As long as I have something to eat and can fill my stomach, I'll be content. As for other things, I don't have any extravagant desires." Chenfong turned his head and looked at Chin-Kui's serious and innocent expression, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that he had really asked the wrong person. Time slipped by quietly, and more than half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from afar. It turned out that Chenli was leading more than 100 men and rushing over. As night fell and all was quiet, a group of enormous mammoths and elephants, with steady and powerful strides, finally arrived at their destination when the deep darkness completely enveloped the earth. Wang Lai strode up to Chenfong, bowed respectfully, and reported, "Your Majesty, according to the intelligence we have so far, the Flame Tribe seems to be completely unaware of our arrival." Chenfong frowned slightly, his face full of suspicion as he asked, "Oh? How did you find out about this?" Wang Lai frowned deeply and fell into a long period of deep thought. He raised his head and slowly explained, "To find out who they really are, we have to make an accurate judgment by observing their every move." At this moment, not far away, people were lazily cheering, seemingly without any sense of vigilance, as if they still firmly believed that it was platoon leader Chen Pai and his gang. After listening, Chenfong nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Wang Lai's view, and then said, "Indeed, such a possibility exists. However, we can't rule out another possibility." At this point, Chenfong deliberately left everyone in suspense, prompting Chen Kui and the others to press him in unison. "What possibility is it? Tell us quickly." Chenfong took a deep breath and then solemnly replied, "That means they might have reinforcements coming to their aid. So we must not let our guard down." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. Then, Chenfong turned to Wang Lai and decisively ordered, "Starting tomorrow, you will lead your men to conduct continuous patrols within a 50-kilometer radius. Report any unusual activity to me immediately." Wang Lai nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Chenfong then glanced around at the others present and solemnly instructed them, "The rest of you must also make full preparations for battle, conserve your energy, and tomorrow we must annihilate these enemies in one fell swoop and avenge our fallen comrades." Chapter 55 Night Raid on the Flame Tribe. Night fell, and it was already past midnight. Under the cover of the pitch-black night, Chenfong led Chen Kui and 9 well-trained members of the Divine Wind Army, cautiously and quietly making their way towards the Flame Tribe. Everyone held their breath the whole way, trying not to make a sound. As they approached the Flame Tribe, Chen Kui suddenly lowered his voice, pointed to a group of people lying haphazardly in a corner in the distance, and whispered to Chenfong, "Boss, look over there. I think those people should be from the Grassland Tribe." Chenfong looked closely in the direction he pointed and indeed found that the group of people were being closely guarded by more than 100 people, with no chance of escape whatsoever. "Let's go, let's rescue those people," Chenfong said resolutely. His eyes were firm and sharp, as if he could already see the dawn of success. Chen Kui, standing to the side, frowned and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't we just kill them? Wouldn't that be easier?" Chenfong shook his head and patiently explained, "Those people are all innocent people who have been captured. If we let them cause chaos, we can attract the enemy's attention, and then we will have a chance to take advantage of the confusion and kill more enemies." Upon hearing this, Chen Kui nodded in sudden understanding, indicating that he comprehended the reasoning behind it. Then, the 10 people quickly split into 5 groups of 2. They silently drew their sharp daggers and approached the enemy as stealthily as ghosts. Just as he approached his target, he swiftly and accurately severed the enemy's throat with a clean and decisive motion. The teamwork between Chenfong and Chen Kui, in particular, was seamless. One person is responsible for attracting the enemy's attention, while the other takes the opportunity to strike and deliver a fatal blow. "Your Majesty, I killed 7. Chen Kui reported his achievements to Chenfong in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement and pride. Chenfong smiled slightly and replied, "Not bad, I killed 6 too." At this moment, Chen Kui turned his head and gestured to the people of the Grassland Tribe, signaling everyone to rush out together. The tribe's people quickly understood his meaning and passed the message down from one to another. Before long, the entire tribe knew about the plan to break out. Finally, someone in the Grassland Tribe stood up. Immediately afterwards, more and more people stood up, and the originally calm scene instantly turned into chaos. Seeing this, Chen Kui decisively gathered the Chenfong army and led them to quickly assemble around Chenfong. Then, he leaned close to Chenfeng's ear and whispered, "What should we do next?" Chenfong gazed at the largest tent in the distance and sighed heavily. He said helplessly, "Let's go back. If this continues, they probably won't be able to sleep well tonight." With that, he led the group away. Just after Chenfong and his group left, the once peaceful grassland tribe and the fire tribe instantly descended into extreme chaos. Under the cover of darkness, people could not distinguish each other at all. As soon as they saw a figure, they would throw punches or draw their knives and slash without hesitation. In an instant, the entire camp seemed to have become a huge battlefield, with shouts of battle echoing through the sky. At this moment, Yen stepped out of his tent. The scene before him left him speechless. Flames soared into the sky, swords clashed, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Everywhere were fighting crowds, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Only screams and roars rose and fell. Enraged, Yen roared, "What on earth is going on?" However, faced with such a chaotic scene, even the usually brave and fearless Lai was completely bewildered and had no idea how to answer. He stammered for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing Lai's appearance, Lai's anger grew even stronger. He snorted coldly and said sharply, "Humph! Stop dawdling here and quickly quell this chaos." After saying that, he glared at Lai fiercely, then turned and rushed into the crowd, trying to stop this pointless fight. Meanwhile, Chenfong and the others successfully returned to the mountains. After a long and tiring night, they fell asleep as soon as they lay down on the bed and slept soundly. When the first rays of sunlight shone on the earth the next morning, Chenli had already assembled his team. All the soldiers stood in neat rows, full of energy, quietly awaiting Chenfeng's arrival. Before long, Chenfong strode confidently to the front of the group. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the group of brave soldiers before him, and he shouted, "Brothers, what would you do if someone dared to kill your comrades?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Revenge! Revenge!" Their voices were deafening and echoed throughout the valley. Chenfong nodded in satisfaction, then asked loudly, "If someone tries to take our wives and children and destroy our home, how should we respond?" The soldiers, filled with fervor, responded in unison, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their voices were like thunder, deafening. Chenfeng's face was serious, his eyes were like torches as he stared intently ahead, and he shouted loudly, "Ahead are those enemies who are trying to seize everything we have. Now prove our strength and courage with your fearless actions." As soon as he finished speaking, Chenli shouted without hesitation, "Charge!" With this command, 100 brave soldiers mounted their horses and galloped towards the enemy camp like arrows released from a bow. The sound of horses' hooves echoed through the sky, as if they were about to shatter the earth. Immediately following behind were a group of enormous, powerful mammoths and elephants, their heavy, powerful strides carrying them closely behind the cavalry. Each step they took caused the ground to tremble and produce a dull, resounding thud. In an instant, the earth shook and the entire valley was filled with the sounds of horses' hooves, mammoths, and elephants. The sound came like a raging torrent, powerful and terrifying. At this moment, in the Flame Tribe's encampment, Yanjing, sporting large dark circles under his eyes, asked with a puzzled expression, "What exactly happened? Where did these booming sounds come from?" Lai, standing to the side, pointed towards the valley and replied solemnly, "The sound seems to be coming from there." Suddenly, as if remembering something terrible, Yan's face turned deathly pale. He muttered nervously to himself, "Oh no! Could it be?" Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly turned to look at Lai and anxiously asked, "How long until the White Ape Tribe's reinforcements arrive?" Lai thought for a moment, then quickly replied, "Based on the previous speed, we should arrive soon." Just then, Chenfong led his troops in hot pursuit. Wang Lieqi jumped off the giant eagle and rushed towards Chenfong, shouting, "Report! More than 200 white apes have been spotted moving rapidly toward us from 10 kilometers to the east." Upon hearing this news, Chenfong frowned, pondering to himself, "White apes? Could it be that, as I suspected, these white apes are controlled by the Flame Tribe?" Chapter 56: The Flame Tribe's Vulnerability. Wang Lai shook his head vigorously and said firmly, "It doesn't seem like it. In my judgment, there is no one else around them, so it's impossible that they are being controlled by someone else." Chenfong nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Wang Lai's view, and continued, "All right, let's continue to observe. If we find an opportunity and have the corresponding ability, we'll try to interfere with them and slow down their progress as much as possible." Wang Lai nodded emphatically and replied, Understood. He then turned and left to carry out his mission. After Wang Lai left, Chenfong turned to Qin Kui beside him and said in a deep voice, "Immediately convey my instructions to Qin Li, and tell him to speed up and take down the Flame Tribe as soon as possible." After receiving the order, Qin Kui dared not delay for a moment, and sped off like lightning to find Qin Li, who was on another mission. Not long after, Qin Li received an urgent order from Chenfong. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he shouted loudly to the crowd behind him. "Listen up, brothers and sisters! Once you've used up all your arrows, charge into the Flame Tribe without hesitation and make sure it's a swift and decisive battle." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Wang Lai was leading 9 team members, quietly approaching a group of tall and mighty white apes. Each of these white apes is about 4 meters tall, comparable in size to a chimpanzee. Not only are they enormous, but their skin is also rough and thick like armor, making ordinary arrows almost no threat to them. Unless you can accurately hit their vulnerable eye area, it is difficult to inflict effective damage on white apes. Of course, if you use a specially made, powerful bow and arrow like Qin Kui's, that's a different story. Just then, one of the team members suddenly exclaimed, "Squad leader, something's wrong! Those white apes have spotted us and are chasing us." However, Wang Lai remained unusually calm in the face of this sudden turn of events. He waved his hand and shouted, "Don't panic, everyone! Listen up! All we need to do is stall these white apes as long as possible. We don't need to take any other action in the meantime." Among the group of white apes, one with bared fangs and a ferocious face suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The roar seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly stirring up the excitement of the remaining 200 or so white apes. They picked up stones and pieces of wood around them and then threw them into the sky with all their might. Meanwhile, Wang Lai swiftly directed the giant eagle beneath him to rapidly increase its flight altitude. He knew that although the attacks of these white apes were fierce, he could temporarily avoid danger if he flew high enough. After the white apes had thrown away all the stones and logs they had, Wang Lai decisively ordered the giant eagle to descend. Not only that, he also frequently ordered his men to shoot the white apes with bows and arrows. Whether you can hit or kill the enemy is not important, the key is to constantly harass and provoke these white apes. The white ape with fangs roared angrily, pointing its finger at the sky and gesturing wildly, muttering, "Catch them! Kill them! Eat them!" If Chenfong were present at this moment, he would surely be shocked by the scene before him. Because no one could have imagined that these seemingly savage and uncivilized white apes could actually communicate and interact in a simple way through gestures. Meanwhile, the situation on the Flame Tribe's side was quite dire. Because they hadn't gotten enough rest the night before, and the prisoners they had just captured hadn't been properly settled, the entire tribe was in a state of exhaustion and confusion. When they faced Qin Li and his more than 100 enemies armed with bows and arrows, they were utterly powerless to fight back. At Qin Li's command, a dense rain of arrows flew towards the Flame Tribe's people like locusts. In an instant, screams rose and fell, and after each volley of arrows, a large number of people fell to the ground. Some of the quicker ones managed to hide behind trees for cover, while others, who reacted more slowly, were pierced by arrows and died instantly. Some even lay motionless on the ground, indicating their willingness to surrender. Qin Li specifically assigned 10 of his men to receive and guard those who surrendered voluntarily. Just as the others had fired all their arrows, they swiftly drew their incredibly sharp long swords from their waists without hesitation, roaring as they charged straight towards the dense forest like a pack of ferocious beasts. Once inside the woods, these people seemed to lose their minds, brandishing their gleaming broadswords and slashing down at anyone they saw, showing no mercy whatsoever. In an instant, screams, shouts, and the clanging of metal mingled together, echoing throughout the forest. Amid the chaos, some sharp-eyed people spotted the other side shouting the slogan, "Surrender, and you will not be killed!" They quickly followed the example of those who surrendered, obediently lying on the ground without moving, fearing that the slightest carelessness would bring about their deaths. Whether these people came from grassland tribes or fire tribes, as long as they had the slightest will to resist, those who had not yet fallen were destined to be killed. Meanwhile, massive mammoths and elephants followed closely behind the group with heavy steps. Although they possessed formidable power, They did not play a significant role in this fierce battle, merely helping to guard the captured enemies. At this moment, Lai ran to the leader Yen with a look of terror on his face and said in a trembling voice, "Leader, they are too strong. I only faced them once, and our army has already suffered a complete rout." Upon hearing these words, Yan's eyes widened in anger, and he glared fiercely at Lai. It was this Lai who kept instigating him to attack the Xia tribe, and now he has ended up in such a state. How could Yan not be furious? Thinking of this, Yan could no longer suppress his anger. He grabbed the heavy stone axe in his hand and swung it down at Lai's head, with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, Lai didn't even have time to let out a final scream before he was already dead. Panting heavily, Yan cursed. "It's all your fault, you bastard! If I hadn't listened to your lies, I wouldn't be in this state." Just then, Chenfong rode a tall and mighty steed slowly to Yan's side. He looked down calmly at the disheveled Yan and said, "I have no great interest in you or your tribe, and I do not wish to take your life today. After all, you haven't actually attacked my tribe yet." Chenfong paused, then continued coldly. "However, I have a question I need you to answer." Chapter 57: The Wise White Ape Tribe. "What exactly is going on with this white ape?" Chenfong asked. Yan gestured urgently as he explained to Chenfong. His nimble hands danced in the air, as if depicting a vivid picture. "That's right, there really is a tribe of white apes," Yan continued gesturing. "Those white apes are no pushovers. They not only enjoy eating human flesh, but they also love keeping humans as playthings to be manipulated at will." Chenfong nodded slightly in agreement, but did not say anything. Yan then gestured and said, "In order to fight against you, Lai has actually gone so far as to collude with these ferocious white ape tribes. They reached an agreement. If they could successfully defeat and conquer your tribe, all your people would belong to the white ape tribe, and we would only want to acquire your advanced technology." Chenfong frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, and tentatively asked, "So, you can actually communicate with these white apes?" Yan nodded without hesitation and gestured with his hands again in reply. "Of course. Actually, they are similar to us, and they also have their own unique way of communicating." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's mind went blank, as if countless bees were buzzing in his ears. If even seemingly savage and uncivilized creatures like white apes can communicate with humans, do chimpanzees possess the same ability? Just as Chenfong was deep in thought, Wang Lai suddenly rushed up to him in a panic, shouting, "My lord, something terrible has happened! According to the latest intelligence, the white ape is less than 2 kilometers away from here." Chenfeng's heart skipped a beat, and a solemn expression instantly appeared on his face. He turned to look at Yen, his gaze as cold as frost, and said in a chilling voice, "Go and lure these white apes away immediately. Remember, 1 month from now, I want to see the entire grassland tribe standing before me safe and sound. If you fail to do so, you should understand the consequences very well." Yen felt the powerful pressure emanating from Chenfong and trembled. He quickly nodded in agreement and gestured rapidly, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission." Then he turned and left. With a serious expression, Chenfong shouted loudly to Chenkuei beside him, "Keep a close eye on all the prisoners, and quickly collect all the scattered arrows. We need to leave here immediately." Upon receiving the order, Chenkuei immediately sprang into action, methodically directing his soldiers to carry out the mission. The slower-moving, larger mammoths and elephants were the first to be sent out to escort the prisoners forward. Chinli led another group of men to stay behind and carefully clean up the arrows left on the battlefield. Before long, Chinli and the others also completed their mission, carrying bags full of arrows, and quickly caught up with the main force. At this moment, Chenfong, riding a tall steed, looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. "With so many corpses lying here haphazardly, if they are not properly disposed of, I'm afraid an epidemic will soon break out." Upon hearing this, Chenkuei, who was standing to the side, quickly nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will handle this matter properly." After saying that, he turned around and ordered his soldiers to dispose of the body. Chenfong nodded in satisfaction, spurred his horse on, and galloped away, quickly catching up with Chinli and the others who were slowly making their way ahead. After everyone reunited, they continued their journey towards Xia City. Along the way, everyone seemed rather heavy-hearted, having just experienced a fierce battle. Your Majesty, we have captured more than 1,000 prisoners this time. What should we do with them? Chenli asked Chenfong as he walked. Chenfong narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly replied, These guys actually dared to try to rob us of our property. They're simply courting death. Since that's the case, then let them do the hardest and most tiring work, mining coal and digging mines. Chenli nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's right, Wang is absolutely right. These arrogant and ignorant beasts deserve this punishment. They deserve to be worked to death. And so, Chenfong and his group moved forward slowly. Because there were many prisoners and captured supplies in the group, their overall speed was not fast. After a long and arduous journey of a full day and night, we finally caught sight of the towering city walls of Xia City in the distance. Chinshi, who had already received the news, had been waiting outside the city for a long time and had arranged accommodations for the new recruits in advance, which were mostly temporary tents. The remaining 1,100 prisoners were gathered in the open square. Chenfeng's face was cold and stern. He suddenly waved his hand and coldly gave the order. Attack! In an instant, a group of soldiers holding sharp blades rushed forward. With swift strokes and swift cuts, accompanied by screams, the thumbs of the 1,100 prisoners were all chopped off. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. However, Chenfong had no intention of letting these prisoners go so easily. He immediately ordered, Xingyue, quickly use herbs to relieve their pain and stop their bleeding. Don't let them die so easily. Xingyue, who was standing to the side, quickly agreed and took out various herbs that had been prepared in advance, and began to treat the wounds of the prisoners who were groaning in pain. After dealing with the prisoners, Chenfong did not hesitate to assign these 1,100 people directly to Qinyu. Qinyu looked at the group of wounded prisoners in front of him, and although he felt a little reluctant, he still obeyed the order and left. The very next day, Qin Kui led the Chenfong army back to Xia City, weary from their journey. With the influx of a large number of people, the once quiet Xia City suddenly became bustling and lively, and the surge in population also kept Chenfong busy once again. After careful consideration, Chenfong decided to expand the army. He ordered the addition of 500 regular troops and 50 elite kamikaze soldiers to supplement the force. Meanwhile, each of the other departments has also been assigned a certain number of new employees based on their actual circumstances. For those soldiers who bravely sacrificed their lives in battle, Chenfong specially designated a piece of land as a cemetery to bury them, and named it Martyr's Garden. Flowers were placed in front of each tombstone to express respect and remembrance for these heroes. Chenfong also announced a series of generous incentive policies. The families of the fallen soldiers will each receive 4 acres of fertile paddy fields, and every soldier who participated in the mission will be promoted 1 rank and awarded 1 acre of paddy fields. In addition, each soldier will be assigned a comfortable room. However, these rewards were not entirely unconditional. According to the regulations, the families who received the rewards were required to hand over 2/5 of the land they had acquired to Chenfong. Even so, the remaining amount was enough for them to live a comfortable life. When the news of such generous and inspiring rewards spread throughout the city, many people who were originally hesitant about joining the army suddenly became excited and enthusiastic. They flocked to the recruitment office, and some even risked everything to get a chance to join the army. Meanwhile, after arranging military affairs, Chenfong immediately threw himself into various tasks within the city and the management of the trading market. Chapter 58 Trading Markets Inside and Outside the City. Setting up 20 new dormitories in the city and equipping them with corresponding living facilities is a daunting task. Furthermore, it is also necessary to properly address the work arrangements for the newly arrived residents. Chinshi, these matters must be implemented as soon as possible, Chenfong ordered sternly. Yes, Your Majesty, Chinshi quickly replied. Chenfong then emphasized. Also, the progress of weapon forging and crossbow production must be accelerated. In addition, salt mining should also be carried out simultaneously. Chinshi listened attentively to Chenfeng's instructions while writing down all the key points one by one. Chenfong paused for a moment, then continued. By the way, set aside a special area 1 kilometer outside the city to be used as a trading venue. This matter must be completed by the end of this month. Chenshi nodded after listening, but then looked troubled and said, Wang, although we now have enough manpower, there are still some obstacles to communicating with these newcomers. After all, it is not easy to get them familiar with and master our Chinese language. It will probably take some time to learn and get used to it. After listening, Chenfong pondered for a moment and decisively ordered, Here's what we'll do. Before they've mastered our Chinese, no one is allowed to leave the city without permission. After saying that, Chenfong waved his hand, signaling Chenshi to step back. Go and call Shan Lu over here. Not long after, Chenshi arrived hurriedly with Shan Lu. Shan Lu stood respectfully before Chenfong and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, what brings you to me? The affairs of the trading venue are now entirely in your hands, and Chenshi will fully cooperate with your work. No matter what kind of supplies you need, we will do our best to provide them for you, Chenfong said to Shan Lu with a smile. Shan Lu nodded and replied, Your Majesty, this barter system is really inconvenient. If only there were something to replace it. Upon hearing this, Chenfong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his thoughts instantly became clear. He excitedly patted Shan Lu on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha! You are truly a rare talent. Indeed, isn't currency the perfect solution to this problem? With currency, people no longer need to go through the cumbersome process of bartering, Chenfong thought to himself. However, there is still a thorny problem at hand. The copper ore has not yet been transported back. Even if it were to be turned into currency, it would undoubtedly be a massive undertaking. However, Chenfong was not discouraged. He patted Shan Lu on the shoulder again and encouraged him. Your performance was truly outstanding. In view of this, I have decided to upgrade your level to level 6 badge and reward you with an acre of rice paddy. Upon hearing this, Shan Lu was so excited he almost jumped up, and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Chenfong waved his hand and said with a smile, Do a good job and don't let me down. Shan Lu nodded solemnly and replied, Yes, Chief. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost. In the days that followed, Chenfong focused his main energy on the important task of determining the blood relations among the people. After all, enabling them to clearly distinguish the titles of their respective family members and avoid marriage between close relatives within 3 generations is a crucial and urgent task. A familiar nursery rhyme suddenly popped into Chenfeng's mind. Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called Grandma. He had a sudden inspiration and thought how wonderful it would be if he could teach this nursery rhyme to children and have them sing it all over the city. So he began to plan with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Xingyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, saying sweetly, Husband, you are so clever! You came up with such a wonderful idea. After hearing this, Chenfong shook his head slightly and sighed. Sigh, don't praise me yet. I still have a lot of troubles waiting for me to deal with. I'm almost dizzy from being so busy. Hearing this, Xingyue curiously stepped forward and asked softly, Oh? Is there anything else that even your husband finds difficult to solve? Why don't you tell me? Chenfong replied with a helpless expression. There are more than 2,000 people in this city, but I have no idea what tribe they belong to, so how can I give them appropriate surnames? This is really a headache. Xingyue blinked her bright eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said with a soft laugh, Hee, this problem is actually very easy to solve. Husband, have you forgotten? You once meticulously carved the names of all the family surnames on the stone walls inside the cave where they lived. We just need to let them each send a representative, and then let them choose freely based on their surnames. After being reminded by Xingyue, Chenfong suddenly realized the truth as if struck by a thunderbolt. He excitedly hugged Xingyue and kissed her rosy cheek hard, praising, Haha, my wife is so clever! Thanks to your words, I was able to get out of my predicament. After saying this, the two looked at each other and smiled, their sweet feelings evident in their expressions. After a while, Chenfong seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Xingyue, where did Mu Yang go? Why can't we see her? Xingyue smiled and replied, Her mother took her away. She said, Since you, my husband, intend to marry her daughter, then you'll have to trouble yourself to make a trip to their tribe. Upon hearing this, Chenfong couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly again, muttering a complaint. Ugh, this is really troublesome. tomorrow is the long-awaited opening day of the trading floor. Let's see how their preparations are going. So the two rode side by side, galloping all the way to the trading market outside the city. Looking up, one can see many simple houses built of wood standing in front of them. However, to be precise, these so-called houses are more like open-air pavilions simply supported by 4 pieces of wood, used to shelter from the wind and rain. At this moment, Shan Lu was standing in the center of the field, loudly directing his men to busily set up the venue. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chenfong walking towards him, and quickly rushed forward to greet him, bowing respectfully and shouting, "Your Majesty!" Chenfong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crude wooden huts. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Aren't these facilities a bit too rudimentary? How can they attract customers to trade in such a state?" Shan Lu looked troubled and sighed helplessly, explaining, "Chinya only allocated me a mere 10 people to use. It's already quite good that we've done this much." Upon hearing this, Chenfong instantly grasped the deeper meaning. It turned out that this was a complaint about the extremely limited manpower support provided by Chinya. After a moment's thought, Chenfong pressed on. "So, what is Chinya busy with right now?" Shan Lu quickly replied, "As far as I know, they are working hard to produce all kinds of tables, chairs, benches, buckets, vehicles, and boats." Chenfong nodded slightly, indicating that he was aware of the matter, and then comforted him. "Yes, I understand. There's no need to rush things here, we can proceed slowly." With that, he turned and strode into the city. When Chenfong stepped into the city, he was shocked to find that mountains of garbage had been piled up on both sides of the street, and no one had paid any attention to it, or cleaned it up. Seeing this, Chenfong felt a surge of anger and stormed towards Chenmo, demanding, "Why hasn't anyone cleaned up this garbage in the city? Are you all just turning a blind eye to it?" Chapter 59 The Trading Floor 1. Chenmo bowed respectfully to Chenfong and said firmly, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will arrange manpower as quickly as possible and do my utmost to solve this problem." Chenfong nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Yes, Chenmo, you've been following me for so long, you're quite an experienced veteran. In the future you should give more guidance to the new members and help them better share the workload. After all, our team will continue to grow and expand in the future, and we need more new talent to work together." Chenmo nodded again and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Your subordinate will certainly live up to your mission, do your best to train new talents, and share Your Majesty's burdens." At this moment, the trading market outside the city was bustling with people and extremely lively. It turns out that many tribes had arrived at the designated location a day in advance. When they finally saw the towering city walls of Xia City in the distance, they were all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Because Chenfong actually raised the already magnificent city wall by a full 5 meters. For these tribes that are still in a primitive state, and only know how to play with mud, such a magnificent and sturdy city wall is simply a masterpiece of divine inspiration. The area around the trading floor was bustling with activity. A rough estimate suggests that over 1,000 people had gathered there at that moment. Shan Lu, who was in charge of maintaining order, was directing everyone methodically, assigning each tribe their assigned positions according to the 5-meter space allotted to each tribe. Chenfong stood calmly on the high city wall, his eyes shining as he looked down at everything below. He turned to Chinshi beside him and instructed, "Chinshi, go and tell Shan Lu to get ready. Tonight, we've invited the chiefs of all the tribes to dine together." Upon hearing this, Chinshi hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, wouldn't this be too extravagant and wasteful?" Chenfong shook his head dismissively and patiently explained, "This is not a waste of time. These tribes have traveled thousands of miles to our territory to trade. As the hosts, it's only right that we treat them to a sumptuous meal. That would fulfill our duty as hosts." Chinshi nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Understood." Immediately afterwards, he found Shan Lu and gave him the order. "Shan Lu, you immediately start to count how many leaders there are here. Then find a spacious and open place for future use. Also, remember to inform each leader in detail that the king has invited everyone to dinner." Upon hearing this, Shan Lu nodded without hesitation and replied, "Don't worry, Chief Chinshi, I'll make the arrangements right away." Even after receiving a positive reply, Chinsure's expression remained stern. He reiterated, "This is the first time Xia City has hosted a banquet for all the leaders. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong and make sure everything is arranged properly." After everything was explained, Chenshur turned and walked towards the logistics department. Upon meeting Chenemo, the head of the logistics department, Chenshur recounted, as if reciting a familiar story, how Chenfong had treated him to dinner. Chenemo listened attentively, and finally nodded solemnly, saying, "Chief Chenshur, rest assured I will do my best to handle this matter well." At this moment, the trading floor was bustling with people. Shang Lu successfully gathered all the leaders together. He stood at the front of the crowd and announced loudly, "Respected leaders, tonight our king, Chenfong, will host a banquet for you all." Before the words were even finished, the previously quiet scene instantly became noisy, with the leaders whispering and talking amongst themselves. At this moment, one of the chiefs from a small tribe, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Shanglu, what kind of delicacies does your king intend to serve us this time?" Faced with the question, Shanglu smiled and calmly replied, "Haha, please rest assured, chief, the dishes prepared for tonight's banquet will surely be delicacies that none of you have ever tasted before." After saying that, he raised his voice and said, "Now, please have some free time and take a short rest. Someone will come to inform you when it's time to eat." On the other side, Chenemo hurriedly arrived at the city wall and immediately spotted Chenfong standing there gazing into the distance. He strode forward, a hint of anxiety in his voice, and asked, "Chief, we've never invited so many people to dinner before. We really don't know what to do." Chenfong frowned slightly, lost in thought. Time ticked by, and finally, as if he had just thought of something, a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Just cook the same dishes you usually eat." Upon hearing this, Chenmo looked doubtful and asked, "Will this really work? I feel like it might be a bit too simple." Chenfong nodded affirmatively and replied, "Of course. Rice with some vegetables is a rare delicacy for them." After receiving a clear answer from the leader, Chenemo felt much more at ease and immediately turned around to get started on preparations. Night had fallen, but the blazing firelight illuminated the entire trading floor as brightly as day. Everyone's face was bathed in this warm light, and they all beamed with radiant smiles. Chenfong sat leisurely on the high place, while the leaders of the other tribes sat below him in turn. Each person had a bowl of fragrant white rice and 2 delicious dishes in front of them. Just then, Yang, from the Dawn tribe, a group of about 500 people, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, this rice and vegetables are so delicious!" As he ate heartily, he asked curiously, "How exactly did you make this?" Upon hearing this, Chenfong smiled slightly and replied with considerable pride, "Haha, everyone in our tribe can enjoy this kind of delicacy." Upon hearing this, all the leaders present were immediately stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Such delicious food is something that everyone in this tribe can enjoy, which is beyond their imagination. Chenfong watched their expressions with a smile, secretly pleased, knowing that his carefully planned scheme had succeeded. From their envious and longing eyes, Chenfong clearly realized that he only needed to further stimulate their inner desires to successfully recruit them into his camp. At this moment, Ing, the chieftain of the Muyun tribe, broke the silence first. He asked expectantly, "Your Majesty, would you be willing to exchange this invaluable rice in your possession?" Chenfong shook his head without hesitation and resolutely refused, saying, "I'm sorry, this rice cannot be used for exchange at the moment. After all, our Xia kingdom has a large population, and the amount of rice we currently produce is only enough to meet the daily needs of our people." Upon hearing this reply, Ing couldn't help but show a sad expression and sighed. "Alas, what a pity! It's such a shame that we can't get our hands on such delicious rice." Immediately afterwards, the leader of the Leguang tribe, Dong, could not contain his eagerness and quickly pointed to the neatly arranged wooden barrels, exquisite ceramics, and finely crafted stools and tables. He inquired, "Then, can we use these items made by our tribe to trade with you?" Chenfong nodded slightly in agreement. "Of course, I'm very interested in these things, and I can exchange them for them." During this lively dinner party, Chenfong gained a general understanding of the situation of each tribe through exchanges and interactions with the representatives of the various tribes. Although some of these tribes were quite strong, they paled in comparison to the powerful grassland tribes. time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was dawn. Shan Lu had already made thorough arrangements in advance, and 10 stalls were neatly set up in the market. Each stall was filled with a dazzling array of goods, all of which were made by the artisans of Xia City. In this transaction, Chenfong did not demand people as a condition for exchange as he had done in the past. Instead, he adopted a completely new strategy. No matter what items or resources the other party possessed, as long as he felt they were useful and suitable, he would propose to exchange them. Chapter 60 Trading Market 2 Sea Wave Tribe. After all, a large-scale population replacement was successfully completed not long ago. If a request for a population exchange were made again at this moment, the difficulties involved would likely increase exponentially. Currently in Xia City, ceramics have become the most numerous type of item. All of this is thanks to Chen Mao's outstanding skills. He had long been able to mass-produce ceramics. Moreover, the ceramic products it produces are numerous and diverse. Not only do they have bowls and basins that are essential for daily life, but they also have large jars and even exquisite ceramic pots specifically for making soup. As for the tables, chairs, and benches, they weren't exactly high-end items. They are mostly made from scraps of wood, which are usually just things that apprentices use to practice their skills. Because their production process is relatively simple and the required materials are easy to obtain, the quantity of these items is also quite astonishing. In addition, Chenfong took out all sorts of wooden items, such as wooden barrels, 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled ox carts, and other wooden utensils, intending to exchange them for various supplies. Just as Chenfong finished packing his things and was about to head to the trading market, Lu Meng caught up with him and expressed his desire to go along. However, Xinyue was unable to accompany him due to other commitments. Seeing this, Chenfong couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "What important matter is keeping you so busy?" Xinyue smiled slightly and explained, "Spring is the golden season for animal reproduction, so I have to go and check it out myself. After all, this is my first time conducting research on animals, so naturally I need to accumulate more first-hand experience." After hearing this, Chenfong nodded in deep agreement and said, "Yes, this matter is indeed of utmost importance. You should get back to work now." Chenfong possesses a considerable number of various animal resources, including livestock such as horses, cattle, and sheep. If this year's breeding program is successfully completed, the numbers of horses, hard-working cattle, and plump sheep will inevitably increase. As for poultry such as pigs and chickens, there is even less to worry about. As long as they have a sufficient food supply, they can continue to reproduce and produce pork and eggs in an endless stream. Therefore, Chenfong was absolutely confident about these two types of poultry. On that very day, Chenfong and Lu Meng arrived together at the bustling trading market. As soon as the two stepped into this bustling place, Chen Kui, who was in charge of security for this trading venue, greeted them with a big smile and said warmly to Chenfong, "Your Majesty, you actually have the leisure to come and stroll around today?" Chenfong smiled and replied, "Haha, that's right. Why don't we take a walk and have a look around together?" So the three of them walked side by side and slowly entered the bustling trading market. However, Lu Meng seemed to be filled with curiosity about everything here. He was like an innocent child, looking around and running around aimlessly. They would glance at the dazzling array of goods on one stall and then at the people haggling over there. In no time at all, Lu Meng had disappeared. Just as Chenfong was feeling somewhat helpless, he heard Lu Meng's excited shouts from ahead. "Chenfong, come and see what this thing is!" Following the sound, they saw Lu Meng standing in front of a stall, pointing at an item on display, looking puzzled as he waited for Chenfong to answer his question. Chenfong quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and began to examine the item carefully. After gesturing and pondering for a while, he looked up at Lu Meng and said, "I think this should be some kind of fruit." At this moment, the stall owner next to him saw this and quickly stepped forward, gesturing respectfully to Chenfong to explain. "King Xia, you have a good eye. This is an extremely sweet and delicious fruit." After saying that, he specially picked out a brightly colored and large one from the stall and handed it to Chenfong. Chenfong took the fruit and took a small bite to savor it. He felt a rich, sweet flavor instantly fill his mouth, and he couldn't help but nod in praise. It tastes really good. It feels a bit like the delicious apples I know." Lu Meng, who was listening from the side, was completely confused, since he had never heard of anything called an apple before. However, seeing Chenfong eating with relish and constantly praising how delicious it was, he thought to himself, "Who cares what it is, as long as it's delicious food?" So Lu Meng, disregarding his image, reached out and grabbed a brightly colored, fragrant fruit from the stall, then opened his mouth and took a big bite. The sweet and juicy flesh instantly filled his mouth, making him unable to resist eating with gusto, splashing juice everywhere, his face full of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qinkui, who was standing to the side, seemed very clever and perceptive. He smiled broadly and gestured to the stall owner, muttering to himself, "We want all of these. Let's go talk to Shan Lu about the price." Seeing this, the stall owner quickly nodded to indicate that he understood, and then responded with a gesture, "Okay." Then, the two stood up and walked towards another stall not far away. Lu Meng stared curiously at the pile of dark, unsightly things on the stall and asked in confusion, "What is this? It looks strange." The stall owner smiled and gestured as he explained, "This is candy." Upon hearing the word sugar, Chenfong, who had been standing quietly to the side watching, suddenly became interested. He eagerly bent down, gesturing as he said, "Can I try some?" The stall owner smiled, nodded, and gestured for him to sample it. Chenfong carefully picked up a small piece of black candy, put it in his mouth, and took a small sip. The sweet taste immediately spread on his tongue, making his eyes light up. Then, he gestured and asked the stall owner, "Is this delicious food made by you? What are its ingredients?" The stall owner shook his head helplessly and continued to answer with gestures, "Well, you'll have to ask our leader to know." Upon hearing this, Chenfong gestured to the stall owner without hesitation. "Go quickly and call your leader over." The stall owner hurriedly agreed and ran off to find the leader. Not long after, a tall, beautiful young woman walked briskly towards them. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding an air of competence. As she approached Chenfong, she bowed slightly and gestured. "Lan of the Sea Wave Tribe greets King Xia." Chenfong nodded with a smile, then gestured directly and asked, "How many of these do you have here in total? And what are the raw materials for them?" Lan gestured urgently with her hands as she shouted, "It's all right to tell you, I've decided to join your tribe." Her eyes were firm and fervent, as if she had made up her mind. Upon hearing this, Chenfong felt a surge of joy, but he tried his best to control his emotions, revealing an indescribable smile on his face. After all, it was quite unexpected that someone with such considerable strength would take the initiative to join their tribe. However, Lan did not stop there. She then began to gesture, this time with even more exaggerated and passionate movements. "Moreover, I want to become your woman, and my entire tribe will submit to you." Chenfong stared wide-eyed at the straightforward and bold woman in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He slowly walked around Lan, carefully observing her, trying to judge from her expression and behavior whether she was truly sincere. After a while, Chenfong finally stopped, nodded, and responded with a gesture. "It's not difficult to join us, but you have to let me know how sincere you really are." Without hesitation, Lan reached out and scooped out a large handful of small granules, then showed them to Chenfong and explained with gestures. "These are the materials needed to make candy. If you're willing to accept me, I'll not only teach you how to make delicious candy, but I'll also give you all the seeds needed to grow this raw material." Seeing this, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and gestured again, asking, "Very good, then tell me quickly, what kind of raw materials can make such tempting candy?" Chapter 61 The Trading Floor 3. Troublemakers. Lan smiled slightly, then took out an extremely thick sugarcane from behind her back, handed it to Chenfong, and gestured to him. "Look, this is it. It is the most crucial raw material for making candy." When Chenfeng's gaze fell upon the tall and thick sugarcane stalks, it was as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind, and he instantly understood. Then, he slowly turned his gaze to Lan, gesturing with his hands as he asked, "Are you truly sincere with me?" Since Chenfong transmigrated to this unfamiliar world, he has experienced countless trials and tribulations and the coldness and warmth of human relationships. In this strange and unknown place, women no longer held that strong attraction for him. Perhaps it's because I've seen and experienced a lot, or perhaps my heart has long been consumed by weariness. Now his requirements for women have become extremely simple. As long as their features are decent, they are pleasing to the eye. As for external conditions such as skin color, he really doesn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes anymore. For example, Lan, a woman, has slightly darker skin than most people, but it is precisely this unique skin tone that gives her a distinctive charm. It is worth mentioning that although Lan's skin is slightly dark, her exquisite features are as if they were carefully sculpted by God. At this moment, Chenfong gestured with his hands and said to Lan, "Let's discuss this after you bring your tribe here." Upon hearing this, Lan slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile, and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely come to find you." After saying that, he turned and left the stall. After Lan left, Lu Meng, who had been standing to the side, couldn't help but ask Chenfong, "Do you think she will really come as promised?" Chenfong nodded without hesitation, answering with certainty, "She will definitely come." Then, Chenfong asked curiously, "Aren't you even a little bit angry about this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Meng gently shook his head and then slowly explained, "In our culture, women are often regarded as mere appendages of men. So no matter how many women you have, we will choose to accept it silently." Chenfong reached out and gently stroked Lu Meng's hair, saying affectionately, "But you're different. You're not some accessory, but my woman." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng was filled with sweetness and happiness. She held Chenfeng's hand tightly, and followed him quietly like a well-behaved little woman. As he walked, Chenfong suddenly noticed many unfamiliar new faces around him. Thinking back to when we had dinner together last night, I don't recall seeing any of these people. Chenfong turned to look at Chin Kui beside him, and pointed at the strangers in front of him with a puzzled look, asking, "Chin Kui, where did all these people come from? How come I've never seen this before?" Chin Kui quickly replied, "They all just arrived here today." Just as the two were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out from not far away, quickly attracting a large crowd to watch. Seeing this, Chenfong quickly pointed in the direction from which the sound came and asked anxiously, "What's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered here all of a sudden?" Chin Kui ran over like a gust of wind, and after only a quick glance, he returned like an arrow released from a bow, and reported in a low voice to Chenfeng's side, "Your Majesty, there seems to be a problem over there. Those two are arguing fiercely, apparently because the goods are not equal." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he casually instructed, "In that case, you can handle it." Upon receiving the order, Chin Kui did not hesitate at all and immediately strode towards the two arguing people. When he reached the middle of the two, he stopped and demanded with a grim expression, "What exactly happened? Explain yourself." The stall owner excitedly gestured with his hands, muttering to himself, "This person is so unreasonable. He actually wanted to exchange my priceless sheepskin for just 2 pieces of fruit. Of course, I couldn't agree to that, but who knew he would try to snatch it without saying a word?" The other person was equally assertive, gesturing wildly as he explained, "My fruit is exceptionally good and very sweet. It's perfectly qualified to be used in exchange for your sheepskin." Upon seeing this, Chin Kui snatched the so-called fruit from the man's hand and took a big bite without hesitation. However, in the next second, his face instantly turned extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a disgusting worm, and he angrily said, "What kind of lousy fruit is this? It's terribly bitter." Before he could finish speaking, Chin Kui had already grabbed the man's collar tightly and, with lightning speed, drew a sharp long knife from his waist, placing the blade against the man's neck without any mercy. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I don't care what you're thinking, but here, anyone who dares to break the rules will only have one outcome: death. As long as everyone follows the rules honestly, everyone will naturally live in peace." Before anyone could react, Chin Kui had already brought down his knife. A scream pierced the air as the troublemaker fell to the ground, his head severed from his body. In an instant, those who had harbored ulterior motives and were eager to make a move were suddenly silenced by fear, standing obediently in place, not daring to even breathe loudly. Even the stall owner was completely stunned by the bloody and cruel scene before him. He stood there dumbfounded, his body stiff as a statue, unable to move an inch for a long time. Chenfong walked expressionlessly to Chin Kui's side and said in a calm yet unquestionable tone, "Listen up, everyone. I am the king of Xia, and this place is my territory. I, the king, sincerely welcome you to conduct business and trade here. But if anyone dares to cause trouble or disrupt order here, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The consequences will be unimaginable." These few words, like a reassuring pill, put the minds of many small tribes who had previously had doubts about doing business here much at ease. It is worth noting that in the past, many tribes often encountered unfair treatment such as forced buying and selling, which was already commonplace. Now, with Chenfeng's resounding declaration, it seems as if a solid and reliable protective umbrella has been erected for these weak tribes. After Chenfong finished speaking, he paused briefly, looked around, and then added, "Any tribe that is robbed of its property on its way back from the trading place may come to seek my assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion arose in the crowd. Some people had a look of sudden realization on their faces and hurriedly asked the people next to them for details. Those who have already grasped its profound meaning cannot hide their excitement. For them, this undoubtedly meant that they had gained the protection of the powerful Xia kingdom. Faced with this situation, many smaller tribes were overjoyed, their hearts filled with gratitude and anticipation. Chapter 62 The Trading Floor 4 Mooing arrives. Just then, Qin Kui suddenly reported, "Your Majesty, Mooing has arrived!" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chenfeng's eyes, then he smiled and asked, "Oh? They've also come to participate in this trading event? Quickly, take me to see them!" After saying that, Qin Kui led Chenfong and Lu Meng toward a street stall. Upon approaching, one could see Mooing methodically directing her people to carry bundles of snow-white linen. Upon seeing Chenfong and the others approach, Mooing immediately stopped what she was doing, quickly stepped forward, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, King Xia." Seeing this, Chenfong quickly walked a few steps to Mooing, reached out to help her up, and said with a smile, "Oh dear Mooing, why be so formal between us? We're already so familiar with each other." "Humph, you brat, you actually dared to steal my daughter's heart. Now look what's happened. She's making a scene at home all day long. Tell me, how are we going to handle this?" Mooing roared angrily. Chenfong smiled slightly and replied calmly, Maybe things aren't as you think. Maybe it's your daughter's own problem." Hearing this, Mooing became even angrier and glared at Chenfong, saying sharply, "Stop talking nonsense and grinning at me like that. Tell me quickly how to resolve this." Chenfong, still smiling, said easily, "Actually, this is very simple. As long as I get her to come with me, all the problems will be solved naturally." At this moment, Mooing suddenly made an outrageous demand. "Fine, but you have to give me 100 incredibly sharp swords first." However, Chenfong shook his head without hesitation and said seriously, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We absolutely cannot hand over our weapons to you. Even if we did, given your current strength and situation, you wouldn't be able to keep them at all. Once you bring them back to your tribe, they will surely attract attacks and robberies from countless other tribes. By then, let alone these weapons, I'm afraid even your own life will be in danger." Upon hearing this, Mooing was stunned. She stood there for a while before she came to her senses and slowly asked, "Then what exactly can you give me? You can't just send me away with empty words, can you?" Chenfong shook his head firmly again and replied, "I'm sorry, I will not give you any items as a condition for exchange. And please remember, your daughter is not a bargaining chip to be used to negotiate with me. If you truly wish for her to be happy, then after returning to the tribe, please send her to me as soon as possible. As for supplies, if you take a fancy to anything I have, as long as it's not ironware, you can choose whatever you like and take it with you." Mooing smiled and nodded, replying firmly, "All right, then so be it." Standing to the side, Chenfong then spoke up, "I need 10 women skilled in making linen. What price do you intend to offer?" His gaze was fixed on Mooing, awaiting her reply. Mooing answered without hesitation, "These women are yours to keep, and I hope you will take good care of my daughter." After saying that, a look of concern and reluctance appeared on her face. However, just as Mu Ying's situation was being resolved, new problems arose one after another. It turned out that the leaders of several tribes wanted to exchange their supplies for ox carts, but they did not have enough resources. Chenfong and Qin Kui arrived at an open space where they saw more than 10 tribes gathered. Each tribe's leader showed great interest in the ox cart, but they were unable to do so due to their lack of resources. Chief Yang of the Dawn tribe was the first to break the silence. He looked at Chenfong with a worried expression and asked anxiously, "King Xia, is there really no other way?" His words revealed a deep sense of helplessness and longing. Chenfong gently shook his head and slowly said, "There is certainly a way, but I'm afraid you all may not be able to agree." His gaze swept over every tribal chief present, as if he already knew what they were thinking. The chieftain of the Mian tribe, quickly pressed for details, asking, "What kind of method is it?" He was eager to know the answer, hoping that this method could help his tribe obtain the ox carts they needed. Chenfong took a deep breath and then solemnly announced, "That means joining my tribe. Only in this way can we share resources and solve our current predicament." Before the words were even finished, the scene fell silent. The dozen or so tribal chiefs looked at each other, and no one responded for a moment. Clearly, they were filled with conflict and hesitation about whether to join Chenfeng's tribe. The leader of the Thunderlight tribe frowned slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Chenfong, and asked in a low, powerful voice, "How many people would it take to exchange for one?" His tone was tinged with urgency and anticipation. Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he replied easily, 10 able-bodied young men will suffice." This price is not an unbearable burden for large, powerful tribes with large populations. Upon hearing these terms of exchange, the tribal leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, being able to exchange such valuable resources or opportunities for a relatively small population is beneficial to the development of their tribe. Each tribe readily agreed to the trade with Chenfong, exchanging one of their desired items for another. With the end of this round of exchanges, Chenfeng's forces have increased significantly again, now numbering a full 160 more. After careful statistics, Chenfong discovered that the population had grown from just 70 people to a total of 3,973 people, including as many as 1,150 slaves. Faced with such a large crowd, Chenfong demonstrated exceptional management skills. He cleverly divided these people into two distinct groups. Some were allowed to cook their own food and prepare meals according to their own tastes and preferences, while others could only eat communal meals. However, anyone who successfully obtains a Level 1 badge will own their own house and have the right to cook for themselves. As for the large pot of food, although the taste may not be satisfactory, the portion size is sufficient to satisfy people's hunger. Moreover, compared to many other tribes, this treatment is already quite generous. Just as Chenfong returned to his quiet little courtyard with great joy, he was surprised to find Mu Yang standing quietly in the courtyard. Her figure appeared exceptionally beautiful and charming in the sunlight. Upon seeing Chenfong return, Mu Yang's eyes immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Like a happy little bird, he ran straight towards Chenfong and hugged him tightly. Feeling the warmth of the woman in his arms, Chenfong asked with concern, "How have you been these past few days?" Mu Yang raised his head, gazed deeply into Chenfeng's eyes, and said softly, "I miss you so much." His words revealed endless longing. Chapter 63 The Grassland Tribe Surrender, Fan Request, King Changed to Great King. Chenfong was slightly surprised, then asked, "Shouldn't you be staying in your own tribe? How come you suddenly appeared here?" "No, I came with my clansmen," Mu Yang quickly replied. Then, as if remembering something, a smile appeared on his face, and he continued, "By the way, the 10 women my mother promised you have been delivered here." "Oh? So fast? Where are they now?" Chenfong asked with great interest. Mu Yang replied with a smile, "They're registering it at the Logistics Department." Hearing this, Chenfong couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, not bad, then they'll all be under my control from now on. And Mu Yang, I heard you've been researching how to build a high-efficiency loom lately. How's the progress?" Mu Yang nodded confidently and replied, "Don't worry, Chenfong, I'm almost there." This loom was not only easy to use, but it also produced cloth of much better quality than what we have now. Chenfeng's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Really? That's great. By the way, didn't you already figure out how to turn wool into yarn?" Mu Yang nodded again and said affirmatively, "That's right, this technology is already mature." Very well, in that case, I'll have to think carefully about how to improve and perfect the loom these next couple of days, Chenfong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang immediately became excited and asked, Really? Chenfong, you're going to participate in the research yourself? Chenfong nodded without hesitation and replied, Of course it's true. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, the next morning, the sun had just begun to shine on the earth. Qin hurriedly entered Chenfeng's courtyard and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A huge group of people has suddenly arrived outside, numbering over 1,000. It's said that the chief of that grassland tribe, Ge, has brought his men here. At the request of fans, the title of the king should be changed to Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Chenfong hurriedly came out of the room, quickly walked to the center of the courtyard, and asked with a frown, Why did he bring so many people here? Qin respectfully replied, Your Majesty, according to them, it seems they want to join our tribe. Chenfong asked with a puzzled look, Didn't we agree that the Flame tribe would eliminate them? How did it turn out like this? Standing to the side, Qin shook his head helplessly and replied, I don't know much about this matter either. After a brief pause, Chenfeng's expression turned serious, and he decisively said, No matter what, let's go and check out the situation first. After saying that, he strode forward. Meanwhile, Qin had already made all the necessary arrangements. He ordered Qinli to lead the group to surround the grassland tribe in order to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. When Chenfong and Qin arrived at the scene, they saw a huge crowd of people and countless cattle, horses and sheep gathered about 2 kilometers outside the city. Upon seeing Chenfong arrive, Qinli quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, greeting him. Your Majesty! Chenfong nodded slightly in response, then turned his gaze to Ge in the distance and waved to him, signaling him to come over. As Ge approached, Chenfong cut to the chase and asked, I heard you're here to seek refuge with me? Ge gestured with his hands as he eagerly replied, That's right, Your Majesty. The Flame tribe has been launching frequent attacks on our tribe lately, causing us immense suffering. We simply can no longer maintain a normal life for our tribe. Chenfong then pressed on. So if you come to join me, do you have any special requirements? Ge hurriedly gestured and said, How dare I make any demands? I only ask to have a place in this powerful Xia kingdom in the future, so that I can settle down and make a living. Hearing this, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and praised. Not bad, not bad. I can see that you are also a pragmatic person. After a moment's thought, Chenfong made a decision. Now that you have chosen to join our camp, you can no longer serve as the leader of your original tribe. From now on, you will work under Shan Lu. Without hesitation, Ge nodded in agreement, gesturing to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a tall, upright soldier hurriedly led Ge away, Chen frowned and asked Chenfong with a worried expression, What should we do with those people from the grassland tribes? Chenfong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the group of bewildered people in the distance. After a moment's thought, he slowly spoke. Scatter them all and assign them to the lowest levels of each department to do their jobs. This way, they can be integrated into our group, while also providing some labor for various departments. Upon hearing this, Qin nodded and immediately dispatched several soldiers to various departments to convey orders and notify relevant personnel to come and collect these newly assigned clansmen. After making the arrangements, Chenfong turned around and walked steadily toward where Qinli was. With a smile, he asked kindly, Qinli, how's the training going in our army lately? Qinli scratched his head. This usually straightforward man had changed somewhat in personality since taking on a leadership position. He straightened his chest and answered loudly, Your Majesty, there are currently 500 soldiers undergoing rigorous training. I also specifically assigned 100 people to patrol duties to ensure the safety of the territory. Another 100 men were sent to guard the prisoners to prevent them from escaping or causing trouble. Another 100 people will go out hunting to supplement the food supply for everyone. Furthermore, we conduct daily training for the soldiers in shifts and organize the able-bodied men within the territory to learn and master the use of basic weapons. After listening to Qinli's report, Chenfong smiled with satisfaction. He patted Qinli on the shoulder and said approvingly, Excellent job! Qinli, it seems your abilities have improved significantly during this time. Hearing Chenfeng's praise, Chenli was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and respectfully replied, "All of this is thanks to your Majesty's careful cultivation and trust. Without your guidance and support, I could never have achieved what I have today." Chenfong smiled and waved his hand, saying, all right, no need to be so polite. Once the personnel are assigned here, you can continue with your intensive training. Remember, always remain vigilant and never let your guard down." "Yes." Chenli nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. Over time, the population within the territory increased. Although everyone still deeply respects Chenfong, the feeling of being close friends seems to have gradually faded away without them realizing it. At the same time, everyone's respect for Chenfong grew even deeper. Chapter 64: Long Spears, Short Spears, and Wooden Shields. Chenfong began his routine inspection as usual. When he arrived at the carpentry department, he was surprised to find Chenxing lying on the ground, fast asleep, looking quite content. Seeing this, Chenfong couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He walked towards Chenxing, teasingly saying, "Hey, you're really quite leisurely." Chenxing was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard someone talking and groggily opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Chenfong as the newcomer, he sprang to his feet, quickly straightened his clothes, and respectfully bowed to Chenfong, greeting him. "Your Majesty, what brings you here for an inspection?" Chenfong looked at Chenxing with a smile and said, "Of course I want to know how things are going on your side. How have you been lately? Any results?" Upon hearing this, Chenxing's face immediately lit up with pride, and he replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, I have not failed in my mission and have now successfully taught 5 disciples. Moreover, these apprentices are all exceptionally intelligent, and some of their inventions are quite remarkable." Chenfong nodded in satisfaction after hearing this and joked, "No wonder you can be so carefree. It turns out you have capable people helping you." Then, changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, how's the construction of our ships going?" Chenxing quickly replied, "Your Majesty, 3 large ships have been built, and 10 smaller ships have also been successfully completed." "Yes, very well done," Chenfong praised. After a moment's thought, he continued, "However, besides checking on the progress, I have another important matter to entrust to you." Upon hearing about the new task, Chenxing's previously somewhat languid expression instantly became energetic, and he eagerly inquired, "What does your Majesty wish me to forge?" Chenfong smiled slightly and slowly said, "I need you to make 3 things, a wooden shield, a long spear, and a short spear." Following that, Chenfong elaborated on the specific requirements and specifications for these 3 items. Chenxing listened attentively to Chenfeng's description, nodding occasionally to show that he understood. After Chenfong finished speaking, Chenxing confidently replied, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, these are not difficult tasks for me. I will do my best to complete the mission." Chenfong patted Chenxing on the shoulder with satisfaction and reminded him again, "Remember, you need to make 2,000 shields, 5,000 spears, and 10,000 short spears. The quantity is large, but the quality must not be compromised in the slightest." Upon hearing this number, Chenxing was struck dumb, frozen in place, as if under a spell. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he stammered, Great king, are we going to fight a war?" His voice trembled violently, clearly indicating that he was filled with fear and unease. Chenfong slowly shook his head and replied with a serious expression, "No, I want to implement a strategy of universal conscription. Regardless of age or gender, everyone must become a brave and fearless warrior in the event of an emergency." After hearing this, Chenxing nodded vigorously to show that he understood, and said resolutely, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will do my utmost to ensure the successful completion of the mission." Chenfong glanced at Chenxing with satisfaction, then turned and left the carpentry department. He walked steadily toward the construction department. From a distance, one could see Chinya sitting leisurely on a stool, arms crossed, calmly directing the busy crowd below. Chenfong strode over to Chinya's side, smiling and jokingly saying, "Hey, it looks like things are going well here. Are you very busy?" Upon hearing the voice, Chinya turned around and saw that it was Chenfong. He quickly stood up, bowed, and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what brings you here today to inspect my place?" Chenfong smiled and explained. I came here to find out how your project is progressing. Qinya sighed and replied helplessly. Your Majesty, the work of raising the city wall has just been completed, but other related work has not yet officially begun. Chenfong nodded slightly and encouraged them. All right, then keep up the good work, speed up the progress, and strive to finish as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, the blacksmith shop was bustling with activity. The craftsmen were all sweating profusely, their hammers striking the red-hot iron blocks incessantly, sparks flying everywhere. Chenfong stood at a distance and could feel the scorching heat emanating from the heatwave. Just then, Qintian hurriedly ran up to Chenfong, bowed respectfully, and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask what brings you here to see me? Without wasting words, Chenfong directly instructed. There are some important matters I need to entrust to you. If there's anything, just leave it to Chief Qingshi to handle. There's no need for your Majesty to make this trip in person, Qintian said with a smile. After Chenfong described in detail the shape, size, and other characteristics of the spearheads of both the long and short spears, Qintian nodded in response. These aren't really big problems, but the quantity needed is just too much. It would be too difficult to finish them all at once. Even if we work overtime, it would take a long time. Chenfong smiled slightly after hearing this and said, It's all right, it doesn't matter when it can be completed, but you must make 1,000 of them first. Qintian nodded without hesitation, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Chenfong went straight to the carpentry shop to begin in-depth research on the loom. Chief, what you're talking about looks very complicated, Chenxing replied with a troubled expression. If it weren't complicated, would I have needed to do it myself? Chenfong replied calmly. All right, Chief, I'll get your tools right away and find 2 quick-witted and efficient helpers to assist you. Chenxing dared not delay and quickly found 2 clever and quick-witted people to help Chenfong. In fact, Chenfong had only seen looms in short videos, and knew absolutely nothing about them. But he thought to himself that he might not be good at other things, but he should be able to create a rough outline without too much trouble. Thinking of this, Chenfong couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Chapter 65 Harvest Day, Military Parade. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the second rice harvest season has arrived. As time goes by and the population continues to grow, many people remain oblivious to the importance of farming. Therefore, on this special June 1st, Chenfong decided to hold another grand Harvest Day celebration. This time, Chenfong not only summoned everyone in the city, but also invited all the tribes in the trading area to come to the outskirts of the city to watch this grand event. People flocked from all directions, and the scene was bustling with activity and excitement. Immediately following, the highly anticipated military parade began. Although the number of soldiers was only 550, Chenfong carefully divided them into groups. At the front of the column, 50 imposing soldiers with broadswords marched in neat formation, their sharp blades gleaming coldly. Closely following behind were shield-bearers carrying heavy shields, as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron. Looking further back, the Mo Dao soldiers wielded long Mo Dao blades, their imposing presence overwhelming. The cavalrymen rode their swift warhorses, looking dashing and heroic. The spearmen held a forest of spears, their sharpness unstoppable. The javelin throwers, meanwhile, stood ready, poised to unleash their deadly javelins at any moment. The archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows, their eyes sharp, while the crossbowmen operated heavy crossbows with astonishing power. In addition, there are Air Force soldiers soaring in the sky, giant eagle soldiers, who are like divine soldiers descending from the sky, which is amazing. A massive elephant corps slowly approached, the elephants carrying heavy equipment, including enormous mammoths, resembling a mobile fortress. Finally, the mysterious kamikaze army made its grand entrance, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. To make this harvest day even more grand, Chenfong specially made 2 enormous cowhide drums using precious cowhide. As Qingshi gave the resounding command to beat the drum, the drummers began to strike the drumheads with all their might. Suddenly, the drumbeats rang out like thunder, shaking the very soul. The first to pass the reviewing stand were those 50 swordsmen, marching with firm and powerful steps. Every step felt like stepping on the very heartstrings of the earth, with shield-bearers standing guard behind them. The whole scene was incredibly spectacular and exhilarating. The group slowly circled the outer perimeter of the city wall in turn. Whether they were the citizens of Xia Kingdom inside the city or the people from various tribes outside the city gates, at this moment, a profound sense of shock and awe swept through their hearts. What they felt was not only the formidable strength of the Xia army, but also the astonishing discipline displayed by their uniformity, and the overwhelming aura emanating from each soldier. "Look! That man is a warrior from my tribe, who has now joined the Xia Kingdom!" The chief of a small tribe shouted excitedly. However, the chief of another tribe beside him simply replied, "Now that you have become a citizen of Xia, you no longer need to think about anything else." Although there was little emotional fluctuation in his words, the meaning was self-evident. Meanwhile, Ying, the leader of the Muyan tribe, was speechless with astonishment, completely shocked by what he saw. He even secretly pondered whether he should lead his people to submit to the powerful Xia Kingdom. In fact, Muyan tribe is not the only tribe that holds this view. Many other tribes also yearn for it. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look up at the sky!" Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. It turned out to be the renowned giant eagle soldiers of the Xia Kingdom making their appearance. Yang, the leader of the Dawn tribe, quickly explained, "The giant eagle soldiers, unique to the Xia Kingdom, are exceptionally brave." These giant eagles circled and soared in the air, completing 10 full rotations before disappearing from sight like a gust of wind. Immediately afterwards, a series of exclamations rang out. "My God, is that a mammoth? It's so huge!" Some members of small tribes who had never seen such a behemoth exclaimed in surprise. "Look! There are so many elephants following behind!" The exclamations from the crowd rose in waves, as if they would never stop. Shunga, originally the chieftain of a grassland tribe, but later renamed Shunga, stood quietly on the towering city wall, gazing solemnly at the incomparably powerful Xia Kingdom in the distance. A deep sense of helplessness and self-mockery welled up in his heart, and he muttered to himself, "So our tribe is really this weak?" Shan Lu, standing to the side, remained calm and responded softly, "This is nothing. If you knew that Xia Kingdom had achieved such earth-shaking changes in just over a year, you would probably be even more shocked." "What? More than a year?" Upon hearing this, Shan Ge froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, his face filled with disbelief. He stared intently at the prosperous and well-organized Xia Kingdom in front of him, as if trying to etch every detail into his mind. Meanwhile, not far from the city wall, Yan, the leader of the Flame tribe, was gazing at the mighty army led by Chenfong. His brow furrowed, and he fell into deep thought for a long time. At this moment, Yan knew that he would probably never have the chance to take revenge on Chenfong in his lifetime. Moreover, he was well aware that, given Chenfeng's personality and stance, it was absolutely impossible for him to accept a tribe like theirs that had once attempted to destroy the Xia Kingdom. After all, they had previously colluded with that ferocious white ape, posing a huge threat to the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, the newly appointed captain who had been following Yan appeared beside him and cautiously asked, "Chief, are you planning to join the Xia Kingdom?" When asked by his subordinates, Yan did not answer immediately, but the barely perceptible smile on his face said it all. Seeing this, Ba Xian nodded in understanding, then thoughtfully suggested, "Perhaps we could try cooperating with the Xia Kingdom to jointly besiege that despicable white ape." Yan slowly shook his head and said softly, "Those white apes are far away from our Xia Kingdom, they shouldn't come here." However, Ba Ke, with a sly glint in his eyes, said, "What if we manage to trick them into coming here? Then we can quickly report this to the king of Xia." Upon hearing this, Yan's eyes widened, and he roared, "You're practically courting death." Faced with Yan's angry rebuke, Ba did not back down, but instead continued to speak calmly. "Don't rush. We can inform the king of Xia about the route the white ape will take beforehand, and that way we can avoid danger." Upon hearing this, Yan frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. Time passed slowly, and soon Yan suddenly opened his eyes again, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Then we'll do as you say." Just then, a deep and powerful drumbeat rang out, as if it would shatter people's eardrums. The sudden drumbeat was like a torrent, instantly silencing the noisy crowd below the stage, and the entire scene fell silent. Standing atop the city wall, Chenfong took a deep breath, gathered his inner strength, and shouted loudly. My people, our day of harvest has arrived! His voice was as loud as a bell, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Then, Chenfong, his face beaming with pride and joy, continued loudly. This year, we have not only successfully strengthened our military forces, but also greatly expanded the rice planting area. From now on, we will no longer have to endure hunger, nor will we need to risk our lives to fight those ferocious wild beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer, screams, and excited shouts erupted from the audience. These sounds intertwined, like surging waves, one higher than the next, echoing in the air for a long time. Chapter 66 Harvest Day, continued. Chenfong smiled and waved his hand, then cleared his throat and continued in a passionate and impassioned manner. Gentlemen, please do not attribute this glory to me alone. All these achievements are the result of everyone working together and striving together. As long as we remain united, that bright and hopeful future will surely be firmly in your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below the stage shouted in unison with great excitement. Long live the king! Long live the king! The shouts were like surging waves, one higher than the next, deafening. Immediately afterwards, Chenfong turned to look at Chief Chenshi and the heads of other departments standing to the side, and smiled as he gestured for them to come forward and give a speech. Chief Chenshi strode forward, first bowing slightly to the people below the stage, and then speaking in a loud and steady voice. Dear fellow villagers, today's harvest is the result of our hard work. After Chenshi finished speaking, Chenfong added with a smile. This grand harvest celebration has unknowingly lasted for a whole morning. After lunch, everyone can start harvesting rice. However, our enthusiastic people seemed to be inspired by an invisible force, and everyone was full of energy. Having just finished lunch, they couldn't wait to get to work harvesting rice. As time goes by, the population continues to expand, which means that the demand for food is also increasing. Faced with such a pressing situation, Chenfong knew that he had to take decisive and effective measures to ensure a sufficient food supply. So, after careful consideration, he gave Chenshi another order. Chenshi, the most urgent thing is to cultivate more rice fields as soon as possible to meet the growing demand. Quickly select 2,000 strong and healthy men, and transfer another 1,000 slaves, and make every effort to complete the arduous task of reclaiming 10,000 mu of new rice paddies. This matter concerns the well-being of the people and must not be neglected in the slightest. Chenshi nodded solemnly and replied, I understand. I will go and convey your instructions. He turned and left in a hurry. Chenfong narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly calculating in his mind. The 2,000 horses, 3,000 cattle, and 5,000 sheep he had obtained from the grassland tribe were such a large quantity. It should be more than enough for the upcoming land reclamation operation. Especially those 3,000 cattle. If they could all be put into the land reclamation work, there would be absolutely no problem. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Chenfeng's lips. At Chenfeng's command, the entire camp immediately became bustling with activity. Chenshi was like a high-speed machine, arranging various tasks in an orderly manner. People were coming and going, herding cattle or carrying goods, creating a bustling scene. Meanwhile, Chenfong turned his attention back to the study of looms. He stared intently at the blueprints in front of him, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes picking up his tools and gesturing a few times. Mu Yang, who was standing nearby, would often come over and discuss the various details of the loom with Chenfong. The two expressed their opinions, and their thoughts sparked a burst of wisdom. Meanwhile, the tribes who had just participated in the Xia Kingdom's Harvest Day celebration were still finding it hard to calm down. The prosperity and grandeur displayed at that magnificent celebration were deeply etched in their minds. Many small tribes yearned for the Xia Kingdom and longed to become members of it. Even some medium-sized tribes that were initially hesitant have become tempted. However, regardless of whether these tribes were truly interested in joining the Xia Kingdom, Chenfong had his own considerations. This year we have already taken in quite a few new people, and if we take in too many more, it will be difficult to settle them properly in a short time. Therefore, Chenfong decided to temporarily reject the requests from other tribes to join, and instead focus on helping the existing people fully integrate into the Xia Kingdom, and adapt to its lifestyle and cultural traditions. Only in this way can we ensure the continued stable development and growth of the Xia Kingdom. Faced with those tribes eager to join the Xia Kingdom, Chenshi knew he had no right to make a decision. So he smiled and told everyone that if they really wanted to become a part of the Xia Kingdom, they should set up camp around the trading area for the time being and patiently wait for Chenfong to make a decision. At this moment, the chief of one of the small tribes couldn't wait to ask. "Chief Chenshi, when will the king of Xia make a decision?" Chenshi shook his head slightly and replied helplessly. "I really don't know. His Majesty is currently focused on studying new things and really can't find the time." For a time, the leaders of the various tribes whispered among themselves and discussed the matter. After a heated discussion, they finally reached a consensus to follow Chenshi's advice, temporarily set up camp near the trading area, and at the same time send people back to inform other tribesmen to gradually migrate here. Seeing this, Chenshi simply smiled slightly, said nothing more, and then turned and left. After all, this is a busy time, as they need to both reclaim wasteland and harvest rice. Looking around, almost every department in the Xia Kingdom, apart from the soldiers who shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending the country, has drawn manpower to assist in some way. Lu Ming was standing beside the golden rice paddies, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Let's all give it our all!" His capable assistant, Lu Ming, strode over to his side and excitedly reported. "Minister, at this rate, we should be able to harvest all the rice in just 7 days. Lu Meng nodded slightly in agreement and said, "In the last 2 days, we will take some people out of the team to deal with the harvested rice. It is essential to carefully select the plump, high-quality rice grains for use in cultivating seeds for the next season." Lu Ming quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll get right to it." With that, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly remember something important, and quickly called out to Lu Ming, who was about to leave, and then instructed him. "Those who are assigned to handle the rice, if they encounter difficulties or need assistance during their work, you must promptly arrange for people to help solve the problem. In particular, families who have lost their sons should receive special attention and assistance. After all, it might be difficult for them to complete these tasks alone." Lu Ming nodded solemnly again to indicate that he understood, and then hurriedly left the scene to begin carrying out various tasks in an orderly manner according to Lu Ming's instructions. Lu Ming knew that although many families were able to harvest their rice successfully on their own, those families who had unfortunately lost their breadwinner faced many difficulties. Furthermore, according to regulations, each household is required to hand over 2/5 of its grain as public reserves. Therefore, providing necessary assistance not only reflects the care and warmth of the community, but is also key to ensuring the stable development of the entire community. Today, Lu Ming has gradually grown into an excellent and competent leader, demonstrating outstanding talent and a mature and steady temperament in both overall planning and personnel allocation. This growth is not only reflected in the decisions he makes, but is also integrated into every detail of his daily work. Encouragingly, the veterinary department, managed by Xingyue, has also achieved remarkable results. Through continuous practice and exploration, they have accumulated a wealth of valuable experience and gained new insights and breakthroughs in the technical aspects of reproduction, breeding, and mating of various animals. This undoubtedly lays a solid foundation for the vigorous development of the aquaculture industry in the future. Chapter 67: The Restless Flame Tribe. Minister Xingyue, we worked together to successfully deliver the calf. A total of 123 calves were delivered, but unfortunately, 33 of them died. As for lambs, we delivered 178, but 12 of them did not survive. It is worth mentioning that the care of the horses was done exceptionally well. Out of a total of 146 horses, only 3 died. Xinghua reported these data, speaking with a serious expression. Minister Xingyue, although there were some losses, overall, the results are already very good, considering this is our first attempt. Minister Xingyue smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this and replied, "That's true, everyone has worked hard. However, it's necessary to closely monitor how many times they can reproduce within a year in order to better plan subsequent breeding operations." Xinghua nodded vigorously to show that she understood and promised to do a good job in recording and observing. Meanwhile, Chenshi was the busiest person. He not only had to personally direct people to dig ditches to ensure the smooth flow of water, they also had to carefully prepare for the construction of water wheels and organize manpower for a series of important tasks, such as reclaiming wasteland. As Chenshur issued a series of orders, almost every department of the tribe was mobilized, and everyone threw themselves into the intense and busy work, working overtime and not daring to slack off in the slightest. Meanwhile, after leaving the trading market and returning to their own tribe, the members of the Flame tribe immediately began plotting how to scheme against the White Ape tribe. After a heated discussion, they finally decided to send a false message to the White Ape tribe, informing them that the Xia kingdom was prosperous and numerous, enough for them to enjoy themselves for a long time. Once the White Ape tribe believes this lie and takes action, they can take the opportunity to set a trap and severely harm them. The tribal chief drew his large hand and decisively ordered, "Quickly send people to the White Ape tribe to deliver this false message. Remember, you must make it sound believable and avoid arousing suspicion." Yen, standing to the side, nodded solemnly and replied, "Don't worry, Chief, leave this matter to me. There won't be any mistakes." They dispatched a team of shrewd and capable individuals to secretly infiltrate the area surrounding the White Ape tribe, closely monitoring their every move and leaving no stone unturned. Ba nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood the leader's intention, and said confidently, "Leader, please rest assured, I will never be as foolish as Lai." He knew that this mission was of utmost importance, and that no mistakes could be made. When people mention the White Ape tribe, they inevitably picture a powerful and mysterious group. At this moment Bao, the leader of the White Ape tribe, was glaring angrily at Ba, who had come to negotiate from the Flame tribe not far away. He gestured furiously with his hands and said, "You dare to come again?" Ba hurriedly explained, "Last time, Lai was indeed too foolish and failed to find out the truth, causing you, Chief Bao, to make a wasted trip. I am truly sorry. But this time, please believe me, my information is absolutely accurate." He then proceeded to describe it in detail. "According to reliable intelligence, they not only have mountains of delicious mutton that they could never finish eating, but also a large population." Hearing this, the leader's expression softened slightly, but he remained wary and indifferent. He continued to gesture, asking, "So what exactly do you want?" To this, Ba was clearly already confident. He calmly gestured and replied, "We don't ask for much, just women." The leader nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he gestured to tell Ba, "Okay, we'll set off for that place tomorrow. However, people from your Flame tribe must also go." Ba nodded without hesitation and replied, "No problem, we'll meet at the valley." After reaching a consensus, both sides prepared for the upcoming actions the following day. After some discussion, both sides finally reached an agreement, and quickly broke camp and left the territory of the White Ape tribe. Meanwhile, in the distant Flame tribe, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. "Chief, the operation is progressing very smoothly," Ba respectfully reported to the chief, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Leader Yen nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Very good. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. I will personally lead a dozen or so members of my clan to the Xia kingdom." After saying that, he waved his hand and led everyone to rush towards the Xia kingdom without hesitation. However, Ba, who remained in place, revealed a sinister smile as he watched Yan's departing figure and muttered to himself, "Humph, what an utterly foolish fellow. Just wait and see. Once those white apes arrive in Xia Kingdom, they will definitely wipe you out along with that Chenfong." Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After a long and tiring journey, Yan finally arrived in Xia Kingdom and immediately found Chenfong. "It's terrible, Your Majesty. The white ape has launched another attack. And what's worse this time is that there's a traitor in our tribe. That guy actually secretly led the way, bringing white apes in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on your Xia Kingdom," Yan said anxiously. Upon hearing this news, Chenfong frowned slightly, pondering to himself. "That's strange. As far as I know, the white ape tribe is very far from our Xia Kingdom. Even if we travel at full speed, it would take at least several days to get there. Why would they come here for no reason? Is there some kind of conspiracy involved?" Chenfong responded calmly. "However, this matter seems somewhat strange and requires further consideration. At this moment, Yen was also having his own little scheme in mind. He had no intention of following Ba's plan at all. Instead, he thought of taking this opportunity to wipe out Ba and all those white apes in one fell swoop. Although the two seem to be working together to deal with external enemies, they actually have their own ulterior motives and know that the other is up to no good. They just haven't revealed their true intentions yet. Yen, panting and with a flushed face, said, "That despicable Ba actually tried to seize our Xia city, and even wanted to tell me his plan and invite me to act with him. Humph, I am loyal to the king, how could I possibly agree to such a treasonous act?" At this time, Ba was deeply rooted and powerful in the tribe, and even with my strength, it was difficult to contend with him. After much deliberation, I had no choice but to risk coming to you to deliver this message. Chenfong stared at the sweat-drenched Yen before him, slowly shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "Whether what you said is true or false, I have to thank you for coming to tell me. However, since you're already here, don't rush to leave yet. After you return to the tribe, please be sure to bring your trusted followers to assist me. How about you lead the charge for my army?" Upon hearing this, Yen hesitated, but when he recalled Chenfong and his people's terrifyingly powerful weapons and their brave and fearless tribesmen, he steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth, replying, so be it, there's no other way now. I'll rush back and gather my men right away." With that, Yen turned and hurriedly left. Yen rushed back to the tribe, found Ba, and said impatiently, "That Xia king seemed to be half believing what I said, and insisted that I lead people to assist him, saying that we should jointly resist that ferocious white ape." Ba nodded slightly in agreement. "Well, in that case, I'll go and carefully select some capable men for the chief." With that, Ba quickly left the tent. However, not long after, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside the tent. Yen was startled and was about to step out of the tent to check the situation when he bumped right into Ba, who had just returned. Yen stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. After regaining his balance, he quickly asked, "Chief, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Chapter 68 Pre-War Preparations. Yen already knew perfectly well that Ba would never allow him to take even one person away. "Chief, you are far too weak," Ba said with a cold smile and contempt. Yan's eyes burned with rage as he stared intently at Ba, demanding, "From the very beginning, did you never even consider letting me go?" With a calm and composed expression, he replied indifferently, "I thought you would never return after going to the Xia kingdom, but who would have thought you would come back and even try to take our people away?" Yen snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, "So, you want to kill me and then take the leader's position yourself?" "That's right." Ba made no attempt to hide his ambition, laughing wildly. "Not only that, I want to become the leader of our tribe, but also to ascend to the Xia kingdom." Having said that, he waved his hand and roared, "Kill this good-for-nothing!" Two tribesmen wielding stone axes responded to the call and slowly approached Yen with heavy steps. Seeing this, Yen angrily rebuked, "Your reckless behavior will ultimately ruin the entire tribe." However, before he could finish speaking, the stone axes in the hands of the two tribesmen smashed down on his head like a storm. With a muffled thud, Yan's brains splattered open, and he collapsed dead. After Yan's death, Ba ascended to the throne as he had wished and slaughtered all of Yan's confidants. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, the newly appointed chief, Ba, stood on the high platform and raised his arms, shouting to his people, "Brave and fearless people! Tomorrow we will head to the valley to set up camp and await the arrival of the White Ape tribe. At that time, we will join forces with them to attack the Xia kingdom and avenge our compatriots who died tragically at the hands of the Xia people." Roar! 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 The deafening cheers spread rapidly through the vast forest like surging waves, as if to engulf every leaf and every branch. The rousing voices came from the Fire tribe, who were celebrating an upcoming major operation. Meanwhile, Chenfong was naturally not idle either. He knew that no matter what Yan's forces were involved, he had to be fully prepared to deal with any possible situations. Although he had never seen the legendary white ape in person, he knew from Wang Lai's detailed description that ordinary arrows could probably only cause very limited damage to these powerful creatures. So Chenfong mounted a fine horse and, together with Chen Kui, rode swiftly to the military camp outside the city. Upon entering the camp, the two headed straight for the command room. Chenfong sat steadily in his chair, his sharp gaze sweeping over the general in front of him, Chinli, like that of a hawk. He cut to the chase and asked, Chinli, how's the army training task I assigned you going? Chinli immediately stood up and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, after this period of rigorous training, our soldiers have acquired a certain level of combat capability and can be deployed to battle at any time. Upon hearing this reply, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good. In that case, immediately assemble all the soldiers in the camp. Upon receiving the order, Chinli dared not delay for a moment. He turned around and strode out of the command room to relay Chenfeng's instructions. Before long, the soldiers who were originally scattered in various places started to move and quickly and orderly assembled on the parade ground. At the same time, Chenfong turned to Chin-Kui beside him and solemnly instructed, Chin-Kui, lead a group of men ahead to scout the road ahead and see if there are any unusual signs. Remember, be extremely careful. Chin-Kui responded without hesitation. Yes, sir. Then, he gathered 50 elite soldiers of the Chenfong army and left the camp like a gust of wind. Time passed by, and soon Chenfong reached the highest point of the camp alone. He looked down at the more than 300 soldiers lined up neatly below. They stood tall and straight, like pine trees, motionless, displaying excellent military discipline and high morale. Seeing such a well-trained team, Chenfong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and ambition. Just then, Chenfong issued another order. Wang Lai, take your giant eagle and go with Chin-Kui to scout out the enemy's specific situation. Make sure to bring back the relevant information accurately. After receiving the order, Wang Lai quickly set off on his journey with his majestic giant eagle. Upon receiving the order, Wang Lai's expression turned very serious. He straightened up, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and solemnly said, Your subordinate will certainly live up to your mission and complete the task. At this moment, Chunli was standing to the side, listening intently to the next instructions. Chenfong gave a firm order. Chinli, you will lead a group of men and set off at dawn tomorrow to that mountain range to set up camp and be ready to act at any time. Chinli dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly replied respectfully. Your subordinate understands, please rest assured, sir. After saying that, he turned around and began to prepare for the next day's itinerary. Chenfong then rode swiftly back to the city. Upon entering, he immediately found Chinshi and gave him orders. Logistical and combat supplies must depart with Chinli tomorrow without fail. Begin preparations immediately. Chinshi accepted the order without hesitation, quickly turned around and left, busily preparing various supplies. After all the arrangements were made, Chenfong mounted a fine horse and rode off alone in the direction Chin-Kui had gone. The sound of horses' hooves echoed through the night sky, like a stirring battle song. At the same time, Chinshi not only efficiently completed the deployment of logistical support work, but also quickly put the entire city into a tense state of preparedness. Of the 4 city gates that were originally open, 3 were now tightly closed, leaving only 1 gate for essential personnel to enter and exit. All able-bodied men in the city were urgently summoned and took turns patrolling and guarding the city walls in shifts. The regular soldiers, who had undergone rigorous training, were responsible for organizing these temporarily assembled civilians and assigning them specific tasks. Night had fallen and all was quiet, but the city was permeated with a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Everyone harbors both trepidation about the unknown challenges and determination to defeat the enemy. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was late at night. Chenfong continued to gallop on his horse, pressing onward without stopping. He saw faint lights in the distance. As the distance gradually closed, he finally saw clearly that it was Chin-Kui and his team. Your Majesty, why have you come in person? Chin-Kui was pleasantly surprised to see Chenfong and hurriedly went to greet him. Chapter 69 Pre-War Preparations 2. The two had long been close comrades in arms, fighting side by side and sharing life and death. When no one was around, Chin-Kui would sometimes show a little bit of audacity, but the magnanimous Chenfong never took it to heart. How is the situation? Chenfong asked with a serious expression. So far it's been relatively calm, and there's been no sign of anyone around in the valley. The personnel in charge of reconnaissance responded quickly. Then, Chenfong turned his gaze to another team member, Wang Lai, and asked, Wang Lai, what about you? Have you made any new discoveries? Wang Lai reported with a solemn expression. According to our in-depth investigation, the Flame Tribe is urgently gathering its members, and the initial estimate is that there are about 1,000 of them. Upon hearing this news, Chenfong frowned and wondered to himself. Could it be that something happened to Yen? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wang Lai then added, and judging from the situation, they seemed unusually agitated, and the entire tribe had entered a tense state of preparation for war. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's face grew even more somber, and he muttered to himself. It seems that Yen has indeed met with misfortune. After a brief pause, he decisively issued the order. Tomorrow, continue to strengthen observation efforts and further expand the search area, paying particular attention to the whereabouts of the white ape. Wang Lai nodded without hesitation and replied, Understood. I will certainly live up to your mission. Just then, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and the previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly as he asked with interest. So, how many wives have you two married by now? Upon hearing this, Chen Kui grinned broadly and replied generously. Hee, well, I'm a lucky man. He married 2 stunningly beautiful women. One was a top beauty from our medical department, and the other was from the logistics department. His face was full of smugness. In contrast, Wang Lai seemed less at ease. He hesitated for a moment before blushing and saying softly, I only have one wife, who also works in the medical department. Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile as he said, Haha, you are all so outstanding, each of you should marry at least 4 or 5 wives to match your current prestigious positions. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. At this moment, the king waved his hand and replied with a smile. General Chen is quite the joker. Even if there were many women, we wouldn't have time to attend to them. We spend most of our time in this military camp. Wang Lai, who was standing to the side, chimed in. Yes, things in the military camp are so busy that we really don't have time to deal with other things. Upon hearing this, Chenfong still wore his kind and amiable smile and said loudly, That won't do. I will definitely arrange some holidays for you all in the future. Let everyone put aside military affairs for a while and enjoy their own lives. After saying this, everyone nodded in agreement, their gratitude evident in their words. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn appeared in the east, Chenfong slowly walked out of the tent. He stretched and loosened his muscles, preparing to start another busy day. Just then, Wang Lai, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward and reported to Chenfong with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, according to our scouts, the Flame Tribe has gathered more than 1,000 men and they have now arrived near the valley entrance. Upon hearing this, Chenfong nodded slightly and asked calmly, Have you found any trace of those white apes? Wang Lai hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, after some reconnaissance, the white ape is currently about a day's journey from our camp and is expected to arrive at the valley entrance tonight. Upon hearing this news, Chenfong couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully, Humph, these white apes really haven't given up their wicked intentions. Chen Kui, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and suggested, Your Majesty, in my opinion, why don't we take this opportunity to lead the Divine Wind Army in a surprise attack on the white apes and catch them off guard? Chenfong pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Well, that might not be a bad idea. However, at present, we don't have a clear advantage in terms of numbers between the enemy and ourselves. He paused slightly, then continued, Here's what we'll do, Chen Kui. You lead a team of men to quietly bypass the valley and lie in ambush first. When night falls and the white ape reaches the valley entrance, we'll launch a pincer attack from both sides, and we'll surely wipe him out. After respectfully accepting the order with his hands clasped together, Chen Kui turned around without hesitation and left quickly, starting to work diligently on various preparations. As time passed, night gradually fell, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Just then, Chun-Li led more than 300 brave and fearless soldiers to the mountain range. Standing at the front of the group, Chenfong sharply observed everyone before decisively giving the order. All personnel, rest for 1 hour to recharge and make full preparations for the night raid. He knew this was the perfect opportunity. The White Apes tribe was only an hour away from the Flame tribe's encampment, and the enemy had been traveling a long way and had not yet had a proper rest. This undoubtedly provided his side with an excellent opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chenfong gazed silently at the deep valley before him, a wave of emotion washing over him. We've already fought 2 fierce battles in this valley, and now we're back here again. Perhaps, after this battle is over, we could consider building a fortified military base here to consolidate our sphere of influence. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Chun-Li, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement, deeply moved. That's right, Your Majesty. I still remember the first time you personally led me and a small force to victory against an enemy many times our size. The second time was also a case of the weak defeating the strong. This time will likely be no exception. Chenfong smiled slightly, patted Chun-Li on the shoulder, and said, Chun-Li, you have always been steady and reliable in handling affairs, but in the future you need to cultivate more people with outstanding talents. After all, as a general, you can't do everything yourself. Chun-Li laughed heartily and replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, but for me, I prefer to do things myself. If I delegate everything to others, I fear Your Majesty will think I've become incompetent and useless. Chenfong shook his head helplessly and said, You have always been a warrior of Xia Kingdom. How could you be useless? We're having you train some capable people in preparation for future military expansion. Chapter 70 Battle of the Valley 1. Wang Lai looked anxious and hurriedly jumped off the back of the huge and majestic eagle. He moved with lightning speed, quickly arriving before Chenfong, clasping his hands in a respectful bow, and then reported in rapid succession. Your Majesty, according to our scouts, the White Apes party has already arrived at the Flame Tribe. Their numbers exceeded 300, and each wielded an extremely sharp stone axe. They were quite imposing. Chenfong nodded slightly, indicating that he was aware of the matter. His gaze was sharp and intense as he stared into the distance, calmly stating, Yes, I understand. Wang Lai, you will immediately lead the troops to circle in the air, ready to support ground operations at any time. After receiving the order, Wang Lai turned and left. Chenfong then turned to Chun-Li beside him and solemnly gave the order. Chun-Li, prepare the troops for battle. Upon receiving the order, Chun-Li immediately mounted his horse without hesitation. He charged ahead, reaching the front of the column, and raised his arms, shouting, All soldiers, listen to my command! All men, advance towards the enemy camp. Each of you should fire 20 arrows in a volley. Once the arrows are exhausted, immediately raise your long swords and charge into the enemy camp like tigers descending a mountain. Fight bravely and kill the enemy, and make sure to annihilate all the enemies in your path. The soldiers responded in unison. We guarantee to complete the mission. Their voices resounded through the sky, deafeningly loud. With a serious expression, Chun-Li shouted again, Let's go! As soon as he gave the order, the sound of horses' hooves resounded through the heavens and earth, like thunderclaps, and spread far and wide. Chenfong and Chun-Li followed leisurely behind the main army, bringing up the rear. The synchronized sound of their hooves, like war drums, foreshadowed an impending fierce battle. At this moment, the white ape in the distance heard the approaching and increasingly clear sound of hooves and knew immediately that Chenfong and his men had arrived. It quickly stood up and started gesturing wildly to its companions behind it, while making strange noises. Oh no! They're coming! However, these white apes had barely arrived at this place, their backsides not even touching the ground. When they had to throw themselves back into battle, naturally they were extremely unwilling. But as the enemy drew ever closer, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and begin preparations for the impending battle. While the two were talking, Chun-Li had already led 300 brave and fearless soldiers, who in unison drew their bows and aimed their sharp arrows at the distant Flame Tribe. In an instant, 300 arrows rained down like a storm, as if a dense dark cloud was pressing down on the Flame Tribe. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was deafening as 300 arrows rained down, mercilessly striking the unsuspecting Flame Tribe. In an instant, screams of agony rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire camp. The sounds were like the wails of demons, sending chills down one's spine. However, this was only the beginning. Before the people of the Flame Tribe could catch their breath, a second volley of arrows followed. This time, the arrows were even more fierce and dense, sweeping in like a storm, mercilessly reaping lives. In an instant, the Flame Tribe was plunged into bloodshed and chaos. Neither the Flame Tribe nor the White Ape could escape unscathed. Many people didn't even have time to utter their final cries before they fell into pools of blood. At the same time, the ferocious fanged white apes also suffered heavy losses, with many of them lying on the ground injured and writhing in pain. Their tragic state was equally unbearable to witness. Faced with such a horrific scene, the leading white ape with fangs was furious. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar towards the sky, as if to vent all the anger in its heart. As the roar resounded, all the white apes that were still able to stand rushed towards Chenfeng's direction without hesitation. Their eyes flashed with hatred and madness, determined to tear their enemy to pieces. Meanwhile, when Chenfong heard those pitiful cries, he knew the time had come. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" 50 well-trained kamikaze soldiers sprang into action, spreading out from the east and advancing westward in a fan shape. Each pair of soldiers worked in close coordination, advancing while continuously drawing their bows and shooting arrows. At this moment Ba, who was in the middle of the battlefield, watched helplessly as his people and allies were attacked from both sides. His heart was breaking, and blood seemed to be gushing from his eyes. Although the warriors of the Flame tribe fought bravely, the enemy's offensive was too fierce, and before they could even get close to the enemy, most of them had already been killed or wounded. Gazing at the corpses of his tribesmen scattered on the ground, he was consumed by rage. His eyes widened, and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Kill them all!" The situation was already out of control. The Flame tribe members were scattered and unable to mount an effective counterattack. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Chenfong shouted again, "Draw your swords and charge!" At his command, the kamikaze soldiers roared in unison, drew their long swords, and charged towards the enemy like tigers descending a mountain. The Chenfong army soldiers, with their well-trained discipline, swiftly and uniformly put away their bows and arrows. Then, without hesitation, they drew their incredibly sharp long swords from their waists and, like a surging torrent, roared as they charged into the raging fire tribe. They were all menacing, their eyes revealing coldness and determination. When they saw an enemy, they would slash down with their swords without any mercy. The Divine Wind Army did not kill the Flame tribe members who lay on the ground in surrender, showing a certain degree of mercy. However, this did not diminish their fighting spirit in the slightest. Just then, the white ape with sharp fangs and a huge body led a group of its kind and charged madly toward Chenfong and his group. The sharp-eyed Chenli noticed this immediately and turned to shout to Wu Miao behind him, "It's your turn to go on stage!" Upon hearing the order, Wu Miao remained calm and composed. With a sudden wave of her hand, the mammoths and elephants that had been quietly waiting in the back seemed to receive some kind of signal. It began to move its strong, powerful limbs, slowly propelling itself forward. Their steps were steady and heavy, each step seemingly making the earth tremble. And so, these enormous creatures gradually moved in front of Chenli and the others, firmly blocking their path. It's important to know that the impact of a white ape is quite astonishing, but fortunately, mammoths and elephants are large and strong enough to provide effective cushioning. This bought precious time for Chenli's soldiers, allowing them to calmly switch to their highly lethal Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword. Chapter 71 Battle of the Valley 2. Once everything was ready, Chenli raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" With this shout, hundreds of horses galloped out like arrows released from a bow, disappearing from the spot in an instant. The sound of horses' hooves echoed through the sky, deafeningly loud, but as Chenli and his companions moved further and further away, the sound gradually weakened until it finally disappeared completely. At this moment, Chenfong was under the heavy protection of the mammoths, calmly observing the development and changes in the entire battle situation. Wu Miao, standing to the side, said respectfully, "Your Majesty, if you climb onto the back of a mammoth to observe the battle, your view will be much wider and clearer." Chenfong nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "All right, then I'll go up and sit down too." Having said that, he nimbly climbed onto the broad back of the mammoth. On the other side, Chenli led more than 300 brave and fearless soldiers to confront the white ape army head-on. The moment the two sides met, a thrilling and fierce battle ensued. In the blink of an eye, the white ape's side had suffered heavy casualties, and the battlefield was instantly turned into a river of blood, a truly horrific sight. Several soldiers fell from their horses, their fates unknown. Chun-Li was frantic with worry and was about to turn his horse around and charge into battle again when he was shocked to find that the ferocious white ape had silently appeared beside them. Seeing this, Chun-Li immediately shouted, "Everyone, dismount immediately! Form teams of 4 and prepare for foot combat!" As soon as he gave the order, the soldiers sprang into action, dismounting and quickly assembling in groups of 4. Immediately afterwards, they charged at the white ape with sharp blades in hand. The 4 soldiers in each group worked together flawlessly. Whenever 2 of them swung their swords and the blades hit the ground, the other 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and swung their broadswords again, repeating this cycle without any pause. This ingenious tactic caught Chenfeng's eye, and he couldn't help but stand on the back of the tall and mighty mammoth and exclaim loudly, "This tactic is brilliant!" Wu Miao, who was standing nearby, immediately chimed in. "This wondrous formation was created by Qin Yi. You should know that the mo Dao we use is extremely heavy, and it is really difficult to continuously swing it to attack." Then, Qin Yi had a flash of inspiration and came up with a method where the 4 of them would take turns wielding their swords. This would not only maintain their offensive momentum but also allow them to support and protect each other. Hearing this, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Very good. After we return to camp after this battle, I will definitely reward Qin Yi handsomely." As they spoke, the situation on the battlefield had already reached a fever pitch. Under the fierce offensive of the Divine Wind Army led by Qin Kui, most of the Flame Tribe's forces had chosen to surrender. However, at this moment, only the fierce battle between the white ape and Chun-Li continued. Both sides were so engrossed in the fight that they seemed to have forgotten everything around them. The white ape was agile and nimble. Whenever it had a chance, it would suddenly strike, grab the soldier, and tear him in 2. The scene was bloody and tragic. Chun-Li charged forward fearlessly, rushing to the front of the group like a bolt of lightning. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light, and each swing brought a sharp whistling sound. Almost none of the white apes that approached him escaped unscathed. They were instantly cut in half. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, like a bloody rain falling on the battlefield, staining the bodies of both sides crimson. The gruesome scene was so shocking that it was impossible to look directly at it. Just then, a white ape with fangs suddenly darted out from the side like a ghost, rushing towards Chenfong with lightning speed. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Chenfong had no time to react. He only felt a huge force hit him, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily at the feet of the mammoth. Seeing this, Wu Miao was extremely anxious and shouted, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" At the same time, she swiftly used her magic to control the mammoth and the tusked white ape to confront each other. Chenfong struggled to his feet, dusted himself off, and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's all right." Having said that, he nimbly climbed back onto the mammoth's back, staring intently at the tusked white ape before him, and said indignantly, "This white ape is indeed savage." However, to everyone's surprise, the fanged white ape let out a deafening roar, stretched out its thick arm and gestured at Chenfong, while making some indistinct shouts. Chenfong was initially puzzled, but he quickly understood its meaning and stared in surprise, gesturing back. "You can actually communicate with people?" The white ape with fangs nodded smugly, then continued gesturing. "Your humans are indeed very powerful, but we white apes are not to be trifled with either. I will lead an even stronger tribe to conquer you, subjugate you all, and keep you as my subjects." After listening, Chenfong revealed a disdainful smile, firmly shook his head, and gestured in response. "You will never have such an opportunity." Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Wu Miao and loudly commanded, "Wu Miao, quickly control the mammoth and the other elephants, and seize this arrogant fellow." With a wave of his hand, Wu Miao summoned both the mammoth and the elephant to attack the tusked white ape. The white ape with fangs dodged the attack and jumped out of Chenfeng's encirclement. After roaring at the sky, the white ape, still fighting, slowly moved towards the source of the roar. Chenfeng's eyes widened, his hair stood on end in anger, and he shouted hoarsely at Chun-Li, "We absolutely cannot let any of them leave here alive!" The sound seemed to pierce through the clouds, making the leaves around it tremble. Upon receiving the order, Chun-Li commanded without hesitation, "Everyone, mount your horses immediately and slaughter these enemies." At his command, numerous soldiers swiftly mounted their horses, drew their gleaming weapons, and charged forward like a surging torrent. On the other side, the group of fanged white apes were clearly no ordinary creatures. Although they faced a large number of aggressive human pursuers, they did not panic. The white ape with fangs that was the leader was exceptionally intelligent. It ignored its own kind who were approaching it, and even disregarded its companions behind it. It just led them and ran wildly eastward. Chenli led his men in close pursuit, galloping on horseback while constantly drawing their bows and knocking arrows to shoot at the fleeing tusked white apes. In an instant, arrows rained down like raindrops. Many fanged white apes were hit and fell to the ground, but most of them dodged the arrows with their agility and continued to flee forward. At this moment, Chenfong sat steadily on the back of an enormous and mighty mammoth, while Wu Miao beside him was methodically directing the team forward toward the Flame Tribe's encampment. When they arrived at their destination, the scene before them was horrifying. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, some mutilated, and the ground was stained red with blood. Some survivors, their faces filled with terror, chose to surrender. "Your Majesty!" Chen Kui ran quickly to the mammoth's side and shouted loudly. Chenfong nodded slightly, his face ashen, and asked, "Have you captured the leader?" Chen Kui replied calmly, "I caught him, but I've already cut off his legs." After hearing this, Chenfong remained calm and said slowly, "Since that's the case, then kill him. There's no use keeping such a cripple around." Then, he turned and looked around, loudly ordering, "Quickly clean up the battlefield and properly dispose of these corpses. As for the prisoners, take them all back to our camp." Chen Kui nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He then turned to carry out the order. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, Chenli finally led his men back to the valley and reported the situation to Chenfong. "Your Majesty, the one who led the escape has finally managed to get away." Chenfong seemed unconcerned, simply replying, "If they ran away, they ran away. There's no need to pursue it any further." After saying that, he gently patted the mammoth beneath him, signaling it to continue on its way. Chapter 72 Loom, Paper, Pen, Research Successful. You should hurry to where Chen Kui is and make sure to ask him for someone who knows the way. This operation is of utmost importance. We must capture and bring back every single member of the Flame Tribe. Upon hearing this, Chenli nodded and replied, "Yes." He then turned around to carry out the order. At this moment, Chenfong waved his hand and slowly said, "Let's rest for a while. There's no need to rush this matter." Upon hearing this, everyone's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Chenli then began to organize his men methodically. One group was responsible for collecting the arrows fired during the previous battle to ensure that resources were used to their fullest potential. The other group was busy cooking, replenishing their strength and energy for the upcoming mission. Meanwhile, Chenfong and Chen Kui escorted the captured members of the Flame Tribe on their journey home, rushing back to Xia City without stopping. Several days later, as soon as Chenfong and the others stepped into Xia City, they saw Mu Yang running towards them with a joyful expression. Overjoyed, she hugged Chenfong tightly and exclaimed, "We've finally succeeded! After tireless efforts, the loom has been successfully developed." However, faced with such an encouraging result, Chenfong remained calm and composed, taking it all for granted. A slight smile played on his lips as he responded, "What's so difficult about that? It was only expected that we would be able to successfully manufacture a loom." Hearing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but give a coquettish hum, teasingly saying, "Hey, I wonder who was it that was stuck and couldn't figure it out, just sitting there like a mute drawing circles on the ground." After saying that, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Chenfong merely glanced at Mu Yang indifferently, then explained unhurriedly, "What do you know? I wasn't just scribbling randomly back then. I was conceiving and sketching out detailed drawings and design ideas in my mind." Just as the two were joking and teasing each other, Chen Emo and Chen Xing ran over excitedly and reported in unison, "Chief, great news! After repeated experiments and research, paper and pen have been successfully developed." Two people carefully carried the sample and hurried to Chenfong, handing it to him. Chenfong steadily took the sample, first carefully examined the pencil, then gently stroked its smooth surface, and then began to examine each detail one by one. A moment later, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he praised, "Not bad, this pencil is quite well made." Then, he turned his gaze to the paper, picked it up, and repeatedly stroked its surface. Although the paper was a bit rough, after examining it, Chenfong nodded in approval. This paper, although the quality is a little rough, is sufficient to meet basic usage needs. You still need to continue your efforts to improve and strive to produce even higher quality paper. Upon hearing Chenfeng's words of praise, the two people who delivered the samples were overjoyed, their hearts filled with happiness. After all, it's not easy to get such high praise from Chenfong, which means that their hard work over this period of time has finally paid off. At this moment, Chenfong already had a plan for the next step. Now that paper was available, the next step was to start making movable type for printing. The methods of making movable type printing can be roughly divided into three categories. The first is using ceramics as raw material, the second is using stone, and the third is using copper. Fortunately, Chenfong currently has all three materials on hand. Having made up his mind, Chenfong immediately bid farewell to the carpenters and headed straight for the blacksmiths. Upon entering the blacksmith's workshop, he immediately spotted Chen Tian busy at work and quickly stepped forward to inquire. "Chen Tian, do you have any spare copper materials left over from those shipments?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tian stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Chenfong, and quickly replied. "Your Majesty, yes, we have them. Apart from the badges that the chief ordered to be made, they haven't been used for anything else yet, so we have a good stockpile." "That's good," Chenfong said after a moment's thought. "How about this, you help me smelt 3,500 rectangular copper blocks as soon as possible." "Oh? So soon, Your Majesty?" Chen Tian asked with a puzzled look. "Actually, it's not particularly urgent." Chenfong waved his hand and explained. "But it would be best to complete this task before winter." "All right, Your Majesty, don't worry, I'll take care of this little matter and guarantee on-time delivery," Chen Tian replied confidently, patting his chest. "Oh, right, there's one more crucial thing I need your help with." Chenfong suddenly remembered the matter of making copper coins and hurriedly said, "You have to help me make an iron mold." Upon hearing this, Chen Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled and quickly asked, "Then how should this mold be made? Does Your Majesty have any specific ideas or instructions?" Chenfong thought for a moment, then began to explain methodically. First, find some fine sand and use it to shape a rough outline. Next, carefully pour the molten iron onto the sand mold, remembering to make two sides, one is the front and the other is the back. As for the shape, just make it a standard circle. As Chenfong recalled the ideas in his mind, he explained the entire process and key points in detail. His proposed method was actually quite simple and intuitive, much like making bread. First, the basic shape was created using a mold, and then the intricate patterns on the surface of the coin could only be completed by meticulous hand carving. After patiently listening to Chenfeng's description, Chen Tian immediately felt reassured. After all, they had made similar arrow molds before, except that Chen Mao was in charge of that work back then. "So, Chief, according to your requirements, how many of these molds do we need to make in total?" Chen Tian then posed a new question. After a moment's thought, and careful consideration of his current situation and future needs, Chenfong replied. 7 such molds will be sufficient. Prepare 2 large, 2 medium, and 2 small ones, and make 1 smaller one separately. This way, it can cover 4 different sizes. Chenfong further explained. Specifically, we can start with 1 cent, and gradually increase to 2 cents, 5 cents, $1, and so on, until we reach the $10 denomination. All right, leader, rest assured I guarantee I will complete this task brilliantly, Chen Tian replied with a confident smile. Chapter 73 Trivial Matters After Winter Begins. Time flies, and winter has arrived in the blink of an eye. The biting wind howls through the streets and alleys of Xia City, bringing with it a chilling cold and snowflakes dancing in the air. Inside that office building, Chenfong was busy engrossed in his engraving work, day after day, without ever taking a break. Chenfong went to great lengths to carve every Chinese character he knew perfectly and without repetition. He first carefully wrote down each character with a pen, ensuring that the characters were accurate and the strokes were clear. Only then did he begin to concentrate fully on the carving process, meticulously crafting each stroke as if creating a masterpiece. Faced with this arduous task, Chenfong could not fully trust anyone. Only by personally taking charge could he feel at ease. Therefore, No matter how hard or tiring it was, he always insisted on doing it himself and refused to delegate it to others. Xingyue would often take time to visit Chenfong at the office building. Her frequent visits were not without reason. Chenfong was so focused on carving that he repeatedly injured his hands, but even when injured, he was unwilling to put down his tools and take a break. Xingyue was really worried about this, so she always went to great lengths to take care of it. "Are you going back to stay tonight?" Xingyue appeared at the office building again that day and asked with concern. Chenfong slowly raised his head and looked out the window. At this moment, heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the white snowflakes danced in the air like fairies. Then, he turned his head and his gaze fell on Xingyue's beautiful yet worried face, and a feeling of pity welled up in his heart. "Okay, we'll go back now," Chenfong replied with a smile, his tone gentle yet firm. So the two of them left the office building together and walked through the thick snow toward their small courtyard. Along the way, snowflakes continued to fall, covering the earth with a layer of silver-white clothing. When they finally arrived at the courtyard, they found the room brightly lit. It turned out that Lu Meng and Mu Yang had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Chenfong return, they immediately went to greet him, their eyes filled with joy. "You haven't been home in so long. You'd better spend some quality time with the three of us tonight," Mu Yang said with a big smile, his words full of anticipation. "Okay, I'll stay with you, Chenfong replied with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. And so, on this cold winter night, Chenfong and the three women gathered together, and a warm atmosphere filled the entire room. However, the heavy snows silently covered the entire city of Xiao overnight, transforming this bustling metropolis into a fairy tale world of ice and snow. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the whole world seemed to be covered by a layer of silver. The vast expanse of white snow fell as lightly as goose feathers, a dreamlike and enchanting sight. Chenfong got up early, and after a quick wash, he once again devoted himself to the work of carving characters. The stove inside was burning brightly, providing warmth like spring, all thanks to those who were specifically responsible for adding firewood to the fire. With the arrival of winter, Lu Meng suddenly found himself with nothing to do. "He comes here every day to carve words with Chenfong." The two would exchange ideas and joke with each other, filling the originally tedious work with laughter. And in that winter, something of great significance happened. The first child was born. Xingyue personally delivered the baby, and her skillful technique was astonishing. The area was crowded with people from the tribe who had come to learn, all staring intently at Xingyue's every move, afraid of missing any detail. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chen Shi was also busy. He methodically assigned tasks to those who were temporarily unemployed, arranging for them to participate in work in other departments. Even in the cold winter, everyone can still find their place, each fulfilling their duties and doing their best. Moreover, Chen Shi also showed great care and concern for the tribes stationed near the trading area outside the city. He specifically distributed a small amount of coal to these tribes to ensure they could survive the winter and avoid suffering from the severe cold. After winter sets in, the busiest places are Mu Yang's looms and Chen Xing's carpentry workshop. The former is working overtime to produce looms in order to meet the growing demand. The latter work day and night to produce various fabrics to provide people with warm clothing. Now, everyone lives in brand new houses and no longer has to worry about the cold. Anyone who can work inside the room is basically busy, and everyone is contributing their share to this common home. Chenemo led a group of women to sit together, intently studying the rattan armor in front of them. They had been working on this for a long time, but had yet to find an effective method for its production. Despite this, they did not give up and continued their relentless exploration. In terms of planting, it is not limited to just rice. Earlier, when Shang Lu returned from his travels, he brought back a variety of precious seeds, including tomatoes, peppers, cabbage, and wheat. However, due to the scarcity of these seeds, even after a long period of accumulation, we still haven't gathered enough to plant an entire acre of land. Left with no other option, they can only wait until next spring to continue careful cultivation in the hope of obtaining more seeds, and thus expanding the planting scale. At this moment, Chenemo rushed over to report the situation to their leader, Chenfong. Chenemo quickly walked up to Chenfong and respectfully said, "Chief, We currently have a large amount of supplies stored in our warehouse. Do you think we should process them further? Upon hearing Chenmo's words, Chenfong, who was engrossed in carving, slowly put down his carving knife, stood up, and looked at Chenmo, asking, "What kind of reserves do you have?" Chenmo quickly replied, "Before winter, the travel tribe sent us a batch of exquisite ivory. In addition, there are many tendons obtained from various animals, such as the tendons of pigs and deer that our tribe hunts itself. Moreover, there are some rare deer antlers stored here, and these items have been properly handled. You assign a group of people to process all these tendons, then select the good ones and keep them until spring, then give them to Chenxing to make into large crossbows, the slightly worse ones into bows and arrows, and the really bad ones to keep. They might come in handy later." Chenfong assigned tasks. "As for the deer antlers, let's just leave them for now. I don't have any better way to deal with them at the moment." Chapter 74. Thousands of monkeys besiege the city. 1. Chenfong, who was engrossed in his busy work, was suddenly startled by a series of hurried footsteps. Chenshi rushed into the office, looking anxious and panting, without even knocking on the door. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Chenshi gasped for breath, his face tense. "For some reason, thousands of monkeys have suddenly gathered below the city." Upon hearing this, Chenfong was startled and abruptly stood up. Ignoring everything else, he hurriedly walked towards the city wall, urgently saying, "What exactly is going on? Why have these monkeys suddenly gathered here?" When Chenfong finally reached the top of the city wall, what he saw made him gasp. Below the city wall was a dark mass of countless monkeys huddled together, looking like a surging torrent. Among them are common snow monkeys and white apes, but there are also two species that have never been seen before. Although they are slightly different in appearance, they should also belong to the monkey or ape family based on their general outline. Chenshi followed closely beside Chenfong, his eyes fixed on the restless troop of monkeys below. "Your Majesty, all our personnel have assembled and are now on high alert, awaiting your orders." Chenfong frowned deeply, his face so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. He gazed at the astonishingly large and enigmatic army of apes below the city walls, pondering to himself. This situation was clearly no small matter, and could not be taken lightly. Therefore, he decisively issued the order. "Immediately notify all youths to form a reserve team, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. This battle will likely not be as easy to handle as it has been in the past." However, at that moment, a sharp whoosh sound rang out. A massive boulder, weighing a full 50 kilograms, flew from outside the city like a cannonball and crashed straight into the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the two unfortunate soldiers were unable to dodge, and were hit by the boulder. They died without even being able to scream. Chenfong pressed himself tightly against the city wall, his already somber face now clouded with worry. He stared intently at the massive rock in front of him, which resembled a small mountain, and pondered a solution in his mind. Chenfong suddenly turned around and roared at the crowd behind him. "Everyone, listen up! Prepare your bows and arrows for a counterattack." At his command, the strong and able-bodied young men grabbed their pistols and stood ready for battle. Their eyes were firm and resolute, as if they had already disregarded life and death. He would throw the pistol in his hand without hesitation as soon as Chenfong gave the order again. In an instant, a series of pitiful screams echoed from outside the city. Some enemies were struck by a hail of arrows and died on the spot. Some were seriously injured and lay on the ground groaning in pain. Some unlucky ones were pierced through the body by the whistling short guns, their blood splattering everywhere. However, life was not easy for the people on and inside the city walls either. Those huge stones flew into the city walls or into the city from all directions like cannonballs. Ordinary people would be hit, and bleeding, or even killed if they were not careful. The night was as dark as ink, so thick that it was almost impossible to see. Chenfong tried hard to open his eyes to see the situation outside, but it was all in vain. Under the cover of darkness, he had no way of determining the enemy's exact location and number of troops, let alone effectively organizing a defense and counterattack. Watching his soldiers fall one after another, Chenfong was anxious but helpless. He gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. "Everyone, hide behind the city wall immediately! No one is allowed to show their face!" Chenshi's face was equally grim. He carefully moved his feet, slowly approaching Chenfeng's location. Upon approaching, Chenshi lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Chenfong looked up at the dark night sky and sighed deeply. "Right now, we can only wait for dawn." It was too dark outside, and we had no idea what the situation was like. Acting rashly would only lead to more casualties. After saying this, a pallor and helplessness, unlike anything he had ever shown before, appeared on his face. Time passed slowly amidst tension and unease, each minute feeling incredibly long. Both sides seemed to realize that continuing the offensive was not a wise move, so they stopped attacking at the same time, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence for a time. From outside the city, chilling screams echoed intermittently, the sound seeming to emanate from the depths of hell, piercing the silent night sky. Upon hearing the intermittent screams, Chenfeng's heart sank, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Oh no, there must be other tribes around at the trading post." His expression instantly turned serious, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Standing to the side, Chenshi clenched his fists, his gaze both tense and determined as he looked out of the city. He turned to Chenfong and asked, "Your Majesty, should we go to rescue them immediately?" Chenfong sighed heavily, a pained expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "It's dark now, and acting rashly would likely be counterproductive. Let's wait until dawn tomorrow to discuss this further." He shook his head helplessly. Time passed second by second, and finally, a sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the sky began to gradually brighten. Chenfong couldn't wait to stick his head out again and look down at the city. However, when he saw what was in front of him, he was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, a group of enormous gibbons and macaques appeared below the city, each about 3 meters tall, resembling small, moving hills. What's even more surprising is that they are actually organizing their people to move stones in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Chenfong felt a chill run down his spine and suddenly realized. No wonder those stones could fly into the city like cannonballs. It turns out that these gibbons were behind it all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Chenshi quietly leaned close to Chenfeng's ear and whispered his thoughts. "Your Majesty, I think we can use limestone to deal with them." Chenfong turned his head and glanced at the corpses lying haphazardly on the city wall, as well as the bodies of the innocent citizens inside the city, and felt a pang of heartache. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's do it your way. Go and make the necessary preparations quickly." Upon receiving the order, Chenshi quickly turned and left to begin arranging various matters. Watching Chenshi's departing figure, Chenfong was suddenly filled with deep regret. If he had been able to create a powerful crossbow sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have been so passive and fearful when facing these giant animals. Standing atop the high city tower, Chenfong gazed at the densely packed horde of over 1,000 monkeys below, and a strong killing intent welled up within him. These apes are huge and agile. If they are allowed to multiply and grow, they will surely become a huge threat to our development in the future. Thinking of this, Chenfong secretly made up his mind to completely wipe out this group of apes to prevent future troubles. Just then, a series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless stones of varying sizes fell rapidly from the sky like raindrops, crashing into the city walls and the city. In an instant, dust billowed up from the city wall, cracks appeared in some originally sturdy parts, and some places were even severely damaged. The houses in the city were not spared either. Many roofs were smashed with large holes, walls collapsed, and people's terrified screams and painful groans could be heard from inside. Seeing this horrific scene, Chun-Li was enraged. His eyes widened, his face flushed red, his teeth clenched so tightly they pounded, and he roared, "I'm going to kill these beasts!" With that, he turned and prepared to rush out of the city gate to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the monkeys. However, Chenfong reacted quickly, standing up and grabbing Chun-Li, sternly stopping him. "Squat down! Don't be impulsive, I already have a plan." Hearing this, Chun-Li was unwilling, but he still obeyed Chenfeng's order and obediently squatted down. Just as the two of them crouched down, a huge rock whistled overhead and crashed heavily onto the ground not far away, sending up a spray of gravel. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere, and every second seemed so long. The monkeys below the city seemed to have temporarily stopped throwing stones, but then a series of dull thuds followed. Chenfong looked out of the city and saw that the group of monkeys had worked together to push down one large tree after another, and then laid the trunks across the moat, clearly intending to use them as bridges to cross the moat and attack the city. Seeing this, Chenfeng's face darkened, and he turned to Chenli and said, "Immediately order the soldiers to fire arrows. We absolutely cannot let them successfully place the logs on the moat." Chapter 75. Thousands of monkeys besieged the city too. Standing on the city wall, Chenli, with a solemn expression, loudly issued orders to the soldiers. "Shoot them hard, don't be stingy with the arrows." At his command, the soldiers drew their bows and unleashed a hail of arrows that hurtled towards the snow monkeys carrying timber outside the city. A series of screams rang out, and the area outside the city was instantly covered by a rain of arrows. The poor snow monkeys were unable to dodge in time and suffered heavy casualties. Shockingly, despite the heavy casualties, snow monkeys continued to flock from afar, carrying logs without fear of death. Seeing this, Chenli took command personally. He divided the soldiers into groups of 100, and they took turns shooting arrows towards the outside of the city, giving these tenacious snow monkeys no chance to catch their breath. Just then, a deep roar suddenly came, and two huge chimpanzees carrying heavy logs slowly walked to the moat. After easily putting down the wood, they turned around and swaggered away. Chenli stared wide-eyed at the two departing chimpanzees in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Your Majesty, the giant chimpanzees have appeared again! And this time they are a full meter bigger than the last one. The arrows we shoot are like tickles to them, completely ineffective." Upon hearing Chenli's report, Chenfong immediately stood up and looked in the direction Chenli was pointing at towards the chimpanzees outside the city. Sure enough, just as Chenli had said, the two chimpanzees were enormous, and compared to their counterparts they had encountered before, they appeared even more powerful and majestic. They were completely unfazed by the dense barrage of arrows from Chenli and his men, as if they were wearing an indestructible suit of armor. "Damn it! What kind of hellhole is this? How can there be such a huge chimpanzee here?" Chenfong gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. He knew that if he couldn't find a way to stop the chimpanzees and snow monkeys, the walls would be breached sooner or later. Thinking of this, he turned to the guard beside him and ordered, "Quickly go and fetch Chen Kui. Now, it seems only his giant bow and arrow can do any damage to these monsters." Not long after, a burly man with a full beard rushed over. It was Chen Kui. He was panting heavily as he approached Chenfong and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty! Shoot those two wretched chimpanzees to death!" Chenfong shouted, his eyes blazing as he looked at Chen Kui. Upon hearing the command, Chen Kui swiftly retrieved the exquisite and sturdy bow from behind his back, skillfully drawing back the bowstring until it was as straight as a full moon, quietly waiting for the two chimpanzees to approach the moat. With a sharp, whoosh sound, an incredibly sharp arrow shot out like lightning. One of the two chimpanzees near the moat was instantly struck in a vital spot by the fatal blow, letting out a miserable howl as it plunged straight into the moat, splashing water everywhere. Seeing that things were not going well and sensing the danger approaching, the other chimpanzee immediately dropped the log it was carrying and turned around to run back as fast as it could. Seeing this, Chenfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and he said, "Humph, I thought these beasts were truly fearless and ready to die. Turns out they're just cowards who are afraid of death." Then he turned to Chen Kui and ordered, "Chen Kui, if any chimpanzee dares to take another step closer, don't hesitate, shoot it dead immediately." After Chen Kui nodded heavily in agreement, he focused intently on the movements outside the city, his eyes never blinking, for fear of missing the moment any target appeared. Time passed by, and before we knew it, it was almost noon. Just then, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the still relatively peaceful air outside the city. This time, Chenfong saw it clearly. He saw that the group of ferocious monkeys treated the poor people outside the city as delicious food, and they were devouring them alive without any mercy, completely ignoring their heart-wrenching cries. Whether it was Chenfong himself, Chen Kui and Chenli beside him, or the many soldiers on the city wall, they were all horrified and their scalps tingled at the sight of such a tragic scene. They were filled with resentment, and clenched their fists, wishing they could rush out of the city gate immediately and slaughter all these inhuman apes. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Chen Mo quickly walked to Chenfeng's side, carrying a bowl of steaming soup and a piece of fragrant cooked meat, and said softly, "Your Majesty, please have something to eat." Chenfong accepted the food with a solemn expression, and asked Chenmo in a low voice about the situation in the city. "What is the situation regarding casualties?" Chenmo's face showed undisguised grief, and his voice trembled slightly as he replied, "More than 100 people have been killed by the falling debris, more than 200 houses have been destroyed, and more than 300 people have been injured to varying degrees." Upon hearing this news, Chenfeng's expression instantly turned extremely pained. He stared intently at Chenmo. "We must do our best to appease them. This disaster will soon be over." At this moment, snowflakes fell gently from the sky like feathers, slowly covering the earth with a layer of pure white silver. The snowflakes seemed to want to cover the cold corpses below the city, but they could not completely conceal the tragic scene. The people on the city wall had no time to appreciate the snow scene, because the monkeys outside the city showed no sign of leaving. On the contrary, they are constantly organizing more of their kind to move the wood and place it in the moat. This time, not only were the bear monkeys busy working, but the snow monkeys also joined the team to move wood and build wooden bridges. Chenfong stared at the scene outside, secretly speculating, after the previous battle, the snow monkeys must have suffered heavy casualties. Nevertheless, the enemy showed no sign of retreating, and the situation remained dire. Chinli dared not rest for a moment. He focused intently on directing his soldiers to continue shooting arrows down towards the city walls. Arrows pierced the sky, whistling through the air as they shot towards the monkeys carrying logs. At the same time, Chinshur walked steadily up the city wall and came to Chenfeng's side. He bowed slightly and said softly, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Chenfong nodded slightly in agreement. Then his gaze fell on the object tightly wrapped in burlap on the ox cart below the city. It was a large amount of lime powder. Seeing this, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Very good." Immediately afterward, he turned to Chinli and decisively gave the order. "Have all the soldiers tie arrowheads to burlap sacks, and then fire at the enemy." Upon receiving the order, Chinli quickly turned around and directed the soldiers to take action. Before long, the soldiers had tied the arrows to burlap sacks and were ready for a new attack. Chapter 76. Thousands of monkeys besiege the city. 3. Chenfong stared intently at Qinkui ahead, his gaze sharp, and issued the order in a stern tone. "You shall immediately lead the kamikaze army, and under strict silence, set off quietly from the north gate, and then maneuver around to the enemy's rear. Remember, conceal your whereabouts and wait for the best opportunity." He paused, then continued, "If you discover signs of a large-scale enemy retreat, you should quickly return. But if only a small number of enemy troops attempt to escape, you must act decisively and try to annihilate them in one fell swoop." Qinkui nodded solemnly in agreement, indicating that he understood the importance and danger of the mission. He then turned around, strode away with firm steps, and began to carry out various pre-war preparations. Just as Qinkui was making preparations, the situation outside the city had already changed. The makeshift wooden bridge was now complete, and a large number of snow monkeys and macaques surged across it like a tidal wave, easily crossing the wide moat and approaching Xia City step by step. Meanwhile, Chinli inside the city was also making final preparations for the battle in a tense but orderly manner. At the same time, Chenfong remained calm and composed, and without changing his expression, he shouted loudly to the group of strong young men behind him. "Brave warriors, grip your pistols tightly, and at my command aim them with all your might at the snow monkeys and bear monkeys that are gradually approaching the city wall, and hurl them out." As Chenfeng's clear and powerful command rang out, the group of young men exerted all their strength to throw their short guns. In an instant, countless short guns drew sharp arcs in the air, shooting towards the target below the city like a storm. The first round of attacks had just ended, but these brave and fearless young men did not stop for a moment. They skillfully picked up the spare pistols they had prepared in advance, and threw them again without hesitation. In an instant, short guns swarmed across the area below the city like locusts. One after another, extremely shrill screams echoed throughout the entire Xia City. The once menacing bear monkeys and snow monkeys below the city gate were instantly thrown into chaos. But even so, their numbers continued to increase and they continued to launch fierce attacks on the city gate without backing down. Bang bang bang! The huge and dull impacts echoed endlessly, as if the entire city gate was about to collapse under the continuous impact. Faced with such a dire situation, Chenfong remained calm and issued another order. "Quickly! Throw down all the stones you have on hand, and smash them hard against these despicable beasts. We must not let them breach the city gate." After a busy but orderly period of work, Chenli finally completed all the preliminary preparations. At this moment, he was fully armed and on high alert, quietly waiting for Chenfong to issue that crucial order. Outside the city walls, the once numerous army of apes had suffered heavy losses. After a fierce battle, more than 200 monkeys have perished, their corpses strewn across the field. However, even so, more than 800 apes still survive, and they remain menacing and aggressive. Chenfeng's expression was solemn. He steadily raised his right hand, extending his index finger straight to the location of the monkeys outside the city. Then, he softly uttered a command. "Release!" In an instant, hundreds of arrows, each bound with a bag of lime, shot out like meteors, whistling through the air as they hurtled straight toward the troop of monkeys. With a series of crisp arrow strikes, the lime bags that hit their targets burst open, and white lime powder instantly filled the air. It was the dead of winter, and heavy snow was falling everywhere, mingling with the swirling lime dust, making it difficult to distinguish which was a snowflake and which was lime. As the monkeys looked at the overwhelming white powder overhead, a strong sense of crisis instinctively welled up within them. But since they didn't understand what harm these powders would cause, they could only stare blankly upwards, at a loss. Just then, a gibbon suddenly let out a piercing howl. Unfortunately, it was hit in the eyes by lime powder. The intense burning sensation quickly spread throughout its nervous system, plunging it into extreme pain within seconds, from which it could not escape. As the saying goes, once something happens, something else will happen. Following the tragic incident involving the first gibbon, other gibbons affected by the lime powder also began to show similar symptoms. One by one, the monkeys covered their eyes and began to wail in pain, their cries rising and falling, echoing through the sky. Faced with this situation, Chenli launched a second round of attacks without hesitation. More arrows, each tied with a bag of lime, were rained down on the monkey troop. The monkeys that had not yet been affected finally realized that something was wrong and turned around in terror to flee. When they saw the dense rain of arrows coming down from the sky again, they panicked and had no choice but to hurriedly seek out large trees for cover. Little did they know that this seemingly safe hiding place could not truly protect them. Unfortunately, at this moment, the place where they were located was shrouded in flying lime, and the entire space was filled with white dust, as if they were in a white chaotic world, with nowhere to escape and nowhere to avoid it. The chimpanzee and the white ape with fangs were fortunate enough to avoid being directly attacked by the lime because they were positioned further back. They stared at the vast expanse of white lime powder ahead, completely bewildered, and could only stand there blankly. Some of the monkeys in the front positions were desperately covering their eyes, trying to prevent lime from getting into them. Some, due to obstructed vision, mistook their companions for enemies and launched frenzied attacks, plunging the scene into chaos. However, after witnessing this scene, the dozen or so chimpanzees were deeply disappointed by the behavior of the tusked ape and its group. They quietly turned and left, heading further and further away from this place. At this moment, only a handful of clansmen remained by the side of the fanged white ape. The tribespeople all gazed at it expectantly, quietly awaiting the leader's next instructions. The white ape with fangs stared at the departing figures of the group of chimpanzees and noticed that they were not heading back to their tribe, but rather heading straight north. In that instant, it wondered to itself, could it be that these chimpanzees are planning to circle around to the north and launch a surprise attack? Thinking of this, the fanged white ape dared not delay for a moment and immediately issued an order to the few remaining members of its tribe. "Quickly follow my footsteps." So it led its few remaining members of its tribe, closely following the chimpanzee's departing trail. In fact, these chimpanzees were not stupid at all. From the very beginning of the battle, they remained calm and vigilant, and did not blindly charge forward. Instead, they chose to closely observe the development of the situation from the sidelines, watching as the tribe led by the fanged white ape behaved so cowardly and incompetently. The lead chimpanzee decisively raised its arm, pointed north, and signaled to the other members to change the direction of their attack. Chapter 77. Thousands of monkeys besieged the city for Just then, Wang Lai suddenly leaped off the giant eagle's back and ran wildly towards Chenfong, who was standing not far away, to report the situation. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened! Before even getting close to Chenfong, Wang Lai shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with anxiety and fear. A dozen or so huge chimpanzees are charging menacingly toward the north gate. Upon hearing this, Chenfong felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness spreading from his back to the top of his head. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, we arranged aerial reconnaissance in advance, otherwise this would have been a huge problem. If these chimpanzees had been allowed to rush into the city without any hindrance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Chenfong dared not delay for a moment. His expression was solemn, his eyes firm and sharp. He quickly turned to look at Chenli beside him and solemnly ordered in an unquestionable tone. Chenli, immediately lead several hundred soldiers with me to the north gate for reinforcement. We must act quickly. After saying that, Chenfong turned his gaze to Chenshi on the other side and solemnly instructed him. Chenshi, I'll temporarily hand over command and coordination to you here. Make sure the defense of other areas is foolproof. Upon receiving the order, Chenfong and Chenli dared not delay for a moment. They immediately led more than 100 strong and well-trained soldiers to the north gate. When everyone rushed to the north gate, the scene before them made them gasp in shock. Suddenly, the chimpanzees and white apes with sharp fangs had somehow built a simple yet sturdy wooden bridge and successfully crossed the moat that had originally served as a natural barrier, walking straight to the foot of the city wall. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, Chenli didn't even wait for Chenfong to give the order. He decisively shouted, "Fire! Shoot them hard! We can't let them get any closer to the city gate." At Chenli's command, the soldiers on the city wall drew their bows and knocked their arrows, and countless arrows rained down like a storm, densely packed towards the group of chimpanzees and white apes. At the same time, some bags containing lime powder were also thrown by the soldiers, exploding in the air and scattering white lime powder everywhere, filling the entire battlefield. However, surprisingly, these chimpanzees and apes seemed to have already devised a countermeasure. Faced with the overwhelming rain of arrows and lime dust, they did not panic as before. Instead, they stretched out their thick, powerful arms to protect their heads and faces, while tightly closing their eyes to prevent lime from getting into them. Nevertheless, a few unfortunate chimpanzees and apes were hit by arrows or had lime in their eyes, but they did not go insane as a result. Instead, he endured the pain, covering his injured area with his hand, and continued to rush forward, his goal being the heavy and solid city gate. Chenfong watched helplessly as the ferocious beasts relentlessly rammed against the city gate, and his heart grew increasingly tense. Even if the city gate were made of incredibly hard steel, it would probably be difficult to withstand such a continuous and fierce impact. If effective measures are not taken to stop them, the city gates will be breached sooner or later. Therefore, Chenfong solemnly issued another order. Chenli, quickly lead 50 brave men to the city gate to guard it. You must spare no effort to annihilate all the invading enemies at the city gate. Upon receiving the order, Chenli moved immediately. His resolute and courageous gaze was fixed on Chenfong as he solemnly replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, your subordinate will fight to the death and will never allow these despicable bastards to set foot in the city. Chenfong quickly walked to Chenli's side, hugged him tightly, and whispered his instructions. This mission is extremely dangerous, with a slim chance of survival, but no matter what, you must do everything you can to come back alive. After saying that, Chenfong slowly released his hands and watched Chenli turn and leave. Chenfong knew very well that this battle was likely to end badly, and that all 50 brave men might die a heroic death and have no chance of survival. However, faced with a powerful enemy pressing in, they had no choice but to fight a desperate battle. Without hesitation, Chenli led 50 soldiers away from the city wall and marched with firm and powerful steps toward the north gate. At the same time, Chenfong turned around and loudly ordered the remaining 50 soldiers behind him. Soldiers, listen to my command! Concentrate your firepower and aim for the enemy's eyes. There's no need to tie up the lime bags anymore. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers responded enthusiastically. Since they no longer needed to tie up the lime bags, their bow drawing and archery movements became more skillful and faster, with a significant increase in speed compared to before. In an instant, a dense barrage of arrows, like a torrential downpour, rained down on the surging enemy troops below. Although shooting an enemy in the eye may not necessarily kill them instantly, it can effectively hinder their advance, buying more valuable time and opportunities for your side. A series of dull thuds echoed one after another. Bump! Smack! The city gates ultimately could not withstand the enemy's fierce assault and burst open with a dull thud. Chun-Li led 50 brave and fearless warriors, each holding a gleaming longsword, their eyes firm and resolute, as if they had already disregarded life and death. Faced with the surging tide of chimpanzees and white apes flooding into the city, Chun-Li's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a deafening roar. Kill! The roar was like a thunderclap, resounding throughout the inner city and echoing in every corner, sending chills down one's spine. Chun-Li took the lead and rushed towards the huge chimpanzee like lightning. He leaped high into the air, his long sword drawing a sharp arc in the air before slashing down on the chimpanzee's arm with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. With a crisp crack, the chimpanzee's thick arm snapped off, splattering blood everywhere. However, Chun-Li did not stop there. He quickly sheathed his knife and then delivered another swift and powerful slash, accurately striking the chimpanzee's other leg. The chimpanzee was in excruciating pain and let out a heart-wrenching roar, a sound like rolling thunder that made people's eardrums ring. But Chun-Li gave it no chance to catch its breath. Before it fell, he raised his broadsword again and cleanly and decisively severed the chimpanzee's huge head. As the hideous head rolled to the ground, the soldiers behind Chun-Li showed no weakness. They worked in groups of 4, cooperating closely and coordinating perfectly. Each group of soldiers quickly locked onto their target and launched a fierce attack. In an instant, shouts of battle and the clash of weapons rose and fell, weaving together a tragic symphony of slaughter. Just then, a much larger white ape suddenly pounced from the side, sending Chun-Li flying a full 5 meters away. Due to the violent impact, the long-handled broadsword that Chun-Li was holding slipped from his grasp and flew into the distance. However, Chun-Li did not panic at all. He endured the excruciating pain in his body, quickly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, struggled to get up from the ground, and stared intently at the white ape that was charging towards him menacingly. In the blink of an eye, the man and the ape collided violently. Chun-Li was fearless. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to thrust the dagger in his right hand forward, aiming straight for the white ape's chest. In an instant, the dagger pierced deep into the white ape's chest, and a gushing stream of warm blood splattered onto Chun-Li's face and body. Chapter 78 Post-War Rewards and Compensation. The white ape, in pain, let out a shrill roar and swung its thick arm, sending Chun-Li flying like a light leaf to the foot of the city wall. As fate would have it, Chun-Li landed exactly where the Mo Dao had fallen earlier. He endured the excruciating pain throughout his body, dragging his incredibly heavy and exhausted body, which felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as he struggled to crawl toward the Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword. When he finally touched the Mo Dao, an inexplicable force surged into his heart, supporting him to grip the hilt and stand up unsteadily. Immediately afterwards, Chun-Li, like a mad beast, wielded his long-handled sword and charged towards the white ape with the last of his strength. The sharp tip of the knife pierced straight into the white ape's massive body. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding land red. Having suffered such a severe injury, the white ape finally lost all vitality, lying stiffly on the ground, unable to move an inch. At this moment, Chun-Li, due to his severe injuries, collapsed onto the white ape's corpse, motionless and his fate unknown. Meanwhile, the other warriors were still engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious chimpanzees. These chimpanzees are all enormous, resembling moving hills. Although the warriors' attacks were fierce, it was not easy to accurately hit their vital points. Most of the time, they could only strike their thick legs or waists, causing only superficial wounds. Nevertheless, these wounds caused the chimpanzees considerable pain and slightly slowed their movements. Chenfong, who had been watching the battle from the city wall, froze on the moment he witnessed Chun-Li fall, his heart filled with endless anger and grief. He roared through gritted teeth, "Come down with me! Today, even if it costs us our lives, we'll fight these beasts to the death." Having said that, he took the lead, leaping down from the city wall and charging towards the chimpanzee. With Chenfeng's forceful arrival, the previously aggressive chimpanzees began to feel intimidated and gradually retreated. They were forced step by step to the outskirts of the city, but Chenfong showed no intention of letting them go. He wielded his weapon with great force, relentlessly pursuing and killing these despicable enemies. Just then, a soldier rushed over and stopped Chenfong, panting. "General, don't pursue a desperate enemy! What if there's an ambush?" Hearing this, Chenfong calmed down a bit and stopped his pursuit. As he watched the chimpanzees and fanged white apes gradually recede into the distance and disappear from sight, Chenfeng's resentment grew stronger. He clenched his fists, tilted his head back, and roared hoarsely in the direction they had fled. "One day, I will exterminate you all!" The roar echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. As Chenfong entered the city, he was greeted by a shocking sight everywhere he looked. The ground was littered with the mutilated bodies of soldiers, some missing arms and legs, their limbs separated. Some were even cruelly torn in half, their internal organs scattered all over the ground, and blood staining the earth beneath their feet. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making one want to vomit. Suppressing his grief, Chenfong ordered in a slightly trembling voice, "Collect their bodies properly. After this battle is over, make sure to give them a proper burial." His expression was unusually complex, showing both sorrow for his comrades' heroic sacrifice and anger at the enemy's brutality. At this moment, Chenfong dared not slacken in the slightest, because the battle at the East Gate was not yet over, and the sky was gradually darkening. Time is of the essence, and every minute and second is extremely precious. On the other side, the injured Chenli was carefully carried by several soldiers to the medical department for emergency treatment. His face was as pale as paper, and blood kept seeping from his wounds, but he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Chenfong hurried to the East Gate and stood on the city wall. Looking out, he saw that the once ferocious monkeys outside the city were now exhausted and in a sorry state. Many apes lay on the ground, barely alive, or severely injured and unable to move, or already dead. Their former ferocity has vanished, and they have completely lost their fighting ability. Chenfong coldly observed all of this and issued the order without hesitation. "Listen up, everyone! Go down immediately and fire indiscriminately at these beasts from a distance. Shoot them all as soon as they have a breath left. Don't let them have any chance to breathe again." At Chenfeng's command, Chenshi led a group of men away from the city wall and headed towards the battlefield where the monkeys were. In an instant, shouts of battle echoed throughout the area outside the East Gate. After a long and intense battle, Chenfong was exhausted both physically and mentally, and was no longer able to continue to oversee the subsequent work. He entrusted all matters to Chenshi, and then dragged his heavy steps back to his small courtyard. Upon entering the room, Chenfong collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon, his eyes tightly closed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see the vivid faces of the fallen soldiers again, and hear their impassioned shouts. The next morning, Chenfong strode steadily into front of the office building, where a group of department heads had been waiting for him for some time. They watched Chenfeng's arrival with either anxiety or solemnity, creating an unusually tense and oppressive atmosphere. Chunli was the only one missing from the crowd, but almost everyone else was present. Chenfeng's face was ashen as he surveyed the crowd before him with a serious expression. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see into the depths of everyone's thoughts. "I'm sure everyone has witnessed this sudden incident." Chenfeng's voice was deep and powerful, booming in everyone's ears like muffled thunder. "Similar situations will likely occur again in the future, and there may even be more powerful enemies. None of us can be sure of that at the moment." Upon hearing this, the people present couldn't help but change color slightly, exchanging glances, clearly filled with worry about the future. After a brief pause, Chenfong continued, "Therefore, from today onwards, the army will be temporarily placed under the full command of Qinyi." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Qinyi, who had stood up. Qinyi nodded solemnly and replied loudly, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, this humble general will certainly live up to your mission and do his utmost to complete all related tasks." After receiving Qinyi's affirmative reply, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and then continued to issue instructions. "All those who participated in this battle will be promoted 1 rank and each will be rewarded with an acre of paddy field." Chunli was promoted 3 ranks and awarded 3 mu of paddy fields. As for the other management personnel, they all won 2 ranks and each received 2 mu of paddy fields. For those brave soldiers who tragically lost their lives, they will be posthumously awarded the honor of 3 consecutive ranks of merit. Their sons, upon reaching adulthood, will be permitted to join the army and inherit their father's insignia. They will also be granted 3 acres of paddy fields as a form of compensation. As Chenfong issued his orders, the people who should have felt excited and joyful instead felt increasingly heavy-hearted. This was because the battle was so brutal that the death toll reached over 1,000. These heavy numbers weighed on everyone's hearts like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Chapter 79, Integrating the 6 Major Departments. After finishing his speech with a solemn expression, Chenfong quickly left the conference hall with firm steps. He walked straight to his office, as if that were the only safe haven where he could think things through. Upon entering the office, Chenfong sat down at his desk, picked up a carving knife, and began carving words with complete concentration. Chenfong knew that the great dangers hidden in this incident were far greater than what was visible on the surface. Besides the terrifying cannibals, the mysterious 8 men are equally frightening. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Are there even more powerful and terrifying forces lurking in this vast and unknown land? Everything is still unknown. Faced with such a confusing situation, Chenfong secretly made up his mind that after handling the relevant matters of the school, he must personally lead the Chenfong army to explore more distant areas. Because he understood that in order to truly uncover the truth behind these layers of mystery and obtain more valuable intelligence and information, the only way was to personally take risks and forge ahead. Right after Chenfong left, Chinshi naturally took over the affairs of the entire Xia city and swiftly issued a series of important instructions. The first step is to carry out comprehensive repairs on the severely damaged houses to ensure that residents can have a safe and comfortable living environment. Secondly, we must seize the time to repair and reinforce the dilapidated city walls in order to enhance the city's defensive capabilities. Furthermore, we must properly bury those heroic soldiers who tragically sacrificed their lives, giving them the respect and rest in peace they deserve. Finally, and most importantly, timely replenishment of troops is crucial to ensure the kamikaze army maintains sufficient combat effectiveness. As these orders were relayed one by one, the various departments, which had just calmed down after a fierce battle, instantly became busy again. People performed their duties and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to various tasks. At the same time, Chinshi personally went to the trading market outside the city. Looking around, all one could see were the corpses of apes and humans scattered everywhere, the stench of blood filling the air and making one want to vomit. Gazing at this tragic and desolate scene before him, Chinshi couldn't help but frown, a deep sense of self-reproach and regret welling up within him. Perhaps, if they had been allowed to enter the city to seek refuge, such heavy casualties wouldn't have occurred. Just as Chinshi was immersed in painful thoughts, a disheveled man with tattered clothes and a haggard face walked unsteadily towards him. The man's face was filled with sorrow, and his eyes gleamed with despair. He knelt down with a thud and pleaded with Chinshi. "Chief Chinshi, all my kinsmen have been brutally murdered, and now I am the only one left alive. I beg you to have mercy and take me in." Chinshi was not actually a heartless person. Chenfong had not yet given the order, so no matter what, he was determined not to let anyone from other tribes set foot in the city. "I'm sorry, there's really nothing I can do to help." Chinshi shook his head helplessly, then turned to the soldiers behind him and gave them instructions. "Go and get this man some food, make sure it's enough to keep him through the winter." Similar situations are common, and Chinshi always uses the same approach when dealing with those seeking help. Before we knew it, it was afternoon. Chinshi led more than 40 subordinates back into the city and went straight to Chenfong, who was busy working in the office area. Upon entering, Chinshi knelt down without saying a word, his face filled with undisguised resentment. "Your Majesty, I am truly ashamed. That fanged white ape has escaped once again. I beg you to punish me." At this moment, Chenfong, who had been sitting upright on the stool, stood up upon hearing the sound, quickly walked to Chinshi's side, reached out to help him up, and earnestly comforted him. "This is not your fault. That white ape was far too cunning." After saying that, Chenfong asked with concern, "Were any of you injured in this operation?" Filled with remorse, Chinshi nodded silently and replied in a low voice, "Unfortunately, 3 brothers lost their lives because of this." Upon hearing this devastating news, Chenfeng's expression remained largely unchanged. After a brief moment of silence, he decisively issued the order. 3 days later, the entire Divine Wind Army was mobilized and launched an indiscriminate hunting operation deep into the ape territory. I will not allow these guys to continue living such carefree and comfortable lives. Chenfeng's actions were not without reason. If he did not actively harass those hostile forces, they would inevitably regroup and launch a fierce attack on Xia Kingdom, a situation that Chenfong was unwilling to see under any circumstances. After Chenfong gave the order, Chen Kui, who was standing to the side, immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely not let these guys have an easy time." Time flies, and before we know it, winter has passed and spring has quietly arrived. As the weather gradually warms up, people from all walks of life are throwing themselves into their respective jobs and busily handling their various tasks. At this very moment, after careful consideration, Chenfong resolutely issued an order to carry out a comprehensive integration and adjustment of his department. He summoned all relevant personnel to his office. The core topics of this meeting were departmental integration and long-term development planning. After everyone had gathered, the room fell silent. No one dared to interrupt, and everyone waited quietly for Chenfong to deliver his important speech. Chenfong glanced around at everyone present, then spoke calmly and methodically. "We will be reorganized into 6 large departments. The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of the Army will remain unchanged, and their original personnel configurations will not be altered for the time being. In addition, the Medical Department will be separated from other departments, headed by Xingyue, and will include sub-departments such as internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. In addition, a new Ministry of Civil Affairs was established, which was put under the management of Chenemo. This ministry oversaw the existing Logistics Department and added 2 new branches, the Veterinary Department and the Civil Affairs Department. After listening to Chenfeng's arrangements and deployments, Chenemo felt somewhat confused about the specific job responsibilities of the newly established Civil Affairs Department. Raising his head and looking directly at Chenfong, he asked, "Sir, may I ask what aspects of work the Civil Affairs Department is mainly responsible for?" The scope of civil administration is very broad, including marriage registration between spouses, various issues arising between family members, and matters related to compensation, etc. As long as it involves matters closely related to the city and its people, it is under the jurisdiction of this department. After Chenfong elaborated on the scope of civil administration in detail, he then announced, "We are going to establish a brand new department, the Patrol Police Department, whose main responsibility is to maintain social order within the city." Upon hearing this news, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Then, Chenfong added, "The former Ministry of Commerce has been renamed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and will continue to be managed by Shan Lu. As for the Ministry of Transport, it will be temporarily placed under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Industry." Then, he changed the subject. "In addition, we need to add a new department, the Ministry of Agriculture. Lu Meng will be in charge of this department, which will also have several sub-departments, such as a cultivation department that specializes in crop breeding. The department is divided into several sections: the Vegetable Department, which focuses on vegetable cultivation and related matters, the Grain Department, which oversees grain production, the Special Plant Department, which dedicates itself to researching unique plants, and the Animal Husbandry Department, which is responsible for animal husbandry." After Chenfong finished introducing the newly established departments, he paused briefly, looked around, and saw that the crowd below whispered among themselves for a moment, but quickly returned to calm. Chenfong spoke again, saying, "I have a plan to build a brand new city in the iron ore area and construct strong fortifications at the mouth of the valley." However, just as he finished speaking, Chen Shi stood up with a troubled expression, clasped his hands in a salute to Chenfong, and said, "Your Majesty, we are currently short of manpower." Chapter 80, Outer Defenses. Chenfong smiled slightly and waved his hand casually, saying, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. This problem is actually not difficult to solve." His gaze was firm and confident, as if he had everything under control. Then, Chenfeng's tone became serious. "After careful consideration, I have made up my mind to take action against those despicable cannibals. These guys are a cancer on society, a scourge on humanity. We must capture them once and for all, and make them work for us to help build an impregnable wall. After listening to Chenfeng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. A tense yet expectant atmosphere filled the conference room. After everyone quieted down a bit, Chenfong continued to issue orders methodically. Chen Yi, I'm giving you 3 months to expand our army to 1,000 men, and these new recruits must be combat ready. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately stood up, straightened his back, and loudly replied, Your Majesty, please rest assured I guarantee that I will complete the mission perfectly. Then, Chenfong turned to Chen Mao and instructed him. Chen Mao, you must prepare and deliver all the crossbows, weapons, wooden shields, spears, and other tools needed for building the city walls as soon as possible. Chen Mao also quickly stood up, clasped his hands in greeting, and replied, Your subordinate obeys and will certainly live up to your mission. As Chenfong issued one order after another like a machine gun, everyone present felt the burden on their shoulders growing heavier, but at the same time, their fighting spirit and sense of mission were ignited. Finally, Chenfong turned his gaze to Chenemo and said earnestly, Chenemo, we must fully accept those tribes outside the city that are interested in joining us, and do our best to absorb more power to strengthen ourselves. Chenemo stood up without hesitation and replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. After the meeting, everyone gradually dispersed. Chenfong returned to his office alone, sat down at his desk, spread out a clean sheet of paper, picked up his pen, and began writing the teaching materials. As he recalled the knowledge and experience in his mind, he muttered to himself, Well, my memory isn't too bad, is it? I'll just write down as much as I can remember. With his extraordinary wisdom and leadership skills, Chenemo successfully took over more than 20 tribes. These tribes are scattered across the vast land, each with its own unique culture and traditions. When they were all brought together, their total population exceeded an astonishing 5,300. As this large influx of new members flooded into the previously small city of Xia, the city underwent a dramatic transformation. The once sparse streets became bustling, and houses sprang up like mushrooms after rain. More importantly, the population of Xia City broke through the 10,000 mark in an instant. Such a massive population increase has brought unprecedented opportunities to Xia City, but it has also brought severe challenges. To ensure the long-term stability and continued development of Xia City, Qin Shi made a crucial decision without hesitation. Qin Ye was dispatched to lead a powerful force to the mouth of the valley to build an impregnable defensive fortification. This team included not only experienced craftsmen and soldiers, but also 2,000 strong and able-bodied slaves. They worked tirelessly day and night, carrying heavy tools and materials. Every stone moved, every wall built, embodies their hard work and perseverance. Relying solely on manpower is far from enough. Even the massive mammoths and elephants were urgently mobilized to participate in this enormous project. With steady, powerful strides, they used their robust trunks to lift boulders and easily place them in their designated spots. Or they could use their strong bodies to push huge wooden beams, providing solid support for the construction of fortifications. It was precisely because of the unique physical advantages of these giant beasts that the progress of the entire project was greatly accelerated. Just as everyone was working hard, Chenfong, a key figure who cared deeply about the city's construction, finally took time out of his busy schedule and rushed to the valley entrance to check on the latest progress of the project. When he saw the completed first defensive fortification with his own eyes, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and praise. Quite well done! Upon hearing Chenfeng's praise, Qin Ye immediately pointed to the entrance of the valley and proudly introduced. Your Majesty, please look. The width of this valley entrance is about 1 kilometer. If we continue to advance at the current pace, it will not be difficult to complete the construction of the entire defensive fortification within a month. However, after observing for a while, Chenfong suddenly pointed to the second line of defense and said, It would be best to expand the space reserved in the middle of this defensive line. Faced with Chenfeng's request, Qin Ye was somewhat puzzled, but he was always the kind of person who would work hard without hesitation as long as someone pointed him in the right direction, and he was never willing to think too much about the reasons behind it. Qin Ye simply replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. I will immediately convey your instructions to everyone. With that, he turned and hurriedly left. In fact, there is more than one route to Xia City. but this road at the mouth of the valley is the most convenient and shortest route. For this reason, Chenfong was well aware of the critical importance of this place to the safety of Xia City, so he had to take strict precautions and protect it. Moreover, at this moment, Chenfong has already successfully absorbed almost all the numerous tribes in the east into his own domain. With the continuous expansion of its sphere of influence, and the relative stability of the situation in the eastern region, further strengthening defense measures has naturally become of paramount importance. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed into Chenfeng's mind. How wonderful it would be if he could capture those agile monkeys and make them work for him. Thinking of this, Chenfong couldn't help but ponder to himself. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. What method should be used to effectively control these apes? Lost in thought, Chenfong turned and embarked on his journey home, riding swiftly back to Xia City. After returning to the city, Chenfong, after careful consideration, resolutely decided to cut down all the vast forests to the east of Xia City and transform them into rice paddies or fertile farmland. That area has now been completely cleared out. Not only have the many tribes that originally existed there disappeared, but there are also very few wild animals left to hunt. Having made up his mind, Chenfong immediately strode towards the office building where the Ministry of Works was located. Upon entering the building, he headed straight for Chen Mao. After seeing Chen Mao, Chenfong eagerly asked, "How's the production of the copper coins going?" Faced with Chenfeng's question, Chen Mao looked embarrassed, spread his hands, and replied helplessly, "Your Majesty, I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had time to catch my breath, let alone have time to make copper coins." After saying that, Chen Mao raised his head, his face full of confusion and helplessness, just like a bewildered child. Seeing this, Chenfong knew that continuing to press the matter at this point would likely not yield a satisfactory answer. He shook his head slightly and whispered, "In that case, you should take care of the other important matters at hand first. However, the matter of copper coins is of great importance, and I hope you will take good care of it in the future." After speaking, Chenfong turned and left, leaving Chen Mao standing alone, gazing thoughtfully at his departing figure. Fine, get it done right now!" Chenfong waved his hand impatiently and shouted at his subordinate. His anxious expression seemed to spit fire. Chapter 81 Apologizing for Help. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. On a bright and sunny day, Chenfong rode his majestic toothed tiger, galloping like lightning, and finally came to a steady stop in front of the military camp. His sharp eyes swept across the scene before him, where more than 1,000 soldiers were training enthusiastically, with shouts of battle rising and falling. Although these soldiers are still somewhat inexperienced, they already exude a fierce and resolute spirit, and it can be seen that the prototype of an elite force has already taken shape. Just then, Qin Yi ran excitedly to Chenfeng's side, saluted with a proud expression, and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, after this period of arduous training, all 1,000 soldiers have now graduated and are ready for your inspection." Chenfong nodded slightly and was about to step forward to begin the inspection when suddenly, a loud cry came from the sky. A giant eagle swooped down like an arrow, landing precisely in front of Chenfong. Immediately afterward, Wang Lai also rushed to Chenfeng's side. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. People from my former giant eagle tribe have arrived," Wang Lai reported urgently. Upon hearing this news, Chenfong felt a surge of excitement. After all, it had been a whole year since he left the tribe and had not seen his family and relatives back home. Let's go back and take a look." Without hesitation, Chenfong flipped over and leaped onto the toothed tiger, clamped his legs together, and spurred it to gallop towards the city. Before long, they returned to the city. By then, the city walls were already crowded with onlookers. The messenger who came from the tribe was none other than Ao, the leader of the giant eagles. He stood there quietly, looking down at the entire city of Xia, his eyes revealing an undisguised shock. "Is this the Xia kingdom? It's so powerful!" Ao murmured to himself, his heart filled with emotion. A moment later, Chenfong and Wang Lai quickly walked to Ao's side. The two sides first exchanged a solemn greeting, and then Ao got straight to the point. "Your Majesty, I have no choice but to come here today. Our area is in big trouble right now. A large number of giant white-haired monkeys have appeared. They are not only numerous, but also exceptionally ferocious, posing a serious threat to the survival of our tribe. Therefore, we earnestly request that the King of Xiao lend a helping hand. After listening to Ao's description, Chenfong fell into deep thought. Based on his years of experience and knowledge of various animals, he quickly determined that these so-called giant white-haired monkeys should be leaf monkeys living in tropical regions. These monkeys are quite large, yet they move with extraordinary speed. If, as Ao described, they appear in large groups in the mountains and forests, it will surely bring many troubles and dangers to people. After all, the langur is covered with a layer of snow-white fur, and its most prominent feature is its agility and flexibility. For tribes that primarily control elephants and mammoths, this was undoubtedly a terrible disaster. How many of these white-haired monkeys are there? And why are they attacking you? Someone asked curiously. Ao slowly shook his head, his expression extremely grave, and said in a deep voice. Based on my observation, there are probably tens of thousands of these monkeys, but only a few hundred actually attack us. At this time, Wan Lai, acting as a bridge between the two sides, was doing his best to serve as their translator. Thanks to his presence, communication between them did not encounter too many obstacles and proceeded relatively smoothly. Upon hearing this, Chenfong pondered for a moment and thought that it wouldn't hurt to lend a helping hand. He was driven by ambition, desiring to conquer all the tribes of this land and make them his own. However, before that, it is necessary to demonstrate one's own strength in order to deter others. So Chenfong said, I can help you resolve this crisis, but in return, you need to give me something in return. Upon hearing this, Ao instantly understood the other party's intention. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After much deliberation, Ao finally gave his answer. Our giant eagle tribe is willing to offer 50 young eagles. As for the other tribes, I'm sorry, I really can't make the decision for them. Both the forthright Wang Lai and the meticulous Chenfong couldn't hide their satisfaction at the generous reward. Excellent! Chenfong waved his hand and said confidently, I will arrive at your tribe within a month. During this period, you only need to continue to deal with and entangle them. After saying that, he watched Ao turn and leave. After Ao's figure disappeared, Chenfong immediately went to find Chen Mao and inquired about the specific progress of the ship construction. However, Chen Mao seemed somewhat bewildered when faced with Chen Feng's urgent question. It turns out that they hadn't developed the good habit of reporting their work progress to their superiors at all times. Left with no other option, Chen Mao had to quickly summon Chen Xing, who was in charge of the matter, to his side in order to learn more about the details. How many ships are there now and how many of them are idle? Chenfong asked directly, getting straight to the point. Chen Xing dared not delay, quickly organized his thoughts, and gave a concise and detailed report on the relevant situation. Your Majesty, we currently have a total of 20 ships. 8 of them are already in use, and these ships are mainly used to transport important materials such as iron ore, coal, and salt. In addition, there are 10 relatively small boats that are temporarily idle. Upon hearing Chen Xing's report, Chenfong was greatly surprised. He never expected that, without realizing it, he would have amassed such a large fleet of 20 ships. For a moment, he was secretly overjoyed. It seems that as long as there is a sufficient supply of timber, the efficiency of shipbuilding is truly amazing. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Standing to the side, Chen Mao saw that Chenfong remained silent and couldn't help but wonder. He cautiously asked, Your Majesty, do you have any dissatisfaction with the current situation? If you have any opinions or suggestions, I hope Your Majesty will enlighten me. Chenfong walked up to Chen Mao and Chen Xing with a smile, gently patted them on the shoulder, and spoke with a tone full of appreciation. You guys did a really great job. Then, he changed the subject. By the way, how many crossbows have we made now? Upon hearing this question, Chen Xing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head and slowly answered. A total of 200 crossbows have been made so far. 100 of them have been deployed on the city walls, and the other 100 are temporarily idle. After listening to Chen Xing's report, Chenfong nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Yes, well done! You two really deserve credit. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand and decisively gave the order. Load all 100 idle crossbows onto the ship. I am preparing to lead them into battle. Chen Mao and Qin Xing exchanged a glance. Although they were puzzled by the sudden war, this was not the first time they had experienced something like this. Therefore, after only a slight hesitation, the two replied in unison, "Yes, sir!" Because they knew all too well that in this crisis-ridden situation, there were always many hostile enemies lurking in the outside world. Only through constant fighting and resistance can we protect everything we cherish. Chapter 82 The School Opens for Use. For Chenfong, this mysterious and vast planet is like an endless ocean, and the area he has explored so far is just a drop in the ocean, only 100,000th of its total area. On this land that has not yet been fully revealed, countless unknown dangers and challenges await him. Therefore, he knew that if he wanted to successfully conquer those uncharted territories, the limited power he currently possessed would be far from sufficient. He desperately needed a large population to bolster his power, and at the same time, he had to build an incomparably powerful and invincible army as a solid backing. More importantly, Chenfong harbors a strong belief deep within his heart. He absolutely refused to be manipulated or controlled by anyone. In his view, only by constantly strengthening one's own strength and becoming powerful enough can one truly have the right to control one's destiny and break free from the constraints and control of others. If the first battle in the valley is lost, then the only path facing Chenfong will likely be death. The desperate situation with no way out made this battle a crucial one, a matter of life and death. At this moment, in that somber meeting room, everyone's faces were ashen, and their expressions were unusually solemn. The serious atmosphere was enough to show that this meeting was of great importance, and every participant's eyes were focused in the same direction. As you all surely already know, I am about to face a battle that spans thousands of miles. Sitting upright in the main seat, Chenfong spoke solemnly, his voice deep yet authoritative. After I leave, all related work behind the scenes must not be delayed in the slightest. Immediately afterwards, Chenfong detailed the specific tasks. First of all, the necessary food reserves for the operation must be sufficient, and all kinds of military supplies must be readily available. In addition, all kinds of baggage and equipment needed for the subsequent march must be loaded onto the ship within just 7 days. Yes. Your subordinates will do their utmost to ensure the mission is completed on time. The crowd responded in unison. Hearing the firm and resolute replies from the crowd, Chenfong nodded in satisfaction and continued to issue orders. For this expedition, I have decided to personally lead 500 elite soldiers, with Qin Yi serving as the leader. As for the military affairs that Qin Yi was originally in charge of, they will be handed over to Qin Li for management. After 3 months of careful recuperation, Qin Li's health has almost fully recovered, making him the perfect person to take over Qin Ye's position. The operation involved a total of 10 ships, 5 of which were specifically used to transport 500 brave and fearless soldiers and their magnificent war horses. The other 5 ships were responsible for carrying various important supplies, including ample food, heavy baggage and armor, and powerful crossbows. Furthermore, 2 ships were specifically left behind as backup forces, capable of transporting more food or other supplies as needed. After all the arrangements were in place, Qinshi did not hesitate to explain the specific task assignments to everyone in detail. At the same time, Chenfong quietly summoned Chen Mao to his office and inquired about the progress of various construction projects in the city. Chen Mao was quite knowledgeable about this, as he patrolled and supervised various parts of the city almost every day. All 5,000 residential buildings planned for the city have been successfully completed and put into use. Moreover, a series of public facilities, such as schools, hospitals, research institutes, and spacious and bright office halls, have all been completed and put into operation. Even the 6 crucial departments and the police stations responsible for maintaining public order were completed on schedule. The only drawback is that the palatial residence prepared specifically for Chenfong is still under construction and has not yet been completed. After patiently listening to Chen Mao's report, Chenfong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, and then praised him generously. Haha, you really are efficient. I didn't expect to achieve such remarkable results in such a short time. Your work efficiency is truly amazing. As for my house, there's no need to rush. After all the talented people you've carefully nurtured will be assigned to work in that brand new city. so we can just properly arrange the manpower later. Chen Mao was well aware of this, knowing that Chenfong was planning to build a much larger city around the iron mine 200 kilometers to the west. This will inevitably require a large number of people to be involved. Your Majesty, please rest assured I will definitely handle the relevant personnel arrangements properly, Chen Mao assured Chenfong with great confidence. Chen Feng's philosophy is actually quite simple and concise. He is very clear that he cannot do everything or be omnipotent by his own strength. Therefore, all he can do for all development plans is to impart theoretical knowledge to the public or give a general direction for progress. Then let everyone rely on their own strength to explore and study slowly. Only by growing up in this way can the foundation be laid firmly, and the foundation be solid and indestructible. According to the established plan, these children will receive a full 9 years of systematic education. During these long 9 years, the courses they studied covered a wide range of subjects, including but not limited to Chinese language, mathematics, moral character development, various theoretical knowledge, cutting-edge scientific and technological achievements, macroeconomic trends, traditional agricultural production, modern industrial manufacturing, and active commercial trade. The specific enrollment age was set at 5 years old, and after 9 years of hard study, students would directly enter adulthood. Of course, if someone performs exceptionally well academically and achieves outstanding grades, they will have the opportunity to enter a specialized graduate school for further studies, thus fully demonstrating their talent and value. Since this is the first time the school has been established, the students who came to enroll were of varying ages, but overall, everyone's enthusiasm for learning was quite good. Chenfong had already prepared the pitch-black blackboard and the boxes of colorful chalk and other teaching supplies perfectly and neatly. The current head of the school is Ma Dongmei, one of Chen Mo's capable lieutenants. As for which tribe she came from, so much time has passed that even Chenfong himself can't quite remember. Although Ma Dongmei is not particularly proficient in various kinds of knowledge, she has extraordinary management skills. No matter how complicated or trivial the affairs are, she can always handle them in an orderly manner and ensure that every matter is treated fairly and justly. That's why Chen Mo didn't hesitate to recommend Ma Dongmei for this important position. After all, managing a school well requires more than just extensive knowledge. It also requires excellent organizational and coordination skills and a fair and selfless character. Just then, the sharp-eyed Ma Dongmei spotted Chenfong walking towards the school from afar. She quickly ran up to him, beaming with joy, and said, "Your Majesty, you've arrived!" Her voice was filled with excitement and joy. Chenfong smiled and looked around. He saw that the campus was orderly. The children were either sitting quietly in the classroom listening attentively or playing and laughing on the playground. There was no sign of noise or chaos. He nodded in satisfaction and praised. "You did a great job. I never expected that so many children would be so well behaved and obedient under your management, without making a fuss at all." Hearing Chenfeng's words of praise, Ma Dongmei was overjoyed. To receive praise from their beloved king was an unparalleled honor. However, she quickly calmed down and then gave Chenfong a detailed report on the current situation of the school. She began to explain. "As of now, our school has more than 300 students, divided into several classes with 50 students per class. In addition, there are 15 teachers in the school, whose expertise lies mainly in teaching mathematics and language arts. For some less popular or emerging subjects, since they have never been exposed to them before, it is indeed impossible to carry out related teaching work for the time being." After listening, Chenfong nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. After all, in such a relatively closed and backward environment, it is really difficult to expect teachers to master the knowledge of all subjects at once. "We'll leave that for now. You just need to teach these 2 subjects well. I'll personally teach the other subjects when I get back." Chapter 83. Leaf monkeys fight against numerous tribes. 7 days later, in the early morning, sunlight shone on the shimmering river surface, and a gentle breeze caressed the weeping willows on the bank. Chenfong stood tall and straight at the bow of the boat, his gaze fixed on the densely packed crowd of people on the riverbank. Recalling his first arrival, he was wearing a pair of tattered shorts, and the tribe had only about 100 people. However, 2 short years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now this place has undergone tremendous changes, with the population exceeding 10,000. "Let's go!" Chenfong commanded, his powerful voice resounding through the sky. With his command, the oars entered the water in unison, stirring up layers of water, and the boats slowly headed west. Because the river flows westward, the boats travel much faster than those traveling in other directions. At the head of the fleet, 10 small and agile boats started ahead like arrows. They were responsible for scouting ahead to check for obstacles or unknown dangers in the waterway, since this was the first time their tribe had attempted such a long-distance voyage. Along the way, the small boat ahead would occasionally send reports back to Chenfong, informing him of the latest information about the road conditions ahead. Qingyi, on the other hand, remained highly vigilant, maintaining a distance of about 1 kilometer from the small boat in front of him. In this way, even in the event of an emergency, he can make timely decisions to ensure the safety of the entire fleet. Meanwhile, inside the spacious and luxurious cabin of a large ship, Luo, the leader of the beast-taming tribe, sat with a dozen or so leaders from nearby tribes, discussing important matters together. Just then, a man named Ao rushed into the tent. He was panting heavily, and a few beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Without even taking a break, he eagerly recounted his experiences on his journey to the Xia kingdom to everyone present. When Luo heard that Chenfong had actually agreed to help, a joyful smile immediately appeared on his face. "That's great! Did Chenfong really agree to help us?" Luo's voice trembled with excitement. Ao nodded heavily, but then added, "However, all this help comes with conditions." Upon hearing this, Luo, who had been extremely excited, instantly calmed down and hurriedly asked, "What are the conditions?" Ao said with a firm gaze, "Our tribe will provide 50 young eagles. As for your tribe, that depends on how much sincerity you can offer." He crossed his arms and waited quietly for the others to respond. When Luo heard Ao offer such generous terms, his eyes widened in astonishment. "You're actually willing to offer so many young eagles? This is truly beyond my expectations." As Luo finished speaking, the scene erupted into a noisy discussion. The tribal leaders whispered among themselves, weighing the pros and cons and considering how to deal with the current situation. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a member of the giant eagle tribe rushed into the tent, looking flustered and panting, shouting, "Chief, it's bad! Those guys are attacking again, and this time there are many more of them than before." Everyone was startled upon hearing this, and they all stopped discussing, quickly stood up, filed out, and hurried towards the outside of the tent. As they approached the scene, the sight before them left everyone speechless and shocked. Ahead, thousands of leaf monkeys were densely packed together, chattering incessantly, creating a truly spectacular scene. Luo broke the silence first, gasping and saying in a trembling voice, "How can there be so many leaf monkeys? This is simply unbelievable." In fact, these leaf monkeys were unfamiliar to most people present, and even Luo was hearing about this creature for the first time from Ao. Ao naturally obtained the relevant information from Chenfong. Faced with so many leaf monkeys, everyone was a little at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Ao took a deep breath and calmly said, "The current situation is unclear. Our primary task is to organize our people to resist and stop them. We must not let them succeed. At the same time, we must patiently wait for Chenfong to arrive, and believe that he will definitely come up with a solution." After saying this, Ao turned to look at the other leaders, his eyes full of determination. "There's no time to lose, leaders. Quickly return to your respective tribes and arrange for manpower." With a wave of his hand, Ao decisively issued the order. The tribal leaders nodded in agreement, and hurriedly returned to their tribes to gather their people. A thrilling battle between humans and lungers is about to begin. Luo turned around with a solemn expression, facing the leaders of the 20-odd tribes behind him, and shouted loudly, "Leaders, listen to my command! Each tribe shall send 100 brave warriors to join the battle." After the order was given, the tribes responded quickly, and in no time, more than 2,000 huge elephants and mammoths appeared like a tide on the vast plain. They stood close together, forming an impressive defensive line, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Lunger troop. As is well known, Lungers are famous for their agility, and show no fear when facing these large but somewhat clumsy mammoths and elephants. When the two sides first clashed, the Lungers darted between the mammoths and elephants like lightning. With their extremely agile movements, they easily leap onto the broad backs of mammoths or elephants, grip the beast's fur tightly with both hands, and then forcefully slammed them to the ground. Poor mammoths, once they fell to the ground, were often trampled to death by their companions in a panic. However, not all warriors are so easily defeated by the lungurs. Some battle-hardened and experienced warriors displayed extraordinary courage and combat skills. They either engage in close-quarters combat with lungurs, each punch landing squarely, or skillfully maneuver mammoths, directing these behemoths to ram into their enemies. Nevertheless, capturing a lungur is by no means easy. After all, they are small and move as fast as the wind, and without the help of a suitable weapon, it is almost impossible to hit them with a single blow. The fighting continued, and by the end of the first day, both sides had suffered dozens of casualties. The battle resumed the following day, and the fighting remained incredibly fierce. Both sides suffered heavy losses, with dozens more lives lost on this bloody battlefield. As time went on, both sides continued to send more warriors into the battle, and the battle, which originally involved only 1,000 or so people, gradually expanded to more than 3,000. Meanwhile, the total number of dead and wounded on both sides exceeded a staggering 1,000. The entire battlefield was filled with the pungent stench of blood, and shouts of battle and screams of agony rose and fell, weaving together a tragic war song. Chapter 84 Reinforcements arrive. Time flies like an arrow. A short month has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Luo looked so haggard that it was heartbreaking. He sat quietly in the tent, his eyes lifeless, staring blankly ahead, as if he had been drained of the strength to speak. Meanwhile, the leaders of other tribes were already arguing amongst themselves. They talked all at once, each sticking to their own opinion, their arguments rising and falling like a noisy marketplace. Some leaders angrily waved their arms, blaming others for their poor decisions. Others paced anxiously, constantly urging action to be taken. Just then, Ao stepped forward and reassured everyone. Please be calm and trust Chenfong. He will definitely arrive here to support us in the next couple of days. These words were not made up by Ao on a whim, but were based on solid evidence. According to their clansmen's careful investigation, Chenfeng's team was only a day's journey away from this place. If we wait patiently for a few more days, reinforcements will arrive. However, if Chenfong and the others still fail to appear tomorrow, the situation will become extremely critical. After several days of fierce fighting, their strength had been exhausted, making it difficult for them to continue. Thinking of this, everyone's mood grew even heavier. The chief of the Nice tribe, Wei, said with a solemn expression, "Tomorrow's battle is a matter of life and death." Time flew by and it was already the next morning. Sunlight shone through the thick clouds onto the battlefield, but it could not dispel the suffocating tension. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. Both armies had assembled on opposite sides of the battle line, each with over 3,000 spirited warriors. These warriors all had serious expressions, their eyes fixed firmly on the enemy ahead, their hands gripping various weapons, ready to charge into the enemy ranks without hesitation at the first command. Especially Luo and his team, they went all out. Almost all the able-bodied men in the tribe stepped onto this front line where life and death were uncertain without hesitation. They knew that this battle was about the survival of the entire tribe and that there was no room for retreat or hesitation. Everyone has a burning fire in their heart, dedicated to protecting their loved ones. This battle meant much more to them than just themselves. If they are unfortunately defeated, not only will their own lives be in danger, but even more terrifyingly, the unarmed and defenseless innocent people left behind will also suffer annihilation, and may not even be able to find a place to be buried. During those incredibly difficult days, Luo led his people to inquire from various sources, search far and wide, and carefully analyze every clue. They finally figured out roughly why the leaf monkeys had launched such a sudden and fierce attack on them. The key to the problem was water, one of the essential elements for the survival of all animals. Unfortunately, Luo's tribe happened to occupy that precious river, which was vital to the surrounding creatures. In order to obtain sufficient water resources to sustain the survival and reproduction of their species, the Lungurs had no choice but to launch this brutal war against them with a desperate gamble. Although the two sides were already on the verge of war, they did not act impulsively and recklessly as they had at the beginning, and did not immediately start fighting as soon as they met. They were all carefully observing each other's every move, trying to find their opponent's weaknesses or flaws in order to strike a fatal blow and achieve final victory. Ao's tribesmen approached him with grave expressions and whispered some shocking bad news. The hostile forces were actually continuing to increase the number of leaf monkeys. This news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly plunging Ao's heart into despair. He suppressed his fear and unease, and did not utter this terrible truth. He knew that if he rashly revealed the truth, the tribal members who fought alongside him would likely be terrified and panic, or even choose to flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chenfong, far away in the tropics, had already led everyone to their destination successfully. Everyone disembarked in an orderly manner, their faces showing determination and courage. Jinyi quickly walked to Chenfeng's side and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, all of our men have safely disembarked." Riding on the back of the majestic tiger, Chenfong sharply surveyed his surroundings before issuing a decisive order. "Immediately set up a pot and cook a meal. After everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, rest for an hour and then set off immediately. Furthermore, leave 50 men to guard the ships. The rest of you shall all accompany me to the beast-taming tribe." After receiving the order, Jinyi quickly sprang into action, organizing the people to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Chenfong continued riding his toothed tiger, galloping towards the direction of the beast-taming tribe. He was concerned about the battle situation at the front, and wanted to go there himself to see what the situation was like. When he reached a hillside, he reined in his horse and stopped, looking down at the leaf monkeys and humans engaged in fierce combat in the distance. Dust billowed across the battlefield, and shouts of battle rose and fell as the two sides fought fiercely and evenly. "I never expected the number of enemies to be so large, far exceeding my expectations. No one can be sure whether they will send more people later," Chenfong muttered to himself, frowning. Time ticked by, and just as Chenfong was deep in thought, Jinyi rushed over and stood behind him, loudly reporting, "Your Majesty, everything is ready, we can depart." Chenfong nodded, squeezed the tiger's belly with his legs, and shouted, "Let's go!" He then led the group like a surging torrent towards the beast-taming tribe. Chenfong pointed to the location of the leaf monkeys at the foot of the mountain. "We'll lead our men around the humans, launch a surprise attack on the leaf monkeys from behind, annihilate them, and then head straight for the beast-taming tribe." Jinyi stood on high ground, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle below. Despite the inherent risks, he knew this was a golden opportunity to deliver the most devastating blow to the Lungers. On the human battlefield, shouts of battle and screams of agony rose and fell, and the battle had entered a fierce stage. Surprisingly, these Lungers were not equipped with any weapons, yet their incredibly sharp claws became deadly weapons, and wherever they went, human warriors fell. Of course, under the intense counterattack from humans, many Lungers also perished in the trampling. The leaf monkeys behaved unusually wildly this time, as if they completely disregarded the life and death of their own kind. No matter how many of their companions perished ahead, the Lungers that followed continued to charge forward bravely without hesitation. On the back of a giant eagle circling in the sky, Chenfong was leading a group of men to quietly outflank the leaf monkey army from the rear, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Ao landed beside Luo like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "King Xia is here!" As soon as Ao finished speaking, the other leaders turned their gazes to the battlefield. They saw a man clad in rattan armor, riding a fine horse, leading a group of soldiers galloping towards the back of the leaf monkeys. "Has he gone mad?" one of the tribal chiefs exclaimed anxiously upon seeing this. Faced with the leader's questioning, Ao was well aware of the formidable strength of Chenfong and his team. Therefore, he did not offer any further explanation, but simply turned to the crowd and shouted, "Tell your respective peoples that they are our allies, and everyone, charge forward with all your might. If anyone dares to slack off or try to cheat at this moment, don't blame the giant eagle under my command for its ruthless talons." After finishing his speech, Ao flew back into the air and commanded the giant eagle tribe to continue their attack. Chapter 85, inviting the giant eagle/beast-taming tribe to join the Xia kingdom. Kill! With Chenfeng's roar echoing through the sky, the valiant soldiers behind him shot off like arrows, riding their steeds and charging into the dense swarm of leaf monkeys like a whirlwind. A flash of cold light, the clash of swords and the interplay of blades, a bloody and brutal battle was about to begin. At this moment, atop a tall tree at the highest point, a leaf monkey with fiery red fur stared wide-eyed at the unexpected intruders, Chenfong and his army. It turned to another bright red Lunger beside it and said, "Bobby, this group is very strange. I've never seen it before." The Lunger called Yuri looked down at the approaching cavalry with disdain and sneered. "Humph, these foolish humans always do fancy tricks. They couldn't subdue us even riding those mighty mammoths before, so you think they can do it on horseback? That's wishful thinking." However, before Yuri could finish speaking, what happened before him left him speechless. Chenfeng's team was like an invincible blade. Wherever they went, the leaf monkeys screamed and fell to the ground dead, just like harvested ears of wheat, instantly losing their life and vitality. Poppy, who was standing nearby, also sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly pulled out a horn from his pocket and blew it into the sky without hesitation. Toot! The long and deep horn sounded throughout the battlefield. The leaf monkeys, who were still putting up a stubborn resistance, immediately retreated as if they had received some kind of command. But when they turned to run away, they were shocked to find that Chenfong and his men killed the enemy with such ease and skill, as if it were as simple and neat as cutting vegetables. The terrified Lungers immediately descended into chaos, completely losing their organization and discipline. Some ran wildly toward the mammoths and elephants, trying to break through the encirclement from the front. Others scattered in panic, desperate to save their own lives. In an instant, the entire Lunger group was thrown into chaos, and the situation became uncontrollable. Even Chenfong, a veteran of countless battles, never expected that the enemy would choose to retreat in such a sorry state as soon as he stepped into this battlefield. "Animals are just animals, they really don't have brains." Chenfong, wielding a sharp blade, frantically hacked at the leaf monkeys that were running around in terror. His movements were nimble and fierce, each strike landing precisely on the leaf monkey, splattering blood everywhere. At the same time, he would occasionally glance at the scurrying leaf monkeys out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. As the Lunger troop gradually disintegrated, their initial ambush from the rear completely failed, and the situation instantly reversed. Chenfong and his companions went from passive defense to active pursuit. Ao, with his keen eyes, noticed this change and immediately ordered his men to quickly inform Chief Luo and convey the instruction to kill as many leaf monkeys as possible. Chenfong did not order Chenyi to continue pursuing the leaf monkeys that managed to escape the battlefield. Instead, he decisively decided to lead everyone to the animal-taming tribe. "The beast-taming tribe is right in front of us. King Xia! I never expected to see you here again." Chief Luo was filled with excitement. He rushed forward and hugged Chenfong tightly, his eyes glistening with tears and his face filled with deep emotion. It turned out that Luo had previously heard Ao talk about the strength and power of Chenfeng's tribe, and knew that it was not an existence they could easily provoke. In this primitive society where the strong were respected, strength was the symbol of everything. Therefore, Luo followed the crowd without hesitation and called Chenfong King Xia. Chenyi carefully selected 2 strong soldiers for Chenfong to protect his personal safety. He then left on his own and blended in with the other soldiers. Chenfong and his group entered the tent and found it teeming with people. There were more than 20 tribal leaders of all sizes, filling the entire space to capacity. Chenfong was respectfully invited to sit in the head seat at the very top, while Ao and Luo sat respectfully on his left and right sides respectively. Chenfong stood there, head held high, a strange sense of confidence and superiority welling up inside him, as if he had become the boss of these people. The chief of the Max tribe, Wei, broke the silence first. He stood up, stared directly at Chenfong, and asked, "Are you King Xia? The one who defeated us last time?" Chenfong narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the aggressive man before him. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he calmly replied with a hint of disdain. "A defeated opponent? Sorry, I don't remember having such a person as you." As soon as he finished speaking, people from the surrounding tribes burst into laughter. "Ha! You're a defeated opponent, yet you dare to come out and embarrass yourself," someone mocked mercilessly. However, Ku, the leader of the Divine Beast tribe, did not laugh with the others. He sat there quietly, his face terribly gloomy, like the sky before a storm. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, his icy gaze sweeping over the laughing leaders, and said coldly, "Is it funny? Shut up, all of you! After this is over, I'll show you what happens when you laugh at me. When the time comes, I will personally wipe out all of you arrogant fools! The previously noisy and chaotic scene instantly fell silent, as everyone was stunned by Kuna's murderous words. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the air, making people feel somewhat suffocated. Seeing this, Chenfong slowly stood up as well. His expression was very serious, and his eyes were as cold as ice, staring at the group of people in front of him without any emotion. He stretched out his hands, gestured to the crowd, and then said loudly, "Gentlemen, now that the crisis you faced has been resolved, shouldn't we talk about the issue of compensation?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that the battle with the enemy had already caused them heavy losses. Offering Chenfong a substantial reward would only compound their woes. As a result, complaints and reluctant murmurs began to emanate from the crowd. "King Xia, we have nothing left to give you. This battle has resulted in heavy casualties. Of the more than 200 people in our tribe, only about 100 remain. We can't even feed our own tribe." The tribal chief's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his hands were unconsciously rubbing together, showing that he was very nervous. He stammered as he explained to the crowd. In fact, King Xia had anticipated this situation long ago, and he already had a plan in mind. Chenfong sat there calmly, seemingly in complete control. Hearing the tribal chief's words, he nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he slowly said, "Let's discuss this matter further tomorrow. After all, we've just been through a fierce battle, and everyone's exhausted. Let's go back to our tribes and comfort our people first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ku, the leader of the Divine Beast tribe, suddenly stood up, bowed respectfully to Chenfong, and then turned and left without saying a word. As he left, people from other tribes also got up and followed him out of the camp one after another. At this moment, only Luo and Ao remained in the tent. They looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Luo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "How can this be? Logically speaking, shouldn't we take this opportunity to demand some compensation from those tribes? Wouldn't this be a complete waste of this golden opportunity?" Ao nodded repeatedly in agreement, staring intently at Chenfong, hoping to get a reasonable explanation from him. Chenfong naturally noticed their confusion. A slight, wicked smile crept onto his lips. Then, he turned his gaze to Luo and Ao, and asked softly, "Well then, would you two be willing to join my Xia kingdom and become its citizens?" Luo and Ao were stunned when they heard this. They were completely taken aback by Chenfeng's sudden question, and were momentarily at a loss for words. They exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. Although they knew Chenfong was powerful, they felt that deciding to join the Xia kingdom was a serious matter that required careful consideration. Chenfong, being an exceptionally intelligent man, saw through their thoughts at a glance. So, he smiled and continued,